Chapter 1. Since the great battle of Pangu against the 3,000 chaotic demons, which led to the creation of heaven and earth, and ultimately resulted in his exhaustion and demise, transforming into myriad entities that formed the vast world of Honghuang. The land of Honghuang underwent further trials with the Dragon Han calamity, with a dragon, phoenix, and Qiling clans waged war, resulting in the downfall of countless primordial deities, leaving the three clans in ruin, with only 1 in 10 of their kin surviving. The instigator of the Dragon Han calamity, the demon Ancestor Luo Ho, absorbed the essence and resentment of the dragon, phoenix, and Qiling clans, along with the spiritual veins of the Western lands, establishing the demon sect in his pursuit of demonic enlightenment. Numerous primordial powers, unable to bear the suffering of the living, spontaneously organized a coalition against the demons, led by the surviving primordial demon gods from the Great Calamity: Hongjun Laozi, Yangmei Daxian, Yinyang Laozi, and Qinquan Laozi, confronting the demon ancestor Luo Ho in a decisive battle atop the western ancestral peak, Mount Shumi. In this battle, Luo Ho faced defeat and self-destructed, shattering the spiritual veins of the western lands, rendering them barren. Yinyang Laozi and Qinquan Laozi perished, while Yangmei Daxian suffered severe injuries and retreated into seclusion. Only Hongjun Laozi managed to escape unscathed under the protection of the auspicious clouds. After several epochs of recuperation, the Witch Clan, led by the 12 ancestral witches transformed from Pangus essence, and the Monster Clan, led by Dijuan and Tai, who were born from the sun, emerged as the new sovereigns of the Honghuang world. The primordial beings, including Taiji Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, Shangqing Tong Tian, the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua, the brothers Jin and Zhuni from the west, the ancestral figure of the River of Blood, and the first manifestation of the Red Cloud, Xinyuanzi, the progenitor of Earth Immortals, and the Kunping dwelling in the Northern Sea, all began to reveal their prowess. In the central expanse of the Honghuang continent, atop the peak of Mount Buzhou, which was formed from Pangu spine, a sudden eruption of 9-colored divine light illuminated the sky. A myriad of purple qi surged forth, the great Tao resonated, and the heavenly Tao retreated, enveloping half of Mount Buzhou in auspicious clouds. An extraordinary phenomenon has descended. A supreme treasure is about to emerge. Hurry! A supreme treasure has appeared atop Mount Buzhou. This treasure is fated to be mine. Let us hasten. The tranquility that had endured for hundreds of thousands of years in Honghuang was instantly shattered. Countless powerful beings flocked to Mount Buzhou, each showcasing their abilities as they surged towards the summit. However, even with their myriad techniques, the mighty beings found themselves unable to ascend even a single step towards the peak, ultimately retreating in frustration. Though the top-tier powers had withdrawn, innumerable beings continued to flock to the mountain, striving to reach the summit. At that moment, a grand voice resonated throughout the entirety of Honghuang. I, Hongjun, shall attain sainthood today. In 10,000 years, I will expound the Tao in the Palace of Chaos, and all who are fated may come to listen. The beings of Honghuang gradually withdrew, each seeking a place to enter seclusion and enhance their cultivation, hoping to safely traverse the chaos in 10,000 years and arrive at the Palace of Purple Dawn to hear the teachings. Only those who achieved the Golden Immortal Realm could enter the chaos, and only the great Luo Golden Immortals could ensure their safety within. After enduring the devastation of the Dragon Han calamity and the war of Tao and demons, the great Luo Golden Immortals had nearly vanished, with the highest among the 3 purities and Yuhua barely reaching the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Hongjun's decision to preach within the chaos, claiming that all who are fated may come, effectively severed the chances for the majority of Honghuang's beings. Regardless of how the beings of Honghuang retreated from Mount Buzhou, a magnificent purple tower stood tall at the mountain's peak. The dazzling 9-colored divine light emanated from the lowest tier of this tower. Within the first tier of the tower, there existed a blood-red lake spanning thousands of meters. Countless bubbles rose from the lake's surface, each emanating a distinct resonance of the laws. At the center of the lake stood a colossal azure lotus, upon which a golden light cocoon was radiating resplendent nine-colored divine light. Within the cocoon, a hazy figure occasionally flickered into view. The figure resembled that of a youth, with short hair and clad in peculiar eteria, short-sleeved shirt on the upper half and denim jeans on the lower. Lin Xiao, having grown up as an orphan, had never known his parents. Through his own efforts, he excelled academically and gained admission to a prestigious university's graduate program in history. During an exploration of an ancient ruin, he accidentally slipped and fell off a cliff. What should have resulted in his death instead led to an unexpected traversal into the realm of Honghuang, where he became a disciple of a manifestation of Pangu's will. After thousands of years of guidance from his Pangu will, Lin Xiao finally received the complete inheritance of Pangu and integrated the Pangu spirit embryo left behind by the deity. This manifestation of Pangu's will, having fulfilled its mission, transformed into a memory of inheritance, residing deep within Lin Xiao's primordial spirit. The golden light cocoon was the spiritual embryo nurtured by Pangu, utilizing the imperial bones and essence of Pangu. The figure within the cocoon was Lin Xiao's appearance prior to his traversal. As the nine-color divine light of the Pangu spirit embryo gradually retracted, the brilliance faded, revealing a handsome youth clad in a golden robe, seated upon the Azure Lotus platform. This youth was Lin Xiao, now bearing another identity as Pangu's true disciple. Lin Xiao tightly closed his eyes, his expression as calm as a still pond. At that moment, the sealed memories of inheritance within his soul surged forth like a torrent of information into his mind. According to the recorded inheritance information, the great deity Pangu was birthed from a blue lotus within chaos. From the moment of his birth, Pangu foresaw that he would perish in the act of creating heaven and earth, transforming himself into myriad entities to forge the Honghuang world. Thus, Pangu collected a segment of the lotus root that should have developed into another blue lotus, ultimately destined to become a chaos pearl, which was nurtured from the chaos blue lotus. After the creation of heaven and earth, Pangu, exhausted, perished, transforming into myriad entities that shaped Honghuang. The imperial bones upon his chest, infused with Pangu's essence, merged into the chaos blue lotus, nurturing the most significant accompanying treasure that transcended the level of chaos treasures, the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, which served as a guardian. After several tens of millions of years of nurturing, the Pangu spirit embryo finally came into being. The Hongmeng Wuliang Tower remained atop Mount Buzhou, guarding the Pangu spirit embryo until Lin Xiao's arrival. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, golden light flashing within them as he absorbed the information from the inheritance memories. As a promising youth from a future era, Lin Xiao, having read numerous novels about Honghuang, possessed a profound understanding of this history. He was acutely aware that, as Pangu's disciple, his greatest adversary in Honghuang would be Hongjun. Now that Hongjun had attained sainthood, he had already begun his schemes. According to the original historical trajectory of Honghuang, Hongjun would first expound the Tao 3 times in the Palace of Chaos, imparting the trap-laden method of severing the 3 corpses, thereby completely severing the possibility for the beings of Honghuang to surpass him. Subsequently, he would merge with the heavenly Tao, harnessing its power to instigate calamities. He would confine Nuwa within the Chaos Nuwa Palace, enticing the monster clan to slaughter the human clan, entangling them in boundless karma, imprison the Earth Mother within the cycle of reincarnation, causing the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array to collapse without resistance. During the calamity of the witches and monsters, both clans would decline, pushing the human clan to the forefront, becoming the protagonists of the heavens. He would scheme against the sages of the human clan, imprisoning the 3 sovereigns of the human clan within the fire cloud cave. He would instigate the Fengshan calamity, using the human clan as a pawn, demoting the human emperor's status to that of a heavenly prince, harvesting the fortune of the human clan. He would conspire against the Tongtian sect, sending its disciples to the Fengshan list, severing the sect's lineage, reclaiming a sliver of hope to perfect the heavenly Tao. He would incite the journey to the West calamity, allowing the Western teachings to spread eastward, manipulating the thoughts of the human clan, weakening their will, rendering them complacent in adversity, serving as mere tools to provide merit and fortune. Ultimately, he would seek to completely dominate Honghuang, hastening the arrival of the Age of Decline, with the delusion of transcending the great Tao by devouring and refining the entirety of Honghuang. Lin Xiao silently vowed that he must not allow Hongjun's schemes to succeed, nor allow the Honghuang that his master sacrificed his life to establish to become a garment for Hongjun. Gazing at the blood-red waters surrounding him, Lin Xiao understood that these were the essence of chaotic deities and demons collected by his master for his benefit. At this moment, he was merely a primordial spirit, lacking a true physical form, and this lake of divine blood was prepared to forge his body. Thus, Lin Xiao collected his scattered thoughts, calming his mind as he seated himself upon the lotus platform of the Chaos Blue Lotus, fully channeling the Taichu Hunyuan Ju taught by his master Pangu. The Taichu Hunyuan Ju represents the beginning of Qi, referring to the time before the separation of heaven and earth, when chaos first unfolded. As its name suggests, it is a technique that can cultivate one to the pinnacle of the limitless, directly pointing towards the great Tao. The cultivation system of Honghuang can be roughly divided from low to high into earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, mysterious primordial golden immortal quasi-saint, mysterious great Luo golden immortal saint, mysterious limitless golden immortal unity with the Tao, and mysterious limitless great Luo golden immortal above the heavenly Tao. The Taichu Hunyuan Ju is a method capable of transcending the heavenly Tao, specializing in the cultivation of Hunyuan, and holds the greatest potential for attaining the great Tao. The Taichu Hunyuan Ju is divided into two parts: the Hunyuan 9 Transformations Mystical Technique and the Hunyuan 9 Transformations Primordial Technique. The Hunyuan 9 Transformations Primordial Technique specializes in the primordial spirit. The Taiji techniques practiced by the three purities Taiji Ju, Yuqing Ju, and Shanxing Ju are merely abridged versions of this Hunyuan 9 Transformations Primordial Technique. The Hunyuan 9 Transformations Mystical Technique specializes in the physical body. In later generations, the renowned top-tier technique known as the 8-9 Mystical Technique, practiced by Yang Jian, is but a superficial version of the 9 Transformations Mystical Technique, which has been weakened by the 12 ancestral witches. Simultaneous cultivation of the primordial spirit and the physical body is the key to the method by which Lin Xiao's master once demonstrated the Tao with strength. Although his master ultimately did not attain the great Tao, he reached the absolute pinnacle above the heavenly Tao, enabling him to perform the grand feat of creating heaven and earth. As the technique was executed, the essence of the divine and demonic blood within the blood lake transformed into threads that connected to Lin Xiao's acupoints. The threads of blood gathered increasingly, densely wrapping around Lin Xiao, eventually forming a massive blood cocoon that enveloped him completely. Thus, 5 millennia passed, and the divine and demonic essence within the blood lake was nearly depleted. The hue of the blood cocoon gradually shifted from crimson to white, ultimately being wholly refined and absorbed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body slightly, as an overwhelming surge of vitality ascended toward the heavens. Were it not for the space within the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, it would have surely astonished the entire primordial world. Upon reflecting on the fruits of his labor over these 5,000 years, Lin Xiao could not suppress a look of ecstatic joy. His primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, mere steps away from achieving the great Luo stage through the convergence of the 3 flowers atop his head. Attaining the Tai golden immortal status in just 5 millennia speaks volumes of the formidable foundation and techniques bequeathed by his master. The most significant gain, however, lay in his physical form. This corporeal body, forged from the concentrated essence of divine and demonic blood, had astonishingly ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Da Luo golden immortal, with its strength rivaling that of innate treasures, far surpassing the 12 ancestral witches. Henceforth, traversing the primordial realm, His physical prowess alone would render him invulnerable. Moreover, nearly every drop of divine and demonic essence contained a principle of the great Tao. During the process of solidifying his body, these principles left an indelible mark upon Lin Xiao. Furthermore, these resonances of the Tao converged within his primordial spirit, coalescing into a seed of the great Tao of strength. This seed of strength swiftly took root and sprouted, elevating Lin Xiao's mastery of the great Tao of strength to the golden immortal realm. The great Tao of strength is the essence of the 3,000 avenues, capable of dismantling myriad laws and governing all. With a minor mastery of the great Tao of strength, Lin Xiao comprehended other principles as well, and as his understanding of these principles deepened, so too would the realm of the great Tao of strength. As Lin Xiao absorbed the last remnants of the divine and demonic essence, the blood-colored lake vanished, revealing solid ground. Were it not for the presence of the chaos green lotus beneath him, one would scarcely believe that this had once been a blood-red lake. Lin Xiao soared from the chaos green lotus and landed on the ground. The chaos green lotus, having fulfilled its purpose of nurturing the Pangu spirit embryo, transformed into a verdant orb and flew toward Lin Xiao. Congratulations, young master, on your emergence and the forging of an indestructible sacred body. Just as Lin Xiao surveyed this space, an ethereal voice resonated. Who goes there? Lin Xiao immediately summoned his only current magical artifact, the Chaos Pearl formed from the Chaos Green Lotus, and scanned his surroundings warily. Youth Master, it is I. I am the spirit of this Honghuang Wuliang Tower, tasked by the former master to safeguard you. This is the space of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower? You are the spirit of the tower? Indeed, young master. You may refer to me as Xiaota. Xiaota, what level of magical artifact is the Honghuang Wuliang Tower, and what functions does it possess? Why can I sense none of its presence? You need only drop a single drop of blood upon this altar to restart the recognition mode. At that point, you will become my new master and will naturally come to know all of my functions. Lin Xiao gazed at the imposing altar that had suddenly risen before him, feeling the faint remnants of Master Pangu's aura lingering on it. He ascended the steps one by one until he reached the pinnacle of the altar. Extending his right index finger, he drew forth a droplet of blood and allowed it to fall upon the miniature tower at the center of the altar. In that instant, the droplet transformed into a river of blood, cascading down the miniature tower and infusing the array on the altar. It divided into countless tributaries, rapidly enveloping the entire altar before ultimately converging into the ground beneath it. Subsequently, the altar sank into the earth, as if it had never existed at all. At this juncture, Lin Xiao's primordial spirit established a connection with the Honghuang Wuliang Tower, and all information regarding the tower permeated his consciousness. The Honghuang Wuliang Tower, a supreme spiritual treasure of the Honghuang, possesses the capability to suppress the myriad realms. The tower comprises 9 levels, with each tier's spatial domain unlocking according to the mastery of the tower owner's primordial spirit. Currently, Lin Xiao finds himself within the first level, a heritage space left by the previous master. Pangu. To access the second level requires the cultivation of a golden immortal. The third level demands a Tai golden immortal. The fourth level necessitates a Da Luo golden immortal. The fifth level calls for a Hunyuan golden immortal quasi-saint. The sixth level demands a Hunyuan Da Luo golden immortal saint. The seventh level requires a Hunyuan Wujing golden immortal merging with the Tao. The eighth level demands a Hunyuan Wujing Da Luo golden immortal above the heavenly Tao, and the ninth level is accessible only at the half-step Great Tao realm. The bounty of the first level is already substantial, and each ascending level undoubtedly harbors unexpected marvels. With his current cultivation, Lin Xiao is already capable of directly unlocking the spaces of his second and third levels, while the fourth level is soon within reach. He is confident that he can meet the prerequisites for the fifth and sixth levels within 100,000 years. As for the seventh, eighth, and ninth levels, they are considerations for a later time, particularly the ninth level, which requires reaching the pinnacle of his master Pangu's realm. Little Tower, unlock the spaces of the second and third levels. Lin Xiao eagerly commanded the spirit of the Wuliang Tower. Young master, the second level has been unlocked, came the voice of the tower's spirit. With the authority of the tower's master, a mere thought transported Lin Xiao into the second-level space. This second level resembled a small chamber, saturated with the profound resonances of the four supreme laws: fate, causality, creation, and reincarnation. As he entered the room, Lin Xiao's body greedily absorbed these law resonances. The four types of resonances surged into the corresponding imprints of fate, causality, creation, and reincarnation within him, solidifying rapidly into the essence of laws. Apart from these law resonances, the room contained only a table, upon which lay 7 bright red scrolls, neatly arranged. Lin Xiao approached and picked up one of the scrolls. The 4 golden characters Great Tao Marriage Contract catching his eye. Great Tao Marriage Contract. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 Great Tao Marriage Contracts. Old Pangu, I adore you, Lin Xiao exclaimed internally, overwhelmed with excitement, as a youth who had traversed from the 21st century. How could he not harbor dreams of wielding power and reveling in the company of beautiful women? Reborn in the primordial world as Pangu's disciple, his childhood dreams now held the glimmer of becoming reality. To his astonishment, his benefactor master had taken such meticulous care, paving an invincible path before him and arranging for 7 fiancées. Yes, although Lin Xiao had yet to examine the contents of the 7 marriage contracts. The mere fact that he was Pangu's disciple ensured their extraordinary backgrounds. Upon unfolding the 7 contracts, he discovered they corresponded to the names of 7 innate goddesses: Nuwa, Hutu, Wangshu, Zhuangmu, Yuan Feng, Qinglong, and Baiming Xuankui, each one a deity of innate lineage. In the midst of his excitement, Lin Xiao was compelled to ponder deeply. Each of these goddesses bore significant karmic burdens, and the great Tao marriage contracts intertwined their fates with his, imposing immense pressure upon him. Nuwa, one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, destined to be the future mother of humanity, would inevitably bind him to the karma of the human race. Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, destined to become the lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, would require him to not only bear the Wu clan's karma, but also to liberate her from the constraints of the 6 paths. Wangshu, the moon demon, mistress of Yin, bore the roots of chaotic divinity, yet suffered damage to her essence, necessitating restoration to free her from her current plight. Zhuangmu, the first manifestation of innate Yin energy, once acknowledged as the foremost among female immortals by Hongjun Daozu, had the lightest karmic ties among the 7. Qinglong, one of the 5 ancestors of the innate Dragon Clan, was the sole female among them. Burdened by the karmic repercussions of the Honghuang calamity, bound to suppress the East Sea's eye for eternity, Yuan Feng, the leader of the innate Phoenix clan, was the only survivor among the 3 clan leaders. Possessing the talent for rebirth through nirvana, yet also shackled by the karma of the Honghuang calamity, condemned to suppress the undying volcano for life, Baiming Xuankui, tasked with supporting the heavens, bore a colossal form yet could not take shape, ultimately becoming a sacrificial pawn in the celestial repairs. Young master, are you concerned that this karmic weight is too great? Just as Lin Xiao hesitated over whether to accept these 7 great Tao marriage contracts, the voice of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower spirit resonated in his ears. Little tower, what do you suggest I do? Lin Xiao inquired. Young master, as the sole disciple of the former master, and born under the auspices of the 4 layers of Pangu's fortune, you possess the protective merits of your master. The entire primordial world owes you karma. Moreover, you have condensed an indestructible body, making you the least susceptible to karma in all of the primordial realm. The tower spirit elucidated. Since that is the case, I shall accept this karma. Let me rescue these primordial goddesses from their suffering, Lin Xiao declared boldly. Upon his words, the 7 great Tao marriage contracts split in half. One half soared towards Lin Xiao, while the other half surged forth from the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, dispersing across the primordial continent. After inspecting the 2nd level and finding no further treasures, Lin Xiao's thoughts shifted again, and he found himself in the space of the 3rd level. The 3rd level unveiled an infinite array of surprises. Amidst it stood a spiritual root suffused with the resonance of the Tao, its massive canopy nearly obscuring the entire celestial dome. It was, astonishingly, the tree of 3,000 great Tao laws. A surge of ecstatic realization flooded Lin Xiao's mind. According to the legacy memories left by the great Pangu, the tree of 3,000 great Tao laws stands on par with the chaotic Qinglian and the world tree, being a unique and extraordinary chaotic spiritual root. It drifts within the chaos. Its movements enigmatic, making it the most secretive of the chaotic spiritual roots. It possesses 3,000 root systems, deeply embedded in the chaotic void, nourished by the essence of the 3,000 great Tao laws and chaotic vital energy. Each leaf of this tree harbors the resonance of a law, and each fruit is a culmination of intertwined law resonances. The fruits require 100,000 years to form and another 100,000 to mature, yielding 360 fruits of varying law attributes every 200,000 years. Consuming a single fruit grants mastery over a law at the Da Luo golden immortal level, meaning one fruit can elevate an individual to that tier. To think that this coveted tree of 3,000 great Tao laws, sought after by countless, was concealed within the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. The verdant leaves exuded a rich fragrance, intertwined with strands of Tao resonance. Various fruits of distinct law attributes adorn the branches. Standing beneath the tree of 3,000 great Tao laws, Lin Xiao felt as though he were immersed in the river of the Tao, his mind clearing to a state of enlightenment. Within him, the imprints of the laws transformed into black holes, voraciously devouring the surrounding law resonances. Time passed unnoticed in the realm of cultivation, and a mere 3,000 years later, Lin Xiao emerged from his meditative state. The imprints of the laws within him had all transmuted into the seeds of law, and he comprehended the various great Tao laws to the golden immortal realm. The law of power had burgeoned into a sapling, reaching the Tai realm, aligning with the mastery of his primordial spirit. Due to the limitations of his primordial spirit's realm, his enlightenment came to a temporary halt. Although this opportunity for enlightenment did not elevate his primordial spirit or physical form, his command over the laws had reached a level of effortless proficiency, with the law of power as a guide. He had become adept at wielding numerous law spells, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With Lin Xiao's current realm of primordial spirit, he can easily suppress a great Luo golden immortal with just one hand, even without utilizing the strength of his physical body, and can fiercely battle a quasi-saint. Moreover, with the presence of the 3,000 trees, Lin Xiao can enter a state of sudden enlightenment at any moment. Beneath these trees lie scattered over 100 spiritual treasures, each emanating the aura of at least mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Lin Xiao collected each of these treasures one by one, although most of them did not pique his interest. They would serve well as future gifts for his disciples or as tokens of goodwill. Among them, 3 items stood out as particularly necessary for Lin Xiao. First, the Honghuang Liantan ruler, a postnatal treasure of great merit. Legend has it that it is forged from layers of creation merit and the essence of primordial chaos, wielding power comparable to innate treasures, second only to the Pangu banner, and capable of killing without entangling with karma. Lin Xiao inherited 4 layers of Pangu's creation merit. 2 layers were passed on to the 3 pure ones. 2 layers remained with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, while the remaining 2 layers transformed into 2 treasures of merit, the Tianyi Xuanquang Linglong Tower and the Honghuang Liantian ruler. The Tianyi Xuanquang Linglong Tower serves as a defensive treasure, possessed by the foremost of the 3 pure ones, Laozi. Once summoned, it ensures an invulnerable position. The Honghuang Liantian ruler, also known as the Tianyi Xuanquang merit ruler, serves as an offensive weapon and is the sole nemesis of the Tianyi Xuanquang Linglong Tower. Originally lost to the ages, it was unexpectedly gathered by the Honghuang Wuliang Tower, thus falling into Lin Xiao's hands. Second, the Qian Kunrui armor, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The origin of this armor is legendary. It was personally crafted by the great god Pangu. After the chaos shattered, Pangu collected the remnants of the chaotic essence, which contained boundless primal power and mysterious energy, making it one of the rarest materials in existence. Pangu infused this chaotic essence with the purest primordial essence from the initial creation of the universe and countless fundamental laws. After a prolonged period of forging and refinement, the Qian Kunrui armor was finally created. Visually, The Qian Kunrui armor may appear unremarkable, even somewhat plain. However, as the saying goes, true skill often appears clumsy. Those who truly understand it will recognize the hidden marvels within. This armor possesses the miraculous ability to change form, adapting its shape and size according to the wearer's will, whether transforming into a lightweight, gossamer-like garment or solid, heavy armor. It can easily accommodate any need. Even more astonishingly, when faced with danger or during critical moments, the Qian Kunrui armor can automatically sense and absorb the surrounding energies of the universe. These energies continuously converge into the armor, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities, rendering the wearer as safe as if encased in an impregnable fortress. Simultaneously, these absorbed energies also empower the wearer, greatly augmenting their strength and unleashing astonishing combat potential. Third, the Karma and Fortune Blade, an extraordinary treasure of the DAO.IT, possesses the ability to suppress fortune and sever karmic ties, rivaling innate treasures in power. The Karma and Fortune Blade lacks any inherent offensive or defensive attributes. However, as an extraordinary treasure of the Tao, it wields unfathomable might. Firstly, its ability to sever karmic ties allows it to disregard any factors such as cultivation level or background, effortlessly cutting through the connections between parties without backlash. Secondly, it can deprive individuals or sects of fortune not exceeding the user's realm, up to a maximum of 4 layers. Additionally, it possesses the capacity to obliterate laws, gathering the power of fortune to destroy a specific Tao law held by an opponent. This blade can only be wielded by those with significant fortune. The more fortune one gathers while using it, the more potent its power becomes. With 4 layers of Pangu's creation merit, Lin Xiao naturally possesses ample fortune, making him more than capable of wielding the Karma and Fortune Blade, which is destined to become a nightmare for all his enemies. Just imagine, when this blade is drawn, 4 layers of fortune are stripped away, leaving the victim unable to seize opportunities or advance in cultivation. When this blade is unleashed, the Tao they have cultivated is obliterated, turning countless years of hard work into mere illusions. With these 3 treasures in hand, along with the Chaos Pearl form from the accompanying Chaos Green Lotus and the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, Lin Xiao could even contend with Tao Ancestor Hongjun. 300 years later, Lin Xiao wielded the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, donned in a robe of pure white, transformed from the Qian Kunrui armor, with the Karma and Fortune Blade shadowing him. His long, flowing hair danced in the wind like a cascading waterfall, resembling an invincible war god emerging from the primordial age. Beneath his feet, he stood upon a 9-colored auspicious cloud, gracefully soaring above the East Sea. Over the past 3 centuries, with the aid of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, Lin Xiao had refined the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, Qian Kunrui armor, and Karma and Fortune Blade. With over 1,000 years until Hongjun sermon, Lin Xiao descended from the peak of Buzhou mountain, preparing to head towards the chaos Zixiao Palace. Along the way, Lin Xiao gathered a considerable number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, yet he had not encountered Nuwa and Hutu. Perhaps they had already departed for the Zixiao Palace. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, knowing that regardless, he would eventually meet them at the Zixiao Palace. He decided to make a detour to the East Sea to visit the Azure Dragon. Indeed, this is the place. After searching the East Sea for over 2 months, Lin Xiao finally pinpointed the location of the sea, and descended from the clouds, preparing to dive beneath the ocean's surface. Suddenly, the sea erupted in towering waves as 3 massive azure dragons, each over 100 feet long, surged from the depths, spiraling in the air before transforming into 3 men who landed before Lin Xiao. The foremost man brandished a long spear and was at the early stage of the mixed-element golden immortal realm, while the other 2, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, were at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Who might you be? Why have you intruded upon the forbidden grounds of the Azure Dragon Clan? Asked the leading man, a quasi-saint at the early stage. That I am Lin Xiao, here to meet with my friend, the Azure Dragon, to resolve a matter of karma. I kindly ask for your cooperation, esteemed friends. Lin Xiao said, cupping his hands politely. You wish to see our ancestor? That is impossible. Our ancestor resides in a sacred area within our clan's forbidden grounds, and even we, the Azure Dragons, cannot tread there lightly. Moreover, our ancestor has not left the sea for tens of thousands of years. How could he have formed karma with a mere Tai golden immortal like you? You must be passing through on your way to the Zixiao Palace. Given your arduous journey, I advise you to leave swiftly and avoid misfortune, the Azure Dragon Clan members said courteously. Whether there is karma or not is not for you to decide. I must see the Azure Dragon today. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xiao declared firmly, "You brat, do not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. Our ancestor, the Azure Dragon Clan, is not someone you can meet at will. Furthermore, with your Tai golden immortal cultivation, you would be torn to pieces by the murderous karma emanating from the sea before you could even enter," warned the sword-wielding Azure Dragon. Elder Fourth. Elder Fifth, why waste words with this brat? Just kill him. Let all beings of the wilderness know that although our dragon clan has fallen, we are not to be bullied by anyone, the knife-wielding Azure Dragon declared. Preparing to strike. Elder Six, do not. The spear-wielding fourth elder was contemplating how to handle the situation. The other party was insistent on meeting the ancestor, and whether there was karma between them was uncertain. But there was likely some connection. After all, the path of karma is mysterious. All beings in the wilderness are wary of it and avoid speaking carelessly. If they were to kill him, and he indeed had ties to the ancestor, it would lead to trouble. What should be done? Killing was not an option. Perhaps they could suppress him first and consult the ancestor before deciding to kill or spare him. Yes, that seems to be the way. The fourth elder thought to himself. However, before he could act, he saw the sixth elder rush forward with his blade. "This is bad. Lin Xiao, husband, you big bad guy." Niwa and Hutu cried out in alarm as they saw Lin Xiao engulfed in a maelstrom of thunder and frost, desperately shouting to rush to his aid, only to be held back by Fushi, Daijang, and others. This child is not simple. Although his cultivation is merely Tai, his physical body likely has reached the Great Luo. If he survives this battle, his future is limitless. What of being a physical Great Luo? This fellow is too arrogant. Against the combined might of early mixed element Golden Immortal and peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, he is destined to be powerless. This fellow has quite the romantic fortune, managing to form partnerships with both Niwa and Hutu simultaneously, capturing the hearts of the two great goddesses of the wilderness. He is bound to become the enemy of all male beings in the wilderness. That sentiment is misguided. If he truly survives the onslaught of a mixed element Golden Immortal and a Great Luo working together, then who in the wilderness would dare oppose him? Regardless of the discussions among the onlookers of the primordial realm, after this battle, whether in victory or defeat, the name Lin Xiao shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the land. "Sister, do not act impulsively." Fushi earnestly grasped Niwa's arm, imploring her. "Indeed, little sister, Fushi's words hold merit. Although my brother-in-law may be somewhat arrogant, he is certainly not a fool devoid of intelligence." Zhu Rong interjected. "You are the fool." "Zhu Rong, is this how one praises another? What do you mean by somewhat arrogant? Are you not aware that arrogance is also an insult?" Gong Gong, who typically clashed with Zhu Rong, seized this opportunity to reproach him for his slip of the tongue. Having heard Fushi's counsel, and with Gong Gong and Zhu Rong's light-hearted banter, Niwa and Hutu finally regained their composure, and the crowd began to focus intently on the changes unfolding on the battlefield. "Look, Lin Xiao's aura is intensifying. Heavens, what terrifying vitality!" A voice of astonishment rang out. Within the realm forged by thunder and frost, Lin Xiao's presence surged forth, growing ever more formidable, as pure vitality coalesced into a colossal blood pillar soaring towards the heavens. The violet thunderweb was torn asunder, and the frost domain shattered into fragments. Lin Xiao transformed into a towering giant, standing before the crowd, his right hand gripping a halberd, and his left hand wielding a sword, rendering the struggles of the two divine weapons futile. This the divine power of the Dharma form. Someone in the crowd remarked. Such a tumultuous vitality, devoid of any magical fluctuations. This is not mere divine power, but rather resembles the true form of the ancestral shamans. Another countered that he is shaman. The shamans lack a primordial spirit, yet he clearly possesses one that has reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Even Gong Gong and the other ancestral shamans nearly believed Lin Xiao to be one of their own. Only Di Jiang shook his head, stating, "Brother-in-law, he is not of the shaman lineage. He possesses a true form that has entered the realm of chaos, and his vitality is remarkably pure, untouched by any malevolent energy. Moreover, he possesses a primordial spirit, which is even more formidable than that of other innate beings. Thus, I am inclined to believe my sister's assertion. He is a descendant of the Father God. That, oh no, I have lost contact with the Xianbing divine sword," exclaimed the fifth elder of the Qinglong clan. Why purple lightning divine dragon halberd is also gone. The fourth elder said, his face darkening. The Xianbing divine sword, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and a purple lightning divine dragon halberd, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Truly, the dragon clan is affluent. You come willingly to present treasures to me. Do you have any other treasures to offer? I shall graciously accept them all," Lin Xiao's teasing voice echoed, infuriating the two elders of the Qinglong clan. The fifth elder, with a fierce facade, retorted, "Lin Xiao, do not be arrogant. Although my dragon clan may not be what it once was, a dying camel is still larger than a horse, that we still have 4 great ancestors and dozens of Tai golden immortals. Nearly 100 Da Luo golden immortals. Prepare yourself for our dragon clan's pursuit." "Huh, is that so? I have heard that your dragon clan possesses a great formation called the 9 Dragons Locking Gods Formation. Why not showcase it for me to witness?" Lin Xiao laughed heartily, exuding confidence. "Fourth brother, what should we do? Should we awaken the other elders to set up the 9 Dragons Locking Gods Formation?" The fifth elder transmitted to the fourth elder. The 9 Dragons Locking Gods Formation is of utmost importance and should not be lightly activated. It is the last line of defense suppressing the ECI. The East Sea, I must not be compromised. Should it fall, the calamity within will sweep across much of the primordial realm, and my dragon clan will bear the brunt, with no hope for resurgence. The fourth elder replied, "I could see that moment. The surface of the sea rippled, and a colossal dragon, nearly 1,000 zhang in length, burst forth, transforming into a white-haired elder before Lin Xiao. Bowing respectfully, I am Aosheng, the great elder of the Qinglong clan, that I come to apologize on behalf of Aosheng, and Honghuang for their actions against you, Lin Xiao, and to express my gratitude for your mercy." The turn of events surprised the crowd. The great elder of the Qinglong clan, a formidable being at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, was here to apologize instead of seeking retribution. Could it be that the dragon clan feared Lin Xiao? Given their character and modus operandi, would they truly yield? "Aosheng, you are too courteous. I had intended to meet with your ancestor, the Azure Dragon, to fulfill a karmic obligation. However, your elders obstructed my path. The sixth elder even attacked me without reason. What is the meaning of this?" Lin Xiao retracted his towering form and spoke calmly. "Please, Lin Xiao, do not be angry. I have come under the orders of our ancestor to invite you to our Qinglong clan's base at the sea. To meet with the ancestor, as for the 3 of them. I shall have them punished to reflect for 10,000 years at the sea. What do you think?" The great elder Aosheng said with a smile, carefully avoiding mention of the 3 divine weapons Lin Xiao had taken. "Very well then. Please wait a moment. I will inform a few friends before joining you at the sea." Lin Xiao replied magnanimously, waving his hand. "Please, take your time. I shall await your arrival." Aosheng replied respectfully. Discreetly gathering the other 3 elders, it appeared that the great elder Aosheng was no ordinary figure, possessing a spatial treasure capable of containing living beings. "Big bad husband, are you all right?" Before Lin Xiao could approach, Hutu rushed forward, tugging at his arm, checking him over, and nearly hanging onto him. Nuwa, who arrived a moment later, felt somewhat embarrassed and paused midway. Her face flushed, caught in indecision. Observing this, Lin Xiao embraced Hutu's petite form, freeing one hand to grasp Nuwa's delicate hand, drawing her into his embrace. Nuwa struggled for a moment, but soon leaned against Lin Xiao, her cheeks warming as she felt his strong heartbeat. Just as Lin Xiao savored the bliss of being flanked by 2 beauties, he suddenly felt a sharp pain as it turned out Hutu had bitten him fiercely while leaning on his shoulder. "Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Lin Xiao struggled to pry Hutu's mouth open, playfully smacking her rear as he chuckled in exasperation. Humph, big bad egg. I'll bite you to death. Why do you call Nuwa sister, yet refer to me as little sister? Hutu bit her lip, fuming. What have I done to offend you, my little princess? Is it for this? Lin Xiao replied, bewildered. Look at Nuwa. She exudes the image of a mature, reliable big sister. And you, clearly a quirky little lowly. He found a reason, albeit not entirely accurate, as Hutu's appearance was indeed quite different from the legendary Hutu ancestor, the earthly saint. Humph! When have I been small? Do you despise me? It's too late for that. The grand marriage contract set by the Father God is not so easily dissolved, Hutu declared assertively, her face betraying a hint of vulnerability. All right. Our little Yair is the most adorable. How could I ever despise you? Lin Xiao affectionately ruffled Hutu's hair. How do you know my childhood name? Hutu asked, puzzled. Of course. I can predict and calculate these things, Lin Xiao chuckled, conjuring a random excuse that he certainly couldn't reveal that he had read about it in a nameless primordial novel in his previous life. I must say, dear sister-in-law, in front of so many of our brothers, could you refrain from flaunting your affection? Fushi, unable to bear the sight, cleared his throat and prompted. Lin Zhao's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he released the embraces he had around Nuwa's waist and Hutu's rear. Smiling sheepishly, all right, let us get back to business. With that, Lin Xiao put away his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression, and retrieved 12 fruits of various colors, each emanating different Taoist auras from the space of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower. Selecting a soil-colored fruit that radiated the essence of the Earth's principles, he placed it into Hutu's slightly agape mouth, instructing, be good, eat it. He then handed the remaining 11 spiritual fruits to Dijiang, stating, these fruits are the Tao fruits born from a chaotic spiritual root, corresponding perfectly to the fundamental principles wielded by your 12 ancestral shamans. With them, I believe my brothers and sisters will surely break through to the Luo within a millennium. 3,000 Taoist principal trees, a chaotic spiritual root. These Tao fruits are far too precious. We cannot accept them. Dijiang cradled the 11 Tao fruits in his hands, his heart heavy with reluctance yet unwavering as he presented them back to Lin Xiao. Signaling him to take them back, elder brother Dijiang, what do you mean? Do you look down upon me, Lin Xiao? Quickly put them away. I have plenty of these. Lin Xiao feigned anger, waving his hand. Indeed, elder brother. The brother-in-law is not a stranger. Perhaps we could consider these spiritual fruits as a betrothal gift for my younger sister. Wishing to seize a fire attribute law fruit from Emperor Jiang. Jia, with a deep and resonant voice, declared, indeed. Why not marry the Xuanmen girl to my brother-in-law as well? In a similar vein, Gong Gong snatched a water attribute law fruit from Emperor Jiang that I concur, exclaimed Ru Shou, claiming the gold attribute law fruit. However, this raises the question, should we refer to our little brother as Brother Ling Xiao or brother-in-law? Chang Liang quietly murmured as he took the thunder attribute law fruit. Thus, under the unanimous decision of several ancestral witches present, Xuanming became the wife of Ling Xiao. I say, brother-in-law, since the ancestral witches received their betrothal gifts from you, shouldn't my sister also receive something of note? Fushi approached, disregarding Nuwa's murderous glare, rubbing his hands together. How could I forget you, brother Fushi? Here, take this purple lightning divine dragon spear, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. It is yours, Ling Xiao said, tossing the spear he had just acquired from the fourth elder of the Qinglong clan to Fushi. Thank you, brother-in-law. Fushi beamed as he accepted the purple lightning divine dragon spear, turning his thoughts once again to the law fruits on behalf of the Earth Mother. The witch clan offered 12 law fruits. In accounting for Xuanming's share, that amounts to 6 per person. Surely my sister deserves at least 3 or 5 more, Fushi mused. There are plenty of law fruits to go around. Once the Tao lecture concludes, I can procure as many as needed. Hongjun's teachings this time pertain to the Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and it is advisable not to break through to the Great Luo before the lecture. The reason for granting the fruits to Emperor Jiang and the others first is that they do not cultivate the primordial spirit. Thus, Hongjun's teachings will have minimal impact on them. Ling Xiao explained. Sister Nuwa, This is a set of exquisite, innate spiritual treasure garments I selected from my Master's relics. Named a 9-colored rainbow feather guard. IT can withstand a full 4-strike from a peak quasi-saint. I present it to you for your protection. Lin Xiao continued, retrieving a treasure box and opening its lid, causing a dazzling array of 9 colors to burst forth as he handed the box to Nuwa. Nuwa hesitated briefly, but as if making a resolute decision, she accepted the treasure box with both hands, smiling brightly at Lin Xiao. "Thank you, my husband," she said, her face flushed, a rosy hue creeping down her neck. After Lin Xiao's embrace, Nuwa gradually acclimated to her role as his partner, finally managing to call him husband. Ha. Splendid. Quickly change, so I may behold you. Lin Xiao urged joyfully to end the primordial realm. It is exceptionally simple for deities to change garments. There is no need to find a secluded spot. With a mere thought and a flick of their mana, they can accomplish this. Nuwa donned a resplendent 9-colored rainbow feather garb. Her already breathtaking beauty and figure were accentuated, leaving all the male beings present utterly captivated. "Wow, so beautiful. Husband, I want one too. I want one," the petite Earth Mother exclaimed, tugging at Lin Xiao's arm eagerly. "Fear not. How could we forget our little Here is the wide-sleeved Lucian skirt, another exquisite innate spiritual treasure," Lin Xiao said, producing another treasure box and handing it to the Earth Mother. She eagerly accepted the box, swiftly retrieving the garment and putting it on. The earth-toned, wide-sleeved Lucian skirt exuded a robust aura of the earth, harmonizing perfectly with the Tao of earth she governed, providing even greater defense than Nua's 9-colored rainbow feather garb. "Thank you, husband." The Earth Mother beamed like a child, excitedly leaping into Lin Xiao's embrace. With a soft kiss, she left a mark of affection on his cheek, leaving everyone stunned at her boldness. Realizing she had perhaps been a tad too exuberant, her face flushed deeply as she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "Ahem. Now that you both possess innate spiritual treasure garments for protection, you can safely traverse the chaos, and I am reassured," Lin Xiao said, clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness. "Will you not accompany us to the Zixiao Palace, husband?" Nuwa inquired, catching the underlying meaning in Lin Xiao's words. "Indeed. I have just accepted an invitation from the great elder Aosheng of the Qinglong clan to visit their stronghold at the ECI to meet their ancestral deity, the Qinglong. You may proceed ahead. I shall certainly arrive at the Zixiao Palace before Hongjun's lecture begins." Lin Xiao replied with a nod. "Brother-in-law, the Dragon Clan possesses profound heritage. During the Dragonhan Cataclysm, the Qinglong clan seldom engaged directly in battle, preserving their high-end combat capabilities, making it a veritable den of dragons and tigers. It would be prudent for us all to accompany you for mutual support," Fushi suggested. "No need. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, there is no one who can harm me. Even Hongjun, while not my match, cannot lay a finger on me as I possess the Qinquan Rui armor bestowed by my master," Lin Xiao responded confidently. The Qinquan Rui armor is said to be a defensive treasure crafted by the Father God using chaos gold and the essence of heaven and earth. Little sister surmised correctly. You are indeed the direct disciple of the Father God. "Who left you such a significant treasure?" Emperor Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Calm. It is merely the Qinquan Rui armor. Did not old Pan leave you ancestral witches the Pangu Temple?" Lin Xiao teased. "Old Pan?" At this mention, the ancestral witches, including the Earth Mother, changed their expressions. Had these words been spoken by another, they would likely have rushed to confront him. Even Nuwa and Fushi displayed unusual expressions. "Haha. I was taken under the tutelage of my Master S. shortly after gaining sentience. Throughout the tens of thousands of years spent with my master, I have always referred to him affectionately as Old Pan. I apologize for the slip of the tongue," Lin Xiao explained, realizing he had nearly incited their wrath. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions now tinged with profound envy. Almost all beings in the primordial realm, save for a few reincarnated chaos deities, had some connection to Pangu. The 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors especially regarded themselves as the true lineage of Pangu, yet had never glimpsed the Father God's true visage. That Lin Xiao had spent tens of thousands of years in close proximity to the father goddess will, even affectionately calling him Old Pan, stirred both admiration and jealousy among the ancestral witches. Make haste to the Zixiao Palace. If you tarry too long, you may miss a splendid spectacle. Remember to secure the fourth of the 6 purple mats in the front row for Nuwa to sit upon. The rest of you may find a place to sit. Do not occupy the other 5 purple mats. Lin Xiao instructed as he noted their calmness. Why not seize all 6 mats? Even if we claim them all, we still have insufficient seats. We must leave one for the brother-in-law. Declare the most brash among the ancestral witches, Zhu. Indeed, indeed. When the time comes, we'll take over the first 2 rows. Who would dare show their teeth before us ancestral witches? Added another hot-headed fellow, Gong. While the others remained silent, they internally agreed with Zhu and Gong's suggestion, only refraining from voicing their opposition out of respect for Lin Xiao. They looked to him with inquiring eyes, awaiting his response. The 6 mats in the front row undoubtedly represented the best spots for listening to the Tao, and the primordial realm operates on the principle of the law of the jungle. The ancestral witches, in particular, have always adhered to the philosophy that strength is the ultimate truth. Indeed, given their combined strength, they might have a chance at occupying all 6 mats. Lin Xiao found himself with a headache, pondering how to explain the situation. Directly revealing that the 6 mats represented 6 sacred positions would only spur them to compete fiercely for them. Moreover, exposing the heavenly secrets could yield unpredictable consequences, possibly prompting Hongjun and the heavenly Tao to act prematurely and obliterate everyone present. Lin Xiao had considered using the Chaos Pearl to obscure the heavenly secrets, but the pearl had vital uses in his future plans and could not yet be revealed to the public eye. After a long deliberation, Lin Xiao finally explained, the 6 purple mats in the front row hold great significance that in fact, Hongjun has long made arrangements. Any slight alteration could influence the operation of the heavenly Tao and the course of history in the primordial realm. The first 3 mats are designated for the 3 pure ones. While the 4th mat rightfully belongs to Nuwa Da for the last 2, they are not of great importance. Lin Xiao paused, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Since the last 2 mats are not crucial, let us seize them. One for my little sister, and one for my brother-in-law. Zhu immediately interjected, and the crowd nodded in agreement, indicating their concurrence. Lin Xiao waved his hand and continued, do not rush. There is still a splendid spectacle to unfold with the last 2 cushions. As anticipated, they will be occupied by Kuanpeng and the amiable Hongyun. Yet they will merely take temporary seats. Kuanpeng and Hongyun will merely take temporary seats. Then who will ultimately claim them? Ponder the crowd. Kuanpeng and Hongyun are formidable entities in the primordial realm. And Kuanpeng, backed by the demon clan, has been courted by the brothers Dijuan and Tai on several occasions. During critical moments, he is likely to receive their support. As for Hongyun, he has the steadfast support of Zenyuanzi, making him a figure few dare to provoke. Could it be that they will ultimately yield to Dijuan and Zenyuanzi? Fushi questioned, perplexed by Lin Xiao's cryptic remarks. Indeed, Hongyun has relinquished his seat, but not to Zenyuanzi. Very well, the true spectacle shall commence thereafter. Revealing too much would spoil the intrigue. You may set forth. I shall arrive before the grand performance begins, Lin Xiao replied with a chuckle, after bidding farewell to Enhua and Hotu. Lin Xiao stood motionless on a rock that had just emerged from the sea, deep in contemplation. The time had come for his formal meeting with Hongjun. The Zixiao Palace would mark the commencement of their contest. Armed with memories from a previous life, Lin Xiao possessed profound insights into Hongjuan's intricate schemes, thus gaining a distinct advantage. However, Hongjun was cunning and shrewd, with numerous hidden cards. Throughout the annals of history Lin Xiao had traversed, none had been a formidable adversary capable of compelling Hongjun to reveal his hand. Moreover, Lin Xiao sensed that perhaps due to the butterfly effect of his transmigration, the current primordial realm diverged significantly from the one he had previously known. Enhua and Fushi, who were once aligned with the demon clan, now found themselves inexplicably closer to the shaman clan due to his influence. Before encountering the great Dao's marriage contract, he had never imagined that one of the 5 ancestors of the dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, would be a petite female dragon. The once dignified Hutu ancestor was now a quirky little girl, The ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Would Lin Xiao lead the denizens of the primordial realm to alter history and foster its development? Or would Hongjun gain absolute control, refining the primordial realm for his own ascendance, transcending the great Tao? Shaking off his tumultuous thoughts, Lin Xiao turned towards the elder of the Azure Dragon Clan, Aosheng, and murmured, "This little girl from the Azure Dragon dares to let her kin obstruct me. Let us see if I do not teach her a lesson." Deep beneath the eastern sea, Lin Xiao arrived at this location under the guidance of Elder Aosheng. Taoist Lin, just ahead lies the sacred abode of my Azure Dragon Clan, the Eastern Sea Dragon City, and the entrance to the sea is within this city. Shall we first take a moment to rest and adjust ourselves within the city? Aosheng suggested with a warm smile, extending his right hand towards the direction ahead, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he earnestly invited Lin Xiao. Upon hearing Aosheng's words, Lin Xiao immediately turned to follow his gesture. Instantly, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. Not far ahead stood an imposing and magnificent city, reminiscent of a slumbering giant beast. The city was grand and awe-inspiring. From a distance, its thick walls appeared as impenetrable as bronze and iron, adorned with numerous watchtowers and arrow slits, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. The city gates stood wide open, a broad, smooth avenue extending from the entrance into the distance. Flanking the avenue were various shops and buildings, bustling with life, exuding an atmosphere of prosperity. The entire city radiated an ancient and mysterious aura, evoking curiosity and longing in those who beheld. As Lin Xiao drew closer, he discerned the cultivation levels of the beings within the city. The Dragon Clan, once the dominant race during an era teeming with the Luo golden immortals, still retained considerable strength. To this day, 2 Hunyuan golden immortals resided within the city, alongside Elder Aosheng and the 4th elder he had captured, granting the Azure Dragon Clan 4 Hunyuan golden immortals. Furthermore, nearly 10 De Luo golden immortals and close to 100 Tai golden immortals thrived within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan ruled the 4 seas, while the White Dragon Clan of the Western Sea exuded pure sanctity like silver snow. The Red Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea burned with fierce intensity, and the Black Dragon Clan of the Northern Sea emanated a mysterious depth akin to the abyss. Surely, their strengths were comparable to that of the Azure Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon Clan boasted its ancestor, the Azure Dragon, whose might was as steadfast as Mount Tai. The White Dragon Clan had its ancestor, the Candle Dragon, whose radiance shone as brightly as the full moon. The Red Dragon Clan had its ancestor, the Shun Dragon, whose illusions were as enchanting as colorful clouds, and the Black Dragon Clan had its ancestor, the Black Dragon, whose presence was as vast as the ocean. These 4 ancestors were all at the pinnacle of Hunyuan golden immortal status, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky, infinitely close to the realm of sainthood. Lin Xiao gazed at Aosheng beside him, marveling at the depth of the Dragon Clan's heritage, likening it to the unfathomable depths of the endless ocean, far beyond the superficial grandeur of the 4 sea dragon palaces. Both Lin Xiao and Aosheng, possessing profound cultivation, swiftly entered Dragon City. Approaching them were a man and a woman. The woman donned a resplendent palace gown, while the man was tall and imposing, with a pair of dragon horns adorning his forehead, indicating their identities as the 2nd and 3rd elders of the Azure Dragon Clan. As they drew near, their gazes locked onto Lin Xiao with an intensity akin to that of predatory birds, their expressions revealing a complex mix of admiration, confusion, and a hint of resentment. "Elder brother, where are the 4th elder and the others?" The woman, with her delicate brows furrowed, inquired with a soft voice, having not seen the 4th elder and his companions. Elder Aosheng waved his arm as if to summon a tempest, releasing the 4th elder and the others, who tumbled to the ground like discarded rag dolls, appearing quite disheveled. Particularly, the 6th elder bore severe injuries. Without hundreds or thousands of years, he would likely struggle to recover fully. His pitiful state caused the towering man to furrow his brow, exclaiming, "Elder brother, did this brat inflict such harm upon the 6th elder? He seems merely at the peak of Tai. How could the 4th and 5th elders combined not be his match?" "Silence," Those three were arrogant and dismissive, especially the sixth elder, who rashly attacked Taoist Lin Xiao without provocation. Taoist Lin is a distinguished guest invited by our ancestor. Sparing his life is already showing mercy. Elder Ao Song reprimanded. Seeing Lin Xiao appear unfazed and unperturbed, he continued, Taoist Lin, allow me to introduce these two. This is our second elder, Ao Shui, and our third elder, Ao Lai. The third elder is known for his forthrightness. I hope you will be understanding. Lin Xiao smiled gently, gesturing that he bore no ill will, and then bowed respectfully to the two elders. I am Lin Xiao, honored to meet the second elder and the third elder. Your grace and poise are admirable. His tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding a dignified composure that, ha. Brother Lin is truly principled and straightforward, which resonates deeply with me. Welcome, Brother Lin, to our Eastern Sea Dragon City. Third elder Ao Lai laughed heartily. Second elder Ao Shui, her beautiful eyes glimmering, again scrutinized Lin Xiao, contemplating. This young man possesses exceptional cultivation. Even the combined efforts of the fourth and fifth elders are no match for him, yet he exudes no arrogance. His demeanor is calm and composed, treating others with respect while maintaining his own dignity. He is bound for greatness. Although our dragon clan appears prosperous and deep-rooted, we are beset with crises. Our kin are ensnared by karmic retribution, hindering their advancement, while other beings in the primordial realm are not bound by such limitations and will eventually surpass the dragon clan's development. We must strive to cultivate amicable relations with cultivators like Lin Xiao. The cataclysm of the Dragonhan calamity has long since passed. Yet even today, some among our clan remain ensnared by the remnants of past glories, languishing in complacency with no thought of progress, even exhibiting arrogance to an extreme. Even the elders are not immune to this behavior, let alone the ordinary clansmen. Elder Ao Song declared angrily, surveying the gathered crowd with a commanding gaze. His words resonated like thunder in the ears of every listener. Third elder, I entrust this matter to you. Root out those arrogant and ignorant individuals and teach them a lesson so they may learn what it means to have reverence. Ao Song turned to the third elder, issuing his command firmly. The third elder, upon hearing this, quickly bowed in acknowledgement. I shall heed your command, elder brother, and will ensure the matter is handled meticulously at this moment. Elder Ao Song turned to the second elder, saying, Sister, please escort Taoist Lin below to rest properly. Remember, ensure all courtesies are observed. Do not let any details be overlooked. Rest assured, elder brother, I understand the importance. The second elder replied confidently. The second elder smiled and nodded slightly, then turned to Lin Xiao, gesturing invitingly with his hand, and gently said, Friend Lin Xiao, please follow me. Lin Xiao, being an easygoing individual, chuckled and followed the second elder away from the place. However, the grand elder, Song, did not dare to show any signs of relaxation. He always kept in mind the transgressions committed by the fourth elder and the other two, never forgetting them. With a swift motion of his hand, he coldly commanded, You three, come with me. Go reflect on your actions in the CEI and truly contemplate your behavior. Should you dare to repeat the same mistakes, do not blame this elder for being merciless. Having said that, he marched toward the entrance of the CEI without looking back, while the fourth elder and the others followed behind with expressions of deep shame. After a night of rest, Lin Xiao greeted the new day with renewed vigor. The morning sun was gentle and warm, casting its light upon the ancient and mysterious city of East Sea Dragon City. Accompanied personally by the second elder, Ao Shui of the Qinglong clan, he slowly embarked on the path toward the altar within the city, preparing to enter the sea beneath the altar to meet the Qinglong. Initially, when the Grand Elder Ao Tsong had sent the fourth elder and the others to face punishment in the CI, Lin Xiao had contemplated joining them. On one hand, accompanying them would inevitably raise suspicions regarding his supervision of their punishment, which would not reflect well on him. On the other hand, he heeded the advice of the second elder, Lin Shui. The space within the sea was vast, akin to a small world. The area where the fourth elder and the others would be punished was merely on the outskirts of the CI, while the region where the ancestral Qinglong resided was at its center. The central area was fraught with peril and harsh conditions, making it inaccessible to the elders. Therefore, it was essential to be fully prepared and to adjust their states before venturing in. When they finally arrived at the magnificent altar, Lin Xiao was struck with awe at the sight before him. The altar spanned a vast area, roughly estimated to be over 1,000 square meters. It exuded an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence, as if it bore the weight of time and the hopes of countless ancestors. What drew the most attention were the 9 towering and vividly lifelike statues meticulously arranged according to the directions of the 9 palaces upon the altar. These statues depicted the legendary figures of the 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon. Each statue emanated a distinct aura, some exuding majesty and solemnity, while others radiated grace and ethereality, as if they possessed their own souls. They stood silently, vigilantly guarding this sacred place. The 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon each possessed unique traits. Lin Xiao recalled some legends regarding them from his past life. That it was said that dragons were inherently lustful, and the ancestral dragon fathered 9 sons with different races, each son possessing distinct personalities and preferences. The eldest, Xuanmen, was born of the ancestral dragon and a cow. He was gentle by nature, disliking violence, and fond of music. He had keen hearing and could discern various sounds of the world, often found squatting on the head of a zither, relishing the melodies. Thus, his image was commonly carved upon the heads of zither in later generations. The second, Yizi, was born of the ancestral dragon and a wolf. Known for his combative and brutal nature, he was the most ferocious among the dragon offspring. He was particularly vindictive, never forgetting a slight, leading to the saying that Yizi must repay. His likeness was typically carved onto weapons to enhance their intimidating power. The third, Chao Feng, was born of the ancestral dragon and a bird, and thus had an innate love for adventure and a penchant for heights. People would carve his image onto corners of palaces or houses to symbolize auspiciousness and authority, serving to ward off evil spirits and protect the home from harm. The fourth, Pu Lao, was born of the ancestral dragon and a toad. Pu Lao was timid by nature, yet had a booming voice. Despite being a dragon's son, he feared whales in the sea. If threatened by a whale, he would cry out in terror. This characteristic led to the practice of crafting Pu Lao into the handle of bronze bells with a mallet shaped like a whale, producing thunderous sounds during important ceremonies to express sincerity to the heavens. The fifth, Xuanmen, was born of the ancestral dragon and a lion. Xuanmen was gentle and preferred tranquility, often found seated and still, relishing incense. His image was typically carved onto Buddhist altars and incense burner legs that by the Ming and Qing dynasties. His likeness was frequently placed at doorways to ward off evil, protect the home, and attract good fortune. The sixth, Bai Shi, was born of the ancestral dragon and a tortoise. She was immensely strong and enjoyed carrying heavy burdens. In later generations, his image was often used as the base for stone tablets, symbolizing endurance through the ages and longevity. The seventh, Baiyan, was born of the ancestral dragon and a tiger. His appearance exuded righteousness and majesty, coupled with a strong sense of justice and discernment. As such, his likeness was often found at the gates of prisons and the main halls of government offices, embodying the solemnity of the law. Additionally, Baiyan symbolized the guardian of the common people. The eighth, Fu Shi, was the only offspring born of the ancestral dragon and another dragon. Resembling a dragon, the most Fu, she had a profound appreciation for artistic stone carvings, whether it be renowned poetry or intricately carved ancient inscriptions. He was irresistibly drawn to them. His image was often carved as decorative dragons alongside stone tablets, complementing the Bai Shi base in a grand display. The ninth, Qi Wen, was born of the ancestral dragon and a fish. Depicted with a dragon's head and a fish's body, he enjoyed standing at heights, gazing around, and had a penchant for swallowing flames. Being associated with water, Qi Wen was commonly placed atop roofs to prevent fires. Moreover, he symbolized the warding off of evil spirits and the protection of family safety and prosperity. The unique traits of the 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon perfectly countered the malevolent energies emanating from the entrance of the CI, which harbored emotions of anger, sorrow, jealousy, pain, despair, loneliness, indifference, and murderous intent. The Qinglong clan's successful suppression of that mysterious and potent force was attributed to the meticulously arranged 9-dragon locking array. This array, with its majestic 9 dragon statues as the core, firmly guarded the entrance to the sea beneath this ancient altar. It must be noted that the endless calamities and profound malevolence arising from the vast and boundless primordial world converged into the sea, like rivers flowing into the ocean. Subsequently, these terrifying powers underwent a miraculous transformation within the sea, becoming a surging and overwhelming aura of malevolence that swept toward the primordial continent. Despite the presence of the 4 venerable ancestors of the Dragon Clan personally stationed deep within the sea, exerting their utmost efforts to suppress it, a portion of the malevolence still surged forth from the entrance beneath the altar like a runaway wild horse. Consequently, the formidable 9-dragon locking array came into being. It served as an indomitable line of defense, staunchly blocking those malevolent energies that sought to break free and wreak havoc upon the world. Furthermore, every 1,000 years, when a long-accumulated malevolence erupted like a volcanic explosion, the elders of the Dragon Clan would step forward to personally wield this immensely powerful array, ensuring that the primordial land remained unharmed. Friend Lin Xiao, I have temporarily deactivated the 9-dragon locking array. Next, I shall open the gates to the CEI. However, I wonder if you are truly resolute in your decision to enter alone. I am somewhat concerned. Perhaps I should accompany you. The second elder, Aosheng, stood atop the ancient and mysterious altar, skillfully manipulating the intricate symbols and incantations. Once everything was in order, she turned to Lin Xiao with a worried expression and earnestly inquired. Lin Xiao, with a resolute demeanor, nodded slightly, indicating his firm determination, and then replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Aosheng, but I am sufficient for this journey alone. However, if you have any messages you wish to convey to your ancestors, feel free to speak." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's resolute response, Aosheng sighed in resignation and, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Very well, but do bear in mind that the sea is fraught with danger, and every step is perilous. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution that if you sense that the situation is dire, do not hesitate to shatter the transmission jade pendant I previously provided. It will transport you back to this altar in an instant. Our ancestral dragon hall is equipped with a sound transmission stone, allowing communication with ancestors far away. You can relay any matters directly through the sound transmission stone. To be honest, your solitary venture into such peril is quite unnecessary." Having said this, the second elder, Aosheng, ceased her words. She gracefully raised her slender hand, casting several peculiar gestures of incantation, and then called out, "Open," with a resounding thud akin to the roar of thunder. The once tightly closed gates of the sea slowly began to part. As the gap of the door gradually widened, a dim and profound passageway, suffused with an endless aura of malice, presented itself before him. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, clasped his fists in salute towards Aosheng, and declared in a resonant voice, "Thank you, Elder Aosheng, for your concern and reminder. Rest assured, I shall treasure this opportunity. Farewell, and I hope you take care." With that, he resolutely turned and stepped into the unknown corridor, his figure swiftly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Lin Xiao cautiously emerged from the narrow and shadowy passageway. A refreshing breeze met him, and the vista before him opened up like a grand gateway to a new world. The scene that unfolded was starkly different from the previous ethereal underwater realm he had traversed. Gazing upward, he beheld a sapphire sky, clear and pristine, with clouds as white as snow drifting languidly within. The vast expanse of land was adorned with rolling hills, majestic and awe-inspiring. Verdant forests blanketed the slopes. Brimming with life, crystal-clear streams babbled gently, their ripples dancing playfully. Amidst the grass, blossoms of myriad hues dotted the landscape, exuding delightful fragrances that enticed butterflies to flit gracefully and bees to buzz busily in search of nectar. Occasionally, the melodious songs of birds echoed from afar, enchanting all who listened. Yet this seemingly picturesque scene was not without its shadows. An oppressive aura of malice pervaded the air, casting an eerie pall over the entire space. Were it not for the omnipresent malignancy constantly reminding Lin Xiao, he might have genuinely mistaken this place for a secluded paradise, untouched by the woes of the world. Nevertheless, as Lin Xiao journeyed onward, he remained oblivious to any overt dangers lurking in the shadows. However, this did not mean he could afford to lower his guard. In truth, he was acutely aware of the latent threats that lay ahead. Despite appearing to possess only the peak cultivation level of a Tai Golden Immortal, his physical strength had already attained the level of a Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, with such formidable physical prowess. It was challenging for ordinary attacks to inflict substantial harm upon him. Yet, even so, Lin Xiao dared not indulge in complacency or carelessness. After all, every entity in the world has its vulnerabilities. Even though his body was seemingly indestructible, there existed mysterious forces capable of penetrating his defenses and directly harming his primordial spirit. Thus, as he ventured through this realm of uncertainty, Lin Xiao must remain ever vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. With measured and cautious steps, Lin Xiao advanced toward the heart of this enigmatic and perilous world of the CEI, each footfall akin to treading upon thin ice, where a moment's inattention could lead to an irreversible abyss. As he delved deeper into this domain, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly bizarre and treacherous. Initially, he encountered only a few small creatures. However, gradually, colossal beasts of astounding size began to emerge within his line of sight. A serpent as thick as a water barrel slithered past from the nearby underbrush, its glistening fangs radiating a chilling menace. A tiger, the size of a calf, glared at Lin Xiao with eyes as large as bronze bells, emitting low growls, and a monstrous bird, its wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun, circled overhead, its sharp talons poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. All these creatures exhibited an undeniable ferocity, while Lin Xiao's formidable physical strength rendered them incapable of inflicting significant damage upon him for the time being. He soon discovered, after a fierce battle, that these seemingly fierce beasts were far from ordinary. They were, in fact, manifestations of various negative emotions. Upon vanquishing them, the negative emotions did not dissipate, but instead, like phantoms, infiltrated his primordial spirit, imparting various adverse effects upon him. Thus, Lin Xiao continued his journey, slaying the beasts born of negative emotions as he pressed toward the heart of this realm. Along the way, creatures formed from negative sentiments leaped out from the shadows, claws bared, lunging toward him. Yet, Lin Xiao faced this onslaught without a trace of fear, wielding the Xianbing divine sword bestowed upon him by the fifth elder of the Azure Dragon Clan, with precision and grace. Each strike finding its mark, as he drew closer to the center, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy and oppressive. The once sparse beasts became denser and more formidable. These creatures varied in form, some massive like hills, while others moved with the speed of lightning, and some could unleash torrents of flames or icy winds. Regardless of their ferocity, Lin Xiao maintained his composure, employing his exceptional swordsmanship and agility to navigate through perilous encounters with ease. Throughout this arduous journey, Lin Xiao lost count of the number of beasts he had slain. The prolonged exposure to negative emotions and the relentless carnage gradually altered his state of mind. He felt an uncontrollable desire for slaughter rising within him, intensifying with each passing moment. Soon, a peculiar red light began to glimmer in his eyes, as if he had succumbed to a frenzied state. Fortunately, the protection granted by the Pangu god's merit allowed him to preserve clarity amidst the chaos of bloodshed. However, this relentless slaughter was not entirely without merit. Amidst the horrific carnage, the seed within him that represented the principles of slaughter began to sprout tender green shoots, indicating robust growth. As time progressed and his battle experience accumulated, Lin Xiao grew increasingly adept at wielding the principles of slaughter. This principle had now become one of the powerful forces under his control, second only to the indomitable and unparalleled principle of strength. At the heart of the sea, a magnificent palace stood majestically, exuding a solemn and grand aura. The entire structure shimmered with resplendent brilliance, as if crafted from the most precious gems and jade of the world. Above the palace hung a massive plaque, inscribed with the words Azure Dragon Palace in a bold and vigorous script. each character radiating a daunting pressure that inspired profound reverence that a figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, raced toward the palace. Lin Xiao, drenched in blood after a fierce battle against countless beasts born of negative emotions. His eyes remained sharp as a blade, reflecting an unquenchable thirst for vengeance and resolution. In his grasp was the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, still dripping with blood as he left a trail of carnage in his wake. Throughout this journey, Lin Xiao faced numerous trials. Upon realizing that the exhilarating slaughter could enhance his mastery of the principle of slaughter and foster the growth of the corresponding seed, he relinquished the notion of employing his most powerful weapon, the Honghuang measuring ruler, and refrained from utilizing any spells or divine abilities. Instead, he opted for the exhilarating proximity of hand-to-hand combat, wielding only the Xianbing divine sword acquired from the fourth elder of the Azure Dragon Clan. Among the most perilous encounters was the fearsome beast tide that a horde of monstrous creatures surged toward him like a relentless tide, a sight terrifying enough to instill dread in any heart. Confronted with such peril, Lin Xiao did not flinch. He decisively sheathed the increasingly unwieldy Xianbing divine sword and brandished the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, unleashing an unparalleled aura of dominance as he charged into the fray, cleaving left and right, forging a bloody path through the chaos. Yet, just as Lin Xiao thought he could finally catch his breath, three powerful presences suddenly blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that three formidable creatures, each at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal, quasi-saint realm, stood in his way. Each of these beasts was massive, their features grotesque, exuding an aura of terror that was palpable. Lin Xiao understood that this battle would be exceptionally arduous. Yet he bore no fear as he brandished his blade and charged toward the trio. The fierce clash ensued, with flashes of blades and the surging waves of energy creating a dynamic battlefield. After a grueling and intense struggle, Lin Xiao, through sheer will and exceptional skill, ultimately triumphed over each of these formidable creatures. Standing before the majestic Azure Dragon Palace, Lin Xiao slowly lifted his gaze. Fixated on the imposing structure, he took a deep breath, as if to draw in the very essence of the surroundings. As his breath steadied, the once brilliant red glow in his eyes gradually faded, returning to clarity as the unsettling radiance dissipated. With a thought, the turbulent spiritual energy within him began to flow, and in an instant, a formidable power surged forth from within, enveloping his entire being. All that remained were the splotches of blood that stained his form, melting away under the blazing sun like snowflakes, evaporating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Concurrently, the mystical armor that had long protected him began to undergo a remarkable transformation. It moved as if it possessed a life of its own, shifting and reshaping until it finally transformed into a long robe as pure and white as freshly fallen snow. The robe, light and smooth in texture, floated like clouds at the horizon, adorned with faintly shimmering mysterious runes. At this moment, Lin Xiao stood tall and regal like a pine, his visage handsome as jade. A subtle smile curved his lips, exuding an aura of transcendental elegance that was utterly captivating, reminiscent of a jade figure amidst a field of flowers. With a demeanor unmatched in the realm, Lin Xiao's lips lifted slightly, sketching a smile that was almost ethereal. He elegantly raised his long legs, confidently ascending the broad and towering steps before the Azure Dragon Hall. Each stride seemed to carry an invisible force and assurance. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his essence to his dantian and bellowed with fervor. "Azure Dragon, my dear, I have arrived. Come forth and greet me." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the expanse of the Azure Dragon Hall. Inside the hall, a colossal azure dragon, measuring over 1,000 feet in length, lay curled in slumber at the center of the grand chamber. Its massive form nearly occupied half the hall, eyes tightly shut, emitting soft snores, clearly in a deep sleep. However, Lin Xiao's thunderous call pierced through the thick walls and the ears of the sleeping dragon with ease. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar reverberated, and the once slumbering dragon slowly lifted its immense head. Its eyes opened, revealing iridescent orbs that gleamed with fierce light, locking onto Lin Xiao outside the hall. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, expressing a sentiment akin to encountering a ghost. After a brief moment of shock, a brilliant azure light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the enormous dragon vanished without a trace. And instead emerged a beautiful maiden clad in azure, gracefully stepping out from the hall, drawing near to Lin Xiao with delicate strides. "You truly came? What of those 3 rascals outside?" she asked in astonishment. "I dealt with them," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. "You killed them? A pinnacle tai like you vanquished 3 sub-saints?" The maiden questioned incredulously. "Sub-saints? Ah, I see. They were half a foot in the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Regardless of their status, if they're not saints, I can slay them as easily as one would a dog." "What? Do you doubt my strength, my dear Azure Dragon?" Lin Xiao remarked, unfazed. "Do not call me Azure Dragon. My name is Aosheng. You may call me Sister Xiang, but refrain from addressing me as your dear until I have consented." The Azure Dragon Maiden, Aosheng, retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. "Aosheng. What a splendid name. Like a flower blooming amidst the snow, noble and ethereal. Are you not going to invite your husband in for a chat?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Aosheng's exquisite face flushed slightly before returning to its previous composure. She parted her lips gently. "Come in." With that, she gracefully stepped aside, creating a passageway, and raised her hand, gesturing in invitation. Then, with a casual wave of her delicate hand, a beautifully carved table exuding a faint aura appeared in the previously sparse hall, adorned with an exquisite tea set and a petite teapot. Observing this scene, Lin Xiao could not help but marvel at Aosheng's remarkable abilities. That he stepped into the hall and, at her behest, settled onto a soft cushion. Once he was seated, Aosheng moved with elegance, taking her place opposite him, gracefully lowering herself onto a cushion. With poise and skill, she lifted the teapot, pouring clear spring water into the teacups. As the water cascaded, an invigorating aroma filled the air. Aosheng then deftly manipulated the tea set, each movement exuding tranquility, as if she were performing an artful ballet. Lin Xiao elegantly lifted the exquisite jade cup before him, cautiously bringing it close to his nose for a delicate sniff. A refreshing fragrance enveloped him, revitalizing his spirit. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank deeply, savoring the warm tea as it flowed down his throat, nourishing his very being. After finishing, Lin Xiao could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "What an exquisite tea! Its fragrance is delightful, and its flavor rich, truly a superior brew." Hearing his praise, Aosheng's lips curled into a captivating smile. She reached for the teapot once more, gently refilling Lin Xiao's empty cup with a fragrant tea. Once she had finished, she spoke, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's. 3,000 years ago, when I awoke from my long slumber, I unexpectedly discovered that I had been bound to you by the fate of the great Tao. Initially, I held little expectation for this sudden bond. After all, after enduring the vicissitudes of countless ages, my heart had long been still. However, shortly after our fateful connection, an unforeseen miracle occurred. The entangled karmic ties that had plagued me, akin to a stubborn affliction, were resolved by 80% in a remarkably brief period. This astonished and delighted me immensely. I once thought this bond was merely a whimsical arrangement by destiny. Yet when I received news of your remarkable feats upon the Eastern Sea, defeating the 4 elders and other formidable foes, my long-dormant heart began to stir. In that moment, I realized that perhaps you are the pivotal figure destined to help our dragon clan reclaim its former glory and ascend once more onto the grand stage of the primordial world. As for whether you can aid our dragon clan in restoring its former splendor, truth be told, I am uncertain and not particularly concerned. For the entirety of the dragon clan, the only one I truly care for is you alone. Ever since I set foot in this Azure Dragon Hall, I have been overcome by an inexplicable sensation. If I am not mistaken, this hall was likely not constructed by your own hand. Was it? Lin Xiao furrowed his sharp brows, his expression grave as he spoke earnestly. Aosheng was taken aback by Lin Xiao's acute perception of the surroundings and subtle changes, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Hesitation flickered in her eyes, as if she were grappling with an internal struggle. Finally, as if she had made a momentous decision, she slowly opened her mouth, her voice heavy with the weight of history. Recalling that cataclysmic Dragon Han calamity, its brutality remains vivid in my memory. In the aftermath of the battle, my valiant older brother and the invincible primordial Qilin perished heroically, leaving only Yuanfeng, who miraculously survived thanks to her unique ability of rebirth through nirvana. Yet, even she bore severe injuries, her essence wounded, struggling to maintain her existence in this world. I speak, my eyes well with tears, recalling the painful memories that surge forth once more. Our dragon clan faced a far more tragic fate. The lineage of the Ancestor dragon was utterly annihilated, without exception. Those few who survived were ensnared by endless karmic ties, enduring relentless torment in a desperate bid to preserve the last embers of our dragon lineage. I, alongside Zhulong, Heilong, and Shunlong, had no choice but to vow before the Heavenly Tao to eternally guard the four seas in their eyes. Hoping to alleviate the burdensome karmic ties upon our Ning Xiao sighed deeply, continuing her tale. The moment my vow to the Heavenly Tao was solemnly enacted, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped me, transporting me to this magnificent yet profoundly lonely palace. As time passed, I came to realize a startling truth. It is not we who truly suppress the sea's eye, but rather this seemingly majestic palace. And I am merely a pitiful prisoner within a cage set by the unseen Heavenly Tao. Perhaps Ning Xiao had indeed spent far too long in the cold isolation of the Azure Dragon Hall. In her solitude, she had only her own shadow and the vast silence for company. Yet now, with Lin Xiao as a confidant, he shone like a beacon of light in her darkness, awakening her long-dormant heart. Thus, her words flowed forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, as if she sought to unburden the myriad emotions that had long been suppressed within her heart. Lin Xiao sat quietly upon a soft mat, gently cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea, occasionally taking delicate sips. His deep, penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Ning Xiao, attentively listening to her every word, every syllable. The room was suffused with a tranquil and harmonious ambience, with only Ning Xiao's gentle voice echoing in the air. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, when Ning Xiao ceased her narration, Lin Xiao rose slowly to his feet. With measured steps, he traversed the dimly lit space and approached Ning Xiao's side. Without hesitation, he extended his arms, enveloping her in a fierce yet tender embrace. He then lowered his head slightly, leaning close to her ear, and softly murmured, "Since this Qinglong Hall is suppressing the sea, your remaining here holds no significance. Fear not, for today I shall surely take you back to the Honghuang continent. If I can single-handedly breach this place, I can undoubtedly lead you out of peril." Lin Xiao's sudden embrace sent Ning Xiao into a flurry of confusion. Instinctively, she struggled to free herself from his hold. However, after but a brief moment of resistance, she seemed to succumb to an enchantment. Nestling obediently against Lin Xiao's broad and warm chest, in that moment, she resembled a gentle creature, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, as she murmured in a tone tinged with sorrow, "It's not as simple as you say. I cannot leave this palace unless what?" Lin Xiao eagerly pressed for clarification. "Unless one of us breaks through to the level of Hunyuan Da Luo, Jingxian." Ning Xiao began, but her words were abruptly cut off by Lin Xiao, who boldly gestured with a flourish and declared, "Is that all? Your husband has already attained the Hunyuan Da Luo in physical form. Watch how I shatter this damned heavenly Tao prison." Before his words had fully settled, he drew forth the Hongmeng Liangtun ruler from his waist, its aura radiating boundless pressure, as if it were poised to rend the very heavens asunder. That moment, Ning Xiao let out a terrified scream. No. Her face was etched with panic as she swiftly appeared before Lin Xiao, reaching out to halt his impulsive actions. "You are being too rash. I have not yet finished speaking," Ning Xiao exclaimed. Trembling slightly, having managed to prevent Lin Xiao from executing his reckless plan to destroy the Qinglong Hall, her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. "What is it? Am I mistaken?" If the Qinglong Hall serves as a prison crafted by the heavenly Tao to confine you, why should I not destroy it? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he detected a note of reproach in Ningxiang's words. Stirring a sense of discontent within him, he had merely wished to aid her in escaping her plight, yet here he was, faced with such admonishment, which was sure to provoke his ire, with a serious countenance. Ningxiang replied, the Qinglong Hall is not merely a prison for me. Its primary function is to suppress the terrifying destructive forces of the CEI, until we discover another means to effectively contain the CEI. We cannot afford even the slightest misstep. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart jolted in alarm, a cold sweat instantly breaking out upon him. He inwardly admonished himself for nearly committing an irreparable blunder. For if the Qinglong Hall were to be destroyed now, the boundless destructive forces contained within the Eastern Sea would be unleashed. Should such malevolence erupt, its impact would surely devastate a significant portion of the Honghuang realm. In that eventuality, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be branded as a historical villain throughout the ages. The overwhelming karmic retribution that would descend upon him would be insurmountable, even with the merits of Pangu's legacy within him. Realizing this, Lin Xiao's face turned pale with guilt, and he earnestly confessed to Ningxiang, I sincerely apologize. It was my impulsiveness that led me to overlook the critical issue of the Qinglong Hall's role in suppressing the CEI. Seeing that Lin Xiao had recognized his mistake and his demeanor was sincere, Ningxiang gently shook her head and comforted him softly. It matters not. Your concern for my safety prompted such actions. As the saying goes, worry begets chaos. Other means to suppress the CEI. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, he recalled the legends and stories about the CEI from his previous life. It was said that only during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, when the last human sovereign, Diu, ascended to the throne, was a definitive solution found for the CEI's karmic afflictions. During his efforts to control the floods, Diu had employed 4 extraordinary rods: the Dinghai Shinjin, the Sheen Iron Rod, the Blood-Melting Bin Iron Rod, and the Earth Core Divine Source Iron. Once the floods subsided, he placed these rods at the 4 CEIs, successfully subduing the long rampant calamities. However, Lin Xiao was puzzled by the stark differences between the current Honghuang world and the one he remembered. He recalled watching the television adaptation of Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong effortlessly retrieved the Dinghai Shenjin from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Back then, the CEI appeared merely as a large well. But now, it resembled an expansive world unto itself. Such a colossal transformation stirred doubts within him. Could that artifact, merely a postnatal treasure of merit, still effectively stabilize this turbulent CEI? With a deep sigh, Lin Xiao felt the weight of uncertainty and challenges ahead. What troubles you? Ningxiang, observing Lin Xiao's silence and furrowed brow, grew anxious, fearing he was still upset by her earlier rebuke, and cautiously inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I was contemplating whether there might be other methods to extricate you without destroying the Qinglong Hall. At this point, Lin Xiao was struck by a sudden revelation, as if a light had dawned upon him. He slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, Aha! How could I have forgotten it? With it, I can navigate this predicament and easily lead you out. Who is it? What do you mean by navigating this predicament? Ningxiang found herself bewildered by Lin Xiao's sudden exclamations, utterly perplexed. How could I have neglected the importance of the Chaos Pearl? Lin Xiao exclaimed. The Chaos Pearl can obscure the heavenly secrets. As long as you enter the Chaos Pearl, I can discreetly take you out. This is precisely what I mean by navigating the predicament. He produced a verdant pearl, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. The Chaos Pearl, a legendary treasure said to obscure heavenly secrets, containing an entire chaotic universe capable of manifesting 3,000 great worlds. How could it be in your possession? Ningxiang's face lit up with astonishment, her eyes glimmering with envy as she gasped. Indeed, with this, you can surely feel at ease to leave with me, right? Lin Xiao inquired, his countenance brightening with joy as the solution seemed to unfold. I cannot leave just yet, Ningxiang replied thoughtfully after a moment of consideration. Why not? Lin Xiao asked, perplexed. Due to the oath I made to the heavenly Tao, Even if I could leave, I cannot appear openly within the Honghuang. I must either resolve the CI's karmic issues entirely, or we must both attain the Hunyuan Dao and defy the Heavenly Dao. Otherwise, I cannot free myself, Aosheng patiently explained, upon hearing her words. Lin Xiao fell silent, as if struck by lightning, pondering that one must not rush into matters. Then, Aosheng gently waved her hand, and amidst a flicker of light, an object of peculiar shape, reminiscent of a modern sofa, materialized before them. Its surface was intricately engraved with 5 distinct, lifelike dragons, each appearing as if they might leap forth at any moment. Xiang gazed upon this artifact and slowly addressed Lin Xiao. I hope you can take this with you. Her eyes reflected a mix of hope and seriousness. Lin Xiao regarded the suddenly appearing object with skepticism, questioning, "What is this? Why must I take it with me?" Taking a deep breath, Aosheng explained earnestly, "This is the supreme treasure of my dragon clan. The dragon nest of IT is this nest that nurtured my 5 siblings and me." Her voice was imbued with reverence for the dragon nest. "I see, this is the legendary innate treasure, the dragon nest," Lin Xiao realized. Marveling at the revelation, he leaned in closer, eager to observe the enigmatic dragon nest from a near vantage point. The entire nest resembled an exceedingly spacious and comfortable chair. At the apex of the backrest lay a magnificent golden dragon, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty with its bared fangs and claws, its whiskers billowing in the air. Coiled in the middle of the backrest was a lithe azure dragon, its scales shimmering with a mystical azure glow. On the left armrest, a meticulously carved black and white dragon graced the surface, elongated and elegant, emanating a sense of tranquility, while on the right armrest lounged a dragon with golden scales and a crimson mane, its languid posture and dreamy gaze imparting an ethereal quality. Finally, at the base of the chair, a colossal black dragon, as dark as ink, coiled there like an immovable mountain. The entire dragon nest appeared akin to a grand chair. And the azure dragon at the center of the backrest seemed to represent you, did it not? Lin Xiao observed the dragon nest for a long while before lifting his gaze to ask Aosheng. Indeed, this dragon nest is also known as the Supreme Dragon Throne. The golden dragon atop the backrest is my elder brother, the Ancestor dragon. On the left armrest is the 3rd brother, the Candle Dragon. On the right armrest is the 4th brother, the Mirage Dragon. And at the base is the 5th brother, the Black Dragon. Aosheng patiently elucidated. I believe the Supreme Dragon Throne must truly be the rightful name of this treasure. Given its significance to the Dragon Clan, why must I take it away? Lin Xiao pondered with a hint of confusion. Examine the interior of the dragon nest more closely, Aosheng suggested, sidestepping Lin Xiao's inquiry. This, a golden dragon egg. Could it be that the Ancestor dragon yet lives? Or has this nest given rise to another dragon ancestor? Wait. No. This egg does not belong to the first generation of dragon ancestors, and its essence is flawed, tainted by malevolent energy. Lin Xiao was initially taken aback, only to overturn his previous assumptions. Aosheng's beautiful and profound eyes remained fixed on every subtle change in Lin Xiao's expression, a trace of melancholy gracing her exquisite visage as she slowly parted her lips to speak. This dragon egg is the sole bloodline left by my elder brother in this world, his only offspring. Over countless eons, I have attempted innumerable methods and techniques, yet none have succeeded in hatching IT in recent years, as the malevolent energy here has intensified and increasingly encroached upon it. The egg has become further tainted. Thus, I have conceived a notion, hoping you might take it away from this place. If one day you manage to hatch it successfully, then let it become your exclusive steed. You have failed to hatch it for hundreds of thousands of years. What hope do I have? Lin Xiao sighed, his expression laden with bitterness and helplessness. Beside him, Aosheng furrowed her delicate brows, an expression of distress adorning her face as she gently replied, "It's not that there is no way. It's just that achieving it is exceedingly arduous." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and he eagerly pressed, "What method? Speak swiftly. No matter how difficult, if there is even a sliver of hope, I shall endeavor to try." After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Xiang softly stated, "First, we must find a way to restore its essence, which necessitates the blood of a chaos divine demon. However, such blood can only be provided by a true chaos divine demon body. Even figures like Hongjun and Liu are merely chaos divine demons reborn in the Honghuang world. A genuine chaos divine demon body does not exist. Furthermore, we must completely eradicate the malevolent energy that has tainted it, requiring an immense amount of merit to achieve. At this juncture, Ning Xiang shook her head. Her face etched with profound concern. Is it truly that straightforward? Lin Xiao's gloom dissipated instantly upon hearing Ning Xiang's proposal, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement. What did you say? Ning Xiang questioned, unable to believe her ears. She stared incredulously at the man before her, as though he were a stranger. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and replied, her voice quavering, "Do you understand how precious merit is? Even a mere thread is a rare treasure. Exceedingly difficult to obtain, the quantity of merit we require is nothing short of colossal. And as for the blood of a chaos divine demon, it is nearly extinct in today's world. Finding it is akin to ascending to the heavens. With such arduous conditions laid before us, you dare to say it is simple. Ha ha ha. When I say simple, I mean simple, it not merely merit and divine demon blood. Those are two things your husband has in abundance. I can procure as much as necessary." With the problem resolved, Lin Xiao was in high spirits, once again becoming rather loquacious. "Are you serious? Do you truly possess these two items?" Ning Xiang could hardly believe her ears. Her voice hoarse with excitement. "Of course. Look at this." With a slight mental command, a low, resonant hum echoed as the merit golden wheel, forged from the merit bestowed by the Pangu deity, gradually manifested behind him. Upon witnessing the merit golden wheel, adorned with shimmering, mysterious symbols radiating brilliant light, one could sense the boundless secrets and power it contained. Soon after, a second merit golden wheel appeared, its dazzling golden light akin to the rising sun. Then the third and fourth merit golden wheels materialized in succession, each larger and more resplendent than the last. Intertwining to form an immense purple-gold halo, the radiant golden light immediately pierced through the walls of the Azure Dragon Palace. Spreading outward in all directions, the malevolent energy throughout the entire CI world rapidly dissolved before this formidable golden light, akin to a nemesis. The bloody stench and malevolent energy that once pervaded the air were completely banished, replaced by an aura of peace and tranquility. In areas Lin Xiao had never ventured, the monstrous creatures born of negative emotions were now fleeing in terror. Yet, no matter how they attempted to escape, if illuminated by the golden light emitted by the merit golden wheel, they would be instantly purified into nothingness. These once dominant creatures appeared so minuscule and fragile in the face of the grand merit. Even the magnificent Azure Dragon Palace seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the merit golden wheel, beginning to tremble slightly. The furnishings within the palace shook violently, emitting creaking sounds as if they might collapse at any moment. Ning Xiang stood nearby, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at the merit golden wheel behind Lin Xiao, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She extended a trembling finger toward the grand purple-gold halo. Stuttering, "This is the legendary merit golden wheel, condensed from the merit of the great Tao. I can't be dreaming, can I?" The dazzling, mysterious, and imposing merit golden wheel was a novelty for Lin Xiao. Having never summoned it before, he was utterly stunned by the breathtaking spectacle before him, inwardly reflecting, "Goodness, I had no idea this could create such a grand display. Truly beyond imagination. Had I known the merit golden wheel possessed such terrifying power, I would not have endured the hardships of travel to arrive here. How pointless that would have been." With this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, a wry smile gracing his face. As the merit golden wheel continued to operate, the dense malevolent energy that had once enveloped the dragon egg gradually dissipated without a trace. Upon witnessing this, Ning Xiang hastily urged, "All right, the malevolent energy within the dragon egg has been thoroughly cleansed. Quickly retract your precious merit golden wheel. If you delay any longer, The Azure Dragon Palace may be reduced to ruins. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a merit golden wheel condensed from the Great Tao's merit. With it, you could traverse even the vast expanse of the Honghuang world, rendering the heavenly Tao powerless against you. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes shimmered with unmasked envy. Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention Great Tao merit twice, Lin Xiao felt a surge of curiosity and furrowed his brows in confusion, asking, "Wait, are there different types of merit? Why do you keep mentioning Great Tao merit?" Lin Xiao appeared taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Lin Xiao would be unaware of such fundamental knowledge. She merely pursed her lips and spoke with a hint of acidity. "Humph, how can one be so utterly ignorant of even the most fundamental matters? I truly fail to comprehend how your profound cultivation and this immeasurably precious merit of the Great Tao came to be. Since the inception of my consciousness, I have been taken as a disciple by the will of the great Pangu, diligently following my master in secluded meditation atop the uncanny mountain until recently when I descended. This merit golden wheel is a condensation of the primordial merit left to me by Master Pangu. It was only upon your remark about needing merit to hatch the dragon egg that I remembered. Today is the first time I have summoned it," Lin Xiao replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. He spoke of his journey through time as the birth of his consciousness, while the identity of the traveler remained his most closely guarded secret, akin to a rare treasure that he could not reveal to anyone. Subsequently, Aosheng took it upon herself to elucidate the fundamentals of merit to Lin Xiao. Merit is divided into Heavenly Tao merit and Great Tao merit, with the latter being considerably rarer in terms of conversion. The ratio of Great Tao merit to Heavenly Tao merit is approximately 1:10,000. The manifestation of Heavenly Tao merit is golden, while that of Great Tao merit is a resplendent purple gold. Heavenly Tao merit is not constant and can be offset by karmic retribution. In contrast, Great Tao merit is eternal and can nullify karmic retribution without being negated. The primordial merit of creation that Lin Xiao possesses is indeed Great Tao merit, which will never vanish as long as he does not recklessly seek to obliterate the primordial chaos. Once Ning observed that Lin Xiao had grasped the essentials of merit, she eagerly inquired, "Now that we have resolved the issue of merit, what about your primordial divine demon blood? It's quite simple. I am filled with it. Just bring a knife, and you can take as much as you need." Lin Xiao replied half-jokingly, "You want me to take your blood?" Ning thought he was jesting, unsure how to respond. Indeed, this body of mine was meticulously cultivated by my master, who gathered the essence blood of 3,000 primordial divine demons, thus reaching the pinnacle of primordial divine demon status. Lin Xiao stated with utmost seriousness. Only Pangu himself could have made such an astonishing endeavor. It is truly enviable that you have such a remarkable master. You merely need to sprinkle a few drops of your essence blood upon the dragon egg. There is no need for a knife, Ning said, her earlier astonishment now rendering her somewhat numb. With a grave expression, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and channeled his entire magical essence to his fingertips. With a forceful motion, his magical power pierced through his finger like a sharp blade. Crimson blood flowed forth, and he quickly positioned his finger above the dragon egg in the nest, carefully coaxing his essence blood to drip onto it, drop by drop. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Each droplet seemed to carry boundless vitality and mysterious power. Merging into the seemingly unremarkable dragon egg, suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once dull and lifeless egg radiated with a resplendent golden light, illuminating the entire dragon nest. Then, with a crisp crack, a fine fissure appeared on the surface of the incredibly hard eggshell. This sudden change excited Ning, causing her to stand up in exhilaration, her beautiful eyes fixated on the egg that was about to break free, not daring to blink. Observing Lin Xiao as he continued to coax his essence blood onto the egg, she quickly urged, "Enough, do not drip anymore. The little one is about to be born." Indeed, as soon as the words left her lips, a petite paw slowly emerged from the crack in the eggshell. This tiny paw appeared cute and delicate, yet contained a remarkable strength. After a few laborious attempts to pry open the fissure, it finally succeeded in creating a slightly larger opening. Subsequently, a round little head peeked out from this opening, adorned with a pair of watery, adorable eyes that sparkled with clarity and liveliness. The little creature curiously gazed out of the dragon nest. When it caught sight of Lin Xiao and Aosheng, it paused for a moment, then stared at them intently for a considerable time. Next, as if feeling hungry, it opened its mouth and unhesitatingly began to nibble at the eggshell beside it, despite its diminutive size. This little creature had quite the appetite. Before long, the thick eggshell had been completely devoured. As the last morsel of shell disappeared, the little golden dragon soared out of the nest, a burst of golden radiance erupting from its form. In the blink of an eye, the tiny golden dragon, which had only been the size of a palm, began to grow rapidly, lengthening an astonishing pace. In a brief moment, the little golden dragon transformed into a massive golden dragon stretching 100 feet long. Its body covered in a dazzling layer of scales that shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Each scale appeared as if meticulously crafted, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring majesty. The enormous dragon body spiraled and soared within the Azure Dragon Hall, stirring up gusts of wind that echoed throughout the entire chamber. The little golden dragon joyfully circled around the hall for a while before morphing into a golden-robed youth who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Landing gracefully before Lin Xiao and Aosheng, the youth was exceptionally handsome, with sharp brows and starry eyes, a face as flawless as jade, lips as red as cherries, and teeth as white as snow. A pair of delicate, translucent horns adorned his forehead, subtly indicating his noble dragon lineage. His eyes resembled clear lakes, glistening with vitality, sparkling like the stars in the night sky. This moment, the strikingly handsome youth was gazing intently at Lin Xiao and Aosheng, before suddenly kneeling down, respectfully bowing his head and proclaiming, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father. I pay my respects to my aunt." Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Questioning, "What did you just call me?" The golden dragon youth lifted his head, his large, watery eyes blinking earnestly at Lin Xiao, and replied sincerely, "The 4 layers of bloodline within me all originate from your essence blood. Thus, it is only natural that I should address you as adoptive father." Initially taken aback, Lin Xiao soon burst into hearty laughter, nodding repeatedly. "Very well. Adoptive father is indeed an apt title. Moreover, you possess profound cultivation at the early stage of golden immortal right from birth. Your talent is truly exceptional and astonishing that in light of this, I shall bestow upon you the name Aosheng, as the sole bloodline of the Royal Dragon Clan. You carry a heavy responsibility. I hope you will one day lead our dragon kin to renewed prosperity and restore our former glory." Aosheng, too, felt elated at this moment, smiling and nodding in agreement. Then, with a serious tone, she advised Aosheng, "From now on, you shall follow your adoptive father and devote yourself to cultivation, assisting him in his endeavors, which will greatly benefit your training." Aosheng, displaying a demeanor of obedience, once again knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, adoptive father, for bestowing upon me such a significant name. Aunt, please rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly serve as my adoptive father's steed, diligently pursue my cultivation day and night, and strive to lead our dragon kin to rise once more, showcasing our former unparalleled brilliance." As Aosheng's somewhat youthful yet resounding words gradually faded, the dragon nest, which had nearly been forgotten by those present, seemingly responded to Aosheng's bold declaration, suddenly erupting in a dazzling brilliance. In an instant, it transformed into a magnificent stream of light, rushing toward Lin Xiao with incredible speed. The suddenness of the event caught even Lin Xiao off guard, leaving him no time to react as the stream of light surged into his body and vanished without a trace. Aosheng was the first to notice this abrupt change, her beautiful eyes fixating on Lin Xiao with concern and worry, urgently questioning, "What just happened? How could the dragon nest vanish so suddenly? Why did it attack you so abruptly? How do you feel now? Were you harmed in any way?" Lin Xiao meticulously examined himself, finding no abnormalities. However, upon inspecting his primordial spirit, he discovered an additional artifact floating amidst his collection. Previously, Lin Xiao's primordial spirit had housed 6 artifacts, arranged in order of rank: the Primordial Infinite Tower, the Chaos Pearl, the Primordial Measuring Ruler, the Karma Destiny Blade, the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, and the Profound Ice Divine Sword. Yet now, the Dragon Clan's treasure dragon nest, or the Supreme Dragon Throne, had suddenly appeared, displacing the Primordial Measuring Ruler, which was now positioned after the Chaos Pearl. Lin Xiao mused, "This is quite a predicament. How did the dragon nest become my artifact? In the territory of the Dragon Clan. In front of their ancestors, I have seized their supreme treasure. How can I possibly explain this?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's concerned inquiry, Lin Xiao's face immediately wore an expression of helpless amusement. With a wry smile, he replied, "Please do not rush. Allow me to explain at my own pace. I truly have no idea why this enigmatic dragon nest has inexplicably burrowed into my primordial spirit's purple mansion." After speaking, Lin Xiao summoned the dragon nest from his purple mansion to substantiate his claim of having no ulterior motives. To his astonishment, the dragon nest appeared to possess a will of its own, joyfully swirling and dancing around him, refusing to leave despite his attempts to shoo it away. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previously ethereal beauty was now filled with astonishment and urgency. She quickly pressed, "Are you truly saying it entered your purple mansion on its own accord?" "Indeed, you may not believe it, but I presently cannot even compel it to depart," Lin Xiao replied, exasperated, gesturing towards the obstinate dragon nest that continued to orbit him. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Xiao suddenly knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing to Lin Xiao, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Lin Xiao of the Dragon Clan, pay my respect to the Dragon Lord," taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Lin Xiao hastily sidestepped to avoid her gesture of reverence, extending his hand to support her while inquiring, wait, what on earth is this theatrics? Why such a grand gesture all of a sudden?" Taking a few deep breaths to steady her tumultuous emotions, Lin Xiao eventually parted her luscious lips and began to explain softly, "What you do not know is that this dragon nest should now be referred to by its true name, the Supreme Dragon Throne. While this Supreme Dragon Throne is a treasured artifact of my Dragon Clan, it has long remained without a master. Throughout the ages, apart from nurturing the 5 of us siblings, it has served no other purpose, merely existing as an exquisite ornament, wholly unworthy of its status as a primordial treasure. Otherwise, how could it allow Aosheng, who resides within it, to be tainted by malevolent energy? When we 5 siblings were born, each of us bore the same prophetic saying inscribed in our minds. The Supreme Dragon Throne recognizes its master, and the Dragon Clan shall endure for eternity. Thus, we forged a pact. The one who claims the Supreme Dragon Throne shall be the ruler of our Dragon Clan. The legendary battle that transpired in the EC a decade ago is still spoken with great enthusiasm among myriad beings. Since the conclusion of the Dragonhong catastrophe, the current pinnacle of the primordial Tai Golden Immortal phase has revealed the existence of 2 Hunyuan Golden Immortals and 2 Da Luo Golden Immortals. The Dragon Clan, once the dominant species of antiquity, possesses a profound heritage that surpasses the superficial might of the Four Seas Dragon Palace. This has deterred many factions that harbored ambitions towards the Dragon Clan. However, a young cultivator named Lin Xiao, at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, severely injured a Da Luo Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan, and through sheer physical prowess, overcame the combined efforts of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal and a Da Luo Golden Immortal. It is said that this young master was invited by the Dragon Clan for a visit. Those beings beneath the Golden Immortal rank, unable to traverse the chaos, gathered here, eager to catch a glimpse of this unparalleled expert as he emerged from the Dragon Clan. In the primordial realm, time is of little value. Ordinary beings can live for hundreds or even thousands of years without cultivation, since they lack the ability to cross the chaos and are unable to attend the Zixiao Palace for teachings. What harm is there in waiting here for a while? Should they catch the attention of Lin Xiao, who is currently regarded as the foremost figure beneath Hongjun Laozi, being accepted as his disciple would be an immeasurable opportunity. Even becoming his steed would be a tremendous fortune. Suddenly, a colossal dragon gleaming like gold burst forth from the tumultuous sea, akin to a golden bolt of lightning. Heavens, what do I see? A golden holy dragon. Was it not said that the lineage of the ancestral dragon has no remaining bloodline? Exclaimed a being from the crowd. Look, is the person riding the golden dragon not Lin the war god? Cried another, having spotted Lin Xiao upon Aosheng's back. Lin the war god, wait! I wish to become your disciple. Please take me as your pupil, a being shouted. Lin the war god, I am as beautiful as a flower, and wish to become your partner, a female being declared. With your appearance, you dare claim beauty? Lin the war god, I am well versed in duel cultivation, willing to share the path with you. Lin the war god, I wish to be your steed. Pa, do you think you could bear Lin the war god? Lin the war god, I am of the Flying Tiger clan. I shall be your steed, fitting your imposing image. Nonsense, what prestige does a flying tiger have? Lin the war god, I am of the Heavenly Rhinoceros clan. I shall be your steed, capable of soaring through the skies, diving into the sea, and burrowing into the earth. The throng of beings clamored loudly, vying for Lin Xiao's attention, their requests as varied as they were absurd, with some even resorting to fisticuffs over the same demand. As Aosheng soared over the crowd with Lin Xiao on his back. He thought to himself, goodness, this won't do. They're trying to usurp my position. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, Lin Xiao gently patted the dragon horn atop Aosheng's head, signaling him not to pay any mind. Roar! Aosheng disregarded the crowd below and let out a resounding dragon's roar, soaring directly towards the heavens beyond. After Lin Xiao and Aosheng departed, the gathered beings dispersed as well. Various rumors concerning the war god Lin Xiao swiftly spread across the primordial land. Some claimed that war god Lin Xiao single-handedly infiltrated the East Sea Dragon Clan, subduing a golden dragon as his steed. Others asserted that he was invited by the Dragon Clan for a visit, bringing immense fortune to them, who in gratitude bestowed a golden dragon upon him as a mount. Countless versions emerged, yet the name of war god Lin Xiao became widely known, particularly the tale of his golden dragon steed, which became a household story. Lin Xiao's journey to the East Sea Dragon Clan was fraught with twists and turns. Though it had consumed over a decade, this expedition yielded bountiful rewards for Aosheng. Initially unrelated to Lin Xiao, fate had conspired to make him not only Lin Xiao's unwitting son, but also his dedicated steed. Such serendipitous occurrences are indeed remarkable. Even more astonishing was that Lin Xiao unexpectedly acquired the legendary primordial treasure, the Supreme Dragon Throne. This artifact possesses boundless power, harboring inexhaustible mysterious energies. Possessing it undoubtedly enhances Lin Xiao's capabilities. Consequently, it was only natural for Lin Xiao to ascend to the throne of the Dragon Clan, ruling over the vast lineage. Within the Azure Dragon Hall, Lin Xiao taught Aosheng the ways of cultivation while engaging in philosophical discussions with Ning for a decade. With thoughts of the chaos Zixiao Palace's teachings lingering in his mind, and knowing that Nuwa and Hudu had set off 10 years prior, he was uncertain of their safe arrival. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. Thus, he bid farewell to Ning in haste. Just as he prepared to depart, a soft whisper reached his ear. Husband. The melodious voice belonged to Ning. This address, like a gentle spring breeze, warmed Lin Xiao's heart. This moment, his journey to the East Sea Dragon Clan reached a fulfilling conclusion, leaving no lingering regrets. Thereafter, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated, decisively retrieving the teleportation jade token gifted by Elder Aosheng. With a gentle infusion of his spiritual power, the jade token radiated a brilliant light, enveloping him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao vanished from the spot, transported to the altar of East Sea Dragon City. Aosheng, true to his lineage as the scion of the ancestral dragon and bearer of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, exhibited remarkable speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. In less than half a month, he had traversed the vastness of the heavens, reaching this border of chaos with Lin Xiao upon his back. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet when they finally arrived, he inhaled deeply, Forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous ideas swirling within, he raised his head, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the chaotic expanse before him. Winds of violent force howled through the chaos, producing sharp, piercing sounds. Lightning intermittently streaked across the sky like silver serpents in wild dance, illuminating the dim surroundings. This sight caused Lin Xiao to furrow his brow, silently lamenting the overwhelming and fearsome nature of the chaos. He glanced down at Aosheng, who was eager to leap forward beneath him, and softly said, "All right, let us halt here. Beyond lies the sea of chaos. With your current strength, you are not yet able to venture into this realm. I will take you to a place where you can cultivate diligently." Upon hearing this, Aosheng showed no hesitation or discontent. He immediately transformed into human form, his handsome visage radiating an expression of obedient compliance. He respectfully nodded and replied, "Rest assured, adoptive father, I shall heed your every arrangement. As long as I can continuously enhance myself, I aspire to assist you at the earliest opportunity. And no matter where I find myself, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my training." "Good child." Lin Xiao affectionately ruffled Aosheng's hair. With a mere thought, the two vanished from their original location. Lin Xiao concentrated, transporting himself and Aosheng directly into the third layer of the Honghuang town prison tower space. "Adoptive father, what exactly is this place?" Aosheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. He could distinctly sense an extraordinary richness of the laws permeating the air, as if these laws were vividly alive, swirling around him. Moreover, the almost liquid-like innate spiritual energy was astonishing. Each breath felt as if it could draw this pure essence into his very being. "Haha, silly child, this is the space of my treasure. The Honghuang Tower," Lin Xiao said with a smile, gesturing toward the towering tree in the distance. That he continued, "Do you see that tree reaching for the clouds? That is the tree of 3,000 great Tao laws. Meditating beneath it may lead you to a wondrous state of enlightenment at any moment. However, you must not indulge in the fruits of the laws it bears until you reach the pinnacle of Tai Yi." Wow! The Honghuang Tower and the tree of 3,000 great Tao laws. Just hearing their names feels incredibly powerful. "Adoptive father, you're truly remarkable," Aosheng exclaimed, his excitement causing him to dance joyfully like a child. Upon hearing Aosheng's innocent praises, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. "You little rascal! The Honghuang Tower and the tree of 3,000 great Tao laws are not my achievements. They were left to me by your grandmaster. I merely have the fortune of having a good master, which is nothing to boast about. Here, take this cultivation technique, the Taichu Hunyuan Ju, and study it diligently. If you encounter anything unclear, do remember to come back and ask me." With that, Lin Xiao lightly tapped Aosheng's forehead with his index finger, and a ray of light instantly entered him, imparting the mysterious Taichu Hunyuan Ju. Once Aosheng was settled, Lin Xiao left the space of the Honghuang Tower and returned to the location where he had paused at the edge of chaos. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his resolute gaze fixated on the boundless chaos before him, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, resolutely embarking on the perilous journey across the seas of chaos. The gale and thunder within the chaos surged forth like ferocious beasts scenting their prey. Instantly detecting Lin Xiao's uninvited intrusion, in an instant, the previously rampant winds gathered like a tidal wave, while dazzling bolts of lightning roared towards Lin Xiao like ferocious dragons, their fierce momentum reminiscent of wolves descending upon a frail lamb, eager to tear him apart. However, in the face of such violent assaults, Lin Xiao remained as steady as a mountain. His formidable physique, forged from the blood of countless deities and demons, proved impervious, no matter how fiercely the winds howled or how angrily the thunder roared. Not a single scratch marred his form. Seeing that the gale and thunder posed no threat to him, Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he swiftly calmed himself and began to carefully perceive his surroundings. Soon, he discovered that his spiritual senses were greatly restricted within this chaos, the area he could cover becoming exceedingly narrow, unable to pinpoint the exact location of the Zixiao Palace. Lin Xiao could only rely on his intuition to select a general direction, resolutely flying towards it. Since the gale and thunder posed no harm, Lin Xiao soared through the chaos with abandon. To navigate the chaos with such ease and comfort, one would likely find no other than Hongjun Laozi in the entirety of Honghuang. Suddenly, he spotted two ragged figures struggling against the gale and thunder. Laboriously traversing the chaos, one was stout and the other thin, each wielding a stick and a bamboo pole, respectively. Lin Xiao immediately deduced their identities. They were none other than the infamous duo from the western Shumi Mountain, Xuanmen and Jiejing Taoists. The stout figure, Xuanmen, was the manifestation of the innate Bodhi tree, while the gaunt figure was the incarnation of the innate bitter bamboo. The treasures in their hands were crafted from parts of their own essence. Known as the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree and the Six Roots of Purity Bamboo, both classified as top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Upon seeing them, Lin Xiao felt a mischievous urge to play a trick on them. He reviewed the spiritual treasures he had refined and found that only the Hongmeng Tower was suitable for use as a defensive treasure. Although the Qian Kuan-Rui armor was defensive, it could not be shared with others, making it unsuitable for his upcoming plan. Given that the Hongmeng Town Prison Tower had an ancient appearance, it would likely go unnoticed by others in terms of its grade. So he decided to use it. Thus, Lin Xiao raised the Hongmeng Tower high above, allowing it to emit a gentle glow that shielded him from the gale and thunder within a 100-meter radius. Subsequently, Lin Xiao moved like lightning, swiftly advancing toward the struggling duo from the west. He deliberately slowed his pace, gliding past them to successfully capture their attention. At that moment, Zhuni Daoist gasped, "Alas, brother, the chaotic winds and thunder here are simply terrifying. Their density is overwhelming. I can barely hold on. My magical power is dissipating like a flood breaching a dam, and I fear I shall soon run dry. What shall we do?" His once plump face now appeared pale and utterly disheveled. Beside him, Jiejing wore a similarly pained expression, lamenting, "Junior brother, I am no different. Our western lands are so impoverished and backward that we cannot even produce a decent spiritual treasure to cope with this dire situation. Truly, our fate is lamentable." He shook his head in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Suddenly, Zhuni Daoist's eyes brightened as if he had found a lifeline. He pointed excitedly at Lin Xiao, who had just passed by, exclaiming, "Brother, look! There's a cultivator from the east. Do you see that treasure tower atop his head? Its defensive capabilities are nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps it can shield us from these terrifying assaults. Should we approach him and request his assistance?" Jiejing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. You may approach that fellow and negotiate with him that I hope he will show some goodwill and lend us a hand." With his brother's consent, Zhuni took a deep breath, gathering his courage to call out to Lin Xiao in the direction he had departed. "Fellow Taoist, please hold." His voice boomed like a great bell, resonating through the heavens. Upon hearing Zhuni's call echo behind him, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he gradually came to a halt. He mused to himself, "Ah, the fish has finally bitten the hook. This Zhuni Daoist is notorious for stirring up trouble in the Honghuang. He will undoubtedly cause quite a stir among the human race in the future, since fate has allowed me to cross paths with him today. How can I not take the opportunity to lead him on? I shall collect some interest first." Just then, Xuanmen and Jiejing, panting and exhausted, hurriedly approached. As they drew near, Zhuni was the first to speak. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I have observed your extraordinary demeanor and surmise you are no ordinary person. That I am Zhuni, and this is my senior brother, Jiejing. We are both in the distant western Shumi Mountain. It is indeed a stroke of fate to encounter you today." He even remembered to bow slightly towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao feigned surprise and replied with a smile, "Ah, so you are the esteemed Taoist from the west. I'm truly honored. I am Lin Xiao, merely an ordinary chi refining practitioner from Buzhou Mountain. To meet you both here is indeed a stroke of good fortune." Upon hearing this, Zhundi's face lit up in astonishment as he hurriedly exclaimed, "What? You are the renowned war god Lin Xiao. It is an honor to finally meet you. I have long heard of your illustrious name, and seeing you in person is truly extraordinary." "Oh, you know of me? Am I really that famous?" Lin Xiao replied, feigning surprise. "Ha! The name of war god Lin Xiao has resounded throughout the entire Honghuang world. just over a decade ago, during the thrilling Battle of the EC. You single-handedly confronted the fearsome Primordial Golden Immortals and Luo Golden Immortals of the Dragon Clan, Xuanmen exclaimed. Your valiant and fearless figure, majestic enough to overshadow mountains and rivers, has long become a household name through the tales whispered among the primordial beings. Although at first glance, it appears that you, dear Taoist, have only attained the pinnacle of Tai cultivation, your physical form is astonishingly powerful, seemingly impervious to all that. I still remember that day, when your aura surged skyward like a roaring dragon. It's might so overwhelming that even my brother and I, situated far in the west, could palpably feel the awe-inspiring force. Individuals of your extraordinary talent are indeed rare in this world. Your grace and strength command our utmost admiration. Xuanmen, the future master of Western teachings responsible for diplomatic affairs, has offered such flowery compliments, his words resplendent and captivating, filling our hearts with delight. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Secretly pleased, yet feigning humility, he replied, "Oh, I did not expect that my name, Lin Xiao, would echo so far and wide, even reaching the ears of Taoists from the West. I am truly humbled. May I inquire what brings you both to seek me? Are you perhaps heading to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings? The treacherous chaos is fraught with peril. It would be prudent for us to journey together, ensuring mutual protection. What say you?" Xuanmen suggested with a smile. "Journey together? I think not. I sense no danger in this chaos. See how the gale and thunder are held at bay by the protective light of my treasure. I need not worry about safety." Lin Xiao shook his head, declining. "Oh, come now. Wishing for assistance while fearing to lose face? How could it be so easy?" My apologies. I misspoke. My brother and I have been laboriously resisting the gale and thunder since entering the chaos. And our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. We merely wish to borrow your light, to walk within the protective range of your treasure for a while, to replenish our energy that we hope, dear Taoist, you might accommodate us." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's refusal, Xuanmen promptly corrected himself, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. That is not impossible. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch, Lin Xiao mused, stroking his chin as if pondering what benefits he might request. "Dear Taoist, let us consider it a karmic debt owed by my brother and me." "What do you think?" Xuanmen earnestly promised. "Karmic debt. Dear Taoist, let's speak of something more concrete," Lin Xiao replied, rubbing his fingers together. "Humph. Attempting to placate me with vague notions of karmic debt. One would think I'm unaware of your character. In the future, you may find yourselves deeply indebted to the likes of Hongjun. Yet the outcome may well lead to your downfall." Xuanmen, sensing Lin Xiao's resistance, hesitated as if steeling himself for a significant decision. He produced a fruit radiating a pure white light, offering it to Lin Xiao. "This is a Bodhi fruit born of the innate Bodhi tree. Due to special circumstances, the tree can no longer bear fruit. There are only 5 of these in the world, and this one shall serve as compensation for your protection of my brother and me." The innate Bodhi tree, being the essence of Xuanmen, ceased to bear fruit after his transformation. The fruits it once bore before this transformation were refined, leaving only 5 for future disciples. Presenting one now caused Xuanmen considerable pain. "I suppose I could take one of you along, but you must decide who will accompany me," Lin Xiao remarked, casting a casual glance at the Bodhi fruit in Xuanmen's hand. Enraged, Xuanmen nearly exploded with fury. But recalling the dire situation of himself and his brother, he inhaled deeply to suppress his anger, his face reddening as he painfully retrieved another Bodhi fruit to hand to Lin Xiao. "Please, dear Taoists, we must depart soon. If we delay, we may not secure a good position," Lin Xiao commanded, snapping his fingers to instruct the Hongmeng Zhenwuyang Tower to open a defensive breach for them to enter. Having extorted his due, he now sought to manipulate them further. "What you mentioned earlier, are there indeed distinctions in the positions from which to listen to the teachings?" After entering the protective circle of the Hongmeng Wuyang Tower, Jin, who had remained silent, inquired of Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao was calculating how to begin his manipulation, he was elated to hear Jin's question, feeling as though a pillow had arrived just as he was falling asleep. Thus, he feigned an air of profound wisdom and guided them subtly. "Naturally, the closer one sits to the front, the more effective the teachings will be. Especially the front row, where one can not only listen attentively to the sage's words, but also gaze upon the sage's visage at close range. One must understand, the sage embodies the principles of heaven and earth. Every gesture and movement signifies profound truths. Under the sage's aura, one can effortlessly enter a state of enlightenment, leading to a rapid advancement in cultivation. What you say is indeed true. Alas, we have fallen behind for too long. We fear we may not secure a good position, Jane replied, disappointment evident in his tone. Everything is bound by fate, Lin Xiao sighed, responding ambiguously. You speak wisely. It is indeed our fate to be here. Jane bowed respectfully to Lin Xiao, but you must not lose sight of the situation. Have you considered how the drama of Hongyun relinquishing his seat will unfold? Lin Xiao quickly added, you two, however, are different. You still have a significant chance of securing front-row seats. What do you mean by that? Jane and Xuanmen asked in unison. Many years ago, the Dao ancestor Hongjun led numerous innate powers to battle the demon ancestor Luo, engaging in a grand conflict at Mount Shumi in the west. Upon his defeat, Luo, who self-destructed, devastating the western veins, resulting in the current barrenness of the western continent. Lin Xiao left the tale there. And upon hearing his words, Jane and Xuanmen's expressions shifted dramatically as they bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, dear Taoist, for your guidance. Lin Xiao, beneath the Honghuang Tower, which radiated a mysterious and gentle light enveloping him and his companions, traversed the boundless chaos. As they advanced deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly hostile. The violent gales and blinding thunder intertwined, forming terrifying spectacles that sent shivers down the spine. These gales and thunders seemed to possess life, intensifying their assault upon the trio, their force swelling like a tidal wave poised to engulf everything. Fortunately, the Honghuang Tower proved reliable, steadily hovering above Lin Xiao, casting forth a dazzling brilliance that formed an impenetrable shield. Regardless of how fiercely the gales howled or how wildly the thunder roared, they could not breach this barrier, remaining at bay from Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao, seizing the moment, retrieved the supreme dragon throne. During this time, he had conducted preliminary research on this innate treasure and discovered it possessed a similar function to the Qian Kuan Rui armor, allowing it to transform at the user's will. With a gentle wave of his sleeve and a few incantations, the originally petite supreme dragon throne rapidly expanded. Undergoing marvelous transformations that, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a magnificent flying vessel. Lin Xiao leaped upon this vessel, crafted from the supreme dragon throne, reclining comfortably and stretching his limbs. Then, with a thought, the vessel soared forward like an arrow released from the bowstring. Lin Xiao intentionally made the vessel small enough for only himself to lie down. Jane and Xuanmen had no choice but to expend their spiritual energy to fly, barely keeping pace with the vessel, in that fleeting moment, as Lin Xiao slowly retrieved the supreme dragon throne. Xuanmen's pupils dilated in sheer astonishment, as if he beheld the most remarkable treasure in existence. His gaze fixated on the spiritual treasure, his heart brimming with envy and jealousy. He murmured to himself, "Heavens! Yet another innate treasure." He then glanced at the mysterious tower hovering above Lin Xiao's head. Although he could not discern its exact grade, the faint yet powerful aura it emitted was enough to instill profound awe. Moreover, the garments Lin Xiao wore subtly radiated the unique aura characteristic of supreme innate treasures. The Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi, which he carried at his waist, was even more extraordinary, rivaling the supreme treasures in terms of merit. As for the golden blade strapped to his back, it too was exceptional, its blade shimmering with an intensely thick aura of fortune, as if capable of severing all obstacles between heaven and earth. Where on earth did this Lin Xiao come from, possessing such a plethora of coveted spiritual treasures? No wonder he could treat even the finest innate roots like the Bodhi fruit with such indifference. As if they were of no consequence. Should an opportunity arise, perhaps a heist could be in order. Yet this thought barely flickered through Xuanmen's mind before he suddenly realized the grave consequences of attempting to rob Lin Xiao. Given the terrifying abilities and unfathomable strength Lin Xiao had displayed, he He feared that even if he and Jane joined forces, they would be no match for Lin Xiao. He might easily subdue them with a mere flick of his hand. As this realization struck him, a chill coursed down Zhuan Ti's spine, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Thus, he hastily shook his head vigorously, swiftly extinguishing this exceedingly perilous and impractical notion. Daring not to harbor even the slightest illusion in the primordial chaos, devoid of time, the three individuals continued their silent journey, each harboring their own thoughts. After meandering for approximately 20 more years, a magnificent and resplendent palace suddenly came into view. That palace stood tall in the distance, akin to a dazzling jewel embedded within the chaos. Above the palace, a colossal and prominently suspended plaque captured attention, inscribed with the three grand characters Zixiao Gong. These characters seemed to exude boundless mysterious power, instilling a sense of reverence at first glance. Upon sighting this palace, the faces of the three individuals involuntarily revealed an ecstatic expression. After exchanging glances, they intuitively quickened their pace, rushing towards the direction of Zixiao Gong like a tempest. As they drew nearer, the sight before them was even more astonishing. The majestic Zixiao Gong quietly hovered in the void of chaos, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding darkness like the sun. Countless extraordinary Tao rhythms swirled around the palace, evoking a dreamlike quality. It seemed as if every strand of Tao rhythm contained the universe's most profound mysteries and principles. Lin Xiao stowed away the Honghuang Wuliang Tower and the Supreme Dragon Throne, for within the vicinity of Zixiao Gong, there was no longer any raging gale or thunder. Turning to Jane and Zhuan, he said, "Gentlemen, Zixiao Gong is right before us. Once we enter, there may not be any favorable positions left, so it shall be a matter of skill. I shall escort you here. I will proceed first. Farewell." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura erupted from Lin Xiao's body, transforming him into a brilliant streak of light, racing towards the grand entrance of Zixiao Gong with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished within the magnificent and solemn palace gates, leaving Jane and Zhuan standing in place, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. "Senior brother, what shall we do? I wonder if there are any positions a bit closer. Even if there are, with our limited abilities, it would be futile to compete with that fellow Lin Xiao." Zhuan expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow and a worried countenance. Jane's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of mystery as he softly replied, "Brother, do remain calm. Are you not reminded of a certain remark made by our friend Lin Xiao?" Zhuan frowned in confusion and inquired, "What remark?" Seeing his reaction, Jane gently shook his head, smiling as he reminded, "It pertains to the causal matter regarding the demon Ancestor Luo Ho's self-detonation, which obliterated the Western Earth veins." Upon Jane's hint, Zhuan suddenly understood, slapping his forehead in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, so it was that. I recall it now. When I heard our friend Lin Xiao speak, this causality ultimately fell upon the Tao Ancestor. Does this not imply that the venerable Tao Ancestor owes us a causal debt?" Jane quickly gestured for silence, lowering his voice. "Shoo, brother, it is sufficient for you to know this in your heart. Do not speak of it lightly. Once we enter, we shall proceed according to my forthcoming instructions." Thus, Jane detailed his plan to Zhuan, exuding confidence as if everything was already under his control, within the mysterious and vast chaos Zixiao Palace. A grand Tao platform prominently stood in the central region. This platform exuded grandeur, as if bearing the endless secrets of the Tao between heaven and earth. That on either side of the platform stood a young boy and girl, both diminutive in stature, yet exuding an ethereal aura. These two, however, were no ordinary beings. They were disciples of the venerable Hongjun Laozi, destined to become the renowned Jade Emperor Hunyuan and the Queen Mother of the West. Yaoqi. Beneath the Tao platform, 3,000 cushions were neatly arranged. These cushions were distributed according to a certain pattern, with the most striking being the 6 purple cushions in the front row. They emanated a faint purple aura, appearing extraordinarily noble, followed by the 20 golden cushions in the second row, gleaming brilliantly. The rest were ordinary green cushions, though somewhat mundane, They formed a unique spectacle due to their sheer number. This moment. The majority of the cushions were already occupied by beings from various regions of the primordial world. They were either distinct divine beasts, profoundly skilled immortals, or yet to awaken but spirited entities, each being harbored a reverence and yearning for the Tao, patiently awaiting the venerable Hongjun Laozi to commence his teachings. Upon the 3 purple cushions in the front row sat 3 individuals, each with their own distinctive characteristics. But on the first purple cushion sat an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage. His kind face and wise eyes radiating a timeless aura. He was none other than Laozi, the Ta Ching Tao, the Tianzun, transformed from the primordial spirit of the Pangu great god. Beside Laozi was a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an aura of authority. Clad in a splendid Tao robe, he embodied a grandiose demeanor. This was the Yu Qing Yuan Shi Tianzun. Lastly, on the third purple cushion sat a strikingly handsome young man, his stature tall and elegant, with an innate air of arrogance. Undoubtedly, this was the Shang Qing Ling Bao Tianzun, Tong Tian Jiaozhu. On the fourth purple cushion sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her skin as fair as snow, her brows like paintings, and her eyes as clear as autumn waters, dressed in a flowing white gown. She resembled a celestial maiden descending to earth. This enchanting lady was none other than the future human mother, Nuan Yang Yang. It turned out that Nuwa's successful acquisition of this fourth purple cushion was thanks to Lin Xiao's prior instructions and the seamless cooperation of her brother Fuxi and good sister Hudu. On the fifth and sixth purple cushions sat 2 men of contrasting styles. One bore an eagle-like nose and sharp eyes, his gaze piercing as if he could perceive all things. The other donned a vibrant red attire, his flowing sleeves reminiscent of a burning flame. These 2 were Kuanpeng and Hongyun. The 20 golden cushions in the second row were now nearly half occupied by Fuxi and his brothers, the ancestral witches. The remaining seats were filled by formidable figures renowned throughout the primordial world. The brothers Dijun and Tai Yi, cradling the river diagram and Luo book along with the chaos bell, emanated a solemn aura that commanded respect. Zhen Yuanzi, holding the earth book containing the mysteries of the vast earth, exuded an air of detachment from worldly affairs, though everyone knew that this ancestor of earth immortals possessed unfathomable strength. Dong Wang Gong, with a gleaming sword at his waist, stood tall, his demeanor brimming with vigor, clearly not one to be trifled with. Then there was the Queen Mother of the West, holding the Kunlun mirror. She was beautiful and dignified, her presence captivating, with the Kunlun mirror radiating dazzling light, illuminating the entire venue and drawing the attention of all this moment. Hutu, seated behind Nuwa, had her heart already racing towards the entrance of Zixiao Palace. She frequently turned to glance in that direction, as if anticipating the imminent appearance of the one she longed for. As Hongjun Daozu was about to commence his teachings, and the surrounding beings had mostly gathered, Lin Xiao still remained absent. Hutu's anxiety intensified, and she could no longer suppress her concerns, urgently transmitting to Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, what shall we do? Everyone has nearly arrived, and the teachings are about to begin. Why is my husband yet to arrive? Could something have gone awry on the way? Upon hearing Hutu's words, Nuwa, though equally anxious, maintained her composure and reassured. Sister Hutu, do not fret, and my husband assured me he would arrive before the grand performance commences. Since the performance has yet to begin, everything should be as he anticipated. Let us calm ourselves and wait. Despite her words, Nuwa herself was not devoid of worry. She simply understood that maintaining calm was essential to soothe Hutu's emotions. Are you 2 ladies concerned that your husbands might miss the teachings at Zixiao Palace? As Lin Xiao entered the grand gates of Zixiao Palace, he noticed Nuwa and Hutu frequently glancing towards the entrance. He swiftly made his way to their side and called out cheerfully. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Nuwa and Hutu quickly rose, embracing him like returning geese to their nest. Who is this person? Who has captured the hearts of these 2 divine maidens of the primordial world, belonging to the distinct factions of witches and demons? Having set out early to reach the Zixiao Palace, a being inquired about Lin Xiao's formidable exploits in the Eastern Sea. Hush, lower your voice, he is none other than Lin Xiao, the war god who has emerged like a comet in recent years. Renowned for his peak cultivation as a Tai Golden Immortal, having triumphed over a Primordial Golden Immortal in his early stages and a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Another being responded, claiming to have witnessed Lin Xiao's battle against the elder of the Qinglong clan during his travels in the Eastern Sea. How is it possible for a peak Tai to defeat a Primordial Golden Immortal and a Great Luo Golden Immortal working in tandem? Upon hearing this news, many beings widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, unable to accept such an absurdity as truth. Indeed, however, from what I gather, his victory does not stem from his own spiritual prowess, but rather from his unparalleled physical strength. Some even speculate that he may have achieved the status of a sage in physical form. At this moment, another being stepped forward to share their insights, presenting an even more astonishing and outrageous hypothesis. Yet, in response to such claims, the assembled beings scoffed, utterly unconvinced by this fantastical narrative. After all, attaining sagehood in the physical realm is no trivial feat. Throughout history, even among the chaotic demon gods, few have achieved such an accomplishment. Among the skeptics, the likes of the Three Pure Ones and the Supreme Deity, Jun, displayed the most resolute disbelief that T owe them. This notion was nothing short of ludicrous, an impossibility. They were exceptional beings, gifted and powerful, none willing to concede that they might be outpaced by another. While the crowd engaged in fervent debate, Lin Xiao, the protagonist of the discourse, remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter. He stood with a calm demeanor, as if the doubts and astonishments of others were entirely irrelevant to him. Amidst the murmurs and whispers, a pair of exceptionally heated eyes remained fixated upon Lin Xiao. Sensing this gaze, he instinctively turned to meet it, only to find himself locked in a poignant gaze with the West Queen Mother, whose beautiful eyes brimmed with a hint of sorrow. Upon witnessing the West Queen Mother's expression, Lin Xiao's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He instantly comprehended that his recent intimate interaction with Nuwa and Hudu had likely led her to feel neglected. Yet, at this moment, it was hardly appropriate to publicly disclose their relationship. The existence of the Great Dao marriage contract was an exceedingly confidential matter, and it was best that as few people as possible were privy to it. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao cast a look of sincere apology toward the West Queen Mother, discreetly conveying, "I sincerely apologize, but now is not the right time to reveal our connection. After this gathering concludes, I shall personally visit you in the Western Kunlun to provide a thorough explanation." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the West Queen Mother nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. She gently inclined her head and reciprocated through thought, "It is of no consequence. I comprehend." Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain emanating from his sides. Unbeknownst to him, both Nuwa and Hudu had simultaneously seized him by the soft flesh at his waist with their delicate, tender hands. Strangely, given Lin Xiao's extraordinary physical strength, one would expect that even the hands of women, let alone divine weapons, would be incapable of inflicting any harm. Yet it was precisely these seemingly fragile hands that rendered him defenseless, causing him to grimace and wince in discomfort. My husband now enamored with the West Queen Mother?" Nuwa mused, her voice tinged with playful reproach. It is no wonder. She was the first manifestation of Yin energy in the world, far preceding our own transformation. Even during the era of the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin clan struggle for supremacy. The West Queen Mother had already become a renowned female immortal in the primordial realm. While gently massaging the area she had pinched, Nuwa continued to communicate telepathically. Hutu, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with a mockingly indignant tone. "Himph! You greedy husband, feasting at one table while your eyes wander to another. How insatiable!" Faced with the inquiries from both lovely beings, Lin Xiao could not help but blush in embarrassment, stammering as he attempted to clarify. "It is not as you think. In truth, it is." Seeing Lin Xiao's flustered demeanor, both Nuwa and Hutu simultaneously pressed him through thought. "What is it really? Do tell." Taking a deep breath as if summoning great resolve, Lin Xiao finally explained, "In fact, the West Queen Mother, like you both, is bound to me by the Great Dao marriage contract." "Humph! How fortunate for you. Aside from the three of us, who else is there, beyond the two of you? I will elaborate on this matter after we conclude our gathering. The main event is about to commence." Just then, the figures of Jin and Junyi entered through the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace. Their arrival providing a much-needed reprieve for Lin Xiao. They stumbled forward, their garments in even greater disarray than when they had parted from Lin Xiao, appearing utterly wretched. "Brother, we have suffered greatly," Jin lamented, tears streaming down his face. "After enduring countless hardships to arrive here from the west, we cannot even find a place to sit and listen. Indeed, dear brother, we nearly lost our lives in the chaos. Yet we are left without even a decent spot to hear the teachings, if we are not to listen. Then what is the point?" Junyi echoed, weeping inconsolably, feigning a desire to depart. How shameless, arriving late and blaming whom? Indeed, what a spectacle for two grown men to weep and wail. These two were clearly playing the victim to elicit sympathy. Perhaps their plight was genuine. Escaping from that desolate place in the west without perishing in the chaos was indeed fortunate. The onlookers began to chatter among themselves. "Friend, please take my seat. I shall yield it to you," an amiable figure, Hongjun, offered, disregarding the objections of Zenyuanzi. How can two brothers share a single seat? They then set their sights on Kunpeng, who was sitting next to Hongyun. Junyi approached Kunpeng, pleading, "Esteemed friend, would you be so kind as to relinquish your seat to us?" Before Kunpeng could utter a refusal, he was interrupted by the voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Seated on the second purple mat, how can one such as you, a creature born in the wet and murky, dare to sit so close to a sage? Depart at once. Yuanshi's words offended many, including Yuhua, who frowned slightly. Had it not been for the shared lineage of the three pure ones, someone might have confronted him immediately. Jin and Junyi exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to strike at Kunpeng, unceremoniously knocking him off the mat. "Jin, Junyi, and that Yuanshi brat, I shall not rest until I settle the score with you." Kunpeng bellowed in fury as he realized his position had been usurped. "What does it have to do with me?" Hongyun muttered under his breath that call you foolish is an understatement. Had you not offered your seat, Kunpeng would not have lost his position. Now, a grudge is formed between you two, Zenyuanzi explained helplessly to Hongyun. Just as Jin and Junyi prepared to occupy the mat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Xiao's figure flickered, and he swiftly claimed both mats, stacking them together before sitting down upon them. "Lin Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" Junyi demanded, his face flushed with anger. "These two positions were clearly yielded to us by Hongyun and Kunpeng. The moment they were relinquished, they became unclaimed seats, naturally belonging to those with fate," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. "Did I not previously mention that all is bound by fate? Have you forgotten so quickly?" With that, Lin Xiao paid them no further mind, continuing, "This Hongjun fellow wields considerable power. Even the mats for listening to the teachings are innate spiritual treasures." Lin Xiao's declaration astonished everyone within the Zixiao Palace. On one hand, they were shocked that Lin Xiao dared to refer to Hongjun as that old man. And on the other, they marveled at how he had managed to lift the mats. Initially, the gathered beings recognized that these mats were indeed innate spiritual treasures, the purple mat being a superior grade treasure, the golden mat a medium grade treasure, and the blue mat a lower grade treasure. There were those who secretly attempted to gather the cushions, yet without exception, they all met with failure, as if the cushions were welded to the ground, remaining utterly motionless. However, everyone clearly observed Lin Xiao stacking two cushions atop one another, comfortably seated beneath him. Jin, in a fit of rage, pointed at Lin Xiao, his finger trembling like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Both Jin and Junyi were acutely aware of Lin Xiao's unfathomable combat prowess and his astonishing methods, not to mention the dazzling array of magical artifacts he possessed. After all, they had traversed the chaos alongside Lin Xiao for over 2 decades, witnessing a plethora of miraculous phenomena far beyond what any other present could fathom. Thus, their understanding of Lin Xiao's formidable capabilities far surpassed that of others, and they were well aware that his terrifying nature was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Therefore, despite their inner reluctance in the face of the current situation, Jin and Junyi dared not act recklessly. Unlike the time they confronted Kunpeng, where they rushed in together in an attempt to reclaim their rightful positions. Reluctantly, they settled on a patch of vacant ground nearby, quietly sitting cross-legged beside Lin Xiao, patiently awaiting the commencement of the long-anticipated sermon. That moment, a loud and clear voice echoed from below the platform. The 10,000-year period has come to an end. The sermon shall commence forthwith. We humbly welcome the arrival of the Tao Ancestor. The speaker was none other than Hunyuan, a disciple of the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Hunyuan's words faded. A venerable elder with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage appeared slowly upon the platform. Astonishingly, no one could discern how this elder had made his entrance. It was as if he had been seated there all along. Even in that moment, while the venerable Hongjun sat before them, the crowd was unable to genuinely perceive his presence, as if he were merely an ethereal illusion. The scene instilled a profound sense of reverence among those present, who could not help but deeply lament the extraordinary power possessed by the sage, a force beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. "Welcome, Tao Ancestor." The assembled beings rose in unison to pay their respects at that moment. Only Lin Xiao remained seemingly languid, seated leisurely as if everything occurring around him was of no consequence. He casually raised a hand, offering a nonchalant salute to the venerable Hongjun, an action that seemed to carry an air of indifference. Hongjun's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression as tranquil as still water, merely nodding slightly before, almost inadvertently, shifting his attention toward Lin Xiao. The venerable Hongjun fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao, as if seeking to penetrate the surface to unveil his innermost thoughts. Yet, in the face of such a formidable presence, Lin Xiao exhibited no hint of trepidation, boldly meeting his gaze. Despite Lin Xiao's current cultivation level rendering him incapable of fully perceiving Hongjun, what he could discern was but a nebulous mist. In that tense atmosphere, Hongjun suddenly spoke. "Young friend Lin Xiao, why not come and take a seat beside me?" As his words fell, he gently raised an arm, pointing to an empty space beside him. In an instant, a flash of purple light appeared, and a cushion emanating a mysterious aura materialized at that location. With Hongjun's proclamation, the previously tranquil scene fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers, the myriad beings of the mortal realm, widened their eyes and gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and incredulity. Then, as if awakening from stupor, they collectively fell silent, the space enveloped in an overwhelming stillness. Soon after, they turned their envious and jealous gazes toward Lin Xiao, silently awaiting his response. Even the usually composed Sanqing, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, displayed looks of astonishment, inwardly marveling. As for Jin and Junti, seated upon the ground, they could hardly contain their excitement, their eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, silently praying for his swift acceptance of the offer, for only then could they hope to reclaim their rightful places. However, just when everyone presumed Lin Xiao would readily acquiesce, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, and he leisurely replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder. However, rather than sitting beside you, I would much prefer to sit next to the enchanting Nuwa sister." As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire purple cloud palace plunged into an utter silence, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. It was as if time had frozen at that moment, the air around them growing noticeably colder, the temperature plummeting sharply. The assembly was left utterly astounded. Who would have thought Lin Xiao would so boldly address the venerable Hongjun as old man in front of so many powerful figures? This audacious act undoubtedly reshaped their perception of Lin Xiao, leaving them to marvel at his remarkable audacity. At this moment, the head of the Sanqing, Taishang Laojun, furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Yuan Shitian Zun inwardly cursed. What an arrogant and reckless youth, so brazen and ungrateful. Only the Tongtian displayed a look of admiration, pondering, this young man is indeed extraordinary. His genuine character and boldness are truly commendable. Meanwhile, the brothers Dijuan and Tai exchanged knowing glances, each harboring the same thought. This individual is certainly exceptional, and after today, we must do everything within our power to win him to our side. On the other hand, the three goddesses, Nuwa, Hutu, and the Queen Mother of the West, wore expressions of deep concern, their eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, silently anxious for his well-being, fearing he might not withstand the potential wrath of the venerable Hongjun. As for the likes of Zixiao and the other ancestral witches, they were blissfully unaware, particularly the brash Gonggong, who, with a beaming face, exclaimed, "Ha! Our brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Have you all forgotten that he even called our Supreme Father Old Pan?" As for calling the Tao Ancestor Old Man, I see nothing wrong with that. Although Gonggong's words were not loud, they floated effortlessly into the ears of everyone present. In that instant, the crowd felt as if struck by lightning, their hearts racing in shock. They exchanged glances, contemplating. Who exactly is Lin Xiao? How could he possess such audacity and courage to address the Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, as Old Pan? It was simply unfathomable, leaving them to wonder about his true identity and the immense reverence it must command. Just as everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, convinced that the venerable Hongjun would surely be incensed and unleash his thunderous wrath. An unexpected turn of events occurred to their astonishment. A faint smile began to grace the usually solemn and stoic countenance of Hongjun. He gently shook his head, chuckling softly, and then, with a tone filled with admiration, remarked, "Young friend Lin Xiao, you are truly a person of character." Before his words could fully resonate, Hongjun suddenly extended a finger toward the nearby cushion, radiating mysterious purple energy. In an instant, the once intact purple cushion appeared to be struck by an unseen force, abruptly splitting into two. Following this, the two halves of the cushion, seemingly imbued with sentience, transformed into two streaks of purple light, racing toward Jin and Junti with astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. The two purple cushions settled firmly beneath Jin and Junti, as if they had always belonged there. That moment, Hongjun spoke once more. "Very well. Since young friend Lin Xiao prefers not to sit beside this old man, I shall bestow these two cushions upon you both." It is said that in ancient times, Luo, who, in a fit of madness, chose to self-destruct, causing severe damage to the Western Earth's veins. Such immense karma ultimately fell upon my shoulders. However, fortunately, you two are favored prodigies of the Western fortune. Today, I grant you this opportunity as a means to conclude the entanglement of karma brought forth by that calamity. Upon hearing these words, Jin and Junti were visibly overwhelmed with emotion. They hastily knelt on both knees, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to the venerable Hongjun Laozi, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daozu, for your immense grace and boundless compassion." Simultaneously, they exchanged a deep, grateful glance towards Lin Xiao, silently contemplating. Indeed, Lin Xiao Dao friend has not deceived me. The Daozu truly owes a significant karmic debt to our Western realm. Had it not been for this, the opportunities for my brother and me would have long since evaporated. How could we have regained them? However, the heartfelt gaze of Jin and Junti was mistakenly interpreted by Lin Xiao as a sign of arrogant provocation. It must be noted that Lin Xiao, a person of considerable stature, detests seeing others revel in their newfound elevations before him. He slightly raised his chin, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he abruptly turned towards the seated Hongjun Laozi, proclaiming loudly, "Daozu, the cushions in this Zixiao Palace are rather too rigid. I find it quite uncomfortable to sit upon them, as though my rear might be bruised. I would much prefer to sit upon those I brought myself." As his words hung in the air, Lin Xiao carelessly waved a hand, and an invisible force surged forth, swiftly collecting the two stacked cushions beneath him, along with the one beneath Nuwa. These cushions were indeed treasures, exquisite, innate spiritual artifacts. Bringing them back to display in a Taoist temple would serve as a fine adornment. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xiao has yet to establish a temple. Thus, the matter of seeking the three immortal islands overseas should soon be prioritized. That moment, a resplendent throne, radiating brilliance, abruptly materialized in the place where the cushions had been. Lin Xiao, without a hint of modesty, grasped Nuwa's delicate hand and settled himself comfortably upon the exalted throne. He did not forget to wave at Hutu, cheerfully calling out, "Yaoer, come over here. This supreme dragon throne is quite spacious, even with the three of us seated. There is ample room." With that, Lin Xiao audaciously embraced Nuwa and Hutu, one on each side, entirely disregarding the astonished gazes of all present. Thus, before Hongjun Laozi and the throngs of mortals, he unabashedly began to indulge in this display of affection. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Zixiao Palace became exceedingly peculiar. Everyone was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond to this astonishing spectacle. Seated upon the lectern, Hongjun Laozi regarded Lin Xiao's outrageous behavior with an intense stare from his profound, abyss-like eyes that a surge of uncontainable anger welled within him. But this emotion flickered only briefly. It is important to note that upon Lin Xiao's initial entry into the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozi, with his profound cultivation and keen insight, immediately discerned the astounding secret Lin Xiao bore, namely, the complete legacy of Pangu. This inheritance encompassed not only an unparalleled mastery of the Tao of Power, but also the astonishing 4 layers of creation merits. Most crucially, Lin Xiao had already attained the status of a saintly body. Yet despite this, Hongjun Laozi found himself ensnared in a fog, unable to accurately deduce the origins and past of Lin Xiao. It was as if this enigmatic figure had transcended the grasp of fate long ago in the presence of such a profoundly rooted and enigmatic individual. Hongjun Laozi, despite his inner discontent, could only manage a wry smile, gradually shaking his head as he spoke. Very well. Let us establish our seating arrangements henceforth, and there shall be no further alterations. Today's discourse marks my inaugural lecture, primarily focusing on the path of the great Luo, golden immortal, anticipated to last for 3,000 years. Upon hearing these words, the gathered beings exchanged glances filled with disbelief. They had initially been incensed by Hongjun Laozi's apparent indifference to Lin Xiao's brazen conduct. However, with the confirmation of fixed seating from their revered master, they felt a mix of indignation and resignation. Thus, they gathered their thoughts, straightened their attire, and sat upright, awaiting the commencement of this momentous lecture. The Tao is exceedingly simple, simplifying the myriad paths, with 3,000 pathways ultimately converging these resonant words, akin to the profound tones of a grand bell, echoed forth. The entire Zixiao Palace was enveloped in an enigmatic atmosphere. Celestial sounds floated down, as if from the heavens, melodious and captivating, enchanting the hearts of all present. Below, a multitude of golden lotus flowers bloomed spontaneously, radiating dazzling light and exuding a fragrance that was simply intoxicating. This rich aroma wafted through every corner, uplifting the spirits of those in attendance. Simultaneously, strands of Taoist essence wove like mist around the palace, elusive and dreamlike. The profound truths of the Tao flowed from Hongjun Laozi's partially parted lips like a clear spring, nourishing the souls of those gathered. Initially, the assembly listened intently, enraptured and lost in reverie, their faces reflecting obsession and yearning. However, as the discourse ventured into obscurities, their reactions began to diverge. Those of keen insight, capable of grasping the underlying mysteries, burst forth in hearty laughter, their voices ringing clear and joyous, as if all their doubts were resolved in that moment. Others leaped with excitement, unable to contain their elation, as if they had found a guiding light in the darkness, joyously racing toward the truth. Conversely, for those unable to comprehend the profound teachings, the scene was starkly different. Some wept uncontrollably, tears pouring forth like a breached dam, feeling a deep despair as though they were forever estranged from the Tao. Others silently covered their faces, lamenting their own ignorance and filled with regret. Such was the diversity of reactions, an extraordinary tapestry of human emotion. The sounds of discourse, laughter, and weeping intertwined, creating a remarkable and grand symphony that reverberated throughout the majestic Zixiao Palace. As the saying goes, the Tao is exceedingly simple. The essence of all things often lies hidden beneath the simplest of appearances. Yet, traversing from simplicity to complexity, then discerning the true subtleties within, ultimately reaching a transcendent state, is no simple feat. Though the voice of the Tao is audible to all, the profound meanings contained within remain elusive to many. As Hongjun Laozi's teachings deepened, The reactions of the assembly varied widely. Some were spellbound, often furrowing their brows in deep thought, only to later display expressions of sudden enlightenment. Others tug at their ears in frustration, seemingly tormented by the challenges posed before them. Still, others danced with joy, lost in exuberance, like a tea that moment. The Zixiao Palace was alive with an array of peculiar sights, with shimmering lights of enlightenment visible throughout. Within the Zixiao Palace, the air was thick with the ethereal essence of the Tao, swirling like smoke and mist, while a torrent of formidable spiritual energy continuously surged forth from the depths of chaos. This energy swelled like a mighty tide, crashing into the palace in wave after wave. The assembly found themselves immersed in a vast ocean of spiritual essence, greedily absorbing this endless vitality to nourish their own cultivation. Notably, among the myriad guests in this mortal realm, there existed a few exceptional beings, particularly the several ancestral witches of the Wu tribe. Traditionally, the Wu tribe does not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit. For them, the profound truths expounded by Hongjun were akin to a melody played to cattle, utterly incomprehensible. Consider the likes of Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Ru Shou, and Chang Liang. These ancestral witches succumbed to waves of drowsiness soon after Hongjun commenced his lecture, their snores echoing like thunder. Before long, they had drifted into a deep slumber. The only one who managed to retain some semblance of composure was Hutu, who initially struggled to contain her restlessness, sitting quietly to listen to Hongjuan's teachings. Alas, it is truly regrettable that, despite her unwavering resolve, she ultimately could not endure beyond a millennium. In the end, she succumbed to the overwhelming tide of drowsiness. Her body swayed gently and leaned into Lin Xiao's embrace, gradually closing her eyes and slipping into a deep slumber. As the years flowed endlessly and time slipped away, over 2 millennia had swiftly passed. During this protracted span, the myriad entities of the world underwent countless cycles of change and transformation. Yet, the teachings of Hongjun Daozu continued steadfastly, unwavering in their essence. This moment, the grand assembly of teachings that shook the very heavens and earth was approaching its conclusion. Suddenly, an unexpected sound shattered the tranquility of the scene. The crowd turned to investigate, only to behold the venerable Taishang Laojun, the foremost of the 3 purities, whose robes began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. It was as though a mysterious and powerful force was surging forth from within him. Soon after, tendrils of black and white energy began to emerge from his chest, swirling around each other like ethereal dragons entwined in a dance. They converged and fused, gradually forming 5 spirals reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol. These spirals ascended slowly, eventually settling above the head of Taishang Laojun. Drawn together, they drew closer and ultimately merged into one. As this fusion completed, the spirals began to expand outward, transforming in the blink of an eye into a resplendent cloud of celebration, sprawling over an area of 10 acres. Within this magnificent cloud, a petite sapling gently rose, vibrant with life and brimming with vitality. The sapling stretched its branches, bifurcating into 3 distinct limbs, each adorned with blossoms that appeared as if they were drenched in dew. Upon closer inspection, one would find a total of 8 exquisite flowers. This scene mirrored the legendary convergence of 3 flowers atop the head, with 5 energies returning to the source in this moment. Taiji Laojun successfully broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation, stepping into the realm of Da Luo Jinxian. What was even more astonishing was that he achieved the esteemed rank of 8-petal Da Luo Jinxian, a rarity in the expanse of the primordial world. Following suit, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Nu Hua also transcended into the Luo, all attaining the revered 8-petal 3-flower state. Over the subsequent centuries, akin to bamboo shoots emerging after a rain, powerful beings continued to break through to the realm of Da Luo Jinxian. Although no longer did any 8-petal 3-flower prodigies arise, as in days of yore, numerous 6- and 7-petal cultivators emerged. Figures such as Fu Shi, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Jian, Zhuan Ti, and Hunyuan Da all possessed the 7-petal 3-flower prowess of the Luo Jinxian. Behold, Another individual has successfully ascended to the realm of Da Luo Jinxian, none other than Shi Wangmu. First, second, third, seventh rank. Yet another seven-petal Da Luo Jinxian is born. The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment, just as they believed Shi Wangmu would seamlessly become yet another seven-petal three-flower Da Luo Jinxian. Lin Xiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly stirred. With a casual flick of his finger, he unleashed a drop of vivid, golden-tinged blood that soared through the air, transforming into a radiant, exquisite flower in a flash. This blood-formed blossom sped toward Shi Wangmu, gently descending like a feather, perfectly landing among the three flowers atop her head. In an instant, the flower of blood fused flawlessly with Shi Wangmu's three flowers, merging as one without obstruction. The astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes, as the originally seven-petal three-flower, Shi Wangmu, upon absorbing this drop of blood, radiated an even more brilliant and dazzling light. Layer upon layer, the petals unfurled, ultimately forming the breathtaking eight-petal three-flower. How could this be? Is it possible for one's three flowers to be elevated by external forces? The onlookers were left agape, their faces a mixture of shock and bewilderment, their mouths agape, as if to accommodate a chicken egg, the magnitude of their astonishment beyond words. All present were rendered speechless, their disbelief palpable, grappling with the unprecedented notion that external forces could elevate the rank of the three flowers. Amidst the clamor, after a grueling effort, Shi Wangmu finally achieved her breakthrough. Officially entering the early stage of Da Luo Jinxian, she gently gathered the resplendent three flowers above her head and gazed at Lin Xiao with profound gratitude. In response to Shi Wangmu's appreciative gaze, Lin Xiao merely smiled softly and gestured for her to dismiss any concern. His gaze then swept over the entranced Hongjun Laozi and the assembly of 3,000 worldly guests before he proclaimed with conviction, "Now that all of you have successfully transcended, it is my turn to take the stage." With that, Lin Xiao unreservedly released the constraints and suppression he had imposed upon his own cultivation, but a crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of a mysterious tone from ancient times reverberating in the hearts of all beings. In that instant, the crowd was struck with alarm, for they sensed the once abundant spiritual energy within the purple cloud palace being irresistibly drawn toward Lin Xiao, surging toward him like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, this vast reservoir of spiritual energy was entirely absorbed into his being. Such a remarkable display even compelled the lecturing Hongjun Laozi to pause, his words abruptly ceasing. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Lin Xiao, who suddenly erupted in a brilliant red glow, akin to the rising sun, blazing and resplendent. Following that, orange, yellow, green, azure blue, purple, silver, and gold hues unfolded in succession, resembling a dazzling array of fireworks against the night sky. Overwhelming in their beauty, the 9 colors intertwined and illuminated the surrounding area for miles, rendering it dreamlike. Under the radiance of this brilliant display, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, converging to form a layer of ethereal 9-colored mist. This mist danced gracefully like gossamer, vibrant and ever-changing, at times arching across the horizon like a rainbow, at others swirling with the wind like flowing clouds. A sight of unparalleled beauty. As time passed, the 9-colored light began to retract slowly, gathering like birds returning to their nest, coalescing at Lin Xiao's chest. Ultimately, it condensed into 5 spheres radiating 9-colored light, each exuding a powerful and enigmatic aura that evoked an indescribable sense of a WP. This moment, the previously composed Hongjun Laozi displayed a look of astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, "Ah! 9 yuan gathering qi, 5 energies returning to the source. This is an unprecedented 9-grade, 5 qi." Taishang Laojun, who had always maintained a demeanor of tranquility, could no longer conceal his surprise upon hearing Hongjun Laozi's exclamation. Urgently inquiring, "Might I ask, Daozu, what is 9-grade, 5 qi? Does this 5 qi within one's chest truly possess grades?" Hongjun Laozi lowered his gaze for a moment of contemplation before gradually lifting his head. his profound and wise gaze seemingly traversing endless time and space, finally resting upon the assembled crowd. He parted his lips, speaking in a low and deliberate tone. This phenomenon arises before the heavens were opened. Among the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons, where only a select few possess the essence of multiple great Tao laws, when they break through to the Da Luo realm, such a manifestation will occur. It is essential to understand that the vast majority of beings condensing their 5 qi possess no discernible grades whatsoever. Even the legendary Pangu, a figure of earth-shattering significance, only reached the 7th grade when condensing his 5 qi. Yet, this young friend Lin Xiao possesses such remarkable innate talent, indeed a favored child of the great Tao. Following this revelation, the gaze of the crowd fell upon Lin Xiao's chest, where 5 streams of energy surged forth like dragons emerging from a sea. Ascending toward the heavens, these 5 energies, resplendent in color and intertwined, ultimately coalesced above Lin Xiao's head, forming a vast cloud of 9 colors spanning an area of 100 acres. This 9-colored cloud radiated a benevolent aura, its brilliance so dazzling that one could scarcely bear to look directly at the heart of this magnificent cloud. A 3-foot-tall golden-purple sapling appeared as if conjured from thin air, firmly rooted within. The moment this golden-purple sapling emerged, it began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. As the energy flowed in ceaselessly, its trunk gradually split, soon dividing into 3 robust branches. Each branch bore 4 buds, poised to bloom. These flower buds resemble slumbering spirits, quietly awaiting the moment of awakening. Time flows silently, and at last, those buds begin to tremble slightly. Gradually, they unfold their delicate petals like flowers gently caressed by the spring breeze. In an instant, 12 extraordinarily vibrant blossoms compete to bloom, exuding waves of enchanting fragrance. Each of these 12 flowers boasts a unique hue. Some are as fiery red as flames, others as pure white as snow, and still others as resplendent as the evening glow. They sway gently in the breeze, as if showcasing their unparalleled beauty and charm to the world. 12. Indeed, it is the 12, the 3,000 worldly guests in the stand agape. Their faces painted with disbelief, their mouths agape, as if a chicken egg could fit within. A chorus of astonished exclamations ensues. Look, he has broken through again, just as the crowd is immersed in the shock brought forth by S manifestation of 12. Someone sharp-eyed suddenly notices that has not awakened from his meditative state like the others after successfully condensing the 3 flowers. On the contrary, a radiant glow surrounds him, and his aura surges upward, clearly striving for an even higher breakthrough. This for real. He just condensed the 12, and now he is attempting another breakthrough. This is utterly astonishing. The crowd erupts into a cacophony of gasps and discussions. However, the truth stands before them, leaving no room for disbelief. Under the watchful gaze of countless beings, as momentum grows increasingly formidable, his already dazzling radiance becoming as brilliant as the sun at its zenith. Finally, with a soft sound echoing, successfully advances his cultivation to the mid-stage of, yet this is far from the end, seems tireless, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, his internal power surging like a relentless torrent. His cultivation progresses at a visibly rapid pace. Another breakthrough, still breaking through. What manner of creature is this? As they witness his relentless advance, the beings present are utterly astounded. They have never witnessed such a terrifying speed of cultivation, filling them with profound reverence for. Ultimately, with more and more beings bearing witness, effortlessly elevates his cultivation to the pinnacle of in that moment. He resembles an invincible war god descending to the mortal realm, emanating an overwhelming aura that sends shivers down spines. The entire falls into a hushed silence due to his solitary breakthrough, punctuated only by the occasional sound of gasps. His aura surges mightily. The 9 encircle him like 5 splendid dragons, claws bared and exuding majesty. The 12 radiate a brilliant light, resembling 3 golden suns suspended above him, illuminating the entire in a dazzling glow. With his eyes tightly shut and brow slightly furrowed, He exerts all his strength to break through the shackles of the pinnacle of. Suddenly, an earth-shattering wave of energy erupts from S body, sweeping outward in all directions. His entire being shimmers with boundless radiance. 1,000 auspicious colors illuminating the sky, as purple vapor rises from the east. The 9 and the 12 intertwine and resonate with one another, ultimately converging into a colossal beam of light shooting up into the heavens. This spectacle is so overwhelming that the 3,000 worldly guests in the stand dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. An emotional tempest brews within them, leaving them unable to find tranquility. Such an astonishing breakthrough scene is indelibly etched into the hearts of every observer, becoming a memory they will never forget. After S' successful breakthrough, continues to expound profound truths, his voice resonating like an ancient bell, deafening and profound. Time swiftly passes, and soon 300 years have flown by. When the final words of wisdom are spoken, this first discourse, lasting 3,000 years, comes to a close. Yet, the attendees remain unsated, immersed in the profound depths of the teachings, understands that the conclusion of the first discourse signifies the impending moment for to accept disciples. As expected, does not dismiss the gathered beings after the teachings. He slowly scans the multitude before him with his deep, ocean-like gaze, before speaking in a measured tone. This discourse is concluded, and I intend to recruit several disciples from among you to disseminate my teachings throughout the primordial world, ensuring the legacy of my Xuanmen lineage. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupts in excitement. The beings, filled with uncontainable joy, straighten their postures and fix their eager, longing gazes upon, secretly praying for the favor of this supreme being. Among the multitude, however, there are notable exceptions. The most conspicuous among them are, and several of the ancestral witches present, who seem rather indifferent to S intentions. It is well known that these 12 ancestral witches have always revered only their father, the god Pangu. They harbor no reverence for this realm and would never willingly choose to become disciples of As4. As Pangu's sole true disciple, he is long regarded as his greatest rival. Thus, he naturally would not choose to become his apprentice. That moment, S' gaze slowly settles upon. Lingering for a brief moment, he then shifts his attention toward the location of the speaking softly. You three are the manifestations of the primordial spirit of the great deity Pangu, endowed with the merits of creation, possessing exceptional talent and understanding. Thus you may become my formal disciples. Upon hearing this, the faces of the instantly reflect an uncontrollable joy. Overwhelmed with excitement, they quickly adjust their garments and respectfully bow to, exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, Master." Next, S' penetrating and authoritative gaze turns toward, continuing. You are the transformation of the chaotic 5-colored serpent born from the 5 energies within Pangu's being, destined to fulfill a significant mission. You too may be my formal disciple, furrows her brow slightly, seemingly hesitant. However, upon noticing S' subtle nod of encouragement, she resolutely bows deeply to, respectfully performing a grand salute, and softly states, "Thank you for your grace, Master." Then, S' deep and imposing gaze shifts to, and, with a serious expression, he speaks, "You too shall be my registered disciples." Upon hearing this, and exchange glances, both revealing an unmistakable disappointment in their eyes. They had harbored hopes of becoming S' formal disciples, but now they are relegated to the status of registered disciples. A far cry from their aspirations. Yet before this supreme being, they possess no power to resist, suppressing their disappointment as they hastily kneel and bow, saying, "Thank you for your compassion, Master." Their sincerity is truly moving. At this moment, the other beings present, witnessing that S' intent to accept disciples has come to an end, are filled with anxiety. They are acutely aware that the individual before them is the most powerful entity in existence. If they could receive his guidance and protection, their futures would be limitless. Thus, these beings kneel on the ground, collectively calling out, "We beseech the ancestral master to show mercy." Their voices echo throughout the. However, appears unperturbed by the clamorous pleas of these beings. His gaze once again firmly fixed on, he slightly squints, his eyes narrowing as he regards and slowly speaks. My young friend, once upon a time, I stood alongside the great deity Pangu amidst the chaos. As Pangu's true disciple, you have not only perfectly inherited his complete legacy, but also bear the merits of creation across 4 levels and the unparalleled power of the Path of Strength. Therefore, you should indeed address me as your master uncle. Today, I extend a special invitation for you to join my Xuanmen. Your status will be equivalent to that of my formal disciples upon hearing this. His heart trembles, and he cannot help but ponder, why does so openly reveal my identity as Pangu's disciple at this moment? What could be his ulterior motive? Just then, he catches a glimpse of the whose expressions have dramatically changed. Previously serene demeanor has turned exceptionally somber, his eyes glinting with inscrutable gloom. Grits his teeth, his eyes revealing undeniable anger and jealousy. Only displays no sign of anger. Rather, his gaze was as clear as water, subtly imbued with a hint of joy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao was suddenly struck with profound realization. It became evident that Hongjun had indeed devised such a scheme, intending to incite discord within the Pangu lineage by revealing my true identity. Hongjun's invitation for Lin Xiao to join the Xuanmen was akin to a thunderous clap, instantly stirring a tremendous uproar beneath the Dao platform. The myriad beings who had previously beseeched Hongjun for apprenticeship, having met with naught but disappointment, after a brief moment of astonishment, finally regained their composure, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. One of the beings, filled with shock, exclaimed in a trembling voice, "The true disciple of the great Pangu. My heavens, I never imagined that Lin Xiao would possess such a terrifying background." Beside him, another being nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, no wonder the Dao Ancestor has repeatedly tolerated Lin Xiao's seemingly disrespectful actions." At this moment, yet another being, curious, speculated, since the venerable Dao Ancestor has personally invited Lin Xiao to join the Xuanmen, do you think he will accept? Before the words had barely left his lips, another being pointed towards the distant Yuanshi Tianzuan, saying, "Did you see the envy in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes?" According to the Dao Ancestor, Lin Xiao has not only inherited the most complete legacy from the great Pangu, but has also mastered the formidable Dao of Strength. Finally, a being could not help but exclaim, "TSK, with 9 grades of 5 Qi, 12 grades of 3 flowers, coupled with the Dao of Strength and a full 4 layers of the opening heaven merit. All of this converges upon Lin Xiao alone. It seems, apart from the Dao Ancestor, there is likely no one in this world who can rival him." After hearing Hongjun's words, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, plunging into deep contemplation. Upon careful reflection, my identity as a disciple of Pangu is, in fact, no longer a grand secret. Given Hongjun's cunning and shrewdness, even if he intends to exploit this matter to sow discord within the Pangu lineage, it would hardly be an easy task. After all, while the 12 Ancestor witches may be relatively simple-minded, their characters are straightforward. They would never harbor jealousy simply because I am fortunate enough to have obtained the complete legacy of old Pangu. On the contrary, in light of old Pangu's sentiments, they might even grow closer to me. Furthermore, regarding the Sanqing, the attitudes of Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi are, to be honest, of little concern to me that I never intended to forge connections with either of them. Moreover, the division of the Sanqing was an inevitable outcome. That much is unquestionable. In this light, Tong Tian seems to be a person worth engaging with. As for Hongjun's invitation for me to join the Xuanmen, it is evident to any discerning eye that he merely seeks to siphon a portion of fortune from me, relying on his status as the Dao Ancestor of the Xuanmen. However, I currently possess the blade of causal fortune in my hand. Even if I were to acquiesce to his request to join the Xuanmen, what difference would it make? Nevertheless, I cannot simply agree so readily. I must devise ways to extract significant benefits from him to make it worthwhile. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao slowly raised his head, a faint smile gradually gracing his handsome features, that he slightly bowed and clasped his fists towards Hongjun, saying, "Since the venerable Dao Ancestor has so earnestly invited me to join, it would be utterly ungrateful of me to refuse." However, Lin Xiao paused, a trace of difficulty appearing on his face. He continued, "You see, I, until this day, have not even possessed a proper weapon. each time I engage in combat. I must rely solely on these bare hands to contend, which is indeed quite a plight. Such a predicament not only tarnishes my personal image, but also leads others to perceive our Xuanmen disciples as woefully impoverished. Bringing shame upon you, venerable ancestor. After speaking, Lin Xiao gently shook his head, seemingly filled with helplessness and regret over his current situation. You clever rascal. I happen to possess a spear once wielded by Luo, a formidable weapon known as the God-slaying spear, which is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This spear possesses astonishing power, capable of easily injuring a sage's primordial spirit. However, it retains a trace of Luo, whose lingering soul, which has, over the long passage of time, merged entirely with the spear. For countless eons, I have racked my brains, employing every conceivable method, yet I have been unable to erase it completely. In desperation, I was compelled to seal it away. Now, I bestow this God-slaying spear upon you, but you must remember, this treasure is steeped in the aura of slaughter. I hope you will exercise utmost caution when wielding it, as he finished speaking. Hongjun lightly waved his expansive sleeve. In an instant, a long spear, pitch black as ink and imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, surged towards Lin Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's face broke into a sly smile. He swiftly reached out to securely catch the rapidly approaching God-slaying spear. Grasping the spear tightly, he felt the waves of chill and immense power emanating from it, his excitement evident. Subsequently, Lin Xiao bowed deeply to Hongjun, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for bestowing such a precious treasure. I shall diligently heed your teachings and wield this spear with caution, striving to live up to your expectations and kindness." Having said that, he examined the God-slaying spear in his hands once more, his eyes glimmering with unmistakable joy. The multitude of beings, witnessing Lin Xiao so brazenly solicit benefits from Hongjun, found it utterly imbalanced that the venerable ancestor indeed granted him a treasure. And what a supreme, innate spiritual treasure at that. This left them feeling exceedingly aggrieved, particularly those who had previously encountered Lin Xiao's extensive array of treasures, such as Jian and Junti. At this moment, Jian and Junti exchanged glances, their thoughts synchronizing. Without hesitation, they both knelt before the venerable ancestor, pleading earnestly, "Master, you know how impoverished our region in the West is. Apart from the 6 roots of purity bamboo and the 7 treasures mysterious tree crafted from our own essence, we have been unable to find any other formidable spiritual treasures to utilize. Our existence is fraught with hardship and suffering. We beseech you, Master, to show mercy upon us and grant us 1 or 2 powerful treasures." However, upon hearing this, Hongjun merely frowned slightly. Completely ignoring the two, the look of displeasure crossed his face as he coolly remarked, "This session of teachings concludes here. The second session will be held in 10,000 years. As soon as the words left his lips, Hongjun's figure vanished from the Dao platform without a trace, as if he had never been there at all, with the announcement of the conclusion of the teachings and the mention of the second session taking place in 10,000 years gradually fading into the void. His presence dissipated like an illusion, disappearing from the Dao platform without warning. The myriad beings present widened their eyes, attempting to catch a glimpse of any trace of Hongjun's departure, but ultimately all efforts were in vain. No one could discern the manner of his exit. At this moment, the beings who had been quietly listening to the teachings began to rise slowly, making their way towards the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. It was a distant memory when these beings, driven by their thirst for the Dao, had endured countless hardships and tribulations, with the most accomplished among them barely reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. They had forged ahead through the chaos, overcoming obstacles to arrive at this legendary holy site, the Zixiao Palace. Now, after 3,000 years of listening to the teachings, they had all greatly benefited, their cultivation having seen substantial improvement. Many beings had successfully broken through their bottlenecks, stepping into the ranks of the Da Luo Golden Immortals. Consequently, as they embarked on their journey home, they would undoubtedly find themselves better equipped to face the myriad dangers and obstacles within the chaos. Yet, as the majority of beings began to depart, Many renowned powerhouses in the Honghuang world remained unhurried to leave. They stood quietly outside the Zixiao Palace, their gazes fixed intently upon the palace doors, seemingly awaiting something. They were, in fact, waiting for Lin Xiao and his companions to emerge from within. It was well known that Lin Xiao's name resonated throughout the Honghuang. Forging any connection with him, even a minor one, would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their future cultivation. Look, Lin Xiao has come out. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd surrounding Dijun and Tai Wai. An excited being from the demon clan raised their hand, pointing toward the open doors of the Zixiao Palace. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes in unison, their eyes reflecting a mix of eagerness and reverence. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, a striking figure gradually emerged from the majestic and solemn entrance of the Zixiao Palace. It was none other than Lin Xiao. Behold him clad in a long robe, as pure as freshly fallen snow, its sleeves billowing gracefully, seemingly merging with the surrounding mist. At his waist, a mysterious Hongmeng measuring rod hangs diagonally, emanating an ethereal glow, while behind him, the causal chi blade and the god-slaying spear hover like loyal sentinels. Trailing silently in his wake, this moment, Lin Xiao gently holds the delicate, boneless jade hand of Nuwa with his left hand, while his right hand clasps tightly the warm and exquisite hand of Otu. Surrounded by the enthusiastic presence of his brothers Fushi, Dijiang, Zhu Rong, and others, he walks towards the crowd with a serene smile and composed steps. As he approaches, Lin Xiao halts, lifting his gaze to survey the illustrious beings before him. The Sanqing brothers stand shoulder to shoulder, their expressions grave. The siblings Dijun and Tai wear solemn faces, their eyes fixed intently upon him. The duo of Jin and Zhuanti hold their palms together, exuding an air of solemnity. Hongjun and Zinyuanzi, the steadfast friends, lean close together, whispering quietly. And amongst them are the brooding Mingi, the fierce Kunpeng, the elegant Dong Wanggong, and the resplendent Shi Wangmu, among others. Observing this, Lin Xiao's lips curl slightly, forming a faint smile as he proclaims, "Why do you linger here, esteemed ones? Are you perhaps waiting for my arrival?" As his words resonate, the crowd collectively bows in greeting, yet none respond to his inquiry. Their gazes converge upon the Sanqing, standing at the forefront, seemingly awaiting their lead to determine how best to engage or court Lin Xiao, the unparalleled entity aside from Hongjun. The atmosphere becomes subtly tense and charged. Among the Sanqing, Tong Tian Jiazhu bursts into hearty laughter, taking the initiative to speak. Lin Xiao, my junior brother, it is truly unexpected to learn that you are a genuine disciple of the Father God. In that case, we are indeed kin. From now on, you may consider yourself the fourth clear of Pangu." Yet before Lin Xiao could respond, the countenance of Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly darkens. His brow furrows as he chastises Tong Tian vehemently. "Tong Tian, my elder brother has yet to speak. What gives you the audacity to presume so? We three brothers are but manifestations of the Father God's primordial spirit, his true bloodline heirs, and undoubtedly the legitimate heirs of Pangu. While Lin Xiao may also be a disciple of the Father God, he lacks the bloodline inheritance, thus cannot simply be bestowed the title of the fourth clear." In response to Yuanshi Tianzuan's admonition, Tong Tian Jiazhu snorts derisively, his face a mask of defiance, that he retorts boldly, "Humph, I have no concern for your opinions. In my view, since Lin Xiao is a disciple of the Father God, he is my brother without question." With that, Tong Tian straightens his posture, his gaze resolute as he surveys the assembly, seemingly declaring his stance and resolve to all. Lin Xiao's lips twist into a cold smile as he casts a scornful glance at the self-important Yuanshi. He swiftly turns his attention to the open-hearted and gallant Tong Tian Jiazhu, his eyes filled with earnest determination. Lin Xiao places his hands together in a respectful salute, proclaiming, "Excellent, with such heartfelt hospitality from you, Brother Tong Tian, I humbly accept. Henceforth, you shall be my elder brother. We shall be bound by life and death, never to forsake one another. Your noble character truly embodies that of a hero, unlike some who incessantly prattle on about the true Pangu." Looking down upon the myriad beings of this vast wilderness, he continues, "In times past, our master, The great Pangu used his magnificent form to nurture all things and create this wondrous and resplendent primordial realm. Let us not forget those ancestors born of the Master's essence, nor the brothers Fuxi and Yuhua, shaped from the quintessence and righteous spirit of our Master. Consider also those born of the sun and moon, Dijuan and Tai from the left eye, and Shiha and Changshi from the right. Each and every one shares an intricate bond with our Master Pangu. Pray tell, what gives you the right to disdain these countless beings? His words resonate like the tolling of a great bell, stirring the hearts of all present, igniting a fervor within them. The crowd is invigorated, excitement etching their faces, contrasting sharply with the crimson-faced expressions of Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan, who stand speechless, rendered awkwardly mute. Outside the Zixiao Palace, Lin Xiao's impassioned rhetoric stirs the hearts of the assembly, igniting a fervent spirit among them, while Taishang and Yuanshi find themselves engulfed in embarrassment. Following Tontian, others step forward to express their goodwill. Lin Xiao, my friend, what plans do you have following this encounter? The fruits of the Fusang tree are now ripe. Why not join my brother and me for a gathering on the Sunstar? We can savor the fresh fruits, enjoy fragrant tea, and engage in delightful discourse. What joy that would be! Dijuan exclaims, his face alight with enthusiasm. Yet at that moment, the impetuous Zhu Rong can no longer contain himself. Striding forth and declaring loudly, Dijuan and Tai, my brother-in-law must return to the Pangu Temple. There is no time for idle wandering on the Sunstar. At this juncture, despite the absence of a full-scale conflict between the witch and demon clans, mutual disdain and contempt linger, making such interactions inevitable. Lin Xiao quickly gestures to Zhu Rong and the other ancestral brothers, signaling them to refrain from further comments. He then turns to Dijuan and Tai, bowing slightly and thanking them. I am immensely grateful for your kind invitation, dear Dijuan. However, I must attend to pressing matters at hand and cannot impose upon you further. Rest assured, I shall visit in due time. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's courteous refusal, Dijuan's expression remains unperturbed. He responds with a smile, no worries. Since you have urgent matters, we shall not press you when you grace us with your presence. We shall prepare an array of rare spiritual fruits, fine teas, exquisite wines, and delectable dishes to welcome you. With that, Dijuan, Tai, and their numerous demonic kin turn and depart. I could see this moment. Hongjun strides forward with a smile, extending another invitation. Lin Xiao, when you find time, do visit Wanshou Mountain's Wujuang Temple. Xinyuanzi possesses a supreme, innate spirit root, a ginseng fruit tree. This tree blooms once every 3,000 years, producing delightful flowers, followed by the fruits that take another 3,000 years to mature. The final 3,000 years are spent waiting for these fruits to ripen, known as ginseng fruit or herb-returning elixir. Merely inhaling its fragrance can extend one's life by 360 years, and if one is fortunate enough to taste a fruit, they may gain vitality for 27,000 years. The tree has borne fruit before your arrival, so it should be ripe now. You must come and savor it. Listening to Hongyun's exuberance, Xinyuanzi stands aghast, at a loss for words. After a moment, he awkwardly interjects, Hongyun, you old rascal, why are you taking the lead? If Lin Xiao wishes to visit, I will personally tidy the courtyard and prepare fine tea and wine to show my hospitality. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hastily bows slightly, his demeanor earnest and sincere as he expresses his gratitude. Thank you both for your generous invitations, that I shall certainly honor my promise and not dare to be remiss. As his words fade, others in the vicinity rush forward, eagerly extending their own invitations to Lin Xiao. Faced with this tidal wave of goodwill, Lin Xiao maintains a humble and courteous demeanor, responding to each individual with heartfelt thanks. The atmosphere becomes extraordinarily lively, filled with laughter and joy as the pleasantries draw to a close. Lin Xiao retrieves the supreme dragon throne, cradling it carefully in his palm, whispering incantations. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupts from his hands, mesmerizing all who behold. As the light gradually recedes, the originally petite supreme dragon throne undergoes a wondrous transformation, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly extending and expanding until it morphs into a luxurious dragon boat. Stretching 1,000 meters in length, the dragon boat shimmered with a resplendent golden glow, intricately entwined by 5 divine dragons, adorned with exquisite patterns and enigmatic runes, exuding an air of unparalleled grandeur and majesty. Lin Xiao turned around with a smile, calling out to the ancestral shaman brothers behind him, including Nuwa, Hutu, Fushi, and Dijiao. Esteemed brothers, I invite you to embark on this dragon boat with me. With that, he leaped onto the dragon boat, standing firmly at the bow. Upon witnessing this, the others swiftly employed their divine abilities and followed suit, ascending onto the vessel. Just as everyone settled in, Nuwa suddenly turned to Xuanmen with a smile, saying, "Sister Xuanmen, do join us for this journey. We can revel in the breathtaking scenery rarely seen amidst the chaos." Xuanmen, upon hearing Nuwa's invitation, initially paused in surprise, then her gaze shifted towards Lin Xiao. Upon seeing his smiling nod, a look of delight brightened her exquisite features, and with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she floated onto the dragon boat like a blooming flower. Once all had boarded, Lin Xiao bowed respectfully to Tongtian Taoist and the others who remained on the ground, saying, "We shall take our leave first, dear brother Tongtian. Please take care, and to all fellow Taoists, may you cherish yourselves." No sooner had he spoken than his thoughts stirred, transforming the grand dragon boat into a streak of flowing light, racing at astonishing speed over the heads of the onlookers into the depths of chaos, leaving behind a trail of brilliant brilliance akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, lingering in memory. Jean and Junti stood quietly, their gazes fixed on the receding dragon boat, their faces betraying a hint of helplessness and wry smiles. They slowly shook their heads, pondering in silence. Recalling their arrival at this place, they remembered how the enigmatic Lin Xiao had deliberately transformed the supreme dragon throne into a narrow little flying boat that could only accommodate one. Consequently, the two brothers had no choice but to chase after Lin Xiao, resulting in a rather disheveled scene. However, the situation was now entirely reversed. Lin Xiao had conjured a dragon boat of immense size and unparalleled luxury, leading a throng of companions aboard and departing with ease, leaving Jean and Junti behind to watch them grow ever distant. As they exchanged glances, Jean and Junti discerned an ineffable complexity in each other's eyes. Outside the Zixiao Palace, the once bustling scene grew increasingly desolate as Lin Xiao and his entourage sailed away on the opulent dragon boat. The previously thronged area now stood sparsely populated, with only a few lingering figures. The worldly guests who had come to listen to the teachings gradually receded like a receding tide, each embarking on their journey home. Yet, in this vast emptiness, the 3 pure ones remained, standing silently in place. Their expressions varied, as if each harbored unspoken emotions. Taishang Laojuan's usually serene and inscrutable face was now overshadowed by clouds of discontent, darkened to a point where it seemed one could draw water from it. His profound gaze flickered with ire, clearly dissatisfied with the recent events. Despite his transcendent demeanor and enigmatic presence, he was deeply concerned with matters of pride, the spectacle of everyone flocking around Lin Xiao. Flattering him undoubtedly left this revered figure feeling disheartened. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, was furiously incensed, his once dignified visage now appearing somewhat twisted and rage as a rightful heir of Pangu. He had always held himself in high esteem, believing himself to be the most exalted among all. Yet, the current scenario inflicted an unprecedented blow to his pride as he observed the throngs clamoring for Lin Xiao's favor, further igniting the flames of his wrath. In stark contrast, Tongtian Jiaozhu was the only one who displayed a countenance of joy, open-hearted and magnanimous. He never fixated on trifles. Since befriending Lin Xiao, he had genuinely appreciated the latter's forthright and generous spirit. Thus, witnessing others extend their goodwill towards Lin Xiao, he felt no trace of jealousy, but rather a sincere happiness for having gained such a friend. Unjust is the Father God. Why bestow the complete inheritance solely upon Lin Xiao? Why grant him such numerous advantages? Yuan Shi exclaimed, his eyes wide and face flushed, as he looked skyward, expressing his indignation. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's audacious words, Taishang Laojuan's expression changed dramatically. Hastily rebuking, "Second brother, do not speak recklessly. The Father God is supremely exalted. His majesty cannot be so easily desecrated or criticized by us that we must not commit an irreparable mistake out of momentary anger." However, Tong Tianjiaju did not concur with Yuan Shi Tianzun's sentiments, that he straightened his posture and firmly retorted, "Second brother, you are mistaken. Lin Xiao's rise to the Father God's favor is undoubtedly due to his own fortuity and deep blessings. Furthermore, as the Father God's only true disciple and most intimate companion, he should, by all rights and feelings, be regarded as our own kin, our brother, and not treated as an outsider." Upon hearing Tong Tianjiaju's open defiance, Yuan Shi Tianzun was unable to contain his fury any longer, pointing an accusatory finger at Tong Tianjiaju, unleashing a torrent of scorn. "You, Tong Tian, have become so disrespectful, entirely disregarding the dignity of your elder brothers. While you may associate with those lowly beings, do not dare to confront your own kin for the sake of an outsider. It seems you have truly sunk to a new low." Tong Tianjiaju scoffed, his face a mask of anger. "Humph. Different paths do not conspire together. Elder brother, I cannot abide by this Yuan Shi old man any longer. I shall take my leave and return to Kunlun Mountain." With that, he shot a fierce glare at Yuan Shi Tianzun, then offered a slight bow to Taishang Laojun before resolutely turning away, his robe billowing as he transformed into a streak of azure light. Racing through the chaotic void, Yuan Shi Tianzun watched Tong Tianjiaju's retreating figure, his heart boiling with anger, but he could not express it, thus turning to Taishang Laojun to voice his grievances. "Elder brother, do you see Tong Tian's attitude? It is utterly disrespectful." Taishang Laojun sighed gently, shaking his head with an expression of helplessness. "Second brother, do not say more. We three brothers should unite and maintain the order of the universe. It is truly disheartening to see our bond strained over trivial disagreements." With that, he let out a long sigh. In an unknown and mysterious realm, Hongjun and an indistinct, elusive figure sat quietly on either side of an ancient, heavy stone table. This seemingly ordinary table was, upon closer inspection, astonishingly adorned with an immense chessboard. Should a being from the primordial world accidentally stumble upon this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. For the chessboard took the shape of the entire vast expanse of the primordial continent. Even more astonishing were the pieces scattered across the board, each precisely corresponding to the respective habitats of the myriad races in the primordial realm. Such a wondrous sight could be likened to the primordial earth as the chessboard and the multitude of beings as the pieces. At this moment, Hongjun and the indistinct figure appeared to pierce through the mists of this mysterious space, focusing their gaze on the unfolding scenes at the entrance of Zixiao Palace. The indistinct figure spoke in a deep and solemn tone. "In my view, Lin Xiao's sudden emergence could very well lead to a rupture in the previously stable relationship among the three pure ones, potentially precipitating their division. Such a turn of events could yield immeasurable consequences for the forthcoming calamity. According to conventional reasoning, the significant event of the three pure ones' division should occur only after their attainment of sainthood. Following the later stages of the calamity instigated by the conflict between the shaman and demon races, typically, any discord among the three pure ones would stem from the gradual accumulation of conflicts and contradictions among their respective disciples. However, as time elapsed and various forces vied for dominance, these rifts would eventually be exacerbated by their differing doctrines and philosophies, leading to a complete separation. Yet surprisingly, the three pure ones have begun to harbor such animosities much earlier than anticipated. Consequently, this could significantly accelerate the timeline for their division. Nevertheless, upon reflection, even if such circumstances arose, they would likely not have a substantial impact on the overall progression of the calamity, as the three pure ones were not the true protagonists in this narrative. At the critical moment, it would suffice to issue a decree prohibiting the saints from directly participating in the fray. Upon reaching this point, Hongjun could not help but nod slightly, his tone calm as he began to speak. "What is your opinion of Lin Xiao?" The indistinct figure spoke again. "That I truly did not anticipate this. It turns out that this young man, Lin Xiao, is indeed the true trump card laid by that fellow Pangu For a long time, our focus has been on the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches, severely neglecting Lin Xiao to the point of completely overlooking his existence, allowing him to grow to such a level today. It is indeed quite strange. One can only blame Pangu for protecting him so well. Before this, there was not a single clue hinting at his existence. Yet, at a time when everyone was caught off guard, he suddenly emerged like a dazzling meteor, leaping outside this vast chessboard. This young man possesses the 4 layers of Pangu's merit of creation, and he has forged an indestructible and powerful body using the essence of 3,000 gods and demons. Given the circumstances, it seems nearly impossible to crush him in his cradle once more. However, on the other hand, it is precisely because such a challenging opponent has quietly appeared that the unfolding of this chess game becomes increasingly captivating and splendid. Does that not make it all the more interesting? Hongjun responded leisurely. The luxurious dragon boat, transformed from the supreme dragon throne, sailed through the chaos like a streak of light. Astonishingly swift, it shimmered with mysterious and resplendent radiance, forming an impenetrable shield that kept the chaotic winds and thunder at bay. Standing tall at the bow, Lin Xiao, with his garments billowing, gazed forward with eyes as profound as the stars, reveling in the breathtaking scenery of this chaotic world. The chaotic winds howled like tumultuous waves, carrying with them a force capable of annihilating the heavens. The thunder danced like silver serpents, weaving a dazzling net of electricity that seemed poised to tear the very fabric of the void apart. Occasionally, a few indigenous creatures of chaos would dart past the dragon boat. These beings, varied in form, resembled birds with sharp claws and wings, while others resembled fish, yet were adorned with tough scales and sharp spines. They either curiously peered at the magnificent dragon boat or cautiously maintained their distance before swiftly departing. This moment, Lin Xiao's mind was a tempest of thoughts, a myriad of reflections flooding in. Since his arrival in this primordial world, his experiences had been nothing short of extraordinary. That be why sheer serendipity, he had become the true disciple of Pangu, the god of creation, receiving the most complete inheritance from him. Moreover, he had forged an indestructible body, invincible in its might. Not only that, but the 7 binding marriage contracts imbued with supreme Taoist power had already established intimate bonds with 4 of the 7 women involved. However, the remaining 3 would require patience in waiting for the right moment to further develop their emotional entanglements. With this in mind, Lin Xiao felt an indescribable anticipation rising within him. The journey to the Zixiao Palace to receive teachings had been remarkably fruitful for Lin Xiao. He had successfully condensed the 9-grade 5 Qi and 12-grade 3 flowers, and had made a significant breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Da Luo golden immortal realm. At this moment, his aura surged like the sea, exuding a destructive force with every movement. The once fragile seed of the Tao of strength within his primordial spirit had now grown into a flourishing little tree. Simultaneously, various other Tao seeds were sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, taking root deeply within his primordial spirit and flourishing at an astonishing pace. However, during the critical phase of discipleship at the Zixiao Palace, Lin Xiao unfortunately fell victim to Hongjuan's covert schemes. Contemplating the situation, Lin Xiao mused to himself, "Now that this chess game has fully unfolded, upon my return to the primordial continent, I must swiftly initiate my own strategies in response." Thus, his gaze first turned towards the legendary islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong, for these places harbored countless rare resources and mysterious powers. Gaining early control over them would undoubtedly grant him a significant advantage. That it was particularly crucial to be wary of the ambitious Dong Wanggong, a ruthless individual not to be taken lightly, as he must not be allowed any advantage whatsoever. "Darling," a tender and melodious call broke the silence, and there appeared the West Queen Mother, clad in a flowing white feathered robe. Gracefully approaching, her stunning visage bloomed like spring flowers, a gentle and shy expression gracing her features. Each step she took was light and elegant, as if she were treading upon clouds. Upon hearing that familiar and enchanting voice, Lin Xiao's heart warmed, and he swiftly turned to face her. As his gaze met the West Queen Mother, a flicker of surprise and tenderness sparkled in his eyes. "That it is Hunyuan." Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile of affection. He quickly extended his right arm, gently wrapping it around the slender, delicate waist of the West Queen Mother, drawing her close to his side. The West Queen Mother nestled against Lin Xiao, savoring his warm embrace and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The two stood quietly entwined, as if the world around them had lost its importance, with only their existence remaining the most real and beautiful. Hongjun is the name of the West Queen Mother, derived from Tang Dynasty's Duan Chengshir's Yuyang Zazu, which states, "The West Queen Mother's surname is Yang, and her given name is Huai, also known as Hongjun." "What is my husband pondering?" the West Queen Mother gently inquired, her voice as soft and warm as a spring breeze. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting for a moment before replying, "I am contemplating that despite my cultivation journey thus far, I still lack my own Taoist sanctuary. Upon my return to the primordial realm, my foremost task will be to seek out the legendary overseas 3 islands." His gaze drifted toward the horizon, as if he could already envision those mysterious lands. Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention the 3 islands, the West Queen Mother's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "The overseas 3 islands! Oh, by the way, I have something for you." With a graceful wave of her jade hand, 3 beams of golden light flickered, and 3 golden-hued, fragrant spiritual fruits appeared in her palm. Lin Xiao focused intently, unable to suppress his astonishment as he exclaimed, "Huangzhongli!" The 3 spiritual fruits resembled plump beads, round and adorable, with the ancient characters Huangzhong faintly visible upon them. Amidst his shock, Lin Xiao quickly composed himself, solemnly accepting the spiritual fruits while continuing. "According to the inheritance left by my master on one of the overseas islands, Fangzhong Island grows a supreme innate spiritual root known as Huangzhongli. This tree is incredibly wondrous, flowering only once every 10,000 years, bearing fruit another 10,000 years later, and requiring yet another 10,000 years to fully mature. Over the span of 30,000 years, one can only harvest 9 fruits. Its blossoms resemble blooming lotus flowers, vividly beautiful, while the fruits are like crystal-clear beads, exquisitely delicate. Even more intriguingly, the characters Huangzhong are distinctly engraved upon both the flowers and fruits. Such a precious rarity. From where did you acquire it?" "Approximately 100,000 years ago. I was in a state of deep distress, as if a heavy stone pressed upon my heart, making it hard to breathe. Hence, I decided to leave my familiar surroundings in search of a pure land to soothe my spirit. Ultimately, my journey brought me to the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea. That day, the sea breeze gently caressed my hair, and the waves softly lapped against the shore, producing a melodious sound, just as I was immersed in this tranquility. A lively sea bird caught my attention. It gracefully circled in the air, seemingly guiding me to some mysterious place. Out of curiosity, I instinctively followed its flight path, after a journey of neither too long nor too short. We arrived before an island brimming with spiritual energy. This island was shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland that beckoned the soul. That time, I had no idea that this was the Fangzhong Island spoken of by my husband. Upon stepping onto the island, I was overjoyed to discover a peculiar fruit tree laden with fruit. The fruits exuded an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the legendary Huangzhongli. At that moment, there were exactly 9 fully ripe Huangzhongli hanging from the tree. Faced with such precious spiritual fruits, I could hardly contain my excitement and carefully reached out to pluck one. The moment the first Huangzhongli fell into my hand, a refreshing aura instantly enveloped my entire being, invigorating my spirit. Subsequently, I successfully plucked the second and third fruits. However, just as I prepared to continue and harvest the 4th Huangzhongli, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the entire island began to tremble violently, intricate runes and lights appearing on the ground, forming a powerful array. Before I could react, a tremendous force enveloped me tightly and swiftly transported me away from the island. When I regained my senses and sought to return to that magical island, I discovered that no matter how hard I tried, I could no longer find any trace of ITAS if it had never existed. It vanished without a trace. Until today, when I heard you mention the name Fangzhong Island, That long-buried memory surged forth like a tidal wave. In retrospect, everything seems as if it belongs to a different era. The West Queen Mother recounted. After listening to her narrative, Lin Xiao nodded and remarked, "It cannot be mistaken. This island must undoubtedly be Fengzhang Island. According to the teachings passed down by my master, the three islands overseas are intricately connected by a vital force that to successfully decipher the innate formations on these islands. One must follow a specific sequence that if we wish to enter Fengzhang Island and Yingzhou Island, we must first locate Penglai Island. Only then can we uncover the key to breaking the formation. That I have heard that the East King is also searching for Penglai Island," the West Queen Mother said, as if suddenly recalling something. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly and earnestly advised, "The East King? You must keep your distance from him." Upon hearing his words, the West Queen Mother's expression subtly shifted, but soon returned to normal as she softly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I will certainly endeavor to maintain a respectable distance from other men." However, Lin Xiao appeared somewhat awkward and hurriedly clarified, "Hunyuan, do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. I merely wish to caution you that although the East King appears ambitious, he is, in fact, lacking in talent and knowledge. Moreover, he harbors great ambitions that are not matched by his abilities. If this continues, he is likely to meet a dire fate. Thus, it would be prudent to steer clear of him to avoid being implicated." "No, my lord," the West Queen Mother stated, her gaze steadfast as she looked at Lin Xiao, her tone grave. "Since the moment the marriage decree of the Great Way descended, my heart has belonged solely to you. No matter what transpires, this will never change." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within Lin Xiao, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? He instinctively embraced the West Queen Mother a little tighter, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. The two held each other closely, reveling in the profound love shared between them, in the vast and boundless expanse of the primordial continent. The towering Mount Buzhou, transformed from the spine of the Pangu deity, pierced the heavens with its majestic presence. It resembled a colossal giant, overseeing this vibrant yet perilous land. Surrounding Mount Buzhou were numerous tribal habitats, with the most prominent being the Wu clan. This time, the Wu clan had not yet divided into 12 tribes. All its members resided at the foot of Mount Buzhou, thriving in a relatively tranquil existence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the ancestral grounds of the Wu clan, shaking the heavens. The originally azure sky, unmarred by clouds, was suddenly shrouded by rolling dark clouds, plunging the world into darkness. The deafening roar grew increasingly overwhelming and approached. A brilliant light suddenly flickered above the inky sky. This radiance spread rapidly, like an extraordinarily sharp sword, tearing a gaping chasm in the heavy canopy above. Immediately thereafter, a resplendently adorned dragon boat emerged slowly from the rift. The boat shimmered with an otherworldly light, intricately carved with exquisite patterns and runes, exuding an overwhelming aura that struck fear into the hearts of those below. Witnessing this sight, the Wu clan members felt as if they were facing a formidable foe. Many combative warriors from the clan unhesitatingly lifted heavy boulders, hurling them towards the dragon boat. In that instant, countless stones rained down like a torrential storm, yet none could breach the formidable protective barrier surrounding the vessel. Realizing their efforts were in vain, several towering Wu clan shamans roared in unison, leaping into the air to encircle the dragon boat. Their muscles bulged with exertion, their grips firm upon formidable artifacts, brimming with power, ready to unleash a furious assault. Upon the dragon boat, the grand ancestors, including Di Jiang, wore expressions as dark as the depths of a cauldron. Particularly, the grand ancestor Gong Gong's rugged visage twisted in fury as he could not help but curse. "These damned bastards, they are utterly lawless," standing nearby. Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly. Shaking his head, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene, he murmured a complex incantation to retract the dragon boat. As his words fell, the magnificent vessel began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The enormous dragon boat swiftly shrank and morphed, in the blink of an eye becoming a resplendent throne of the supreme dragon. glowing with purple-gold radiance. This throne then streaked across the sky like a shooting star, swiftly returning to Lin Xiao's Primordial Spirit Palace, as the dragon boat vanished. The figures hidden behind it finally came into view. The surrounding shamans, upon seeing the suddenly revealed grand ancestors, were momentarily stunned. Then, like frightened birds, they dropped to their knees in reverence. In unison, they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Grand Ancestor Dijiang, Grand Ancestor Zhu Rong, Grand Ancestor Gong Gong, Grand Ancestor Ru Shou, Grand Ancestor Chang Liang, and Grand Ancestor Ho Tu." Their voices thundered, echoing through the heavens. That Dijiang, feeling a bit awkward, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiao before turning back with a scowl, feigning anger as he chastised the nearby shamans. "Xing Tian, Qua Fu, Ho Yi, Xiang Lu, you rascals. All you do is fight and kill, with no sense of decorum. You even dare to recklessly attack the dragon boat of your own grand ancestors. Truly, you are bold beyond measure." Upon hearing Dijiang's rebuke, the shamans lowered their heads in unison, unwilling to meet the grand ancestor's gaze. However, at that moment, Xing Tian among the crowd cautiously raised his head and replied, "Grand Ancestor Dijiang, we truly did not mean to. The situation was urgent, and we had no idea that the grand ancestors would be aboard that peculiar dragon boat. All right, let me properly introduce you all now. First, these two renowned figures, Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Nuwa, I believe you're all quite familiar with. Their domain is on our father god spine, Mount Buzhou, and they are our neighbors. You all know them well, so there's no need for me to elaborate further. Next, I would like to grandly introduce this esteemed guest, Taoist Xuanmen from the West Kunlun. She is a figure of immense power and vast capabilities. Her status is exalted, and her strength must not be underestimated. Lastly, this individual is our crucial ally, Brother Lin Xiao. He shares a profound connection with our Wu clan, as he is the husband of your grand ancestor Ho Tu. From this day forth, Brother Lin Xiao shall be the 13th grand ancestor of our Wu clan." Grand Ancestor Dijiang declared loudly, "Long live the 13th grand ancestor." Upon hearing Dijiang's proclamation, the multitude of shamans once again bowed deeply, their voices resonating, echoing across the boundless earth. Lin Xiao cast a reproachful glance at Dijiang, internally chiding him for taking liberties. However, he did not refuse the goodwill, waving his hand to the assembled shamans. "Please, there is no need for such formalities." Just then, a refreshing and elegant fragrance wafted through the air, akin to a spring breeze that invigorated the senses. Following this, a dazzling green light shot upwards, piercing the clouds, its brilliance so intense that it seemed destined to rend the very sky apart. The dark clouds that had enveloped the heavens due to the arrival of the supreme dragon boat melted away like snow under the warm sun, vanishing at an observable pace. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to its former azure clarity, captivating all who gazed upon it. Above, a colossal phantom of a green lotus slowly materialized, radiating an enchanting and mysterious light. Each petal glimmered like exquisite jade, delicately crafted. It floated serenely in the air, exuding an ethereal aura, as if it belonged to a realm beyond this world. "The creation green lotus," Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing up at the immense phantom, unable to contain his disbelief and joy. Beside him, Fuxi instantly grasped the significance that he understood that his sister Nuwa had long been devoted to the way of creation. Should she be fortunate enough to acquire this legendary 24th grade creation green lotus, it would undoubtedly bolster her power tremendously. With this thought, Fuxi could hardly contain his excitement, calling out, "Hurry, the creation green lotus is located towards the heavenly pool on Mount Buzhou. We must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." At this moment, the crowd converged, all of whom were powerful figures of the Wu clan, having come from all directions. Among these individuals, there are not only those grand sorcerers who have yet to reveal themselves, but also several ancestral witches who have remained in their ancestral lands and have never ventured to the Zixiao Palace to seek enlightenment. The crowd moved with the swiftness of lightning, racing toward the celestial pond nestled in the foothills of Buzhou Mountain. Before long, they were drawing near to their destination. From a distance, one could see a colossal azure lotus, an extraordinary 24th grade creation. Blooming majestically upon the tranquil, mirror-like surface of the celestial pond, this azure lotus towered like a small mountain, emanating a dazzling azure light that cast an ethereal glow over the entire pond, rendering it surreal. Even more astonishing was the overwhelming presence of the principles of transformation. So dense they appeared almost tangible, swirling around the azure lotus like lively dragons. Each principle contained boundless mysteries and profundities, and merely gazing upon them seemed to grant an understanding of the deepest truths of the universe. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the legends regarding the creation azure lotus from his previous life. It was said that before the heavens and earth were formed, amidst the chaos existed a primordial treasure known as the creation azure lotus, which bore 5 lotus seeds at its core, one of which gave birth to the great Pangu. Following Pangu's opening of the heavens, the chaotic energies ran rampant, and due to the depletion of the creation azure lotus from birthing Pangu, it was ultimately unable to withstand the violent onslaught of earth, water, fire, and wind, leading to its destruction. Consequently, the process of nurturing the remaining 4 lotus seeds was interrupted. Among these, 1 seed matured and fell into the celestial pond of Buzhou Mountain, growing into the 24th grade creation azure lotus, however, lacking the merit of opening the heavens. The creation azure lotus was not accepted by the universe and was destined for destruction by the heavenly laws, just as the creation azure lotus was on the verge of wilting. Pangu and the 3 purities seized the opportunity, and the creation azure lotus split into 3, transforming a primordial treasure into 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. The lotus root became the 3 treasures Rui. Acquired by Yuan Shi Tianzun, the lotus flower transformed into the Panlong crutch, obtained by Taishang Laozi, and the lotus leaves became the Qingping sword, claimed by Tongtian Jiaozhu. Upon recalling this, Lin Xiao felt a tightening in his heart. As he saw Fuxi stepping forward, prepared to claim the creation azure lotus, radiating with transformative azure light, he hastily reached out to stop him. Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and spoke softly. "Everyone, please do not act impulsively. This creation azure lotus is indeed a fated opportunity for the 3 purities. It is not something we can lay claim to with such reckless thoughts." Just as his words fell, a series of sharp howls echoed from the sky, followed by a dozen beams of varied colors streaking across the horizon like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, these streaks had landed around the celestial pond of Buzhou Mountain. Upon closer inspection, the newcomers were all illustrious figures, most of whom bore familiar faces that Dijun and Tai Yi stood shoulder to shoulder. Radiating powerful auras, Jin and Juni stood together, their expressions solemn. Alongside them were the open-minded Hongjun, the ethereal Xinyuanzi, the eerie Mingi, the sharp-eyed Kunpeng, and the dignified Dongwang Gong, all of whom had previously ventured to Zixiao Palace to listen to the great Tao. At that moment, the Kunpeng, leveraging its unparalleled speed, darted toward the center of the celestial pond where the creation azure lotus lay. However, just as it was about to touch the lotus, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A translucent barrier, seemingly delicate yet indestructible, suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire pond. Caught off guard, the Kunpeng crashed violently into this barrier. In an instant, an invisible force rippled from the barrier, akin to ripples spreading across a serene lake. The Kunpeng, severely rebuffed by the barrier's fierce backlash, was sent flying like a cannonball. It soared a considerable distance before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon landing, the Kunpeng's visage turned pale, and it spewed forth a mouthful of crimson blood, clearly sustaining significant injuries. The tragic fate of the Kunpeng struck the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer, causing them to halt in their tracks. Deterred from any rash actions in that moment, the entire scene descended into a profound silence, with only the sound of their slightly labored breaths breaking the stillness. Fuxi was particularly shaken, drenched in cold sweat as he gazed warily at the seemingly tranquil yet treacherous barrier. Silently thanking his fortune for not having acted rashly at the same time, he cast a grateful glance toward Lin Xiao, their eyes exchanging unspoken gratitude for the timely warning. Just then, the impulsive Tai, he could no longer contain his inner turmoil. His eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. The creation Azure Lotus is right before us. How can this damned barrier obstruct our path? Watch me shatter it. Without hesitation, he summoned the innate treasure, the Honghuang bell, channeling a torrent of his power into it. He then swung the Honghuang bell forcefully at the barrier guarding the creation Azure Lotus. A thunderous roar erupted, deafeningly loud. Yet the result left everyone dumbfounded. The once indomitable barrier merely quivered slightly, as if the force of the Honghuang bell was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Even more unexpectedly, the Honghuang bell did not breach the barrier's defenses. Instead, it rebounded as though striking a mound of soft cotton, sent flying back by the barrier's formidable repulsion. Caught off guard, he was knocked back by the immense backlash from the Honghuang bell. His face flushing crimson as he staggered several steps before managing to stabilize himself. Witnessing this, Dijun furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lin Xiao and said with a steady tone, "Lin Xiao, given the current situation, it seems unlikely that a single person can break this barrier. Perhaps we should join forces to overcome ITAS for the ultimate possession of the creation Azure Lotus. We can compete for it later. What do you think, Lin Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao simply shook his head lightly and replied with a calm smile. "Thank you, Dijun, for your kind offer, but I have no interest in the creation Azure Lotus. You may all proceed as you wish." With that, he crossed his arms, adopting a stance of passive observation. The others exchanged glances, a hint of regret evident on their faces. The atmosphere plunged into a heavy silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Among all present, Lin Xiao undoubtedly possessed the most formidable strength, standing like a towering mountain, evoking both admiration and awe. Yet, at this moment, his refusal to engage left the others feeling lost and uncertain. They had hoped that Lin Xiao would step forward to lead them in breaking the solid barrier, after which they could all vie for the creation Azure Lotus, perhaps even find a way to claim it for themselves. But now that hope had been dashed, leaving them unsure of how to proceed, Lin Xiao firmly stated his disinterest in taking action against the barrier, and his lack of intent to claim the Azure Lotus. A brief yet tense silence enveloped the scene. However, this tranquility did not last long. Ultimately, some of the primal beings, unable to suppress their greedy desires, exchanged furtive glances and calculations, resolutely choosing to unite and launch a fervent and relentless assault on the barrier protecting the creation Azure Lotus. After all, this was the legendary 24th grade creation Azure Lotus, a treasure of primordial status that approached the essence of chaos. Its allure was beyond description, akin to the most resplendent star in a dark night sky, drawing countless beings into a frenzied pursuit. Not everyone could remain as unperturbed as Lin Xiao. It should be noted that Lin Xiao's calm demeanor in the face of such an extraordinary treasure stemmed from the fact that he already possessed numerous coveted treasures, the Chaos Pearl and the Supreme Dragon Throne, both of which belonged to the realm of innate treasures, as well as the Hongmeng Liantian ruler and the Tuan Guoqiyan knife, both of which possessed powers comparable to innate treasures. Notably, the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, surpassing even the level of primordial treasures and regarded as a Hongmeng spiritual treasure, further bolstered his confidence, rendering him indifferent to the mere 24th grade creation Azure Lotus, following closely behind Lin Xiao. Fuxi and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, along with other powerful beings, observed Lin Xiao standing firmly without taking any action. Though they felt puzzled, they understood Lin Xiao's unfathomable strength and his ever-elusive nature. So they dared not act recklessly, instead choosing to quietly observe the unfolding situation. Despite the formidable skills possessed by those who had opted to attack the barrier, each renowned in their own right, they were acutely aware of the challenge ahead. However, regardless of their fervent attempts and the myriad of spells they unleashed upon the barrier, this seemingly fragile barrier stood resolute, akin to a fortress of bronze and iron, impervious to their relentless onslaught. After enduring a prolonged assault, these formidable beings gradually found themselves at a loss, their internal magical energies draining away like a surging flood, ultimately retreating one by one in resignation. In that moment, they resembled defeated roosters, heads bowed low, their faces etched with despondency. The the once vibrant spirit long vanished. Just then, 3 dazzling streaks of light suddenly streaked across the sky, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Arriving before the gathered crowd in the blink of an EYEAS, the radiance dissipated. The majestic figures of the 3 pure ones gradually emerged, being among the last to depart from the gates of the Zixiao Palace. They arrived at this location somewhat later. However, upon sensing the immense opportunity that might be concealed here, they unhesitatingly ignited their own magical powers and hastened forward in eager pursuit. Fortunately, when they finally reached the scene and beheld the legendary primal green lotus still standing intact, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, their previously anxious hearts finally settling. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the 3 pure ones strolled leisurely to the surface of the heavenly pool beneath the towering and magnificent primal green lotus. Their steps were light and assured, encountering no obstacles whatsoever, as if the protective barrier of the primal green lotus did not exist at all at that moment. An indescribable sensation surged within them, as if guided by some mysterious force, awakening an innate understanding that it was then that Taishang Laojun broke the silence, speaking softly. "Red flower." No sooner had his words left his lips than a stunning spectacle unfolded, the vibrant red flower, which had quietly bloomed atop the 24th grade primal green lotus, transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Taishang Laojun with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, the flower had morphed into a coiling dragon-shaped crutch, landing steadily in Taishang Laojun's grasp. Following suit, Yuanshi Tianzhen, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed loudly, "White Lotus." Accompanying his declaration, the stout lotus stems of the 24th grade primal green lotus stirred to life, soaring into the air like a spirited white dragon. After circling gracefully several times, it darted directly towards Yuanshi Tianzhen, transforming swiftly into a resplendent, translucent 3 treasures rui. Finally, it was Tong Tian Jiaozhu's turn to speak. With his eyes slightly closed, he murmured incantations, "Green lotus leaf." Instantly, the lush green lotus leaves of the 24th grade primal green lotus detached from their source, swirling through the air like a flurry of dancing butterflies. Before long, these leaves converged into a shimmering, sword-like Qingping sword, hurtling toward Tongtian Jiaozhu, who grasped it firmly in his hand. After claiming their treasures, the 3 pure ones turned without hesitation to depart, as they were about to vanish into the horizon. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu paused, turning back to nod respectfully at Lin Xiao, acknowledging him before continuing on his way to this moment. The many mighty beings of the primordial chaos witnessed the unparalleled primal green lotus fall into the hands of the 3 pure ones. Although a tinge of regret lingered in their hearts, they understood that further entanglement would be futile. Thus, they exchanged courteous farewells and embarked on their respective journeys home. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood quietly, his gaze lingering on the spot where the primal green lotus had just been, his mind replaying the miraculous sight of it splitting into 3, unable to contain himself. He murmured softly, "Red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. The 3 teachings are indeed one." Beside him, Fuxi and Yuhua remained immersed in their profound lamentation over the division of the primal green lotus, completely oblivious to Lin Xiao's reference to the 3 teachings rather than the 3 pure ones. Just as the crowd prepared to depart, Lin Xiao's casual glance caught an exceedingly minute detail that could easily have been overlooked at the bottom of the heavenly pool. Where the primal green lotus once thrived, lay a seemingly inconspicuous crimson spiritual pearl. A spark ignited within Lin Xiao, and he immediately wielded his powers. An invisible force shot forth from his hand, accurately drawing the crimson pearl toward him, where it settled securely in his palm. After acquiring the crimson pearl, Lin Xiao did not rush to inspect it with his divine sense, but rather cradled it with care, examining it closely. That moment, Yuhua, standing beside him, suddenly exclaimed, "This is indeed the primordial pearl." Her face involuntarily displayed a longing expression, revealing her desire for it. Lin Xiao gazed at the mysterious pearl radiating an ethereal glow in his hand, noting its smooth transparency and flickering spiritual light, as if it contained boundless spiritual power and secrets. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of Nuwa's uncontainable delight, prompting a conjecture in his mind. Could this pearl be the spiritual pearl of Nuwa's attendant? One of the protagonists of the Fengshan calamity, Neza? Once this thought emerged, it ignited like wildfire within Lin Xiao's heart. Contemplating this, he extended the primordial pearl to Nuwa, saying, "This item is destined for you. Please accept it in the vast, boundless, and magnificent eastern sea. A golden dragon, measuring 100 feet in length, soared majestically above the churning waves. Its colossal and regal form shimmered with a dazzling golden light, as if it had bathed the entire sky in a resplendent hue of gold. Upon the massive head of this dragon stood a young man clad in a robe as white as snow. Proudly facing the wind, he was tall and upright as a pine tree, with a strikingly handsome visage that radiated an extraordinary charisma. This young man in white was Lin Xiao, while the golden dragon was Aosheng, the son of the ancestral dragon. Previously, after parting ways with the others at the heavenly pool of Buzhou Mountain, Lin Xiao summoned Aosheng, who had been diligently cultivating in the boundless space of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. Together, they embarked on a journey filled with uncertainties and challenges in search of the fabled 3 immortal islands. Meanwhile, Fuxi, Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West, and the 12 ancestral witches bid reluctant farewells to Lin Xiao before returning to their respective sanctuaries to enter secluded cultivation. They required time to thoroughly comprehend and digest the profound teachings they had absorbed over the years in the Zixiao Palace, seizing this opportunity to solidify their cultivation realms in hopes of ascending to greater heights. As for Aosheng, throughout these years, it had tirelessly honed its skills within the enigmatic and spiritually rich confines of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower, never allowing a moment of negligence. Consequently, it had not disappointed Lin Xiao's high hopes. Particularly during the 3,000 years Lin Xiao spent attending teachings in the Zixiao Palace, Aosheng, with its extraordinary talent and relentless dedication, made remarkable progress in its cultivation, consistently breaking through barriers. Now, Aosheng had successfully advanced to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Today, Lin Xiao rode atop Aosheng, tirelessly searching and exploring across the vast eastern sea, having traversed for over 3 months. Regrettably, they had yet to uncover even the slightest trace or solid lead regarding the legendary 3 immortal islands. The prolonged lack of progress gradually stirred a subtle restlessness within Lin Xiao's otherwise tranquil demeanor. "Father, do you think the legendary 3 immortal islands truly exist? We are searching aimlessly like headless flies, with no idea when we might find them, that I'm almost too exhausted to fly." Aosheng, bearing Lin Xiao, gasped for breath, its voice laden with fatigue and exasperation after flying continuously over the vast ocean for more than 3 months. Hearing Aosheng's words, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Well then, let us first pay a visit to the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea. Given that the Dragon King Aoguang and his kin have resided in this region for countless years, they may possess some clues regarding the 3 immortal islands." Upon hearing this, Aosheng's drooping head shot up instantly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in its eyes. Gathering its strength, it carried Lin Xiao like a golden bolt of lightning, swiftly diving downward, plunging into the turbulent sea, sending up a spray of water. I could see this moment. Deep within the boundless eastern sea, a resplendent and magnificent palace stood tall, the renowned Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Within the grand, opulent Crystal Palace, the Dragon King Aoguang reclined lazily upon a throne adorned with pearls and jewels. He gently lifted a crystal-clear wine cup filled with fragrant wine, embodying an air of supreme languor. He occasionally brought the rim of his cup close to his lips, elegantly sipping a mouthful, then savoring the exquisite flavor as the wine flowed across his tongue. Meanwhile, the venerable Turtle Prime Minister stood by, fervently reporting to the Dragon King about a series of significant events that had transpired on the primordial continent in recent years. Just then, a sudden flurry of footsteps abruptly shattered the tranquility. The onlookers turned towards the sound, and a shrimp soldier, clutching a sharp spear, rushed into the grand hall with a panicked expression. Kneeling on one knee, the shrimp soldier urgently proclaimed, "Report! I beseech the Dragon King." Outside, there is a young man riding a golden dragon, seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, the previously leisurely Eastern Sea Dragon King Aosheng couldn't help but pause in surprise, his wine cup halting mid-air. However, before he could utter a word, the Turtle Prime Minister, who was still delivering his report, widened his eyes in fury and sharply reprimanded the shrimp soldier. "Do not speak such nonsense." In the past, the lineage of the ancestral dragon was immensely powerful, yet it was completely extinguished from the world hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could there possibly be a golden dragon in existence today? Moreover, the Dragon Clan has always held a status of utmost reverence. How could we possibly be reduced to mere mounts for others? This is utter folly. Withdraw at once. Wait. Hold on. Did that young man disclose his name to you? The Eastern Sea Dragon King Aosheng inquired urgently, his face etched with concern. The shrimp soldier stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied, in response to the Dragon King, "He did mention his name. He claims to be Lin Xiao." Upon hearing this name, Aosheng's heart jolted violently, and a flash of insight struck his mind. He suddenly recalled the shocking news that had reached the Eastern Sea Dragon City 3,000 years ago. The Supreme Dragon Throne had found its master, and that master's name seemed to be Lin Xiao. At this thought, Aosheng shivered in astonishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "This is bad. The Dragon Lord has graced us with his presence. Quickly, sound the gathering dragon bell and notify all dragonkin to accompany me in welcoming the Dragon Lord. There must be no delay." Aosheng commanded loudly, hastily rising to adjust his clothing and adornments before making his way out of the palace in a rush. Outside the grand and solemn gates of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Lin Xiao stood quietly, clad in a robe as white as snow, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Beside him, Aosheng had already transformed into an exceptionally handsome young Aosheng, with a puzzled expression, looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but speak. "Adoptive father, you are the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. The entire Dragon Clan is at your command. Surely, we can go wherever we please without difficulty. Why must we send others to announce our arrival? Would it not be better to reveal your identity and stride in boldly?" Hearing Aosheng's words, Lin Xiao smiled gently, a hint of fondness in his eyes that he reached out to lightly pat Aosheng's head and slowly explained, "Silly child, although I'm the master of this supreme dragon throne. The title of Dragon Lord is merely a promise made by your biological father, the ancestral dragon, alongside your uncles and aunts during his lifetime. Furthermore, we have come here with a request for Aosheng and the others. How can we possibly take advantage of our power to barge in? Would that not be a breach of etiquette?" As for the Eastern Sea Dragon King Aosheng, upon realizing that the visitor was indeed the Dragon Lord Lin Xiao, he was taken aback and hastily ordered the bell to be rung. The melodious chime echoed throughout the Eastern Sea region. Subsequently, Aosheng wasted no time, leading numerous dragon offspring and a host of aquatic beings towards the grand gates of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to respectfully welcome this extraordinarily esteemed figure. As they hurried along, they soon caught sight of two figures, one large and one small, standing still ahead. Lin Xiao, clad in a robe as white as snow, stood tall and straight, emanating an otherworldly aura. Beside him was a strikingly handsome young man, with two golden horns adorning his head, making him all the more eye-catching. Upon closer inspection, Aosheng's gaze fixated on Lin Xiao, recalling the fierce battle over 3,000 years ago when Lin Xiao possessed only the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation, yet effortlessly defeated the 6th Elder at the peak of Da Luo Golden Immortal. Even the 5th Elder and the 4th Elder, who was in the early stage of quasi-sainthood, were no match for him. However, astonishingly, in just a mere 3,000 years, Lin Xiao had evidently broken through to the pinnacle of Da Luo Golden Immortal. Such an incredible rate of cultivation was beyond imagination that in that moment, Aosheng finally recognized how gravely mistaken he had been in underestimating Lin Xiao. Previously, he had clung to a sliver of hope, believing that Lin Xiao's victory over the elders might have been due to some external force or sheer luck, which had led the Supreme Dragon Throne to acknowledge him as its master. Yet now, witnessing Lin Xiao's terrifying speed of advancement, Aosheng dared not harbor any further contempt, swiftly suppressing the dismissive thoughts that had lingered in his heart. Approaching closer, Aosheng, with an anxious expression, rushed forward, bowing deeply as he respectfully addressed Lin Xiao and Aosheng. Aosheng, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, along with all the members of the Dragon Palace, pay our respects to the Dragon Lord. And greetings to His Royal Highness, Prince Aosheng. It truly was unexpected for the Dragon Lord and Prince to honor us with your presence. I failed to receive you in a timely manner. A grave offense indeed. Please do not hold this against us. It is worth noting that Aosheng is a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon, and has been adopted as a son by the Dragon Lord, thus rightfully holding the esteemed title of Prince. Lin Xiao, seeing this, smiled gently and reached out to steady Aosheng, speaking in a soft and soothing tone, "Old Dragon King, please rise. Such excessive formalities might overwhelm me. Today, my son and I have come to your esteemed abode for a matter of request." Hearing this, Aosheng quickly straightened up, his face beaming with smiles as he said, "Oh, Dragon Lord, what words are these? It is a tremendous honor for us at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to receive the Dragon Lord and Prince. Should there be any need for our assistance, please do not hesitate to command us. We would brave even the fires of hell if it were to serve the Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord, Prince, please follow me to the Dragon King's Hall in the Crystal Palace, where we may discuss this matter further." With that, he gestured for them to proceed, leading Lin Xiao and Aosheng towards the magnificent Crystal Palace. Inside the Dragon King's Hall of the Crystal Palace, the decor was resplendent, radiating brilliance. The grand and luxurious banquet had been meticulously arranged, with an array of exquisite delicacies adorning every table. The celestial nectar sparkled like translucent jewels, exuding an alluring fragrance. The fine wines and dishes were a feast for the senses, tantalizing and delectable. And the precious spiritual fruits were enticingly fresh. Under Aosheng's enthusiastic invitation and insistence, Lin Xiao, unable to decline the warm hospitality, slowly took his place on the Dragon King's throne, a symbol of supreme authority. While Aosheng and the many civil and military officials of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace respectfully sat below in attendance. Once everyone was seated, melodious and enchanting music filled the hall. Soon after, 3 exceptionally beautiful dragon maidens, graceful as celestial beings, glided into the grand hall. Following closely behind were about 10 equally stunning aquatic maidens, each holding colorful ribbons as they danced gracefully, with a beaming smile. Aosheng introduced, "Dragon Lord, please take note. These 3 dragon maidens are my treasured daughters. Upon learning of your visit, they have specially come to perform a dance for you, to enhance the festivities." Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, quickly smiled in response, saying, "Dragon King, you are far too kind. These 3 princesses not only possess noble lineage, but are also exceptionally beautiful, truly enchanting. To have the opportunity to witness such captivating dance is indeed a blessing I cherish for 3 lifetimes." With that, he watched intently, enthralled by the mesmerizing performance before him. After the banquet concluded, the guests gradually dispersed, and the once boisterous palace settled in a tranquility. Aosheng straightened his attire and approached Lin Xiao respectfully, inquiring, "May I ask, Dragon Lord, what brings you to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace on this occasion? Whatever your command, I assure you, we will spare no effort and utilize every means to fulfill your wishes." Lin Xiao smiled slightly, gently waving his hand. "It is not a matter of great import. Merely a few questions I wish to consult with you, Dragon King. Have you ever heard of the 3 immortal islands beyond the sea?" Upon hearing the mention of the 3 immortal islands, Aosheng's face revealed a hint of surprise, and he quickly replied with a bow. "In response to the Dragon Lord, I am indeed aware of the 3 immortal islands. Are you referring to the legendary islands of Penglai, Buzhou, and Honghuang? It is said that this place is a celestial abode, shrouded in mystery, where mere mortals find it difficult to tread." Lin Xiao nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he declared with certainty, "Indeed, it is precisely these 3 islands. I hold a profound interest in these islands of immortals across the seas, which is why I have come to seek your counsel, Dragon King." Legend has it that these three celestial islands were born from the primordial chaos, fragments that descended when the great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Although they are nestled within the vast expanse of the primordial world, they exist as unique entities that transcend it. Furthermore, these islands do not reveal themselves frequently. Every long span of 100,000 years, they quietly unveil their whereabouts. Over 100,000 years ago, an ancestor of mine fortuitously witnessed the magnificent emergence of Penglai Island. Regrettably, despite his utmost efforts, he could not breach the formidable innate formation that enveloped the island, ultimately returning with disappointment, missing the chance to encounter this enigmatic isle. Fortunately, that ancestor, with his remarkable wisdom and extraordinary memory, meticulously crafted an invaluable treasure map detailing the exact location of Penglai Island. This treasure map has since been cherished as a family heirloom, safeguarded within the treasury of my Dragon Palace. Now, since you are interested, I shall immediately dispatch someone to retrieve the map. May it aid you in unveiling the myriad secrets concealed within these overseas islands of immortality. Aosheng reflected carefully, then spoke slowly. Wonderful. You have truly been an immense help to me. I shall consider this a debt of gratitude to your East Sea Dragon Palace, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face alight with joy and gratitude. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Aosheng hastily clasped his hands in return, exclaiming, "Your words are too generous, Dragon Lord. Being able to assist you is an immense honor for us at the East Sea Dragon Palace. This is our duty. How could we ever presume to deserve such heavy gratitude?" Though he spoke thusly, Aosheng felt a secret delight within. He understood that a promise of consequence from someone as unfathomable and powerful as Lin Xiao held a value surpassing that of a primordial treasure. The assurance from Lin Xiao undoubtedly brought great benefit to the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. With this thought, Aosheng's smile grew even brighter. After leaving the East Sea Dragon Palace, Aosheng unfurled his form, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. Carrying Lin Xiao into the boundless skies of the East Sea once more, they followed the path indicated on the treasure map, ultimately arriving above the marked location. However, as they gazed down, they were met with an endless expanse of calm sea, devoid of any signs of islands. Aosheng halted their flight, impatiently muttering, "Adoptive father, we have flown back and forth over this location several times. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there are no islands, not even a small reef. That I suspect that old Aosheng is merely toying with us. Perhaps this treasure map he provided is entirely a fabrication." Yet Lin Xiao refrained from hastily concluding. He calmly shook his head and said, "Let's not be too quick to judge. Let's approach a little closer and take a look. Over there." He gestured toward a specific direction. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, Aosheng controlled his massive form to descend slowly, drawing nearer to the point Lin Xiao indicated. That moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. Lin Xiao's originally dark eyes suddenly began to shimmer with light, transforming into a pair of dazzling silver pupils. In quick succession, two beams of blinding silver light shot forth from his eyes like lightning, piercing down toward the seemingly tranquil sea surface. Instantaneously, as the silver beams made contact with the water, the entire sea surface appeared to have its mysterious veil lifted. That a grand and imposing innate formation slowly manifested, its intricate and exquisite patterns and symbols radiating with an extraordinary glow, leaving one in awe. Such a masterfully crafted innate formation unfolded before the two, resembling a rare treasure. It seamlessly integrated the functions of concealment, defense, and offense. Not only was it a mesmerizing, illusionary formation, but it could also instantaneously transform into a devastating killing formation or an impenetrable protective formation, depending on the circumstances. Its design was so intricate, its layout so profound, that it surpassed the limits of human imagination, a miracle that could not be constructed solely by human hands. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he gazed at the magnificent formation before him. His heart overwhelmed with admiration, he could not help but murmur, "This wondrous formation is truly exquisite." However, Aosheng beside him had no time to indulge in such admiration. He anxiously tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve and urged, "Adoptive father, After all our hardships to arrive here, the immortal island is within reach, yet we are obstructed by this accursed formation. You must think of a way. At Aosheng's call, Lin Xiao finally snapped back to attention. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and began to carefully examine the formation's patterns and its unique operational principles. As time passed, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. Finally, he spoke slowly. This formation is exceedingly profound and complex. If one were to attempt to unravel it with ordinary means, it would be an endeavor beyond a mere day or night. However, to break it violently would undoubtedly destroy such a marvel. And that would be a great pity. For a moment, Lin Xiao found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Aosheng, with wide eyes, stared at the mysterious and intricate formation, filled with confusion and bewilderment. He looked around, attempting to glean some clues from the flickering patterns and symbols, but ultimately found nothing. The formation stood like a towering mountain above the sea, resembling an infinite cage that tightly enveloped the waters. Aosheng could not help but frown, murmuring softly, "Such a large cage, do they intend to trap themselves inside as well?" He shook his head, feeling perplexed by this seemingly useless formation at that moment. Lin Xiao happened to catch Aosheng's mutterings. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Aosheng, his eyes ablaze with eagerness, and asked, "What did you just say?" "Repeat that," startled by Lin Xiao's sudden reaction. Aosheng timidly responded, "I said this formation seems to serve no purpose." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "No, not that, the earlier part." Aosheng scratched his head, trying to recall his previous words, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I said this formation is like a gigantic cage." Upon hearing this, an excited smile blossomed on Lin Xiao's face, and he could not help but laugh heartily. "Aha! Excellent. Now I finally have an idea." The offhand remark from Aosheng struck Lin Xiao's mind like a bolt of lightning, stirring memories of a film he had seen in his past life. A vivid scene from that film flashed before his eyes. A robust, muscle-bound man trapped within an incredibly sturdy iron cage. Yet he used his astonishing brute strength to tear apart the iron bars, ultimately squeezing through the gap between them to escape. This scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to their current predicament, differing only in the intent. One sought to escape, while the other sought to enter. With this realization, Lin Xiao's mind sparked with an idea. Since he could not destroy the mysterious and precious patterns of the formation, why not find a way to expand the space between two adjacent lines of the formation? Thus, they could utilize this widened space to gain entry to the immortal island, all while avoiding any damage to the formation itself. However, to realize this idea was no simple task, as it required an immense force to support it. For an ordinary person, such a daunting challenge would be insurmountable. Yet, for Lin Xiao, who possessed the essence of strength, it was hardly a hurdle. As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao swiftly descended from Aosheng's massive dragon head, landing steadily before the formation. In an instant, the surging power within him surged like a flood breaking through a dam, transforming into a towering giant that reached a height of 1,000 zhang. This giant exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Then, Lin Xiao extended his robust and powerful hands, resolutely inserting them into the formation's intricate patterns. He exerted his strength with a sudden force of his arms. A thunderous roar resonated, and the once tightly interwoven patterns of the formation began to slowly shift apart to either side. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to pull outward with relentless determination. At last, an immensely broad passageway appeared before him. Simultaneously, an incredibly rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth from the opening like a flood breaking through a dam, its intensity leaving one utterly astonished. Through this passage, one could even catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery of a lush corner of the immortal island. Aosheng stared wide-eyed. Incredulity etched across his face as he witnessed Lin Xiao unraveling this formidable innate formation in an unprecedented and unfathomable manner. The once indomitable innate formation appeared as fragile as thin paper under Lin Xiao's hands. Lin Xiao continued to pull. Waves of mysterious and potent energy erupted from within him, forcefully tearing a massive opening in the formation. Even more astonishingly, despite the formation being ripped apart, the intricate and exquisite patterns remained completely unscathed, as if Lin Xiao had an intimate understanding of the formation as structure, his strikes executed with utmost precision. Aosheng was utterly stunned by this spectacle. He stood there, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. In that moment, his admiration for Lin Xiao surged within him like an unending river. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly retracted his towering avatar and dashed to Aosheng, grasping the still-dazed boy firmly. Without hesitation, he surged toward the newly torn passageway between the two formation lines in an instant. Their figures transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the passage. Once they entered, the torn passage began to slowly close, as if stitched back together by invisible threads. Concurrently, the formation's patterns gradually returned to their original flawless state, leaving no trace or flaw behind. If one were to observe from afar, they would see nothing but the vast, tranquil sea, as calm as a mirror, utterly oblivious to the heart-stopping battle that had just transpired. The moment Lin Xiao stepped into the innate formation, he felt as if he had entered a dreamlike paradise. The nearly liquefied spiritual energy enveloped him like a delicate veil of mist. Gently caressing every inch of his skin, he took a deep breath, the pure and abundant spiritual energy instantly filling him with an unprecedented sense of comfort and satisfaction. Before him unfolded an expansive, breathtaking panorama. On the immortal island, towering mountains pierced the clouds, reaching into the heavens, shrouded in swirling mist, resembling great white dragons coiling through the air. The peaks were majestic and steep, some resembling sharp swords pointing towards the sky, while others lay like slumbering Buddhas, each exhibiting its unique form, all stunningly beautiful. Rivers surged through the valleys, their gentle babbling akin to a melodious symphony composed by nature. The crystal-clear waters sparkled, with fish frolicking and occasionally leaping from the surface, splashing glistening droplets. As he gazed around, the island's forests were lush and verdant, thriving with life. Towering trees intertwined their branches, forming a green canopy above. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering ancient tales. Exotic flowers and plants flourished across the land, vibrant blossoms competing for attention, exuding captivating fragrances. Butterflies danced gracefully in the air, their colorful wings shimmering under the sunlight like radiant jewels. Industrious bees buzzed busily among the blossoms, gathering sweet nectar. Continuing onward, Lin Xiao encountered a vast, flat grassland. The emerald grass swayed gently in the wind, resembling a soft green carpet laid upon the earth. Herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely, their cheerful calls occasionally echoing through the in the distance. Lakes dotted the landscape like sparkling pearls embedded in the land. The waters were clear, azure blue, calm as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding green mountains and blue skies, creating breathtaking vistas. However, what astonished Lin Xiao the most was that despite the abundant spiritual energy and diverse resources, the creatures on the island seemed to lack any awareness of wisdom. Whether it was the charming animals or the flora, they existed in their most primitive and unrefined state, enjoying the exceptional conditions of this wondrous land. From the moment Aosheng set foot in this place, he found himself immersed in a fantastical world, enveloped by enchanting scenery that was both poetic and picturesque. His eyes widened, his face brimming with surprise and awe, completely captivated by the beauty around him. Then, like an exuberant child, unable to contain his excitement, he burst forth with joy, dancing about and exclaiming, "Wow, it's so beautiful!" He took off running, darting through the flower fields, startling a myriad of colorful butterflies, leaping over the crystal-clear streams, splashing droplets of water, and climbing the towering trees. Curiously gazing down at the splendor below, in the blink of an eye, Aosheng's figure vanished into the distance, leaving behind a trail of joyous laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already utilized his formidable spiritual sense to meticulously probe the environment within a 1,000-mile radius upon their arrival. The results indicated that no potential dangers lurked in this area. Furthermore, Aosheng had consistently exhibited a mature demeanor since birth, displaying an understanding beyond his years. Yet today, perhaps influenced by the stunning scenery, he finally revealed the innocent exuberance and vivacity characteristic of childhood. Witnessing Aosheng's unrestrained joy as he played merrily, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. He decided to temporarily set aside his concerns, allowing the boy to revel in this rare moment of happiness. With a gentle smile, Lin Xiao raised his right hand toward the sky at a fluffy white cloud, as soft as cotton and pure as snow. Seemed drawn by some mysterious force, slowly descending before him, he stepped onto the cloud, and with a thought, it began to rise, carrying him toward the towering peak in the center of the island. For a time, Aosheng had tirelessly borne Lin Xiao on his back. Now, as he personally guided the cloud through the skies, Lin Xiao felt a long-lost sense of joy and freedom welling up within him. The gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing refreshing coolness. The cloud beneath him moved like a docile steed, obediently following his commands. This exhilarating sensation enveloped Lin Xiao in bliss. Not long ago, when he attempted to utilize his powerful spiritual sense to investigate the summit of the mountain, he was astonished to find that an invisible force obstructed his perception, preventing him from grasping the true nature of the mountainous peak. This anomaly aroused Lin Xiao's heightened alertness and intense curiosity. After careful consideration, he decisively resolved to ascend the peak and uncover the truth, for his intuition suggested that this place might conceal the key to unraveling the mysteries of the innate formation, possibly harboring the very nexus that controlled its operation. Upon reaching the summit, a panoramic view unfolded before him, revealing a colossal stone tablet standing majestically, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This stone tablet loomed like a pillar supporting the heavens, imparting a sense of solemnity and reverence. The front of the tablet bore the powerful inscription Penglai, its characters soaring and dancing, as if imbued with boundless spirit and strength. Merely gazing upon it invoked a profound sense of grandeur. Lin Xiao contemplated this scene, silently reflecting. Indeed, this is the legendary Penglai Island, one of the 3 islands of the overseas realm. A glimmer of surprise and anticipation flickered in his gaze. Gradually, Lin Xiao descended from the cloud, landing lightly beneath the stone tablet, where he began to scrutinize the mysterious monument. The entire tablet was meticulously carved from a massive block of stone, its surface as smooth as a mirror and its texture exceptionally hard. On either side and at the base of the tablet, exquisite patterns were intricately engraved, depicting rare birds and exotic beasts, wondrous flowers and plants, as well as figures from ancient legends of chaos and divinity, each image vividly brought to life, captivating all who beheld them. Amidst these intricate patterns lies a tapestry of enigmatic symbols, their faint luminescence captivating the eye, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. Gazing upon the inscription of Penglai elegantly etched on the front of the stone tablet, one cannot help but feel the weighty aura emanating from these primordial characters. They possess an almost lifelike essence, subtly hinting at an ancient and formidable power that commands reverence. Subsequently, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to the reverse side of the monument, where he discovered a plethora of meticulously carved minuscule characters. These tiny inscriptions were arranged with precision, their clarity unmistakable. After a thorough examination, Lin Xiao discerned that they chronicled the origins and marvels of the fabled Penglai Island. Through the inscriptions of the primordial characters, Lin Xiao gleaned that when Pangu separated heaven and earth, 10 fragments of chaos descended into the primordial world he had forged. Over eons, these chaotic shards evolved into 10 continents and 3 islands. Among them, the 3 largest fragments transformed into the islands of Penglai, Hongjun, and Yingzhou, forming the triumvirate of the 10 continents. The remaining fragments gave rise to the central islands, including Meiyurong, Langyuan, and Yaozi, while the southern islands comprised Qicheng, Xuanmen, and Taiyuan. The 3 islands of Penglai, Hongjun, and Yingzhou were originally interconnected chaotic fragments, hence a grand array linked them, with the teleportation formations concealed within the mysterious altar behind the stone tablet. This revelation evoked in Lin Xiao a memory of a line inscribed by Zheng Tian of the Tang dynasty in the temple of Prince Jin at Mount Goshan. The 6 palaces cannot hold. The 3 islands beckon each other. Standing still, Lin Xiao refrained from immediately investigating the mysterious altar. Instead, his attention was ensnared by a towering pine tree nearby, which reached towards the heavens, upon closer inspection. This majestic pine stood nearly 100 zhang tall, piercing the clouds as if attempting to rupture the very sky. Its girth was astonishingly 3 zhang, with its stout trunk resembling a pillar that upheld the heavens. The bark exhibited a profound brown hue, akin to the marks left by the passage of time. Its branches stretched outwards with abandon, reminiscent of a giant's arms, exuding unparalleled strength and majesty. The crown of the tree rose like a spire in midair, imparting a sense of solemnity and grandeur. Examining the branches, one noted their reddish-brown hue, with a rough surface reminiscent of an elder's weathered visage, each line narrating tales of the ages. The densely clustered pine needles were slightly curved, tapering to sharp points, arranged neatly along the branches like a finely woven green satin crafted by nature. Most striking were the 50 cylindrical, oval-shaped cones adorning the crown, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors: orange, green, blue, red, and yellow. Each hue was represented by precisely 10 cones, aligned in perfect harmony, creating a visually stunning spectacle at that moment. All the cones had matured, their scales fully opened, as if revealing the boundless mysteries contained within. Suddenly, a peculiar aura emanated from these cones. Upon closer examination, Lin Xiao realized it was the essence of the 5 fundamental principles: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. His heart raced with excitement. Could this be the legendary primordial 5-needle pine? As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze ignited with fervor. The primordial 5-needle pine was a mysterious existence Lin Xiao had only heard of through various legends in his previous life. These ancient tales spoke of it as an exceptional primordial spiritual root, the only one among many that remained unclaimed. While the fame of the primordial 5-needle pine may not have rivaled that of other spiritual roots, its rarity and formidable potency were on par with that of the ginseng fruit. It is said that this pine grows at an excruciatingly slow pace, blossoming only once every 5,000 years. Another 5,000 years must pass before it bears unripe fruit, and to achieve full maturity, an additional 5,000 years is required. Thus, merely to bring the primordial 5-needle pine to fruition takes an astonishing 15 millennia. Furthermore, when the fruits finally mature, they are categorized according to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each type yielding 10 fruits, totaling 50 should one be fortunate enough to taste one of each of these 5 elemental fruits. They could instantaneously gather a tremendous amount of elemental energy within, allowing practitioners to effortlessly break through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, thus circumventing eons of arduous training. To discover such an exceptional primordial spiritual root as the primordial 5-needle pine on this mysterious and ethereal Penglai island is nothing short of astounding. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare in the world. If it were to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions and insatiable ambition, the consequences would be unfathomable. Just this one primordial 5-needle pine could cultivate 10 practitioners of great Luo golden immortal strength every 15,000 years. In no time, a formidable force would undoubtedly arise, rivaling even the might of the Wu and Lich clans. In the annals of primordial history known to Lin Xiao, the once mediocre Dong Wanggong rose swiftly to prominence after acquiring this very Penglai island, rallying a formidable faction capable of contending with the celestial court of the demon race led by Di Jun and Tai Yi. Yet, the vicissitudes of fate have seen this Penglai island inadvertently fall into Lin Xiao's hands. What then shall become of Dong Wanggong? Deprived of such a monumental opportunity, perhaps destiny intervenes, and this twist of fate may indeed alter his grim fate. However, all remains uncertain, and only time shall reveal the ultimate outcome. With a graceful flourish of his robe, Lin Xiao unleashed an invisible force that swept forth like a tempest, swiftly collecting all 50 fruits from the primordial 5-needle pine into his possession. Without hesitation, he turned and strode towards the altar behind the stone tablet. Beyond the stone tablet lay an expansive and level expanse, where a magnificent circular stone altar stood resolutely. This altar was encircled by 36 broad stone steps. Ascending toward the summit, Lin Xiao ascended steadily, his steps measured, and soon reached the pinnacle of the altar. Standing upon the platform at the apex, he beheld a breathtaking sight. Intricate, interwoven mysterious lines blanketed the surface like a spider's web. These complex lines intertwined, forming peculiar and profound patterns. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed upon the lines, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. He could not help but ponder. Why did these lines feel so familiar? As if he had encountered them in the depths of some forgotten memory. Just as he grappled with this conundrum, a miracle unfolded. The moment his feet touched the platform, the previously dormant lines sprang to vibrant life, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, the dense spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent, cascading toward the altar. Following this, the spiritual energy underwent a wondrous transformation, morphing into an unprecedented mysterious force, continuously infusing the shimmering lines. As the energy flowed in, the lines began to move rapidly in accordance with a specific rhythm, manifesting a dazzling spectacle of light. This was none other than the enigmatic and awe-inspiring primordial great array that enveloped Penglai Island. No wonder Lin Xiao had been plagued by an ineffable sense of familiarity. At this moment, the intricate and profound lines clearly revealed themselves. Undoubtedly, they constituted the array patterns of the primordial great array. However, in comparison to the array he had observed outside the island, the patterns here were evidently more profound and intricate, as if containing boundless truths of the universe and the mysteries of existence. Lin Xiao widened his eyes, wholly engrossed in studying these patterns, striving to unravel their secrets. Unbeknownst to him, he had become completely absorbed in the study of these patterns, oblivious to everything around him. Strangely enough, despite being within this immensely powerful enhanced version of the primordial great array, it inflicted not a trace of harm upon Lin Xiao. On the contrary, the array seemed to possess a certain sentience, as if it were intentionally accommodating Lin Xiao's exploration, actively revealing its mysteries to him. As time progressed, Lin Xiao's understanding of this primordial great array deepened significantly. Every subtle change, every concealed pattern was keenly captured and analyzed by him. Amidst this process, the array laws and seeds of formation that had been deeply buried within his primordial spirit began to sprout tender green shoots. Although these shoots were minuscule, they radiated vibrant vitality, heralding a significant breakthrough for Lin Xiao in the realm of array formations. Simultaneously, his mastery over the laws of formations became increasingly adept and effortless, as though he wielded them with casual ease. Whether setting up formations or dismantling them, he could employ various techniques with exceptional finesse. After an extended period of relentless dedication, tirelessly delving into the intricate and ancient array patterns, Lin Xiao gradually unveiled the astonishing secrets hidden within them. To his astonishment, he discovered that the magnificent and awe-inspiring innate grand array before him was merely a fragment of the legendary heaven, earth, and humanity triad array, known as the Array of Heaven. The other two components of this triad were called the Array of Earth and the Array of Humanity, located on Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, respectively. Upon closer examination of the solemn and majestic altar, the meticulously carved array patterns resembled a vibrant yet enigmatic painting unfurling before Lin Xiao's eyes. After much contemplation and repeated deliberation, Lin Xiao confirmed without a doubt that these patterns were the key to controlling the array of heaven beyond Penglai Island, serving as its core control formation. However, at that moment, this crucial control formation had yet to be activated. Consequently, the once immensely powerful array of heaven could only unleash a fraction of its strength, barely 1/10 of its full potential. This allowed Lin Xiao to relatively easily tear open a breach in what appeared to be an indestructible array. Even more unexpectedly, Lin Xiao's unique and innovative method of breaching the array did not inflict any substantial damage or destruction upon it. Instead, it seemed to trigger some miraculous mechanism, causing the control formation on the altar to exhibit an unusually amicable and harmonious demeanor towards him. It was as if this control formation possessed an independent consciousness. actively cooperating with Lin Xiao in his subsequent research and exploration. After an extended period of tireless study and experimentation, Lin Xiao attained a deeper understanding of this mysterious and powerful formation. His hard work bore fruit, and he successfully uncovered the key method to mastering this array: blood sacrifice. With a solution in mind, Lin Xiao exhibited no hesitation. His gaze sharpened, and he channeled his profound magical energy into his right palm, gently waving it, causing a blade-like surge of power to swiftly slice through his hand. Without a moment's delay, he firmly pressed his bleeding palm onto the central position of the array patterns on the altar. In an instant, vibrant droplets of blood, glistening with a faint golden hue, surged from the wound, cascading like a string of pearls that had come undone as this blood made contact with the surface of the array patterns. It appeared to be drawn by some mystical force, swiftly transforming into flowing rivers of crimson that raced along the intricate pathways of the patterns. Within moments, these rivers surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing every minute corner of the arrayed that moment. An extraordinary transformation occurred. The previously dim array patterns suddenly erupted into a dazzling brilliance that was nearly blinding. However, the radiance was fleeting, quickly retracting and ultimately coalescing into a compact and exquisite array disk. No larger than a palm, this disk shimmered with peculiar light, exuding an aura of terrifying power. As this array disk nestled into Lin Xiao's palm, he felt an unprecedented and intimate connection with the entire formation. At that moment, with a mere thought, he could manipulate the formidable array of heaven situated off Penglai Island at will, whether to unleash its cataclysmic might or to conceal it from sight. Upon successfully acquiring the array disk of the array of heaven, an overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within Lin Xiao. This moment signified not merely his command over the awe-inspiring array of heaven on Penglai Island, but also the unlocking of a new potential to establish a teleportation array directly leading to Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, facilitated by the mysterious connections among the arrays of heaven, earth, and humanity. Unable to contain his eager anticipation, Lin Xiao yearned to embark immediately toward the two islands brimming with unknown opportunities that he understood that only by swiftly obtaining the array disks of the array of earth and the array of humanity could he fulfill his ultimate goal: to harmoniously integrate these three invaluable array disks into a complete heaven, earth, and humanity triad array. This grand ambition swirled within Lin Xiao's mind, igniting a fervor within him. The thought of the earth-shattering power that would emanate from this triad array upon its completion filled him with an unprecedented sense of purpose. It was essential to recognize that this heaven, earth, and humanity triad array was no ordinary existence. Its power surpassed all imagination, compared to the renowned 12-capital celestial array and the great starry array. This array was even more formidable. In the original history of the primordial chaos that Lin Xiao had come to know, the Wu and Yao clans relied upon their unparalleled formations, the 12-capital celestial array and the great starry array, to engage in a cataclysmic struggle that shook the heavens and moved the earth. In the blink of an eye, the entire primordial continent was engulfed in relentless warfare. Rivers ran red with blood, the earth fractured, mountains crumbled, and even the sun and moon seemed to lose their former brilliance. Even the unbreakable mountain, born from the spine of the Pangu deity, which was meant to stand between heaven and earth, witnessing the rise and fall of all things, gradually lost its divine essence due to the tremendous damage and depletion sustained from the countless violent clashes of the 12-capital celestial array and the great starry array. Ultimately, with a powerful collision from Honghuang, the unbreakable mountain shattered, becoming a lamentable tale. Now, the mere thought of soon acquiring this heaven, earth, and humanity triad array, which surpassed both the 12-capital celestial array and the great starry array, stirred within Lin Xiao an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Having successfully grasped the enigmatic and immensely powerful array of heaven, Lin Xiao felt as if he had forged a wondrous connection with the entire realm of Penglai Island. With the power of the array of heaven, he could explore every inch and corner of the vast expanse of Penglai Island at will. When he directed his consciousness toward the location of Aosheng, a vivid image immediately unfolded in his mind. His surprise, Within the largest lake on Penglai Island, the crystalline waters were not ordinary. They were, in fact, the fabled primordial source water, a rare and precious Hunyuan heavy water. This miraculous water was incredibly dense, ideal for body refinement. When utilized in artifact forging, incorporating a measure of Hunyuan heavy water could endow the crafted treasures with the power to shatter stars and pierce the heavens. The value of this lake filled with Hunyuan heavy water was beyond estimation. However, at this moment, Aosheng had transformed into his colossal golden dragon form, coiled at the lake's depths, soundly asleep, blissfully undisturbed. Surrounding his massive body lay 24 transparent pearls, sparkling with a dazzling azure glow. These pearls shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating an aura that was both captivating and formidable. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He murmured to himself, "This little fellow is truly blessed and extraordinarily fortunate. He has led me to discover 24 of the legendary sea-calming pearls." Individually, these sea-calming pearls were classified as mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Collecting 12 would elevate them to high-grade innate treasures, while gathering 24 would constitute top-grade innate treasures. It seemed there was an opportunity to seek out the remaining 12 sea-calming pearls to help this little one assemble 36. Restoring them to their innate treasure status, as for the other 12 sea-calming pearls, they were currently in Hongjun's possession, later passed to Zhao Gongming through Tong Tian. He could seek an opportunity to request them from Hongjun and find a way to compensate Zhao Gongming in the future. This Hunyuan heavy water would provide immense benefits to him as a member of the Dragon Clan. However, it appeared this little fellow would not awaken for some time. Never mind, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. He would refrain from disturbing him. With that, Lin Xiao withdrew his consciousness, shifting his focus elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao resolutely stepped back onto the enigmatic altar. His gaze was intense and solemn, as if the entire world had condensed into the space before him and the grand spell about to unfold. With his hands moving like shadows, he swiftly gestured, and radiant beams of light erupted from his fingertips. The radiant beams danced like ethereal sprites, leaping and swirling through the air, ultimately coalescing into mysterious and ancient runes and sigils. These runes and sigils seemed to possess a life of their own, gently drifting from Lin Xiao's hand and precisely settling into the intricate patterns upon the altar. Each rune and sigil that joined the formation infused the long-dormant array with newfound vitality and energy. The once tranquil patterns began to flicker with a faint luminescence, flowing and intertwining in a strange rhythm that, in the blink of an eye, the glow intensified, culminating in a dazzling pillar of light that soared towards the heavens. Under the illumination of this resplendent beam, the entire altar was enveloped in a dreamlike HUT this moment. The patterns underwent a remarkable transformation, beginning to twist and morph, gradually revealing a complex and exquisite structure. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted, filled with boundless majesty and oppressive force, as if emanating from some supreme power deep within the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound essence of spatial laws contained within. Moments later, as tranquility returned, a magnificent and awe-inspiring teleportation array appeared before him. This array radiated a soft silver glow, its surface intricately engraved with countless delicate patterns and symbols, interconnected in a breathtaking design. Once the teleportation array stabilized completely, Lin Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, stepped into this wondrous formation leading to Fangzhong Island. As his figure entered the array, he was instantly enveloped by a blinding white light. In an instant, he vanished from the altar, leaving behind a serene silence and the gently operating teleportation array. Fangzhong Island, this enigmatic and coveted overseas paradise, is one of the upper islands among the 10 continents and 3 islands. Through the passage of time, this island has stood quietly amidst the vast ocean, shrouded by a primordial formation, rendered hidden and isolated from the world. However, today marks the arrival of its second visitor since its inception. Over 100,000 years ago, only the Queen Mother of the West had inadvertently stumbled upon this mystical land, becoming its first primordial guest. Coincidentally, As Lin Xiao's figure gradually emerged, he found himself in the very spot where the Queen Mother had first arrived. With a rare and exceptional innate spiritual root, the Huangzhong Li, clearly visible before him. From afar, the towering spiritual root appeared lush and verdant, its massive canopy resembling a colossal umbrella shielding the sun. Among its dense branches and leaves hung 6 golden fruits, exuding an enticing fragrance, perhaps due to the butterfly effect triggered by Lin Xiao's crossing. This exceptional innate spiritual root was destined to fall into the hands of the Queen Mother of the West in the annals of primordial history. Yet now, the course of fate had subtly shifted. Although the Queen Mother of the West had once visited this island and successfully harvested 3 Huangzhong fruits, she inadvertently activated the island's formation and was ultimately compelled to leave. Ironically, those 3 immensely precious Huangzhong fruits later found their way into Lin Xiao's possession, safely nestled within him to this day. Before he could fully contemplate the capricious nature of fate, Lin Xiao hurriedly harvested the remaining 6 Huangzhong fruits, ate tea this moment. His thoughts were preoccupied with hastening to the altar that contained the control formation for the Earth array. Just then, a colossal and remarkably sentient sea bird descended from the sky, landing gracefully at Lin Xiao's feet. This sea bird bore a striking resemblance to a majestic albatross known to Lin Xiao from his past life. It is said that these wondrous creatures possess an extraordinary reliance on the vast ocean, capable of soaring tirelessly over tumultuous waters for weeks on end. Some even manage to fly continuously for months without rest. Speaking of the albatross, there exists a related legend. In the distant era of Greek mythology, a valiant hero named Diomedes shone brightly amidst the fierce and brutal Trojan War. After the war, he journeyed to the shores of Italy, where he successfully established a modest yet peaceful kingdom. Tragically, upon the hero's passing, his loyal companions transformed into albatrosses. Had the Queen Mother of the West been present at that moment, she would have immediately recognized that the sea bird before her, resembling the albatross, was nearly identical to the one that had once guided her to this mysterious land 10,000 years prior. Lin Xiao gazed intently at the sea bird, which radiated a unique aura, its lively eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all things. He instantly sensed that this seemingly ordinary sea bird harbored an immensely powerful energy within, akin to a slumbering dragon awaiting awakening. Regrettably, due to the lack of effective cultivation methods, this tremendous power remained confined within the sea bird's form, unable to be unleashed. Lin Xiao gently raised his right hand, and a resplendent beam of spiritual light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, precisely entering the sea bird's head. Simultaneously, he spoke softly. "Our encounter today is a fateful one, therefore, I shall bestow upon you a rare opportunity, hoping it will aid you in embarking upon the path of cultivation." As soon as his words fell, the sea bird emitted a series of excited, melodious chirps. Cheep, 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 and then obediently crouched at Lin Xiao's feet, gently flapping its wings as if inviting Lin Xiao to mount its broad back. Witnessing the sea bird's display of understanding, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile in satisfaction and praised, "Haha. I never imagined you to be not only wise but also grateful. Truly commendable." With a graceful motion, he effortlessly leapt onto the soft yet sturdy back of the seabird. To his astonishment, the seabird seemed to instinctively know their destination, and without further instruction from Lin Xiao, it flapped its powerful wings and soared directly towards the altar. Yes, they flew. The fierce winds howled, creating waves of air, yet the seabird maintained a steady flight, carrying Lin Xiao through the clouds towards their goal. The terrain of Fangzhong Island contrasted sharply with that of Penglai Island. While Penglai Island boasted flat, boundless plains that stretched endlessly like a vast green carpet, Fangzhong Island was characterized by its rolling hills and dense forests, with towering peaks that pierced the clouds, creating a continuous range of majestic mountains. From above, one could see a lush sea of trees spreading like turbulent waves, enveloping the entire island. Before long, the agile sea bird gracefully descended with Lin Xiao upon a towering peak at the center of the island. There, a massive stone tablet stood proudly, engraved with the characters Fangzhong in an elegant, dynamic script, each stroke exuding an aura of grandeur. akin to two ethereal dragons soaring through the skies. Lin Xiao nimbly dismounted from the seabird's broad and sturdy back. Standing firmly on the ground, he smiled and waved farewell to the seabird, saying, "Thank you for your assistance on this journey. You may depart now and seek a tranquil place to cultivate. With the immense spiritual power you possess, I am certain that it won't be long before you successfully transform into a human." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's encouraging words, the seabird chirped joyfully. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Its melodious calls echoed through the valley. Subsequently, the seabird reluctantly bowed 3 times before Lin Xiao, as if expressing its deep gratitude. After this display, it took to the skies, vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds. Lin Xiao stood quietly, his gaze trailing the retreating figure of the seabird until it disappeared beyond the horizon. Gradually, he refocused on the imposing stone tablet before him. The tablet towered into the clouds, its majesty awe-inspiring, with the characters Honghuang intricately carved on its face, each stroke appearing to hold boundless power and mystery. Furthermore, the material, texture, and carving style of this stone tablet were strikingly similar to that of the one on Penglai Island. Lin Xiao squinted slightly, strolling around the stone tablet to meticulously observe every detail. After a moment, he turned and made his way towards the nearby altar, as observed on Penglai Island. Behind the stone tablet lies a vast and level expanse, within which stands a magnificent circular altar, encircled by 36 broad steps, resembling a towering mountain from afar. Lin Xiao ascends the steps with steady and resolute strides. At last, he reaches the summit, standing upon the platform of the altar. He gently brushes off the dust from his attire, then sits cross-legged, legs intertwined. Taking a deep breath, he closes his eyes, banishing all distractions from his mind, allowing himself to fully immerse in the tranquility surrounding him. Subsequently, he begins to concentrate intently on deciphering the intricate and exquisite patterns inscribed upon the altar. Time passes slowly, and Lin Xiao remains motionless, akin to a statue. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly opens his eyes, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a surge of spiritual energy shoots forth from his fingertips, instantly slicing through his palm. Crimson blood flows profusely, trickling down his arm and dripping onto the patterns beneath. As his blood continuously seeps into the designs, the originally dim patterns gradually emanate a faint red glow. This glow intensifies, ultimately transforming into a brilliant light that soars into the sky. Concurrently, the entire altar begins to tremble violently, emitting deep, rumbling sounds that that moment. The radiance abruptly converges, coalescing into a small yet exquisite formation disk of the Earth array, gently descending from the air to rest steadily in Lin Xiao's outstretched palm. Thus, since successfully unraveling and mastering the enigmatic celestial array on Penglai Island, Lin Xiao, through his exceptional wisdom and formidable power, has once again successfully harnessed the formidable Earth array on Hongjun Island. With this achievement, the grand goal of uniting the 3 immortal islands to recreate the legendary triad of heaven, earth, and humanity is now within reach, that he merely needs to acquire the human array from Yingzhou Island to complete this grand endeavor. At that time, should he be able to merge these 3 islands into a singular, unparalleled sanctuary, it would undoubtedly enhance the subsequent series of meticulously planned strategies with greater flexibility and operational scope. Just then, an almost imperceptible energy fluctuation emanates from the previously tranquil Earth array. Lin Xiao's extraordinarily sharp perception instantly detects this anomaly and swiftly investigates the source of the disturbance. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he cannot help but be astonished. It turns out to be the very seabird that had once carried him aloft, darting in like a flash of lightning from beyond the Earth array. At this moment, the seabird clutches a large, exceptionally plump sea serpent in its beak. Surprisingly, this seemingly ordinary seabird can traverse the tightly woven confines of the Earth array with such ease and unimpeded grace. The faint fluctuation that had previously disturbed the array was merely a result of the thrashing sea serpent it clutched. Does this creature possess an innate immunity to all formations? This seabird is indeed a rare breed from the primordial wilderness. No wonder Hunyuan had inadvertently followed its ancestor here all those years ago. After scrutinizing this remarkable sea-bird, Lin Xiao's expression reveals his astonishment, prompting him to murmur to himself. Under Lin Xiao's watchful gaze, the sea-bird, akin to a streak of lightning, swiftly approaches him. In no time, it lands gracefully before him. The sea-bird then gently opens its beak and drops the robust sea serpent onto the ground. Before lifting its head and chirping joyfully at Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao gazes at the avian creature, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly exclaims, "Ah, splendid! It has been quite a while since I savored a hearty meal. Today, fortune smiles upon me with such a delightful feast. Let us relish this culinary delight and partake in a few cups of fine wine." With that, he adeptly steps forward, crouching down to prepare the sea serpent. Lin Xiao's hands move swiftly, deftly employing his magical prowess to peel away the serpent's skin, before expertly removing the bones and entrails. He then focuses his mind and invokes a unique spell, igniting a roaring flame in the air. Carefully, he places the prepared serpent meat above the flames to slowly roast, and soon, an enticing aroma fills the air. Finally, Lin Xiao retrieves a delicate gourd from his robe, uncapping it to release a rich fragrance of wine. That he smiles as he pours some spirit wine for the sea-bird, raising his own cup to indulge in the feast together. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Xiao sits cross-legged on the ground, gently closing his eyes, lost in profound contemplation. Time drips away, and he slowly opens his eyes, his gaze piercing as it settles upon the sea-bird that has remained by his side. It stands quietly, its lively eyes seemingly capable of perceiving human thoughts. Lin Xiao clears his throat and, with a serious expression, speaks. "Little one, through our time together, I have come to recognize your cleverness and innate talents. Given time, should you successfully transform into human form, I would gladly take you under my wing and grant you a share of celestial fortune. Remember, my name is Lin Xiao. Should you wish to seek me out in the future, you may journey to Penglai Island, my place of cultivation." Upon hearing this, the sea-bird trembles with excitement, its feathers quivering as it emits a series of melodious chirps, seemingly expressing its joy. It then spreads its wings, soaring into the air, circling a few times before hovering mid-flight. With wings slightly bent and body inclined, it performs a gesture of bowing towards Lin Xiao, deeply acknowledging him. After this display, the sea-bird reveals a hint of reluctance in its eyes, but resolutely turns, taking flight and gradually disappearing into the distant horizon. Lin Xiao gazes after its departing figure, his eyes lingering long after it vanishes from sight. Once he suppresses the inexplicable emotions welling within him, Lin Xiao takes a deep breath to regain his composure. His long, agile hands begin to skillfully arrange a teleportation array leading to Yingzhou Island upon the ancient altar. He mutters incantations as beams of light intertwine in the air, forming intricate and vibrant patterns. These lights, akin to spirited sprites, swiftly coalesce into a vast circular teleportation array. With everything prepared, Lin Xiao unhesitatingly lifts his foot and steps firmly into the array. In an instant, a blinding white light envelopes him, and he vanishes from his original location. When Lin Xiao reappears, he finds himself in a completely unfamiliar yet vibrant world, Yingzhou Island. Indeed, as legend has it, the spiritual energy here is so dense that it almost feels palpable, invigorating every breath. The terrain of Yingzhou Island starkly contrasts that of Penglai and Fangzhou. The island is comprised of a cluster of islands, totaling 9 in various sizes and styles, harmoniously scattered across the vast ocean. Compared to Penglai and Fangzhou, the scenery of Yingzhou Island is even more captivating, especially the largest island, centrally positioned and surrounded by the other 8 smaller islands, appears as a paradise on earth. The island is lush with trees, adorned with vibrant flowers, and various rare birds sing joyfully, their melodious voices creating a symphony. Crystal clear streams flow gently, resembling ribbons of silver winding through the dense foliage. Bizarrely shaped rocks are interspersed throughout, some resembling eagles poised for flight, others appearing like endearing bears, vividly lifelike and breathtaking. Between the islands stretches an endless expanse of ocean, shimmering waves glistening in the sunlight. Each island is bordered by beaches of various sizes, with fine, snow-white sand sparkling enchantingly under the sun. Were this beauty to exist in the world Lin Xiao traversed before, it would undoubtedly become a dream destination for countless travelers. In a flash, Lin Xiao darts like lightning towards the largest island at the center. In the blink of an eye, he approaches the island. The first sight that greets him is still that towering stone tablet. Piercing the heavens, the monument stands grandly, inscribed with the characters Ingzhou, the calligraphy swirling and dancing, seemingly imbued with boundless mysterious power and charm, evoking a sense of reverence at first glance. This stone tablet stands quietly beside a shimmering lake. The water is crystal clear, resembling a vast mirror embedded in the earth. The heart of the lake. An enormous white lotus blooms proudly, its petals as pure as snow, layered and exquisite, a sight to behold. Simultaneously, an intensely rich aura of spiritual energy emanates from this white lotus, characteristic of the finest innate spiritual roots. Truly, it is the legendary 12-grade pure world white lotus. The lake before him undoubtedly contained the incredibly precious Sangguang divine water. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly. In his previous life, he had perused countless online novels concerning the primordial world, many of which frequently mentioned the mystical Ingzhou Island, alongside the purifying white lotus and the Sangguang divine water it harbored. At this moment, witnessing these legendary treasures with his own eyes, Lin Xiao could hardly contain the excitement and exhilaration bubbling within him. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then, within the first layer of the Honghuang Tower, he carefully excavated a moderately sized pond. Subsequently, he cautiously drew a portion of the Sangguang divine water from the lake and transferred it into the pond, gently transplanting the invaluable purifying white lotus, roots and soil included, into the water. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xiao dared not let down his guard, fearing that a moment's negligence might damage these two extraordinary treasures. He cradled the 12th grade purifying white lotus, radiating a sacred glow, as if it were the most precious gem in existence, and slowly moved it into the Honghuang Tower. Upon completing this meticulous task, he inhaled deeply, gathered his thoughts, and set off towards his next objective, acquiring the formation plate of the human array. Much like Penglai Island and Fangzhong Island, the altar governing the formations on Ingzhou Island stood quietly in the open land behind a stone tablet. Lin Xiao approached this mysterious and solemn altar step by step. An indescribable sense of unease began to well up within him. He could not help but ponder. Once the celestial, terrestrial, and human formation plates converge into one, it would likely trigger a cataclysmic upheaval, possibly leading to unforeseen tribulations ahead. Thus far, the entire process had proceeded quite smoothly. During this time, the rewards Lin Xiao had reaped were immensely gratifying, by deeply comprehending the profound mysteries contained within the heavenly and earthly formations. The seed of formation laws nestled in his primordial spirit had flourished into a vibrant green sprout, poised to burst forth with dazzling brilliance at any moment. Penglai, Fangzhong, and Ingzhou. These three islands, hailed as the coveted realms of cultivation for countless practitioners, were now on the verge of falling entirely under Lin Xiao's control. As for the two exceedingly rare, innate spiritual roots, the five-pin pine and Huangjun Li, Lin Xiao had yet to undertake their transplantation. After all, with the entire island already secured, there was no rush to transplant these two spiritual roots. Such matters could be deliberated at leisure. Why concern oneself with such thoughts? At this moment, should he succumb to trepidation and falter, what right would he have in the vast chessboard of the primordial world to compete with the unfathomable Hongjun Laozi? With that thought, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Then, with unwavering determination, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the staircase leading to the summit of the altar. This path was not unfamiliar to Lin Xiao. Having ascended the altar's peak twice before, he moved with grace and ease, as if strolling leisurely, arriving at the platform atop the altar. Following his prior experiences, he methodically began to comprehend the intricate and obscure array patterns. Each minute line and symbol contained boundless mysteries. Yet Lin Xiao, with his profound cultivation and exceptional insight, gradually unveiled their enigmatic veils. Next came the blood sacrifice phase of the Great Array. Though somewhat gruesome and brutal, Lin Xiao understood it was an essential step. As blood flowed continually into the array, the previously dim formation began to radiate a brilliant light. Finally, after a tense and arduous operation, the formation plate of the human array gradually coalesced in Lin Xiao's hands. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Just as the human array's formation plate successfully solidified, the celestial and terrestrial formation plates shot forth from Lin Xiao's body as if summoned by some unseen force. This sudden turn of events startled Lin Xiao momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, quietly observing all that unfolded before him. The three formation plates, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly converged in the air, arranging themselves into a standard character shape in a remarkably wondrous manner. They then began to spin at high speeds, stirring up a howling wind, causing the surrounding air to boil with agitation. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon, startling all beings in the primordial realm. They looked up to behold the legendary islands of Penglai, Hongjun, and Yingzhou materializing in their sights without warning. From these three mysterious islands, three colossal beams of light shot forth, resembling swords piercing the heavens, their grandeur and might overwhelming, as if intending to pierce the very sky itself. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The previously clear and azure sky above the three islands abruptly darkened, as though doused in an inky black substance. The dark clouds surged forth like an endless beast, enveloping the entire sky with an oppressive weight that was suffocating. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning danced like silver serpents, dazzling and blinding. Each flash illuminated the swirling darkness, revealing the terrifying power brewing within, as if poised to unleash catastrophic thunderbolts at any moment. Standing on Yingzhou Island, Lin Xiao gazed upwards at the impending cataclysmic thunderbolts, his expression grave yet his eyes gleaming with resolution and fearlessness. He murmured softly, "So it has finally arrived. Does the heavenly Tao truly not permit the manifestation of the innate array of heaven, earth, and humanity? I wonder if Hongjun Laozi is subtly inciting this. Yet even so, what does it matter? Today with me, Lin Xiao, present, none shall obstruct the convergence of these three arrays, nor prevent the re-emergence of the innate three talents array." At that moment, as if sensing the blazing battle intent igniting within Lin Xiao's heart, the three formation plates, which had been quietly suspended in mid-air, suddenly trembled violently. They then erupted with a dazzling brilliance, their sizes expanding hundreds of times. Following this, they spun with astonishing speed, soaring towards the tumultuous thunderclouds above, like three meteors courageously charging into the storm to face the impending tribulation. As the first bolt of thunder crashed down, the sky seemed to tear apart, a brilliant flash of lightning shooting straight downwards. However, this seemingly formidable thunderbolt was effortlessly intercepted by the three formation plates. The plates shimmered with mysterious light, acting as three indomitable shields, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of the thunder. Soon after, the second bolt of thunder followed, this one even more powerful, carrying a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Yet the three formation plates showed no signs of retreat. They spun rapidly, forming a vortex of high-speed rotation. As the thunder's force made contact with this vortex, it was gradually shredded and extinguished by its overwhelming strangling power. In an instant, sparks flew, rendering the scene spectacularly grand. When the third bolt of thunder descended, although the three formation plates continued to resist with all their might, they began to show signs of strain. Their brilliance dimmed, and their rotational speed waned. Nevertheless, they tenaciously persevered, unwilling to yield easily. The fourth bolt of thunder roared like a giant dragon, clawing its way toward the ground. At this point, the three formation plates were teetering on the brink of collapse, emitting mournful cries under the fierce assault of the thunder. Yet they gritted their teeth, pouring forth their last vestiges of strength to withstand the onslaught. The fifth bolt of thunder descended like a mountain crashing from the heavens, exerting an immense weight. Under this colossal pressure, the formation plates finally began to fissure. However, they did not shatter. Instead, they quickly utilized their remaining energy to repair and reorganize themselves. The sixth bolt of thunder struck like a sharp sword, ruthlessly cleaving towards the three formation plates. The plate's luminosity dimmed significantly once more, and the cracks multiplied, as if they could shatter entirely at any moment. The seventh bolt of thunder surged forth with a destructive force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. This time, the three formation plates could no longer withstand such overwhelming impact. They instantly disintegrated into countless fragments scattered around. Yet just when everyone thought the plates were doomed, the fragments miraculously began to reassemble, merging back together. After enduring multiple cycles of destruction and reconstruction, the original three formation plates were now severely depleted, nearly reaching their limit. However, through this ordeal, they had fundamentally fused into a singular formation plate. As long as they could successfully endure the last two waves of Thunder's baptism, this newly formed plate would truly coalesce into a unified whole, becoming the core plate of the unparalleled innate three talents array. The terrifying eighth thunder calamity is rampantly brewing within the dark clouds, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour the unwary, exuding a disquieting aura of oppression that a significant portion of the primordial world is shrouded in this heavy and oppressive atmosphere, where silence reigns supreme. Countless formidable beings of the primordial realm direct their gazes towards the gathering storm clouds, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some harbor hopes, fervently praying that the innate three talents formation can successfully navigate this impending tribulation. Others were expressions of sorrow, as if they foresee the precious formation being reduced to mere powder beneath the heavenly tribulation, while yet others, harboring enmity towards Lin Xiao, were barely perceptible smirks, secretly delighting in the prospect of his grievous downfall. Nuwa, Fuxi, the Queen Mother of the West, and the 12 Ancestor witches, all of whom share a close bond with Lin Xiao, are at this moment consumed by anxiety, wishing they could instantly fly to his side and personally shield him from the last two bolts of the heavenly tribulation aimed at the innate three talents formation. Their fists are clenched, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their eyes betraying an endless well of concern and care, within the tranquil and serene confines of the Sanqing courtyard atop Kunlun Mountain. The three brothers of Sanqing sit in their respective positions. Among them, the upper clear Tong Tian, having secluded himself in his Buzhou palace since retrieving the Qingping sword from the Tianqi of the Anzu mountain, has not made an appearance. Today, though he has made an exception to visit the Sanqing courtyard, he chooses a spot far removed from Taishang and Yuanshi, while the three brothers still regard themselves as part of Sanqing. Their relationships have undergone a subtle transformation. This is truly splendid. Lin Xiao is bound to suffer a heavy blow. This arrogant brat dares to attempt to recreate a formation that the heavenly Tao cannot abide. He is simply courting death. It serves him right to be struck by lightning. May he be reduced to ashes under this heavenly tribulation. Yuanshi gazes up at the tumultuous, imposing storm clouds above, his face awash with expressions of schadenfreude, his lips murmuring incessantly. Since Lin Xiao emerged like a dazzling star, his displayed strength and talent have consistently overshadowed the Sanqing. The proud and self-assured Yuanshi, thus, is filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, particularly after Lin Xiao harshly reprimanded him before the gates of the Zixiao Palace. Yuanshi felt his dignity shattered, leading to a seething animosity towards Lin Xiao. At that moment, a cold snort emanates from his side. Humph. Old Yuanshi, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Lin Xiao's cultivation is unfathomable, his powers vast, and his methods as numerous as the stars in the sky, with countless hidden cards up his sleeve. I firmly believe that with his abilities, he will undoubtedly navigate this tribulation unscathed. It is Tong Tian who stands up to defend Lin Xiao, unhesitatingly countering Yuanshi's words. Meanwhile, Taishang Laojun remains silent, his expression as dark as water. Deep within his heart, he harbors a fervent desire for the outcome Yuanshi has suggested to materialize. After all, as one of the Sanqing, witnessing a latercomer surpass and overshadow him is undeniably disheartening. Yet he also recognizes that Lin Xiao is no ordinary individual, concealing many unknown trump cards. Thus, despite his hopes for Lin Xiao's misfortune, Taishang Laojun dares not assert that he will truly fall in this heavenly calamity. At this moment, on the continent of the 10 continents and 3 islands, the Eastern King is gazing intently at the 3 legendary immortal islands of Penglai, Hongjun, and Yingzhou upon the surface of the East Sea. After countless years of concealment, these mythical islands have now re-emerged into the world. For many years, the Eastern King has been searching for the whereabouts of the 3 islands of Penglai, yet he has ultimately fallen short. Having been outpaced by Lin Xiao, this sense of loss has only deepened his animosity towards Lin Xiao, recalling the scene at the gates of the Zixiao Palace, where the Queen Mother of the West unhesitatingly boarded Lin Xiao's dragon boat. The Eastern King felt a swell of dissatisfaction. What further exacerbated his ire was witnessing the Queen Mother of the West affectionately standing beside Lin Xiao during the competition for the chaotic Blue Lotus at the Tianqi of the Anzu Mountain. For a long time, the Eastern King has regarded the beautiful and noble Queen Mother of the West as his own possession, unwilling to permit anyone else to encroach upon her. Thus, from that moment on, he has harbored a grudge against Lin Xiao, cursing the one who has taken away his beloved each silent night. Simultaneously, within the majestic and magnificent East Sea Dragon Palace, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings have gathered amidst the surging waves. They watch with tense expressions as Lin Xiao stands beneath the storm clouds, alongside the now weakened innate 3 talents formation. Their hearts are filled with concern for their sovereign, Lin Xiao, each one of them silently breaking into a cold sweat for him. For now, let us set aside the reactions of the formidable beings of the primordial realm. This moment, Lin Xiao is intently focused on the brewing thunder above and the slowly recovering innate 3 talents formation below. His brow furrows slightly as he internally contemplates and weighs the strategies he should adopt in response. It is known that whether it be the Hongmeng Ling Bao, the Hongmeng Wuyang Tower in his possession, or the chaotic treasure, the chaotic pearl either could effortlessly shield the formation from the last 2 bolts of thunder. Even relying solely on his overwhelmingly formidable physique, Lin Xiao is confident he could emerge unscathed from the thunder's onslaught. However, is such an approach truly the best choice for the innate 3 talents formation? After all, it has yet to achieve perfect integration. At that moment, a flash of inspiration strikes Lin Xiao like lightning, reminding him of the astounding scene when the chaotic Blue Lotus split into 3 within the Tianqi of the Anzu Mountain. Back then, it was precisely because the chaotic Blue Lotus held no merit that it was deemed intolerable by heaven and earth. Seizing the opportunity, the Sanqing ultimately facilitated its division into 3, each transforming into their respective treasures. Thus, if he can inject a substantial amount of merit into the innate 3 talents formation, it stands to reason that the heavenly Tao would hesitate to act against it, leading to the complete dissolution of this heavenly calamity. Without hesitation, as the thought crosses Lin Xiao's mind, for resplendent purple-gold radiances suddenly blaze forth behind him. These beams of light shine like the brightest stars in the night sky, akin to the sunlight piercing through the dark clouds at dawn, instantly captivating everyone's attention. These are the 4 merit golden wheels, formed from the 4 layers of Pangu's merit. Their last appearance was during the East Sea's Oceanai world, and now they return, their might surpassing all previous manifestations. Lin Xiao's expression is solemn, his gaze unwavering. He extends his right index finger and gently taps, causing one of the merit golden wheels to respond immediately, transforming into a torrential flood of merit that swiftly injects into the innate 3 talents formation before him. In an instant, the entire formation is enveloped in a rich purple-gold radiance, the previously dim runes and patterns now becoming vividly clear. Accompanied by a subtle humming sound, a powerful and mysterious aura emanates from the formation. With the blessing of this layer of Pangu's merit, the formation appears to be reborn, successfully merging the 3 arrays of heaven, earth, and humanity, and directly ascending to become the innate 3 talents merit formation. Simultaneously, a deafening roar of anger erupts from the thick, oppressive thunderclouds above. Clearly, the thunder is extremely displeased at being forced to retreat despite its impending descent. However, confronted with the dazzling golden light of merit radiating below, it ultimately chooses to withdraw. Under the illumination of the remaining 3 merit golden wheels behind Lin Xiao, and the innate three talents merit formation. The once imposing and suffocating thunderclouds begin to dissolve and disintegrate as if they were snow encountering the scorching sun. Before long, the sky returns to its former clarity, pristine and devoid of clouds. The numerous powerful beings of the primordial realm gaze up at the innate three talents merit formation, radiating an endless brilliance, their expressions a mixture of envy and admiration. Within the Sanxing courtyard atop Kunlun Mountain, the three brothers of Sanxing stand silently, their eyes locked onto the radiant merit formation. As Pangu's direct descendants, they possess a profound understanding of the significance and immense value of Pangu's merit. At this moment, witnessing Lin Xiao's astonishing maneuver, a surge of indescribable complex emotions wells up within them. In this vast primordial world, aside from Lin Xiao, it is unlikely that anyone understands the true purpose and immense value of Pangu's merit better than the three brothers of Sanxing. Although the 12 ancestors of sorcery were equally endowed with the merits of Pangu's creation, those who focused solely on physical cultivation without nurturing their primordial spirit remained utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the creation merits hidden within themselves. It was precisely because the three pure ones understood the wondrous effects of these creation merits that their hearts were now filled with regret and self-reproach. Reflecting on the time, they received the primal chaos green lotus. Had they considered infusing it with Pangu's creation merits, the outcome today might have been drastically different. Just as the boundless and powerful celestial yellow Linglong Tower wielded by Taishang Laojun and the primordial measure of heaven possessed by Lin Xiao. Any treasure that integrated the invaluable creation merits would undergo an instantaneous metamorphosis, directly elevating it to an unparalleled divine treasure. Moreover, such a treasure would not only possess earth-shattering power, but would also remain entirely unaffected by the laws of heaven and earth. However, even if they felt immense remorse at this moment, it was of no avail that, in truth, even if they had thought of the brilliant idea of infusing merits into the primal chaos green lotus back then, they might not have acted upon it. There were mainly two reasons for this. Firstly, the primal chaos green lotus was a singular, peerless treasure. Even if they could successfully infuse it with creation merits to preserve it intact against the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao, how could the three brothers of the three pure ones fairly and reasonably distribute such a treasure? Furthermore, due to Lin Xiao's involvement, the three brothers had already developed a rift and mistrust. Secondly, the creation merits collectively held by the three pure ones amounted to merely 2 layers to ensure the primal chaos green lotus remained safe. At least one whole layer of creation merits was required. Yet, none of the three possessed a full layer on their own. Thus, only by each contributing half of their respective merits could they hope to achieve their goal together. Simultaneously, they should indeed feel fortunate. Fortunate for what? Fortunate that Lin Xiao had no intention of competing with them for the primal chaos green lotus at that time. Otherwise, with Lin Xiao's strength and means, they might not even have succeeded in dividing the treasure into 3 parts. At that moment, beneath the celestial dome, Lin Xiao waved his long arm lightly, retracting the formation board of the innate 3 talents merit array that floated in the air, emanating a mysterious glow. It then transformed into a dazzling streak of light, racing toward the direction of Penglai Island at an astonishing speed. Observing from afar, the myriad powerful beings of the primordial era hesitated briefly before unleashing their divine abilities, vanishing from their locations in an instant, closely following the streak of light toward Penglai Island. The urgency of these powerful beings arose from 2 main reasons. Firstly, they wished to congratulate Lin Xiao on acquiring the unparalleled treasure of the innate 3 talents merit array. Secondly, they sought to seize this rare opportunity to personally visit the legendary and mysterious Penglai Island for a thorough exploration. However, what no one anticipated was that upon their arrival at Penglai Island, they were met with the disappointing news that Lin Xiao had entered seclusion. Little Tower quickly opened the 4th layer of space. Inside the Honghuang Wuyang Tower, Lin Xiao urgently commanded the tower spirit. The reason for his hasty return to Penglai Island and the declaration of his seclusion was that he had suddenly recalled a matter of utmost importance. Before concluding the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, He had already achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, satisfying the conditions to unlock the fourth layer of the Honghuang Tower. However, due to the busy period spent dealing with the innate three talents merit array and the affairs of the three islands of Penglai, he had inadvertently forgotten about it. All right, young master, the fourth layer of space has been successfully opened, as an ethereal and melodious voice resonated, reminiscent of a call from ancient times. The tower spirit swiftly complied with Lin Xiao's command. Subsequently, the previously sealed door to the fourth layer slowly opened, releasing an even denser, ancient, and unfathomable energy wave that surged forth through the crack. Lin Xiao pondered with great anticipation, wondering what rare treasures or unparalleled divine abilities old Pangu had left for him within this fourth layer. He could hardly contain his excitement, and with a slight mental focus, he vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye, finding himself securely within the vast space of the fourth layer of the Honghuang Tower. In this expansive space, Lin Xiao's attention was drawn to a partially concealed manor in the distance. As he drew closer, the true visage of the manor gradually emerged, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura that seemed to seep from every brick and beam. Finally, the entire manor stood before Lin Xiao in its entirety. The plaque of the manor hung high, inscribed with the four ancient characters Hongmeng Daochong in an exceptionally archaic script. Each character radiated a faint yet heart-pounding glow, as if containing boundless mysteries and power. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Xiao hurried forward. Upon reaching the entrance, an invisible pressure compelled him to halt momentarily. Yet, after just a brief pause, he took a deep breath and resolutely extended his hands to push open the heavy door. With a low creaking sound, the door slowly opened, and an overwhelming surge of primordial spiritual energy flooded out like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Lin Xiao. The sensation was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, causing every pore in his body to open wide, greedily absorbing this invaluable spiritual essence. It is important to note that in the present world of the primordial era, most places were filled with postnatal spiritual energy. Only Hongjun's Purple Cloud Palace had the ability to convert chaotic spiritual energy into primordial spiritual energy. However, at this moment, this manor named Hongmeng Daochong astonishingly possessed the same capability, leaving one utterly amazed. For cultivators who had yet to reach the Saint Realm, it was impossible to directly absorb chaotic spiritual energy for cultivation. The chaotic spiritual energy was too violent and powerful. If absorbed forcefully, it could easily lead to madness or even catastrophic explosions. Hence, primordial spiritual energy became exceedingly rare and precious in the world of the primordial era, that a venue capable of transforming chaotic spiritual energy into primordial spiritual energy was virtually beyond description in value. It could be stated without exaggeration that possessing this venue equated to having an unending supply of cultivation resources, enough to enable any faction to rise rapidly and become a formidable force in the primordial era. With a heart racing with excitement, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and slowly raised his foot to step through the grand entrance of the Hongmeng Daochong. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately captivated by the most striking and dazzling presence at the center of the venue. A magnificent, ancient and grand palace stood proudly. This palace resembled a slumbering behemoth, resting silently, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Above the palace entrance, the words Hongmeng Hall were intricately carved in a flamboyant style. Each character seemed to embody boundless Taoist essence, shimmering with mysterious light akin to brilliant stars in the night sky, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. From the outside, although the Hongmeng Hall appeared somewhat antiquated, when Lin Xiao cautiously pushed open the heavy palace doors, a completely different scene unfolded before him. Inside, the decor was exquisitely splendid, with glazed tiles shimmering in a myriad of colors. The dragon-carved jade pillars soared high, their lifelike engravings suggesting they could ascend at any moment. As he walked along the central pathway, a vast Taoist platform soon came into view. Upon this platform, ethereal purple energy coiled gently, imparting an otherworldly sensation. Below the platform lay an array of meticulously arranged meditation cushions. Standing guard like loyal sentinels over this sacred space, A closer inspection revealed that these cushions were crafted from superior materials, soft and comfortable, yet resilient. The entire layout of the palace bore a striking resemblance to Hongjun's Purple Cloud Palace. Yet it possessed its unique characteristics. Every detail was meticulously carved, showcasing the builder's extraordinary skill and profound heritage. Take this moment. Lin Xiao recalled the 3 purple meditation cushions he had brought from the Purple Cloud Palace. With a swift motion of his wide sleeves, the 3 supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasure cushions landed neatly upon the innermost Taoist platform of the hall, to the left and right of the Hongmeng Hall. Several other palaces of varying styles were distributed in an orderly manner. Some were resplendent and magnificent, resembling celestial palaces. Others were serene and elegant, akin to paradises beyond the world, while still others featured peculiar designs. Brimming with fantastical colors, the palaces complement one another, together forming a breathtaking tapestry. AS1 continues forward. An expansive and boundless realm of spiritual roots unfolds before the eyes. Within the garden, a dazzling array of rare spiritual roots vies for attention, each more splendid than the last. Vast tracts of open land remain, and Lin Xiao soon discovers that the soil within the garden is none other than the turbid primordial earth, one of the 4 great primordial spirits, making it an ideal location to transplant the innate 5-pin pine, Huangzhong Li, and other precious spiritual roots from the 3 celestial islands. Moreover, several structures, such as the Pavilion of Techniques, Pavilion of Spiritual Treasures, Pavilion of Alchemy, Pavilion of Artifacts, and Pavilion of Arrays are arranged in succession. Each of these pavilions bears distinct missions and functions, collectively bestowing boundless charm and vitality upon the Hongmeng Dao field. Upon exiting the Garden of Spiritual Roots, Lin Xiao strides lightly into each of the mysterious pavilions in turn. The first to greet him is the towering Pavilion of Techniques, rising 9 stories high. Each level houses an immeasurable collection of techniques and astonishing spells. Ascending to the 9th level, he is left utterly astounded by the sight before him. This floor, it seems, is a repository of numerous techniques once practiced by chaotic deities. Each technique is a rare and unparalleled treasure in the world. Any single one, when diligently cultivated, possesses the potential to elevate a practitioner to the supreme realm of the primordial great Luo, golden immortal. Prior to this, Lin Xiao had been grappling with a vexing dilemma. Although he possessed the unique Taichu Hanwu for cultivation, this technique bore a special restriction that rendered it inaccessible to anyone but himself. Consequently, the Taichu Hunyuan he had imparted to Aosheng could only serve as a reference rather than a practical method of cultivation. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Aosheng successfully awakened the sacred dragon technique inherited through his bloodline, enabling him to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal within a mere 3,000 years. Now, with such a plethora of formidable techniques and spells available in the Pavilion of Techniques, a great weight has finally lifted from Lin Xiao's heart. From this point forward, even as he recruits new disciples, he need not worry about the awkward situation of lacking suitable techniques to impart to them. With this thought, a smile of contentment graces Lin Xiao's face, filling him with anticipation for the future. However, his high hopes of the Pavilion of Spiritual Treasures quickly dissipate into disappointment. The space does not present the dazzling spectacle he had envisioned. Instead, it appears barren and desolate, resembling a treasure vault that has been thoroughly plundered. The rows of shelves that should be brimming with rare treasures stand empty, exuding an air of stark loneliness. Lin Xiao shakes his head helplessly, a faint, bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a brilliant light flickers, and the hundreds of spiritual treasures that had once scattered beneath the ancient tree of the 3,000 great Dao laws in the 3rd level of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower seem to respond to a summons, soaring forth to land steadily upon the vacant shelves. Additionally, the various precious items he had meticulously collected during his adventures across the vast and boundless wilderness emerge from his storage space, organized neatly upon the shelves. Just as Lin Xiao completes this series of actions, he turns and steps into the adjacent Pavilion of Alchemy. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafts through the air, invigorating his senses. Immediately following, a mysterious text radiating with a divine glow. the Pangu alchemy technique, seemingly imbued with its own consciousness, transforms into a stream of light and swiftly enters Lin Xiao's primordial spirit. At the same time, a colossal alchemical furnace, towering several dozen zhang, materializes before him, subtly exuding the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This furnace, with its deep black hue akin to rich ink, emanates a mystique and solemnity. Around the body of the furnace are intricately carved 9 golden symbols, evenly distributed like twinkling stars in the night sky. Each symbol clearly bears a significant character. Arranged in order: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhijia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. Upon shifting his gaze slightly lower on the furnace, he notices 5 prominent characters. The 9 transformation heaven and earth furnace. These characters seem to embody boundless mysteries and power, instilling a sense of reverence within him. Below the furnace, a ferocious blaze burns brightly. The flames, fierce and tumultuous, emit a dazzling golden light. It turns out that this fire is not ordinary, but rather the legendary daylight golden flame, one of the 4 primordial spirits. According to legend, in the primordial chaos, the great deity Pangu wielded his mighty axe to carve open the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the 4 primordial spirits emerged and wreaked havoc in the newly formed world. Ultimately, these 4 spirits were subdued by Pangu's axe, which divided them into the Tai Chi diagram, Pangu banner, and chaotic bell. Among them, the turbid primordial earth descended into the wilderness, continually absorbing the spiritual essence from the beginning of the cosmos, gradually transforming into the majestic Kunlun mountain. The netherworld ice sank silently into the depths of the underworld. The void-biting wind floated above the heavenly court, while the daylight golden flame fell into the sun. Formed from Pangu's left dot on the left wall of the furnace, a myriad of grids are densely packed together, resembling scattered stars. Each grid carefully holds a variety of containers, including crystal-clear jade vials, uniquely shaped gourds, and simple wooden boxes. Within these containers lie completed spiritual elixirs, ranging from the invaluable 9 transformation golden elixir, radiating an enchanting glow, to the more common spirit gathering elixir, which, though ordinary, contains significant medicinal power. The assortment is truly dazzling, a feast for the eyes. Among the multitude of grids, the largest one at the center commands particular attention. Inside rests a beautifully crafted box made of chaos essence gold. Its exquisite craftsmanship nothing short of extraordinary. The box slowly opens. It reveals 3 red and 3 green elixirs, instantly captivating Lin Xiao's full attention. The 3 red elixirs are as vibrant as flames, exuding a potent aura of menace. Lin Xiao's heart races. He suddenly realizes that these 3 red elixirs are none other than the famed heavenly Dao treasure, the Hongsheng Dan. Recollections of the classic investiture of the gods he had read in his past life flood back to him. According to the text, in order to prevent fierce infighting among his 3 favored disciples, Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiao Master, Hongjun Laozi specifically concocted this toxic elixir for them to ingest. The original text does not provide a formal name for this elixir, merely stating, "This elixir is crafted with profound skills. Each of you has your own attack. If you can alter your thoughts first, the elixir in your belly will immediately perish in just a few words." The lethal nature of the Hongsheng Dan is vividly conveyed. The 3 green elixirs, upon closer inspection of their medicinal fluctuations, can be deduced to be the antidote to the Hongsheng Dan. As there is currently no official name for it, let us provisionally refer to it as the Fusheng Dan. Turning to the right wall of the furnace, he notices it is densely inscribed with text. Upon closer inspection, he realizes these inscriptions detail various recipes for spiritual elixirs. Each recipe meticulously lists the necessary ingredients, preparation steps, and essential precautions. Shifting his gaze to the corner behind the furnace, he sees an overwhelming pile of alchemical materials, some of which appear exceedingly rare and have long since vanished from the vast wilderness. These precious materials emanate unique spiritual fluctuations, as if recounting their illustrious past. After leisurely exiting the pavilion of alchemy, Lin Xiao pauses briefly to catch his breath before stepping into the adjacent pavilion of artifacts. Compared to the pavilion of alchemy, this space feels significantly more desolate. inside the pavilion of artifacts. Aside from a technique that automatically entered Lin Xiao's primordial spirit upon his entrance, the Pangu artifact refining technique, there are only scattered materials strewn across the corners. It seems that Master Pangu does not place much importance on spiritual treasures. The previous pavilion of spiritual treasures was barren, and this dedicated pavilion of artifacts is no different. However, it is not difficult to comprehend. After all, with Master Pangu's terrifying cultivation that spans the heavens and the earth, he could wield his legendary Pangu axe to roam freely through chaos, needing no assistance from other spiritual treasures to dominate the realm. As Lin Xiao delves into these contemplations, a crisp and ethereal voice suddenly reaches his ears, emanating from the enigmatic spirit of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. Does the young master believe that the former master's actions are a reminder for you to emphasize the strengthening of your own power, rather than overly relying on the assistance of spiritual treasures? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao could not help but furrow his brow and retort, "Is there anything inappropriate about such thoughts?" The spirit of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower patiently began to elucidate. "What you say is undoubtedly correct, yet it is not entirely accurate. You must comprehend that possessing a powerful spiritual treasure can also be seen as a manifestation of one's own strength. Just like the master, if he did not wield the Pangu axe, such a primordial treasure, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to traverse the chaotic realm, would it not?" Before the words had fully left the spirit's lips, a thunderous boom erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking deep within Lin Xiao's mind. This discourse struck him like a revelation, awakening him from the brink of a mental deadlock. With heartfelt gratitude, he addressed the spirit of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. "I truly appreciate your guidance, little tower. If it weren't for your timely reminder, I fear I would have continued to tread further down this erroneous path." The spirit of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower replied, "There is no need for thanks, young master. This is the duty of the little tower. This Honghuang dojo was crafted painstakingly by the master, utilizing countless precious materials over numerous years, and is a treasure of nearly primordial caliber. Whenever you feel ready, I shall assist you in refining its restrictions." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anticipation to enter seclusion and refine the restrictions of this Honghuang dojo. However, before that, he wished to explore the Array Pavilion. As he stepped through the ancient and heavy doors of the Array Pavilion, a wave of mysterious and ancient energy enveloped him. The interior of the pavilion appeared exceedingly spacious, with only a colossal black stone, intricately engraved with a multitude of array patterns, occupying the central position at that moment. As Lin Xiao gazed intently at the stone, a brilliant azure light suddenly erupted from it, piercing forth with the swiftness of a striking serpent, directly entering the seed of the array laws nestled within his nascent spirit. In an instant, the previously dormant seed of the array laws appeared to be infused with boundless vitality, fervently absorbing the potent energy contained within the azure light, and visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Before long, it transformed from a tender seedling into a flourishing little tree, its height and vitality rivaling that of the seed of the law of slaughter, only slightly inferior to that of the seed of the law of strength. Upon careful examination, Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that the wondrous azure light stemmed from Master Pangu's profound insights into the laws of arrays. At this moment, as he gradually assimilated this precious understanding, Lin Xiao felt his comprehension of the path of arrays becoming increasingly profound and lucid, as though a door to an entirely new realm had been flung open. Once he fully integrated Master Pangu's insights into the laws of arrays, Lin Xiao turned his gaze back to the stone etched with array patterns. He marveled at the seemingly chaotic patterns, which were in fact intricately designed combinations of numerous independent yet interrelated arrays. Moreover, the variety of these arrays was astonishing, ranging from defensive, offensive, to supportive types, each differing in grade and function. Even more remarkably, these patterns were not static. They seemed to possess life, constantly shifting and evolving at times. They would coalesce into a magnificent, unparalleled grand array. At other moments, they would disperse into countless exquisite, yet equally intricate smaller arrays. This perpetual cycle of transformation was nothing short of mesmerizing and awe-inspiring. This array pattern stone was indeed an exceptionally rare treasure, harboring profound secrets of the path of arrays. If one could calm their mind and delve into contemplation beneath this stone, they would undoubtedly gain fresh insights and breakthroughs in the realm of arrays, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their power. However, at this juncture, Lin Xiao's mind remained preoccupied with the task of refining the Honghuang dojo. He understood that once he successfully refined this dojo, the benefits it would confer would far surpass any fleeting insights gleaned from the array pattern stone. Thus, despite his curiosity and longing for the stone, he resolutely chose to set aside his exploration of it for the time being. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao turned and exited the array pavilion, striding with determination back into the magnificent Hongmeng Hall to enter seclusion and commence the arduous task of refining the numerous restrictions of the Hongmeng dojo. As the years flowed by, time slipped swiftly past, and before he knew it, a day had arrived 3,500 years later on Penglai Island. Amidst a profound silence, a long-closed stone door slowly creaked open, emitting a deep and resonant sound. Accompanied by swirling dust and a faint glow, a figure emerged from within. The long-secluded Lin Xiao. This period of seclusion held immense significance for Lin Xiao. With the assistance of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, he had endured a lengthy 3,000 years, ultimately succeeding in refining the extraordinarily complex 48 restrictions of the Hongmeng dojo. Each restriction was imbued with boundless profundities and formidable power, and mastering them one by one was no easy feat. Yet, through his indomitable will and exceptional talent, Lin Xiao had accomplished it. However, this was not the entirety of his journey. In the subsequent 500 years, Lin Xiao shifted his focus to the two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the god-slaying spear and the purifying white lotus. Both of these treasures were rare wonders of the world, possessing earth-shattering might. After arduous efforts, Lin Xiao successfully refined them as well. Notably, when Lin Xiao carefully plucked the purifying white lotus, he managed to do so without inflicting any damage upon its stem, leaves, or roots. Consequently, in the days that followed, this purifying white lotus seemed to have been reborn, radiating vibrant life once more. Before long, new lotus flowers began to bloom quietly, with the largest among them reaching an astonishing 6th grade. These newly sprouted lotus flowers stood gracefully, akin to celestial beings, emanating a pure and enchanting brilliance, filling the first level of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower with an aura of vitality and mystery. In the boundless expanse of the sky, Lin Xiao, resembling a celestial being, soared forth from the enchanting and mystical Penglai Island. Beneath him lay a resplendent 12th grade, purifying white lotus, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This lotus, embodying the essence of purity and flawlessness, carried Lin Xiao as he glided gracefully towards the distant Fengzhong Island. A gentle breeze caressed Lin Xiao's hair and garments, causing them to flutter, accentuating his ethereal demeanor. This moment, Lin Xiao's eyes were gently closed, as though immersed in his own world, allowing the purifying white lotus beneath him to carry him freely across the vast expanse of this realm. Meanwhile, within the depths of his mind, a torrent of thoughts surged like a tide, intertwining and colliding in a symphony of ideas. Next, Lin Xiao was poised to undertake a monumental endeavor, the relocation of Fengzhong and Yingzhou Islands closer to Penglai Island, while utilizing the innate 3-talent merit array to tightly connect these 3 islands. Should this grand plan come to fruition, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entirety of the primordial world. Following this, he intended to invite the women to reside and cultivate upon the island. Yet before that, a thread of indecision lingered in Lin Xiao's heart. This pertained to whether or not to invite Hutu to ascend the island with him. After all, should Hutu arrive here, separated from the other ancestral witches, it could potentially have a profound impact on the birth of the 12-capital heavenly god-killing array. Conversely, if only Hua, Zhuangmu, and Qinglong Ao Ningxiang were to come to the island, lacking Hutu, it might sow seeds of discontent within her. This indeed left Lin Xiao in a state of dilemma, struggling to make a choice. With a furrowed brow, Lin Xiao pondered deeply. There is less than a millennium until the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace. The conflicts between the witch and demon clans have been escalating. And after the conclusion of the second lecture, it will only intensify. The impending calamity between the witch and demon clans is approaching swiftly. This matter is indeed quite challenging. But regardless, I must bring Hutu to the island. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally resolved to take action. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. He understood that this decision might invite some complications and unforeseen risks. Yet, for the smooth progression of the entire plan, he felt he had no other option. Consequently, Lin Xiao began to strategize the next steps that he intended to directly impart the complete 12-capital heavenly god killing array to the ancestral witches and personally assist them in crafting the necessary array flags. In this manner, even if Hutu could not participate, armed with this powerful array and meticulously crafted flags, the others would still be able to successfully form this formidable array. With this comprehensive plan in mind, Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, he also recognized that the path ahead was fraught with challenges and uncertainties, necessitating his utmost effort to confront them. The purifying white lotus radiated dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent gem, finally hovering steadily in the skies above Honghuang Island. That moment, Lin Xiao, who had been deeply immersed in thought, slowly opened his eyes. Within those profound and luminous orbs sparkled the light of wisdom and determination. Lin Xiao cast a glance downward at the mysterious and tranquil Fanzhong Island beneath him. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned the pure world White Lotus into his possession. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, plunging like a bolt of lightning into the placid sea surrounding Fanzhong Island. In an instant, the previously calm waters erupted as if ignited, churning violently and boiling with fervor. Enormous waves crashed against one another, producing a deafening roar, as if a ferocious beast lurked in the depths, striving desperately to breach the surface and reveal its terrifying form. Unexpectedly, Fanzhong Island began to rise slowly from the sea. As the island ascended higher, the surrounding waves grew increasingly tumultuous, forming towering tsunamis that surged skyward, sweeping fiercely in all directions. Yet, even more astonishing scenes were yet to unfold, just as the onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. A figure gradually emerged from beneath the waves. It was none other than Lin Xiao, who had vanished for over 3,000 years. At that moment, his form had become titanic, resembling a colossal mountain. He transformed into a giant towering 10,000 feet high, his robust arms akin to pillars of heaven, firmly supporting the entirety of Fanzhong Island. The sea level could barely reach his waist as he stood resolutely above the ocean, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty. This was the first time Lin Xiao revealed his formidable physical presence as a Hunyuan Da Luo golden immortal before the myriad beings of the primordial world, leaving all witnesses in awe and speechless. With each monumental step he took, the sea trembled violently, sending countless splashes into the air. He carried Fanzhong Island steadily towards the direction of Penglai Island, leaving deep imprints on the seabed, as if narrating his legendary journey. Attached, low-grade postnatal primordial spiritual treasure, 112 prohibitions. Medium-grade postnatal primordial spiritual treasure, 1324 prohibitions. High-grade postnatal primordial spiritual treasure, 2,536 prohibitions. Supreme-grade postnatal primordial spiritual treasure, 3,739 prohibitions. Postnatal primordial supreme treasure, 40 prohibitions. Low-grade chaos spiritual treasure, 4,142 prohibitions. Medium-grade chaos spiritual treasure, 4,344 prohibitions. High-grade chaos spiritual treasure, 4,546 prohibitions. Supreme-grade chaos spiritual treasure, 4,748 prohibitions. Chaos supreme treasure, 49 prohibitions. Hongmeng spiritual treasure, at least 50 prohibitions. Under the astonished gazes of the primordial beings, Lin Xiao stood like an immovable mountain, shouldering the immense Fanzhong Island with astonishing strength, advancing steadily towards Penglai Island. With every footfall, the earth shuddered slightly, as if the entire world quaked in response. When he finally approached Penglai Island, he carefully set Fanzhong Island down, treating it as though it were an irreplaceable treasure. Without pausing for a moment, he turned his gaze resolutely towards the direction of Yingzhou Island. Soon, he arrived before Yingzhou Island and unleashed his earth-shattering divine power, uprooting the entire island. Yingzhou Island is an archipelago requiring a severance from its connected parts for complete relocation. But at that moment, the powerful beings within the primordial realm seemed to awaken from their stupor, their eyes widening in disbelief at the extraordinary scene before them, their hearts stirred by waves of emotion. Subsequently, these formidable entities began to unleash their respective divine abilities, racing towards Penglai Island with the speed of lightning. Time rewound to 3,500 years ago, when many had also come to visit Penglai Island. However, Lin Xiao had coldly announced his seclusion, even turning away those close to him, such as Inhua, Fuxi, Xuanmen, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, leaving them at the door. Faced with such a situation, some felt discontent and even entertained nefarious thoughts, attempting to force their way into the island during Lin Xiao's retreat. Yet, whether it was Penglai Island, Fanzhong Island, or Yingzhou Island, the innate formations of heaven, earth, and humanity surrounding these enigmatic islands were as impenetrable as iron walls. And no matter how the unscrupulous attempted to use every means at their disposal, their efforts proved futile, leaving them to return home in disappointment. As Lin Xiao advanced step by arduous step, attempting to bear the colossal Yingzhou Island back, a multitude of powerful beings from the primordial world converged as if summoned by some mysterious force, appearing above Penglai Island. These primordial beings, each possessing earth-shattering abilities, radiated an aura so powerful that the very sky seemed to change color upon their arrival. Yet their expressions varied. Some wore grave looks, seemingly apprehensive about the impending events. Others exhibited excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, while some remained composed, their thoughts unreadable. Moreover, these powerful beings did not gather in unison, but naturally formed several groups based on their relationships and differing intentions. Those familiar with one another huddled closely together, whispering secrets, while those with common goals congregated, exchanging strategies. Thus, this multitude of strong figures dispersed, occupying various positions above Penglai Island, creating a seemingly loose yet subtly intricate formation. Some genuinely cared for Lin Xiao, even going to great lengths to protect him, including Inhua, Fuxi, Xuanmen, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. They stood steadfastly in the high skies closest to Penglai Island, resembling an unassailable fortress shielding Lin Xiao as he struggled below. However, not all came with benevolent intentions. Some harbored ulterior motives, believing that Lin Xiao's continuous relocation of 2 islands must have drained considerable energy. They sought to exploit this opportunity to either dethrone this revered figure or to extract some profit from him. For instance, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun stood firmly on the clouds, their gazes icy and penetrating, fixated on Lin Xiao, who was gritting his teeth and laboriously carrying Yingzhou Island forward. Additionally, Dongwang Gong harbored nefarious schemes, gathering a large group of followers, preparing to strike at Lin Xiao's moment of weakness. His eyes were locked onto Xuanmen, standing among Inhua and the others, burning with rage as if he wished to consume her hold out of course. There were also those who merely came to witness the spectacle. However, as the saying goes, no profit, no early rise. Who could guarantee that these spectators would not seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to gain some advantage? Perhaps, at an unsuspecting moment, a thrilling melee would erupt. As the atmosphere thickened with tension and everyone harbored ulterior motives, vigilantly awaiting their moment, a colossal figure gradually materialized on the horizon. That figure loomed like a moving mountain, obscuring the sun and wherever he passed. The winds and clouds shifted to it was Lin Xiao. At this moment, he bore the entire Yingzhou Island with his unparalleled divine strength. Each step he took stirring up fierce winds and towering waves, as if the very heavens trembled at his actions. Finally, after a protracted journey, Lin Xiao arrived at his destination. He carefully placed Yingzhou Island upon the ocean's surface, his movements gentle as if setting down a rare treasure. As Yingzhou Island settled steadily, the radiant glow emanating from Lin Xiao gradually receded. He then shifted, instantly returning to his original size, and leapt like a bolt of lightning into the air above Penglai Island. Once steady, Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd below, a confident smile gracing his lips, and proclaimed loudly, "Dear friends gathered here today, could it be that you have come specifically to congratulate me on my successful acquisition of the 3 islands of Penglai?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, their expressions a tapestry of surprise, fear, and even a hint of jealousy and resentment. However, faced with Lin Xiao's direct query, no one dared to respond immediately. The entire scene descended into a profound silence, only the sea breeze whistling past, rustling the garments of the onlookers like a tea that moment. A stir arose within the crowd as Dong Wang Gong stepped forward. His expression darkened. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Lin Xiao, loudly declaring, "Lin Xiao, hand over Penglai Island at once. This island has been my fervent pursuit for countless years. And 3,000 years ago, just as I felt the opportunity arise, I never expected it to be seized by you." The voice of the Eastern Prince resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing through the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding crowd to turn their gazes in astonishment. Yet Lin Xiao, standing opposite him, remained utterly unmoved. A subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of disdain as he retorted, "Ha ha! Eastern Prince, are you not here to amuse us? If this Isle of Penglai truly belongs to your destiny, why have you, after countless eons, failed to uncover even the slightest trace of it? Now that I have obtained this Isle of Penglai, I am branded as the so-called usurper of your fortune. Is there any sense in such reasoning? Shall I infer that it was wrested from your grasp? Enough of this. Today I, the esteemed one before you, shall grant you an opportunity. If you can make even a single hair of mine fall, I will willingly relinquish the Isle of Penglai to you. Pray tell, do you possess such capability?" Upon finishing his words, Lin Xiao threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter reverberating through the cosmos, as if mocking the Eastern Prince's arrogance. As Lin Xiao's words faded, the humiliated Eastern Prince's face blazed crimson with fury, his eyes flickering with flames of wrath as he prepared to charge forward. However, at that moment, a figure darted through the crowd like a flash of lightning. It was a notoriously fiery ancestor, Wu Zhurong. With a swift motion, Zhurong landed firmly before Lin Xiao, resembling an insurmountable mountain that obstructed the Eastern Prince's path. His eyes widened, and he bellowed, "Sister's husband, you need to take a moment to rest. This fool of an Eastern Prince, who knows not the weight of his own life, shall be dealt with by me. How dare he covet our brother-in-law's Isle of Penglai? He clearly does not comprehend the meaning of death." In times past, the 12 ancestors of Wu, after receiving the 3,000 laws of the Tao gifted by Lin Xiao, had devoted themselves to 3,000 years of diligent cultivation. Now, each of them had attained a level surpassing the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Among them, Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Xianming, and Ho Tu had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, wielding immense powers. Yet in response to Zhurong's goodwill, Lin Xiao merely smiled gently, pulling him behind himself. He spoke in a calm voice, "Brother Zhurong, there is no need for concern. You may rest easy. With the Eastern Prince's meager abilities, even if I were to stand here immobile, he could not harm a single hair on my head." At that moment, the Eastern Prince, utterly shamed and unable to endure further humiliation, glared with wide eyes, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, as he summoned his most cherished life-bound artifact, the pure Yang sword. The sword gleamed with a blinding radiance, its hilt adorned with a resplendent gem, and its blade inscribed with ancient, mysterious runes that exuded a disquieting aura. The Eastern Prince, disregarding all else, prepared to advance with all his might to challenge Lin Xiao to a duel to the death. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out from within the Isle of Penglai. "Foster father, how can this old dog Eastern Prince dare trouble you? Allow me to confront him and see just how much he weighs." Before the words had fully left his lips, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the skies. The onlookers gazed upwards in awe, witnessing a 7-clawed golden dragon, its body extending over 1,000 feet. Soaring from the Isle of Penglai into the heavens, its massive form resembled a golden mountain, radiating boundless majesty and dominance. After circling twice in the air, the dragon dove down abruptly, transforming into a handsome youth clad in golden garments. Landing gracefully before Lin Xiao. This youth was none other than the orphan of the ancestral dragon and Lin Xiao's adopted son and steed, Aosheng, in the past, when Aosheng first accompanied Lin Xiao to the Isle of Penglai. He was a curious young boy. Upon beholding the picturesque scenery of the island, he could hardly contain his joy and ran off to play. Perhaps due to his abundant fortune, the playful Aosheng inadvertently discovered a lake filled with primordial heavy water, a treasure of immeasurable value and a rare sanctuary for the dragon race. Astonishingly, Aosheng not only found this miraculous lake, but also unearthed 24 unparalleled sea-calming pearls from its depths. Even Lin Xiao was taken aback when Aosheng, immersed in the primordial heavy water, fell into a deep slumber for over 3,000 years. Upon awakening, his cultivation soared to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A truly astonishing feat, moreover. His original 5-clawed dragon form had inexplicably evolved into a majestic 7-clawed dragon. Lin Xiao's delight. The precious drops of blood he had shed upon the dragon egg to aid Aosheng's emergence had, over time, perfectly melded with Aosheng's ancient bloodline from the ancestral dragon. This flawless integration had significantly enhanced Aosheng's strength in that moment. Aosheng wielded the shimmering, formidable Xianbing divine sword gifted by Lin Xiao, while the 24 sea calming pearls floated around him like loyal guardians, enveloping him in protection. Aosheng's youthful visage was alight with determination, and his bright eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could hardly wait to showcase his prowess. With an air of defiance, he fixed his gaze on the Eastern Prince and called out boldly, "Old fool, cease your hiding. If you have any hidden skills, now is the time to reveal them. How dare you covet my foster father's Isle of Penglai? Humph. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, making you realize that one cannot be so arrogant." In response, the Eastern Prince roared in fury. "You little brat, you have gone too far. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elder." His face contorted with rage, his eyes wide, veins pulsing on his forehead, he clutched the pure yang sword tightly, its blade shimmering with cold light, as if he intended to strike down the one before him. Before he could finish his sentence, the Eastern Prince vanished from sight, moving like a specter towards Aosheng. His speed was blinding, stirring up a whirlwind that rustled the clothes of the onlookers. With a flick of his wrist, the pure yang sword traced a graceful arc through the air, aimed directly at Aosheng. Facing the Eastern Prince's fierce assault, Aosheng showed no fear, that a hint of contempt appeared on his lips as he coldly remarked, "Humph, old fool, do you think you are worthy to represent my family elder in teaching me a lesson? You are merely dreaming." With that, Aosheng gripped the sword hilt tightly, shouting as he charged forward to meet the Eastern Prince. In an instant, the two clashed. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew, and the two swords met in a dazzling display of light. Immediately, both combatants unleashed their divine abilities. The Eastern Prince's swordsmanship was exquisite, each move brimming with immeasurable power, while Aosheng relied on his agile footwork and unpredictable swordplay to counter him. For a time, the battlefield erupted with radiant sword light, the skies darkening with the intensity of their conflict. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding ground, their movements accelerating to a dizzying pace, leaving onlookers awestruck and unable to follow their actions. The fierce battle raged on, obscuring the heavens and dimming the sun and moon. Surrounding clouds, formed from countless white wisps, were sliced into ribbons by their sword energy, and numerous space fissures opened in the sky, remaining unhealed for ages. Despite both sides exerting their utmost, a victor remained elusive. As the clash between Aosheng and the Eastern Prince intensified, the air thickened with a palpable aura of slaughter. Each encounter unleashed forces akin to surging tides, darkening the once clear sky, causing even the sun and moon to lose their former brilliance. In this moment, both warriors had succumbed to a frenzied state of combat. Their eyes bloodshot and their strikes ruthlessly lethal. Aosheng, agile in form, wielded the Xianbing divine sword, its light flashing as he struck fiercely at the Eastern Prince. Meanwhile, the Eastern Prince, unyielding, unleashed his most powerful techniques in a desperate fight for survival. As time flowed on, both combatants bore numerous wounds, blood pouring forth like a fountain. The crimson liquid stained vast expanses of space, even tainting the boundless sea below, transforming it into a sight reminiscent of a hellish domain. However, despite Aosheng appearing grievously wounded, covered in blood, he was merely suffering superficial injuries thanks to his formidable dragon physique and the protective power of the 24C calming pearls. In stark contrast, the Eastern Prince's condition was far worse, his body riddled with deep gashes that exposed flesh and bone. What is most dire is that having been struck repeatedly by the Xianbing divine sword wielded by Aosheng, the piercing chill has already infiltrated his body, causing his form to grow increasingly rigid and his movements to slow considerably. Thus, the signs of Honghuang's impending defeat have become ever more apparent, rendering the outcome of this life-and-death struggle seemingly inevitable. Beyond the battlefield, a multitude of powerful observers bear witness to this heart-stopping duel, each left speechless and profoundly shaken by the astonishing combat prowess displayed by Aosheng. It is worth noting that Aosheng is, in terms of lineage, a junior. Yet he now finds himself engaged in fierce combat with a venerable figure such as Honghuang, renowned for his formidable strength and elusive capabilities. And he appears to hold the upper hand. An utterly inconceivable turn of events. The mere thought that such a junior could exhibit such prowess raises questions about the extent of Lin Xiao's own power. Who has nurtured Aosheng to such heights? This thought lingers. A sense of trepidation washes over the onlookers. They are acutely aware that the strength Aosheng has displayed is already astonishing. If this is merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin Xiao's teachings, how unfathomably powerful must Lin Xiao himself be? Contemplating this, an involuntary sense of reverence wells up within the hearts of the crowd, as if they are not facing an ordinary individual, but rather a towering peak that inspires awe and fear. The breathtaking clash between Aosheng and Honghuang nears its climax. Aosheng, bolstered by his formidable strength and ferocious offensive, gradually gains the upper hand, while Honghuang appears increasingly beleaguered, his defeat seemingly inescapable. However, just as Aosheng prepares to deliver a fatal blow to Honghuang, Lin Xiao suddenly sweeps his sleeve, unleashing a tremendous force that forcibly separates the two combatants. Lin Xiao strides slowly to the center of the arena, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. He surveys the surroundings, then speaks in a deep voice imbued with authority. "Cease this at once. The battle concludes here today. Should anyone dare to strike again, let it be known that I shall not hold back." With that, he casts a warning glance at Aosheng, then turns to Honghuang. Contemplating in silence, at this juncture, it is imperative that Honghuang does not fall, at least not before he has been appointed the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm by Hongjun. Furthermore, the impending calamity between the Wu and Yao clans looms, and allowing Honghuang to perish now would severely disrupt the meticulously laid plans he has crafted. Lin Xiao is acutely aware that the tensions between the Wu and Yao clans are escalating, making a cataclysmic conflict inevitable. His objective is to employ various means to delay the onset of this catastrophe, thus affording himself more time to steer the situation in a direction favorable to his interests. As a pivotal figure in the primordial realm, Honghuang serves as a crucial piece in Hongjun's chess game that in this grand contest. Lin Xiao, as a player against Hongjun, views Honghuang as another piece in his strategy that by skillfully leveraging Honghuang's position, he could raise the banner of the celestial court and effectively restrain the impending forces of the Yao clan's heavenly court, thereby securing himself greater strategic space and time. Go and tend to your injuries, Lin Xiao spoke softly. With a mere flick of his wrist, two radiant elixirs, exuding an enticing aroma, soared toward the two combatants. The elixirs streaked through the air like shooting stars, landing precisely in the hands of Aosheng and Honghuang. Aosheng, his face alight with joy, cradled the elixir in his hands as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. He respectfully bowed to Lin Xiao, his voice ringing clear and bright. "Yes, adoptive father, I shall heed your command." With that, he carefully stowed the elixir away and, in a blur, transformed into a streak of light. Dashing toward Penglai Island, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. In contrast, Dong Wanggong's reaction was marked by hesitation. He stared at the elixir in his hand for a considerable time, deep in thought. After a moment, he slowly lifted his gaze, a flicker of reluctance and resignation crossing his features. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, took the elixir, and murmured, "Indeed, I have been defeated." Rising slowly, his one straight posture now slightly bent. He resembled a defeated rooster, stripped of its former pride and majesty. He then stumbled away, fleeing at a speed that suggested desperation. The entourage accompanying Dong Wanggong exchanged glances, and after a silent consensus, they activated their techniques and hurriedly pursued his retreating figure. They watched Dong Wanggong and his company recede into the distance. Lin Xiao finally turned to face the remaining crowd. His keen gaze swept over each individual present. With a countenance as calm as still water, he spoke slowly. "I am well aware that many among you harbor doubts and dissatisfaction regarding the illustrious reputation I, Lin Xiao, have borne for so long that, to be frank, I do not place much value on such hollow accolades. However, since we are gathered here today, I shall offer each of you an opportunity to challenge me. If anyone believes they possess the capability to defeat me, let them step forward. Should I, Lin Xiao, unfortunately fall today, I shall depart for the chaos and vow never to set foot in the primordial realm again." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's resolute declaration, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently communicating, yet none dared to take a step forward to accept the challenge. After all, Lin Xiao's power was undeniable. He was not a foe to be trifled with. Faced with Lin Xiao's provocative challenge, the assembled mighty figures regarded one another, but in that moment, none found the courage to step into the arena. In the midst of this tense silence, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. None other than Yuanshi Tianzun, one of the three pure ones. Standing tall and resolute, he declared with authority, "Lin Xiao, cease your arrogance. I shall gladly engage you in battle today." Yuanshi Tianzun's unexpected boldness astonished those around him, as they turned their astonished gazes toward this audacious figure, their expressions a mixture of surprise and skepticism. Some even shook their heads, seemingly doubtful of Yuanshi Tianzun's actions, casting him furtive looks of concern. However, at that moment, Taishang Laozi, who had been standing beside Yuanshi Tianzun, gently shook his head and sighed, speaking slowly. "Lin Xiao, my friend, we three pure ones are indeed one entity, always advancing and retreating together, sharing both honor and disgrace. Although I may be lacking, I am willing to join my two brothers in a friendly contest with you, Lin Xiao, and I hope you will graciously offer your guidance." Before anyone could respond to Taishang Laozi's words, an angry roar suddenly erupted. The crowd turned to see Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 Ancestors of Sorcery. Stepping forward, his face flushed with fury, he glared at Taishang Laozi and the others, bellowing, "Old Taishang, your words are utterly shameless. Do you three pure ones intend to overwhelm us with sheer numbers? If that is the case, then we 12 ancestors are also united as one. Today, my siblings and I shall seek your counsel. Indeed, I have long found the three pure ones intolerable. They have claimed to be the true inheritors of Pangu, which is utterly arrogant. Today, let us settle this right here and now, and see who truly embodies Pangu's legacy," shouted Gong Gong, the ancestor of sorcery, his voice booming like thunder. His imposing figure emanated a powerful aura, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Finally, someone speaks sense. What is there to discuss with these fellows? Let's engage them directly," chimed in Zhu Rong, another ancestor of sorcery, eagerly ready for combat. Flames dancing around him, radiating an intense heat that deterred approach. "Indeed, let us show them the might of the ancestors." The remaining ancestors echoed, their spirits ignited with battle fervor, eager to charge forth and engage the three pure ones in a fierce contest. In this charged atmosphere, Lin Xiao suddenly flickered into view before the group of ancestors, blocking their path. He spoke with a firm tone. "Elders, please retreat for now. Today's matter is my personal grievance. This enmity must be resolved by my own hand." Having said this, Lin Xiao slowly turned back, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the gathered crowd. Then, with confidence, he declared, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Lin Xiao, today, I shall accept all of you together." Though the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, imbued with an undeniable authority. I could see that moment. All heads were bowed in silence, as if fearful that even the slightest movement would be perceived by Lin Xiao as hostility. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating, with a palpable tension enveloping the entire space. Just then, Taishang and Yuan Shi resolutely stepped forward, their expressions stern, exuding a formidable presence. Clearly prepared for battle, in stark contrast, Tong Tian remained steadfast in place, unmoving. His face betrayed a profound inner turmoil, a painful indecision. For at this moment, Tong Tian was faced with a tremendously difficult choice. On one side stood his brethren, connected by blood. On the other, Lin Xiao, the direct disciple of their divine father, and a brother whom he sincerely respected deep within his heart. Confronted with such a complex situation, Tong Tian felt utterly torn, uncertain of whom he ought to assist. Observing Tong Tian's prolonged hesitation, Yuan Shi could not suppress a surge of anger. He turned to Tong Tian and bellowed, "Tong Tian, why do you not step forward? Do you intend to falter at this critical moment?" Yuan Shi's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the air. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's roar, Tong Tian's body trembled slightly, yet he remained indecisive. He opened his mouth, attempting to articulate an explanation, but the words faltered on his lips. I truly cannot strike against my brother Lin Xiao. You see?" Ultimately, Tong Tian merely sighed deeply, as if consumed by helplessness and conflict. He then lifted his gaze, earnestly looking at Lin Xiao, and spoke softly. "Brother Lin Xiao, I implore you to show mercy. Please do not harm the lives of my two elder brothers, that if possible, I hope this conflict can be resolved peacefully." Having said this, Tong Tian again fell into deep contemplation, appearing burdened by his thoughts. "Ha! Brother Tong Tian, do not fret," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, boldly addressing him. "As my esteemed friend Taishang has mentioned earlier, we are merely engaging in mutual sparring. I shall certainly exercise discretion, intending only to impart a small lesson to my second elder brother, who has always held himself in high regard and looked down upon others. Therefore, you need not feel troubled or conflicted. Oh, by the way, I happen to possess a formation technique that I wonder, dear brother, if you might be interested in providing some guidance." Lin Xiao continued, grinning as he waved his hand, summoning a majestic and enigmatic array that immediately appeared before everyone. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's words, Tong Tian's gaze shifted towards the formation that had been conjured. In a mere glance, he felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes suddenly widening with astonishment. It is well known that Tong Tian was particularly enamored with the arts of sword and formation. Thus, witnessing such an exquisite and mystifying array ignited within him an insatiable desire to explore the unknown. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and, in a flash, dashed into the formation, exclaiming with excitement, "Ha ha! Brother, your formation is truly wondrous. I must thoroughly appreciate it." By stepping into the array set by Lin Xiao, Tong Tian officially joined the challenge against Lin Xiao, thereby solidifying the bond of brotherhood among the three pure ones. Taishang and Yuan Shi exchanged knowing glances, nodding in silent agreement. Taishang then raised his arm, murmuring incantations, and instantly summoned the renowned Tiandi Xianhuang Ling Long Tower, placing it securely above their heads. In an instant, brilliant streams of Xianhuang energy cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly intertwining to form an impenetrable protective barrier, enveloping Taishang and Yuan Shi's bodies. I could see that moment. Taishang grasped his coiled dragon crutch, while Yuan Shi clutched the three treasures Jade Rui, both gathering their full magical power. They unleashed a formidable Tai Ching Divine Thunder and a mighty Yu Qing Divine Thunder, hurtling toward Lin Xiao with incredible speed. The Tiandi Xianhuang Ling Long Tower was renowned for its invincible defense. Once summoned, It granted its wielder an absolute advantage at the onset of battle, ensuring they remained in an undefeated position. It was precisely because of this tower's presence that Taishang and Yuan Shi dared to challenge Lin Xiao. Alas, despite their meticulous calculations, they had overlooked a crucial detail. As the fierce Tai Ching and Yu Qing divine thunders approached, Lin Xiao appeared utterly unfazed, standing calmly in place, even as the bolt struck him directly without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. To everyone's astonishment, the two immensely powerful divine thunders, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, left no trace upon Lin Xiao's form, as if merely a gentle breeze had brushed over a lake. In this moment of tranquility, Lin Xiao elegantly extended his hand to smooth his already well-kept hair. A faint smile gracing his lips, he then casually retrieved the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi from his waist. This petite ruler radiated an unsettling aura of mystery. Holding it in his hand, Lin Xiao toyed with it momentarily, then turned his gaze toward Taishang and Yuan Shi, softly stating, "It would be discourteous not to reciprocate. Since you have initiated an attack, allow me to showcase my own methods." Taishang's heart raced as he caught sight of the delicate ruler in Lin Xiao's hand, an ominous premonition washing over him, prompting an internal cry of alarm. This is bad, for the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi was also known as the Tiandi Xianhuang Gongdachi, a treasure of assault second only to the Pangu banner, one that could slay without entangling cause and effect. More significantly, it was the sole nemesis of the Tiandi Xianhuang Ling Long Tower. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable artifact would now be in Lin Xiao's possession? In a split second, Lin Xiao flicked his wrist, and, with a gentle wave of the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi, a dazzling Xianhuang light erupted forth, resembling a roaring dragon, imbued with boundless sharp energy, racing towards Taishang and Yuan Shi with blinding speed. As it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear, echoing with a series of piercing explosions. At that moment, the Tiandi Xianhuang Ling Long Tower loomed above Taishang and Yuan Shi, standing like a colossal mountain. However, the protective barrier formed by the Xianhuang energy cascading from it proved as fragile as paper against the radiant Xianhuang light wielded by Lin Xiao. The luminous beam shot forth like a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, unimpeded in its advance towards the formidable barrier. With a resounding bang, the Xianhuang energy barrier shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight. The relentless Xianhuang light surged onward, targeting Taishang and Yuan Shi directly. Their faces drained of color, Taishang and Yuan Shi realized too late that evasion was futile. In an instant, the Xianhuang light struck them with overwhelming force, propelling their bodies backward uncontrollably. Like kites severed from their strings, they traced long arcs through the air before crashing heavily into the tumultuous sea. A colossal splash erupted, sending towering waves soaring into the air. Beneath the surface, Taishang and Yuan Shi sank deeply, disappearing from sight. After a considerable time, the once calm sea began to ripple again, and the two emerged slowly from the depths. Appearing disheveled, with blood trickling from their lips, their once mighty presence now diminished. Taishang surveyed the scene before him, his heart heavy with despair and resignation. He sighed deeply, uttering, "Very well, it seems we have been defeated." And he withdrew his treasures, the Tiandi Xianhuang Ling Long Tower and the coiled dragon crutch, standing there in a state of dejection. Yet Yuan Shi, with blood-red eyes ablaze with fury, was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. With a fierce roar, he summoned all of his magical energy, preparing to retaliate. Immediately, he clasped his hands, murmuring incantations, and unleashed his most formidable spell with all his might. Suddenly, a crystal-clear jade rui, shimmering with 3 hues, materialized above his head. This was the three-treasured jade rui, previously held tightly in his grasp, crafted from the essence of the primal blue lotus. The 3-treasured jade rui swelled in size as it caught the wind, transforming into a mountainous form in the blink of an eye, hurtling towards Lin Xiao with unparalleled ferocity. As it passed, the very fabric of space contorted and twisted, resonating with a series of ear-piercing explosions. In the face of such a fierce assault, Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as still water. He merely lifted his gaze to regard the oncoming three-treasure jade rui, a disdainful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Gradually, he raised one hand, forming a fist. Concurrently, a profound force of the Tao of power enveloped his fist, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills through the in an instant. Lin Xiao struck out with unwavering resolve, meeting the onrush of the three-treasure jade rui head-on. The moment of impact sent tremors through the heavens and the earth. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted, the surrounding air churning violently, creating ferocious gusts that wreaked havoc in every direction. A piercing wail escaped the three-treasure jade rui, as though it had sustained a grievous wound. Its brilliance dimmed instantaneously, shrinking back to its original size and retreating like a meteor to the hands of Yuan Shi Tianzun. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun's complexion turned ashen. Devoid of any color, he opened his mouth, violently spewing forth a jet of crimson blood, which arced through the air in a shocking trajectory before splattering upon the ocean, staining it a deep red. Following this backlash, Yuan Shi Tianzun's aura grew increasingly feeble, his once unmatched might deflating like a puncture balloon. Under this relentless barrage, the resilience of Yuan Shi Tianzun's Tao heart finally began to waver. He descended into a state of near madness, his meticulously arranged hair now disheveled, dancing wildly in the wind. With wide eyes, he threw his head back and unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens. The way of heaven is unjust. Father God is unjust. Why is it that Lin Xiao can wield the supreme Tao of power? Why does he possess such an abundance of unparalleled treasures? What quality do I, Yuan Shi Tianzun, lack in comparison to him? Lin Xiao, just as Yuan Shi Tianzun's Tao heart teetered on the brink of collapse. The venerable Taishang Laojun, witnessing the scene, was struck with alarm, but he understood that if Yuan Shi Tianzun continued to descend into despair, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, Taishang Laojun extended his right hand, forming a sword-like gesture, and directed a resplendent ray of Tai Ching celestial light towards Yuan Shi Tianzun's primordial spirit, simultaneously shouting, "Awaken, Yuan Shi! Do not let the demons of your heart disturb you." Under Lin Xiao's relentless onslaught, Yuan Shi Tianzun's once unyielding Tao heart began to show signs of fracture, wavering precariously. Although Taishang Laojun's timely intervention with the Tai Ching celestial light managed to temporarily suppress the tumultuous waves of the Tao heart, it was merely a stopgap measure. It was imperative to assist Yuan Shi Tianzun in reconstructing his damaged Tao heart before Hongjun Dao's second sermon. Realizing this, Taishang Laojun could no longer afford to remain ensnared within the formation alongside Tong Tian. He hastily bid farewell to Lin Xiao and the others, urgently departing towards Kunlun Mountain with the still somewhat dazed Yuan Shi Tianzun, watching Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun recede into the distance. Lin Xiao slowly turned his gaze towards Tong Tian, who remained ensconced within the formation. Tong Tian sat at the center, furrowing his brows, as if grappling with a perplexing dilemma. At times, he would break into joyous laughter, unable to contain his delight. Seeing Tong Tian in such a state, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile gently, then raise his right hand and wave casually at the void before him. In an instant, the once imposing and radiant formation vanished as if it had never existed, disappearing without a trace. The abrupt disappearance of the formation left Tong Tian feeling lost and bewildered. He looked up, his face a portrait of yearning, and eagerly addressed Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin Xiao, how can such an exquisite and profound formation simply vanish without warning? I have immersed myself in its study for quite some time, truly reaping substantial rewards. Yet now, I have not had my fill of it. Might I trouble you to summon this formation once more, so that I may continue to observe it in detail?" "Ha ha, Brother Tong Tian, why go through such great lengths? Allow me to impart to you the entirety of this formation's principles." With a hearty laugh, Lin Xiao brought his hands together, extending his index and middle fingers like a sharp sword. In an instant, a dazzling azure light shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards Tong Tian's brow like a bolt of lightning that, in the blink of an eye, the azure light penetrated Tong Tian's forehead. Subsequently, a vast and profound torrent of information surged into Tong Tian's primordial spirit like a tidal wave. This azure light contained the complete method of the formation, now being transmitted unreservedly to the depths of Tong Tian's consciousness. Tong Tian closed his eyes, focusing intently on the mysterious formation method imparted by Lin Xiao. As time progressed, the lingering doubts that had plagued him gradually clarified, as if clouds were parting to reveal the sun. The challenges that had vexed him for so long unraveled one by one, and his understanding of the art of formation saw a tremendous enhancement in that moment. Finally, when the last vestige of information was fully absorbed by Tong Tian, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with delight and admiration. Looking up at Lin Xiao, his face radiated gratitude as he sincerely expressed, "Brother Lin Xiao, the formation you have imparted is truly exquisite. It seamlessly integrates the foundational formations of Tai Chi, the 2 instruments, the 3 talents, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, the 6 paths, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, artfully combining them together as such. This formation not only exhibits boundless variations, making it impossible to guard against, but also contains unfathomable profundities, truly enigmatic. Even I find it difficult to articulate its myriad intricacies, that I cannot fathom how you have diligently delved into this to create such an extraordinary formation." Lin Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to encounter a rather unique treasure. It is an immense chaos primordial stone, as grand as a mountain. What is even more astonishing is that this stone is adorned with an intricate array of innate patterns, seemingly born of nature itself, brimming with boundless mysteries that I intend to place it within the soon-to-be completed Taoist sanctuary. Brother Tong Tian, should you be interested, you are always welcome to come and explore it further." Just then, before Tong Tian could respond, the equally enamored Fushi, who was captivated by the art of formations, could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly inquired, "Taoist sanctuary? Brother-in-law, do share with me the location of your sanctuary. I too wish to visit and behold the grand array stone you speak of. Perhaps I might glean some profound essence of formation from it." Faced with Fushi's probing, Lin Xiao's face briefly flickered with an elusive expression of mystery. He replied, unhurriedly, "Fear not, everyone. The time has come. Behold my innate 3 talents merit formation. Arise." As his voice fell, a deep, resonating roar reverberated from beneath the sea between the 3 islands of Penglai. Instantly, a massive pillar of water surged skyward, piercing through the clouds. Within that water column, the array plate of the innate 3 talents merit formation spun with astonishing speed, as if striving to break free from its constraints and soar into the heavens. Brilliant streams of merit light burst forth like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. The radiance was so intense that it was nearly blinding. The grandeur of the spectacle left all who beheld it in awe. Everyone present was captivated by this wondrous scene, rendered speechless and filled with reverence. Simultaneously, on the 3 celestial islands of Penglai, Hongjun, and Yingzhou, a breathtaking spectacle erupted. The 3 innate formations of heaven, earth, and humanity activated in unison, awakening like long-slumbering behemoths, radiating boundless light and power. In an instant, 3 colossal beams of light soared skyward like dragons, their might so immense that the very firmament itself seemed to change hue. Within the array plate of the innate 3 talents merit formation, the profound laws of heaven, earth, and humanity coalesced, transforming into 3 massive chains of order, as if imbued with life itself. The chains of order shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, extending outward at an astonishing velocity, precisely entwining themselves with the luminous pillars rising from the 3 islands. As the 3 chains began to draw together with force, the once distant islands slowly commenced their movement toward one another, as if pulled by an invisible, colossal force, gradually converging until they were tightly connected. That moment, the 3 innate formations of heaven, earth, and humanity on the islands underwent a remarkable transformation, merging and intertwining until they harmoniously fused into a singular entity, creating a complete innate triad of merit formation. This grand formation resembled a translucent veil of light, enveloping the closely knit Penglai Islands, exuding an aura that was both ancient and powerful. Observing this from a distance, Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with surprise. Without hesitation, he extended his right index finger and gently tapped. Instantly, the enormous innate triad of merit formation unveiled itself as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a small opening. Following this, Lin Xiao's figure flickered as he led the others in a continuous stream through the formation, stepping onto the sacred soil of the Penglai Islands. Soon after, with a slight movement of his mind, he summoned the Hongmeng Dao field from the fourth layer of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower. Dazzling light burst forth from his being, and in the next moment, a grandiose, majestic, and anciently charming manner materialized before the crowd. This structure appeared to have emerged from the depths of the void, initially presenting only a vague outline. However, as time progressed, it became increasingly distinct. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of the assembly, this magnificent edifice slowly descended into the central area connecting the three islands, standing firmly like an immovable mountain. After Hongjun concluded his first sermon, Lin Xiao began strategizing for the Penglai Islands. After millennia of effort, he finally realized his aspiration. He reminisced about the days when he and Aosheng searched for traces of Penglai Island across the vast East Sea like headless flies. When they were guests at the East Sea Dragon Palace, where the Dragon King gifted them a treasure map revealing the location of Penglai Island, and how they followed the map to discover the island concealed beneath the innate formation, then traversed the altar's teleportation array to reach Fangzhong and Yingzhou, culminating in the successful connection and integration of the three islands' innate formations into the innate triad of merit formation. Each event, each scene, remained vividly etched in his memory, as if it had transpired only yesterday. The Penglai Islands were now closely linked, with the central area between them resembling a brilliant pearl embedded within. And in this wondrous realm, Lin Xiao's Hongmeng Dao field stood proudly at this moment. Within the core building of the Dao field, the Hongmeng Hall, a solemn and dignified atmosphere permeated the air. Lin Xiao, standing tall like a pine tree, was seated atop the elevated Dao platform, emanating an awe-inspiring presence as if the entire world revolved around him. Beside him, the three unparalleled beauties, Inhua, Hudu, and Xuanmen, gracefully gathered, each radiating their unique charm like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. Looking at the spacious aisles flanking the Dao platform, one could see rows of soft and comfortable mats neatly arranged. On the left side, many strong beings from the demon race and their closely allied powers occupied the mats, some bearing solemn expressions while others engaged in hushed conversations. Meanwhile, on the right side, apart from Hutu, sat the other 11 ancestral witches along with several powerful beings who had long dedicated themselves to cultivation near Buzhou Mountain. These ancestral witches, each possessing robust physiques and overwhelming presence, exuded an indomitable sense of power. Surveying the surroundings, it became evident that aside from the East King Gong and his entourage, who had retreated in disarray after being defeated by Aosheng, the two early leavers, Taishang and Yuan Shi, and the eager duo of Tongtian and Fushi, who hastily departed for the formation pavilion, the majority of the 3,000 worldly guests from Zixiao Palace were present. Gazing at this familiar yet strange scene, feeling the abundant innate spiritual energy enveloping them, the gathered individuals couldn't help but feel a sense of disorientation. This spectacle bore a striking resemblance to their previous experiences at Zixiao Palace, evoking reflections on the passage of time and the changes in the world. Standing high upon the Dao platform, Lin Xiao's gaze was calm and profound as he surveyed the assembly of formidable beings below. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. "It is truly an honor for me that you all have graced the Penglai Islands today. Witnessing such a multitude of powerful beings gathered here fills my heart with joy. Although there have been minor, unpleasant interruptions along the way, they are but trivial dust in the grand scheme." He paused briefly before continuing. "This Penglai Island has only recently emerged into the world. Besides this Dao field, which is somewhat substantial, the rest remains in a state of disarray. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I kindly ask for your understanding." Upon hearing his words, the attendees rose simultaneously. bowing respectfully to Lin Xiao and courteously responding, "Dao friend Lin Xiao, you are far too gracious. Our visit is indeed an impudent intrusion. How can we possibly place the blame upon you?" Lin Xiao's face broke into a gentle smile at their words. He then spoke again. "You are all among the earliest born of the innate beings in this vast and primordial world, possessing profound strength and unparalleled status. Moreover, the vast majority of you, in one way or another, carry the bloodline of my esteemed master, the great Pangu. Therefore, I wonder if you are aware of my greatest aspiration in this life." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation, straining to fathom the deeper significance behind his words. Lin Xiao first alluded to their intricate connections with the primordial creator, Pangu, before posing a question that invited speculation about his grandest wish. These seemingly unrelated statements stood as parallel lines, leaving many perplexed. However, at that moment, Dijun, seated on the left side of the aisle, suddenly appeared to grasp something, rising abruptly to bow to Lin Xiao and declaring loudly, "Dao, friend Lin Xiao, in my humble opinion, it would be more fitting for you to articulate this wish yourself that be honest. After hearing your words, I have been inspired to seize this opportunity for mutual verification." Lin Xiao, upon witnessing this, cast Dijun an appreciative glance, silently acknowledging, "It is often said that the wise devise plans akin to the cunning. Today, witnessing Dijun, the future celestial emperor of the demon race, truly sets him apart." With that thought, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and proclaimed in a voice like thunder, "My greatest wish in this life is for the vast, magnificent, and wondrous primordial world, which my master Pangu has opened, to achieve lasting peace and harmonious development." His booming declaration resonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of those present, stirring a tempest of shock. Each word struck like a hammer upon the strings of their hearts, causing their spirits to tremble. The grand vision Lin Xiao painted evoked deep sentiments among all present, for his vast heart and lofty aspirations commanded genuine admiration and respect. Yet, transforming this beautiful aspiration into reality would entail formidable challenges beyond ordinary imagination. The vast primordial world resembled an endless ocean, home to countless races, each standing tall and often at odds with one another, frequently engaging in fierce conflicts and battles, especially the long-standing and deeply rooted enmity between the witch and demon races had reached an irreconcilable point, with a cataclysmic war seemingly on the brink of eruption. Additionally, as primordial beings continued to proliferate and grow stronger, their consumption of various resources had escalated, inevitably leading to an imbalance in the primordial realm. Consequently, the natural laws of heaven would respond by instigating calamities to reduce the population, thereby nurturing the primordial world and maintaining ecological balance. As the saying goes, the way of heaven is to diminish the excess and replenish the insufficient. This is the fundamental principle of the universe's operation. Thus, for Lin Xiao to realize his wish, he must devise strategies to counter the calamities and prevent their frequent occurrence. However, such endeavors would amount to a direct confrontation with the heavenly principles, leaving the outcome uncertain. Perhaps a path laden with thorns and fraught with challenges awaited him, potentially filled with unprecedented trials and tribulations. Yet, in the face of such a daunting task, could Lin Xiao muster the courage to forge ahead, overcoming obstacles to finally achieve his goals? Everything remains an enigma. After concluding their gathering on the Isles of Penglai, the formidable beings of the primordial era bid farewell with respectful gestures, each embarking on their respective journeys homeward. Yet despite their figures fading into the distance, the resonant and impactful words uttered by Lin Xiao linger in the air, echoing like the tolling of a great bell. These words, akin to seeds imbued with boundless vitality, took root deeply in the hearts of all present. Given time, they may sprout into unforeseen outcomes, profoundly influencing the entire landscape of the primordial realm. At this moment, Dijun and Tai Yi, the two brothers racing towards the Sunstar, bore expressions of grave concern. Throughout their journey, they remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Ultimately, it was Tai Yi, whose nature is more straightforward, who could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. He turned to Dijun, his face etched with worry, and inquired, "Elder brother, It seems that due to Ho2, the relationship between our friend Lin Xiao and the Wu clan is quite intimate. Given this, is there still a necessity to pursue our earlier plan to enlist him in our fight against the Wu clan? Upon hearing Tai Yi's question, Dijun did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head slowly, locking his determined gaze on Tai Yi, and replied solemnly, "Naturally, we must continue to execute our plans. However, the original strategy requires some adjustments and modifications. Now that we are aware of Lin Xiao's close ties with the Wu clan, we can no longer solely rely on enlisting him to confront them. Instead, we should strive to establish a good and solid relationship with him by any means necessary. After all, having one more friend is far better than having one more enemy. The most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly unify the scattered tribes of the demon race, which are currently like a pile of loose sand, and to develop a comprehensive and reasonable system of governance and regulations. Only in this way can we eliminate the endless strife and bloodshed within the demon race, transforming us into a united and powerful whole. Furthermore, we must handle our relationship with the Wu clan with utmost caution, striving to avoid unnecessary conflicts and seeking ways to delay the outbreak of large-scale war. Only then will we have sufficient energy and time to strengthen our own power. When the time is ripe, we can turn the tide and seize control of the overarching dynamics of the primordial world." Tai Yi nodded slightly in agreement, but then furrowed his brow again. Questioning, however, if we proceed in this manner, what position shall we place Lin Xiao in? Or rather, what significant role should he play in this vast, unpredictable primordial realm? His status and influence cannot be underestimated. At this moment, a flicker of appreciation crossed Dijun's eyes as he regarded Tai Yi with interest. This younger brother, who had once relied on brute force to resolve issues, now seemed to grasp the deeper implications behind problems, which truly commanded respect. Dijun smiled and responded, "In my view, one can glean insights from Lin Xiao's daily words and actions. Undoubtedly, Lin Xiao is an extraordinary being transcending the mundane world, as he himself has stated. What he seeks is merely a harmonious, orderly, and sustainably developed primordial realm, not one that is entirely under his manipulation, governed solely by his personal will. His resolute choice to make the secluded isles of Penglai, shrouded by the innate formation and completely isolated from the outside world, his place of cultivation, serves as ample proof of this point. Elder brother, I have some personal insights regarding the matter of fostering a good relationship with Lin Xiao," Tai Yi continued earnestly. Hearing Tai Yi's solemn words, Dijun felt a twinge of surprise. He turned his gaze toward Tai Yi, contemplating how this usually carefree brother seemed to have suddenly gained profound insights, continuously generating intriguing ideas. Tai Yi, sensing the approving gaze of his elder brother, felt a surge of joy, a hint of pride illuminating his face. He cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and spoke. "Brother, consider this. On the Wu clan's side, Ho2 serves as Lin Xiao's partner that we, the demon race, cannot afford to appear weak. After all, we have Nuwa here. Once we successfully consolidate our entire demon race's power, we might bestow high positions and titles upon Nuwa and Fuxi. In doing so, leveraging the connections between Nuwa, Fuxi, and Lin Xiao will undoubtedly strengthen our ties with him." Dijun's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing Tai Yi's proposal. They could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Ha! Splendid! Tai Yi, I never imagined you could conceive such an ingenious idea. This plan is excellent. Let us proceed as you suggested. However, all these arrangements must await the conclusion of Hongjun Daozu's second teaching before we can implement them. Until then, we should swiftly return to the Sun Star to prepare thoroughly, then set forth to the Zixiao Palace together." With that, Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged knowing smiles, and in an instant, their forms transformed into two streaks of light, racing towards the Sun Star. Meanwhile, atop the Isles of Penglai, tranquility enveloped the Honghuang Hall. Lin Xiao sat quietly, surrounded by 4 women, Nuwa, Ho2, Xuanmen, and Aosheng Shuang. Additionally, the undeparted Fu Shi, Tong Tian, and 11 other ancestral witches were seated within the hall. Earlier, before the mighty beings departed, Lin Xiao had ventured to the Eye world. Utilizing the Chaos Pearl to conceal the heavenly secrets, he successfully liberated Aosheng from the Heavenly Dao's prison in the Azure Dragon Hall. The Isles of Penglai seemed like a secluded paradise. Even the power of the Heavenly Dao could scarcely reach this place. Thus, Aosheng could rest assured in remaining here, free from concerns about the constraints imposed by the Heavenly Dao's oaths. At that moment, Ancestor which Di Jiang slowly rose, bowing to Lin Xiao with sincere words, "Brother-in-law, as you know, our Wu clan traditionally does not cultivate the primordial spirit. Therefore, we shall not attend this teaching. Furthermore, the most pressing matter is to return swiftly to Buzhou Mountain and impose some order upon the younger generation, ensuring they do not provoke unnecessary conflicts with the demon race." Lin Xiao nodded slightly in agreement before responding. "Brother Di Jiang, it is not that your Wu clan cannot cultivate the primordial spirit. Rather, your uniqueness lies in the fact that your primordial spirit has already achieved perfect integration with your formidable physical form. Inseparable and harmonious. Were it otherwise, how could you wield the mysterious powers of the laws? The path of cultivation lies hidden within the Pangu shrine that our master deliberately left for you." He then turned to Ho Tu, his gaze gentle yet resolute. Lin Xiao continued, "This is fortuitous. Take this opportunity to return to the Pangu shrine and earnestly contemplate your cultivation. Yaoer. You should accompany them back as well. Upon my return from the teaching, I shall personally come to bring you back. Remember, to truly comprehend the profound truths within, all 12 ancestral witches must be present in the Pangu shrine to cultivate earnestly together. As for attending the teaching, I shall go with Nu Hua, Wan Jian, Brother Fu Shi, and Brother Tong Tian. By the way, Ning Shuang, if you find it dreary being alone on the island, you might ask Aosheng to visit the Dragon Clan and invite some beautiful and gentle dragon maidens to keep you company. It would be good to alleviate your boredom. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, casting a mesmerizing scene above the Isles of Penglai. The sky was as blue as if meticulously polished. Devoid of clouds, clear and pristine. It resembled a colossal sapphire, radiating enchanting brilliance. However, amidst this originally serene and harmonious sea, an astonishing change suddenly unfolded. The once tranquil surface of the sea was abruptly stirred, as if an invisible giant hand had risen, unleashing towering waves. The thundering sound of the surging tides was deafening, as if threatening to engulf the entire world. Accompanying this tumultuous upheaval, hundreds of colossal dragons surged from beneath the water, their powerful forms carving splendid arcs in the air before soaring towards the Isles of Penglai with tremendous force. Each dragon emanated a formidable aura, their scales shimmering with dazzling light, claws razor-sharp, and whiskers billowing in the wind, exuding an air of majesty. As these dragons approached the Isles of Penglai, a remarkable scene unfolded. They began to transform, each shifting into human form. The figures transformed from dragons. Stand tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. Clad in resplendent garments and treading upon the frothy waves, they advance towards the fabled islands of Penglai. Their movements are both light and steady, akin to walking upon water. Completely unaffected by the rolling surf at this moment, the protective formation of the three talents of heaven, which has long safeguarded the islands of Penglai, begins to stir. A deep rumble resonates as the formation gradually opens a breach. Following this, under the guidance of 4 venerable dragon elders, hundreds of dragon kin form orderly lines and stream through the gap, stepping onto the soil of Penglai. These dragon folk have come at the behest of Lin Xiao, specifically to assist in the construction of the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas on Penglai. Leading the procession are the renowned 4 Sea Dragon Kings. At the forefront stands Aosheng, the Dragon King of the East Sea, his visage exuding authority, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Next is Aosheng, the Dragon King of the South Sea, whose demeanor is solemn, radiating an innate gravitas. Following him is Aosheng, the Dragon King of the West Sea, handsome and debonair. And lastly, Aorun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, whose calm countenance evokes an air of inscrutability, shortly after the dragonkin set foot on the island. The upper region of the 3 talents formation appears to be gradually unveiled by an invisible hand, revealing a vast opening. Subsequently, a remarkably opulent dragon vessel leisurely emerges from this fissure. The dragon boat shines with a dazzling brilliance, its hull intricately adorned with exquisite dragon motifs, as if entwined by countless true dragons. The prow is elevated high, resembling a great dragon poised to ascend. Upon the arrival of the 4 sea dragon kings, Lin Xiao succinctly outlined a series of vital tasks. First, they must carefully transplant the invaluable Huangjun Li and the innate 5-needle pine into the specially designated spiritual garden within the Hongmeng Daodang. Second, they are to meticulously construct a magnificent palace atop the largest island at the center of Yingzhou. Once these arrangements are made, Lin Xiao leads Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West, Fuxi, and Tongtian aboard the luxurious dragon vessel. Transformed from the supreme dragon throne, with a gentle tremor, the dragon boat soars swiftly into the sky, racing toward the distant Zixiao Palace. Inside the cabin of the dragon vessel, the atmosphere is somewhat tense as the 5 gather around a finely crafted round table. Nuwa's enchanting gaze is fixed upon Lin Xiao, who furrows his brow, seemingly burdened by an invisible weight. She softly inquires, "My lord, what troubles you? You appear so troubled. If something weighs on your mind, perhaps you could share it with us." Lin Xiao lifts his head, his serious gaze sweeping across each person present. Before taking a deep breath, he gestures with his hands, murmuring incantations. As he performs this action, a bead radiating mysterious chaotic energy slowly rises from his palm, ultimately hovering steadily above their heads. This bead is the renowned Chaos Pearl, emanating a faint glow that envelopes the entire cabin, effectively shielding their discussion from any prying eyes of fate. After completing this, Lin Xiao relaxes slightly and speaks with gravity. "I have been contemplating whether our journey to Zixiao Palace to receive teachings is indeed a wise choice or a grave error." The solemnity of Lin Xiao's invocation of the Chaos Pearl signals the seriousness of the matter, prompting the others to abandon their previous lightheartedness and adopt a more serious demeanor. Fuxi, with a look of confusion, is the first to voice his concern. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by this? Is there something amiss with our visit to Zixiao Palace?" Lin Xiao narrows his eyes slightly, remaining silent for a moment before slowly responding. During the last discourse, Hongjun imparted the cultivation methods of the great Luo Golden Immortal, flawless in execution, devoid of any hidden traps or misleading elements. However, I suspect that the upcoming teachings will delve into the realm of quasi-saint cultivation, specifically the methods of the primordial Golden Immortal. If my conjecture holds true, it is highly likely to involve the method of severing the 3 corpses. Yet I fear that some critical points may be withheld. Lin Xiao speaks with conviction. Tongtian abruptly interjects, eager to challenge his assertions. "Brother, on what grounds do you claim that Master Hongjun will teach the method of severing the 3 corpses and that he may hold back information?" We must remember that Master Hongjun is revered and his cultivation profound. We cannot cavalierly speculate on his intentions. Despite Tongtian's respect for Hongjun, Lin Xiao's startling words ignite a fierce curiosity within him. Lin Xiao narrows his eyes, his gaze deep and contemplative, as he gently articulates, "Have you all forgotten how I acquired this unparalleled physical form? It was forged from the essence of 3,000 chaotic deities. This includes the bloodline left by Hongjun when he was still a chaotic deity. Hence, I know that the method he cultivated as a celestial demon was indeed the method of severing the 3 corpses. While I may not be fully versed in the intricacies of this technique, I am acutely aware of its inherent flaws." He pauses briefly, allowing the gravity of his words to settle, before continuing. "The so-called 3 corpses represent the inherent good, evil, and attachments within oneself. The essence of the method of severing the 3 corpses is to sever these 3 notions. The first to be severed are the good corpse and the evil corpse, followed by the self-corpse, which is the very essence of self-awareness. However, if one were to follow this method and entirely cast aside the fundamental concepts of good and evil, as well as the self, after such an ordeal, would one still be the same complete person?" Lin Xiao inhales deeply, his tone growing increasingly solemn. The more serious issue is that to cultivate the method of severing the 3 corpses to a higher level, one must rely on the power of the heavenly Tao. Only by entrusting one's true spirit to the heavenly Tao can one attain the status of saint of the heavenly Tao, a realm equivalent to that of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. Yet, this would subject one to the various constraints and limitations of the heavenly Tao's rules, should one wish to break through further and reach a higher plane. One must choose to merge themselves with the heavenly Tao. However, the rules of the heavenly Tao dictate that it can only unite with one person, achieving the state of a saint of harmonization. Akin to the primordial Wuji great Luo golden immortal at this moment, Hongjun has already embarked on this path of harmonization. This signifies that the opportunity for others to unite with the heavenly Tao has nearly evaporated. Leaving no hope, Lin Xiao's discourse resounds with the force of thunder, captivating all present, ensnaring their minds in an invisible grip. Time ticks by in silence, the cabin steeped in tranquility, save for Lin Xiao's words echoing in their hearts. Eventually, someone breaks free from this trance-like state. The first to regain composure is the exquisite Queen Mother of the West, Wan Jie, who furrows her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes glimmering with contemplation. Tentatively, she proposes, "According to what you say, my lord, if we simply abandon the cultivation of the method of severing the 3 corpses imparted by Hongjun, might we not circumvent these issues? After all, within the library of the Hongmeng Daodang, there are countless texts capable of guiding one to the realm of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. If we diligently search, we are bound to find a cultivation method that resonates with us." Upon hearing Wan Jie's words, Lin Xiao nods slightly, yet he soon shakes his head gently, clearing his throat as he continues, "While Wan Jie's perspective holds merit, if we were to act thus, our endeavor to seek the Tao would become utterly meaningless. It is essential to recognize that the teachings imparted by Hongjun are profound and shrouded in infinite mysteries and enigmas. Although the method of severing the 3 corpses may harbor certain risks and limitations, it undoubtedly serves as a shortcut to the supreme path. Easily abandoned, it would indeed be a lamentable loss. Moreover, while there exists a plethora of other cultivation techniques, discerning one that truly aligns with oneself is no simple feat. It is imperative to recognize that the method of severing the 3 corpses possesses numerous commendable attributes. Foremost among them is the comparatively lower difficulty of practice, enabling cultivators to rapidly enhance their own levels of cultivation. Specifically, to embark on this path, one must seek out an innate spiritual treasure to serve as a vessel for the so-called 3 corpses. Upon successfully severing one of the corpses, one may ascend to the early stage of quasi-sainthood. If 2 are severed, advancement to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood is attainable. And when all 3 corpses are eliminated, one can join the ranks of late-stage quasi-saints. Ultimately, if one can unify the 3 corpses into a singular entity, one may reach the remarkable pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, the seemingly luminous path is fraught with thorns, particularly at the critical juncture of unifying the 3 corpses. Achieving this step necessitates not only the mastery of an exceptionally unique cultivation method, but also that the innate spiritual treasure chosen during the severing of the 3 corpses must originate from the same source. Only by fulfilling such stringent conditions can one hope to attain the zenith of quasi-sainthood. It is well known that the complete set of innate spiritual treasures is a rare and priceless gem, with its value beyond articulation. Even in the vast expanse of the primordial world, such treasures are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Take, for instance, the Qingping sword in your hand, dear Tong Tian, alongside the Panlong flat crutch and the Sanbao jade rui held by Taishang Yuanshi. These 3 treasures, born from the transformation of the green lotus of creation, constitute a set of treasures from the same origin. Beyond these, we must mention the enigmatic and elusive Tiandi Wufang flag and the pure world white lotus, which has grown from 4 immature lotus seeds of the chaotic green lotus, along with the world-destroying black lotus once wielded by the demon Ancestor Luo, the flame-red lotus of the river of oblivion, and perhaps the merit golden lotus that may reside with Hongjun, all forming a complete set of innate spiritual treasures. Additionally, there are the 36 sea-calming divine pearls, grouped in sets of 12, perfectly suited for severing the 3 corpses. Furthermore, there are the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and the chaotic bell, which evolved from the Pangu axe. These three are unparalleled divine weapons. Among them, the chaotic bell, known as the Dongwang bell held by Tai, possesses boundless power, yet its overwhelming strength renders it unusable for the path of corpse severing. Miss Lin Xiao's words faded. Fuxi was the first to emerge from his contemplation, interjecting, according to what my brother has just stated, the entire primordial world is likely to plunge into a fierce frenzy over the acquisition of innate spiritual treasures following this discourse. Even those sets of innate spiritual treasures may ultimately be dispersed among many individuals. Consequently, the likelihood of finding a treasure that one can utilize alone to sever the three corpses and successfully achieve their unification has become increasingly dim. Lin Xiao, smiling, nodded in agreement with Fuxi's perspective and continued. Indeed, as my elder brother has articulated, this is yet another profound implication of Hongjun's intentions. However, at this point, Lin Xiao deliberately paused, creating suspense. Observing this, everyone perked up, eagerly urging him in unison. But what? Please tell us. Seeing their eagerness, Lin Xiao smiled gently and began to speak. There exists a treasure that can resolve this conundrum. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, hastily inquiring, what treasure is it? Please tell us. Lin Xiao replied at a leisurely pace. This treasure is known as the Qian Kuan Ding. It is said that the Qian Kuan Ding possesses extraordinary capabilities, capable of refining postnatal items back to their innate forms. Thus, if we can refine postnatal spiritual treasures of the same attributes, sharing the same origin, and then utilize the power of the Qian Kuan Ding to revert them to their innate state, these refined innate spiritual treasures can indeed be employed for corpse severing. As the group learned of this partially viable solution, the heavy burden that had weighed upon their hearts began to lighten. While they may not all have resolve to pursue Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses, the anxiety that had loomed over them like a 1,000-pound weight was significantly alleviated, akin to a massive stone being quietly removed, allowing them to exhale deeply in relief. Just as they were still immersed in discussions and reflections regarding this news, the dragon boat that had carried them thus far came to a steady halt before the Zixiao Palace. Before them stood the imposing Zixiao Palace, exuding a majestic aura that conveyed a sense of solemnity and grandeur. At this moment, the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung wide open, revealing many individuals seated within the grand hall. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, the five of them walked side by side, entering the legendary palace with deliberate grace. As Lin Xiao and his companions stepped into the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace, the previously tranquil assembly of mighty figures stirred, smiles gracing their faces as they rose to greet Lin Xiao and his party. In response to their warm salutations, Lin Xiao maintained an elegant smile, graciously acknowledging their goodwill that moment. Lin Xiao astutely sensed two pairs of hostile and vengeful gazes directed toward him. With an unfaltering demeanor, he followed the source of the stairs, discovering one belonged to Yuan Shirtinzun that instant. Yuan Shirtinzun's eyes were bloodshot, resembling two fiery rubies ablaze with rage, fixated malevolently on Lin Xiao and Tong Tian. The other hostile gaze emanated from Dong Wanggong, who upon noticing Lin Xiao's gaze upon him, instinctively averted his eyes, seemingly unable to meet his stare. Yet, in the face of the animosity emanating from Yuan Shirtinzun and Dong Wanggong, Lin Xiao merely responded with a serene smile, not allowing their hostility to perturb him. Calmly, he held the hands of Nuwa and Xuanmen, proceeding directly toward the front row of the hall. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Xiao carefully retrieved the supreme dragon throne, emanating an unparalleled aura of authority, and gently seated Nuwa and Xuanmen beside him, awaiting the commencement of Hongjun Laozi's teachings. Simultaneously, Tong Tian and Fuxi exchanged knowing smiles and made their way to the seats they had occupied during the last discourse, settling in with poise. However, no one anticipated that before Tong Tian could fully take his seat, Yuan Shirtinzun would erupt with fury, vociferously admonishing him, "Tong Tian, how dare you sit in this place? Why do you associate with that Lin Xiao? Have you forgotten that you have two elder brothers? What position do you think your actions place us in?" Yuanshi's thunderous voice reverberated throughout the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace, sending a tremor through all present. His behavior incited Tong Tian's wrath, and he glared with bulging eyes, his face flushed, veins protruding on his forehead, and shouted back at Yuan Shi, how dare you, my elder brother, come to criticize me? Do you possess even a modicum of the decorum and dignity expected of a brother? In what way has Lin Xiao wronged you? He is merely favored by our Father God, and yet you harbor jealousy, openly provoking him atop the Penglai Isles. What was the outcome? Was it not your own inadequacy that led to your humiliating defeat? This is entirely your own doing. Who else can you blame? Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, trembled with rage, his face turning ashen, and he pointed a trembling finger at Tong Tian, exclaiming in a fit of indignation, "You disrespectful wretch! How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Yet before Yuan Shi could finish his retort, he was abruptly interrupted by Taishang Laojun, who had remained silent until now. "Enough, enough! Both of you! Cease your bickering and stop the clamor." At this moment, the intense quarrel among the three Pure Ones seemed utterly irrelevant to Lin Xiao. He reclined comfortably upon the supreme dragon throne, adopting a languorous and indulgent posture. His feet were casually draped over Nuwa's slender, delicate legs, while his head rested comfortably against the soft thighs of Xuanmen, relishing the tender and meticulous massage provided by the two unparalleled beauties. That moment, Dong Wanggong, sitting in the back row, felt his eyes burn crimson with fury, glaring fiercely at Xuanmen, who was focused on massaging Lin Xiao's head, his teeth grinding in anger and resentment etched across his face. Dong Wanggong's infatuation with Xuanmen was well known to all. Yet, witnessing the goddess-like Xuanmen displaying such intimacy with another man pierced his already shattered heart like 1,000 arrows, plunging him into an abyss of despair and anguish. However, despite being consumed by anger and jealousy, Dong Wanggong dared not reveal the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Due to the previous calamitous battle atop the three islands of Penglai, he was left with an agonizingly profound memory. This defeat not only stripped him of his dignity, but also imparted a sobering realization of Lin Xiao's unfathomable strength, a force far beyond his capacity to contend with. Thus, despite the simmering resentment within him, he could only suppress this fury, refraining from any rash actions for fear of inviting another catastrophic disaster. The onlookers initially cast curious glances at the Western Queen Mother, only to collectively shift their focus onto the Eastern King. In an instant, the flames of gossip ignited within their hearts, as their minds conjured various vivid images, as if they had witnessed the verdant spectacle above the Eastern King's head with their own eyes. Just as the fervor of speculation reached its zenith, a voice resonated from the Tao platform. The 10,000-year period has arrived. The second sermon is about to commence. We humbly welcome the arrival of the Tao Ancestor. As these words fell, a figure materialized upon the previously vacant Tao platform. It was the youthful yet venerable Hongjun Daozu. Seated serenely, he emanated an aura of mystery and profound power that inspired an instinctive awe. Much like his prior sermon, his appearance was as sudden as it was remarkable, as though he had always occupied that position, exuding no sense of incongruity. Compared to the first sermon, the crowd could distinctly sense that Hongjun Daozu's presence had grown even more inscrutable. His overwhelming majesty seemed capable of encompassing the entirety of the cosmos, imparting an unprecedented pressure upon every individual present. "Welcome, Tao Ancestor." The myriad powerful beings from the primordial world chorused in unison, bowing respectfully to Hongjun Daozu in a display of their sincerest reverence and salutations. At this moment, the three Pure Ones, Nuwa, and the brothers Jin and Juni also rose, kneeling before Hongjun Daozu in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects, esteemed teacher. May your sacred body remain in good health." For these disciples of Hongjun Daozu, receiving his teachings was the greatest honor of their lives. Yet amidst the crowd, one individual stood out remarkably. Lin Xiao. He leisurely straightened in his seat, then languidly cupped his hands toward Hongjun Daozu, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hey, old Hong, it's been quite a while. How have you been?" His words and demeanor instantly drew the attention of those around him, yet he remained unfazed. However, at that moment, Hongjuan's subsequent actions left all present utterly astounded, far exceeding their expectations. Upon reflection, it seemed there was a certain inevitability to it. The crowd observed as Hongjun merely nodded in response to others' respectful greetings, but when his gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, his face blossomed into a warm and amiable smile, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring that he then softly remarked, You rascal, you've stirred quite a commotion in this primordial world over recent years. Is your stay at the 3 islands of Penglai comfortable and pleasant? Hearing Hongjun's words, Lin Xiao chuckled in return. Haha, though my 3 islands of Penglai boasts exquisite scenery and abundant spiritual energy, it pales in comparison to your majestic and magnificent purple cloud palace. I could hardly contain my eagerness to rush here to listen to your profound teachings. With a smile, Hongjun engaged Lin Xiao in light conversation for a moment before his expression turned serious. And he began, Today, I shall officially commence the discourse on the Tao. The subject of this lecture pertains to the cultivation methods of the quasi-saint, also known as the mixed Yuan golden immortal. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued, This method I have named the cutting of the 3 corpses. The so-called 3 corpses refer to the 3 corpse insects, which can be categorized into the upper corpse, middle corpse, and lower corpse, each harboring 3 insects, hence collectively known as 3 corpses and 9 insects. You must understand that for those who seek to tread the path of sanctification, it is imperative to eradicate and utterly annihilate the roots of these 3 corpses. At this juncture, Hongjun emphasized his words to capture the crowd's attention, proceeding to elucidate. The upper corpse's insect is called Penghou, residing within the human head. When this insect wreaks havoc, it causes one to become foolish and dull-witted, losing the wisdom one ought to possess, rendering them incapable of comprehending the profound truths of the universe. The middle corpse's insect, known as Pengji, dwells within the human chest. When it stirs, it gives rise to an array of troubling and deluded thoughts, preventing the heart from attaining tranquility. As for the lower corpse's insect, it is referred to as Pengjiao, lurking within the human abdomen, often inciting desires for romantic entanglements and gluttony. The 3 corpse insects are closely intertwined with the human psyche, corresponding to the 3 fundamental impulses of good, evil, and attachment that reside deep within the soul. The method of cutting the 3 corpses aims to sever these impulses of goodness, malevolence, and attachment from within oneself, that be why utilizing innate spiritual treasures as vessels. One can entrust these severed thoughts, thereby nurturing 3 independent existences known as the 3 corpse avatars. When a practitioner successfully cuts away the first corpse, it signifies their entry into the early stage of quasi-sainthood. At this point, they have preliminarily freed themselves from certain attachments of good and evil, yet must continue striving toward deeper cultivation, as the practitioner delves further, should they manage to cut away the second corpse. They ascend to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. During this phase, their mastery over their impulses of good and evil strengthens, bringing them closer to the supreme Tao. However, only upon the complete severance of the third corpse can one truly enter the late stage of quasi-sainthood. At this juncture, they are entirely liberated from the mundane entanglements of good and evil, their minds as clear as mirrors, perceiving the fundamental laws of existence, and wielding terrifying powers capable of devastation. As Hongjun's lips parted, his voice resonated like the mighty tolling of a bell, echoing throughout the purple cloud palace. His words seemed to contain boundless profundities and mysteries, captivating the hearts and minds of all who heard. Simultaneously, strands of Tao rhythm rose like ethereal smoke, swirling about the palace. These Tao rhythms occasionally coalesced into strange forms and flowed like water, ever-changing and dazzling to behold in the depths of chaos. An immense reservoir of spiritual energy, as if drawn by some mysterious force, continuously flowed through the special restrictions and formations of the purple cloud palace. In a moment, the entire palace was awash with spiritual energy. Radiant with brilliance, as Hongjun deepened his discourse, the assembly exhibited varied reactions. Some, moved by the eloquence, shed tears. Others laughed heartily in excitement. Some furrowed their brows, engrossed in deep contemplation, while others anxiously tugged at their ears. Appearing utterly perplexed, such a spectrum of responses vividly illustrated the myriad states of being among the multitude, as these myriad beings listened raptly to the Tao sounds. time slipped away unnoticed before long. 3,000 years had swiftly passed, in the blink of an eye. The time for this lecture drew near its conclusion. Suddenly, Hongjun's previously resonant voice came to an abrupt halt, leaving the engrossed audience to awaken from their meditative states as if from a dream. Upon opening their eyes, they instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao, who remained in a state of enlightenment. During this lecture, Lin Xiao had been utterly absorbed, achieving a remarkable state of sudden comprehension shortly after the discourse commenced. Throughout this period, he had profoundly grasped the method of cutting the 3 corpses imparted by Hongjun and, through the integration of his unique cultivation technique, creatively conceived a powerful divine ability known as the avatar creation technique. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Lin Xiao. Slowly, he opened his long-closed eyes, and in an instant, 2 beams of light, as if tangible, shot forth from his gaze, seemingly piercing the very fabric of reality, rendering it difficult for others to behold. With the opening of Lin Xiao's eyes, an overwhelming transformation overtook him, and unmatched pressure surged forth from his being, sweeping outward like tumultuous ocean waves. Simultaneously, a peculiar radiance flickered from the center of his brow. Following this, a drop of crystalline, translucent blood, exuding an aura of boundless mystery, gradually emerged. Upon its emergence, the surrounding space appeared to tremble beneath the weight of its vast energy, subtly warping as if overwhelmed. Observing this, Lin Xiao's thoughts stirred slightly, and the pure world white lotus, which had remained hidden within him, suddenly shot forth without warning. The pure world white lotus, resplendent in its immaculate whiteness akin to jade, was enveloped in a delicate layer of ethereal mist that a drop of essence, tracing an exquisite arc through the air, landed with precision upon the pure world white lotus, in the blink of an eye. The essence assimilated into the lotus as if it had encountered a sponge, vanishing without a trace. The very moment the essence fully merged with the pure world white lotus, it erupted in an exceedingly brilliant, blinding white light. This radiance was so intense that all present were compelled to shut their eyes. However, when they reopened them, they were astonished to discover an additional figure in white standing where the pure world white lotus had been, a young man of striking stature and extraordinary handsomeness, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Xiao. The sole distinction was that his demeanor exuded a more gentle and refined quality than Lin Xiao's. At that moment, he gazed at Lin Xiao with a smile, respectfully clasping his hands and uttering, "I pay my respects to the esteemed one." Lin Xiao inclined his head slightly, scrutinizing the young man before him, and replied, "Since you embody the pure world white lotus, you shall be named Lin Fan." Upon hearing the name bestowed by Lin Xiao, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy as he gratefully clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Thank you for the bestowed name." With that, he shimmered and transformed back into the pure world white lotus, swiftly returning to Lin Xiao's being, disappearing from sight. That moment, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment due to Lin Xiao's remarkable display. The crowd stood agape, their faces painted with disbelief, as if witnessing the most awe-inspiring spectacle on earth. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the throng. "Lin Xiao, my fellow cultivator, is indeed gifted beyond measure, astonishing the world. Such swiftness in severing the good corpse, achieving a leap into the early quasi-saint realm. Such talent is truly breathtaking." As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of agreement arose, with many expressing their admiration and awe for Lin Xiao's accomplishments. However, just as everyone reveled in their praises, another discordant voice interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not leap to conclusions. While Lin Xiao has indeed broken through, the sequence of events seems somewhat amiss in my opinion. He must have first ascended to the early stage of the primordial golden immortal before severing his doppelganger. As for whether this is indeed the legendary 3 corpses doppelganger, alas, I am too dim-witted to discern." At this proclamation, the atmosphere ignited with fervent debate, the previously unanimous accolades swiftly replaced by discord. Some staunchly believed Lin Xiao had successfully severed a corpse, thus achieving a monumental leap in his cultivation. Others speculated that he might have uniquely cultivated a formidable doppelganger through other esoteric means. Both sides held their ground, engaging in a heated exchange that lasted well beyond a brief moment, yet ultimately arriving at no definitive conclusion. After all, no one had ever truly succeeded in severing the three corpses' doppelganger before. Regarding this enigmatic path of cultivation, everyone could only speculate and infer within the confines of their limited understanding. At that moment, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes widening in astonishment as the enigmatic Hongjun Da Luo exhibited an unprecedented demeanor. It was known that after the previous sermon, he had vanished from the Zixiao Palace without a moment's delay, leaving no time for reflection. Yet this time, he sat there firmly, his expression inscrutable, his cold gaze fixed upon the fervently debating assembly before him. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a jolt of surprise, the fervent discussions abruptly ceasing. Everyone halted their actions, swiftly redirecting their attention to Hongjun Da Luo, their hearts brimming with anticipation and inquiry. They fervently hoped that this supreme being would provide a convincing explanation for the peculiar circumstances at hand. However, to their dismay, despite their earnest gazes, Hongjun Da Luo remained impassive, as though the world around him bore no significance. Though his eyes seemed to be fixed upon the crowd, it was evident that he was lost in his own thoughts. Detached from the expressions of confusion and appeal that flickered across their faces, rendering him utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, seated upon the supreme dragon throne, remained unfazed by the multitude of discussions swirling around him. Whether regarding his success in severing the three corpses or the cultivation of a miraculous doppelganger, these topics appeared to hold no intrigue for him, but he sat there quietly, akin to a silent mountain, neither engaging in the discourse nor clarifying any matters. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, his aura surged once more like a tempestuous tide, the formidable pressure causing the very air around him to seem to solidify like a tea that moment. A dazzling light erupted from his chest, revealing yet another drop of essence radiating a mysterious aura. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, which had hung silently at his waist, seemed to sense the essence's presence, abruptly breaking free from its confines and soaring toward the drop. Upon contact, the two merged seamlessly, as if water and milk entwined in the blink of an eye. The drop of essence was entirely absorbed by the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Instantaneously, the ruler erupted in a magnificent golden radiance that nearly blinded onlookers. As the golden light gradually receded, a figure clad in resplendent golden attire suddenly materialized in the previously empty space. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this figure bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao. The golden-clad youth, with an expression devoid of emotion, inclined slightly toward Lin Xiao, coldly uttering the words, "Esteemed one." Although his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction and slowly declared, "Since you are the embodiment of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, you shall henceforth be named Lin Tian." Upon hearing this, the golden-clad youth Lin Tian remained expressionless, succinctly responding, "Understood." With that, he vanished in a flash, transforming back into the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, which swiftly returned to its place at Lin Xiao's waist, hanging quietly as though nothing had transpired. My heavens! He is about to break through again, with a gasp from the crowd. All eyes fixated on Lin Xiao that moment. Lin Xiao was enveloped in a tempestuous aura, as if a formidable storm were brewing within him. While the crowd stood in astonishment, an even more astounding force erupted from his lower abdomen. Following this, a drop of radiant essence slowly emerged. Simultaneously, a resplendent light burst forth, revealing the array plate of the primordial three talents merit formation soaring from Lin Xiao's body. The array plate spun rapidly in the air, leaving behind trails of vibrant, colorful light, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Imbued with mysterious power, in an instant, the drop of essence collided with the array plate, and upon contact, a spectacular explosion of light ensued. The intertwining hues of red, yellow, and blue painted a breathtaking tapestry before the spectators. Gradually, the light coalesced, revealing a figure emerging from within. Once the brilliance fully dissipated, the crowd could finally discern the visage of the figure, a youth adorned in a robe interwoven with red, yellow, and blue, intricately embroidered with enigmatic patterns. These symbols occasionally flickered with faint light or pulsed with peculiar energy waves, imparting an air of profound mystery. Upon closer examination, this youth bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao. However, in contrast to Lin Xiao's usual stern demeanor, this young man emanated a more refined and cultured aura. His eyes were clear as water, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an otherworldly charm. "I pay my respects to the esteemed one." The cultured youth bowed slightly, clasping his hands and greeting toward Lin Xiao below. Lin Xiao, upon witnessing this, displayed a satisfied smile and softly stated, "Since you are the embodiment of the primordial three talents merit formation's array plate, from henceforth you shall be named Lin Jun." "Thank you for the bestowed name." The cultured youth Lin Jun replied respectfully. Yes, soon as the words fell, he swayed momentarily and transformed once more into the intricate formation plate of the innate three talents divine array. Then, like a weary bird returning to its nest, he swiftly flew back to Lin Xiao, vanishing from sight. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao not only broke through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal realm in one fell swoop, but also successively forged three formidable avatars at that moment. The venerable Hongjun Daozu, who had been seated upon the Dao platform, seemingly transcending the mortal realm, suddenly appeared to be drawn back to reality by an invisible force, gradually awakening from his ethereal state. Instantly, all eyes converged upon this legendary figure. They beheld his countenance, weathered by the passage of time, yet still exuding an unyielding majesty, now revealing a semblance of a smile. Almost enigmatic, his deep-set eyes, akin to fathomless abysses, seemed capable of perceiving all things in the world, fixating intently on Lin Xiao not far below. After a brief pause, Hongjun finally spoke slowly. "Young friend, you are indeed extraordinarily gifted to have conceived such an innovative method, utilizing an innate spiritual treasure as a vessel to contain the essence of your will through your blood, thus crafting such unparalleled external avatars. From my observations, each of these three avatars possesses terrifying combat power equivalent to that of your true self at the 9th level, which is truly astonishing. Furthermore, they possess the ability to continue cultivating, thereby enhancing not only your own strength, but also elevating the grade of the spiritual treasures utilized." He paused momentarily, then slightly shook his head, exhaling a gentle sigh as he continued. "It is a pity, however, that your avatar of the pure world White Lotus, due to the limitations of the spiritual treasure it relies upon, may face numerous constraints on its path of growth in the future. Nevertheless, even so, your accomplishments today are nothing short of breathtaking. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness." As Hongjun Daozu concluded his words, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by a profound understanding, they instantly grasped the essence of his remarks. They widened their eyes in amazement, gazing at Lin Xiao, pondering the extraordinary capabilities possessed by this enigmatic figure. Simultaneously, they felt a deep sense of shock at the means Lin Xiao had displayed, previously believing they had comprehended his strength. Yet now, they realized how superficial their prior understanding had been. Lin Xiao sat in silence, absorbing every word uttered by Hongjun Daozu. Once he finished speaking, Lin Xiao lowered his head slightly. Musing quietly, the pure world White Lotus is indeed a rare treasure. Yet it remains merely an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, its grade somewhat lacking. However, it is not without means to elevate its tier. After all, this world is not limited to just this pure world White Lotus. There are also the renowned Merit Golden Lotus, the fiery Red Lotus, and the World Annihilation Black Lotus. Should I acquire any of these, merging them with the pure world White Lotus would surely elevate this treasure to new heights. If I could fuse them all, while it may not reach the level of the primal chaos Green Lotus, achieving the tier of a primal chaos spiritual treasure would still be feasible. Though these words seemed like Lin Xiao was merely muttering to himself, they were in truth subtly directed at Hongjun Daozu, as if hinting at something significant. Upon hearing this, Hongjun Daozu was initially taken aback, evidently surprised by Lin Xiao's response. However, he quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile gracing his face as he chuckled. "Ah, you little rascal! You dare to scheme against me here. Very well. Since you are so fixated on those lotuses, I shall bestow upon you this 10-grade merit golden lotus. With that, Hongjun Daozu waved his broad sleeve lightly, and a dazzling golden light burst forth. As the brilliance faded, the crowd beheld a stunningly exquisite merit golden lotus floating in mid-air. This lotus, entirely golden, shimmered as if crafted from pure gold. The golden petals layered gracefully, resembling a masterpiece of art, while the verdant lotus leaves unfurled effortlessly, akin to fine jade. The snow-white lotus root appeared crystal clear, even adorned with traces of fresh soil, emanating a refreshing fragrance. The entire merit golden lotus radiated an aura of sanctity and solemnity, evoking a sense of reverence. Hongjuan's demeanor remained calm as he continued. The 12-grade merit golden lotus indeed resides with me, yet due to the immense karmic ties it entails, it is challenging to entrust it to you. However, this 10-grade merit golden lotus, derived from the 12-grade one, I can grant you. Should you merge it with the pure world white lotus, it is likely to elevate its grade by half a tier, bringing it closer to the realm of innate treasures. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's face blossomed into a radiant smile, overflowing with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you, Daozu, for your generous bestowal. I am immensely grateful. He then cautiously extended his hands, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world, gently receiving the 10-grade merit golden lotus. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. They speculated fervently about Lin Xiao's true identity, pondering whether he might be the illegitimate child of Hongjun Daozu. Otherwise, why would the Daozu treat him with such indulgence? Not only had he received the formidable god-slaying spear during the last sermon, but now he was also unreservedly gifted this exceedingly rare 10-grade merit golden lotus. In an instant, envious and jealous gazes surged towards Lin Xiao like a tidal wave, wishing to take his place. Particularly, the two seated beside Lin Xiao, Jin and Junti, had previously sensed the karmic connection between themselves and this merit golden lotus, yet they could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao claimed it, feeling a myriad of emotions swirling within. Setting aside the envy and jealousy of the crowd, Hongjun Daozu seemed oblivious, clearing his throat slightly before speaking in a gentle tone. Do you all understand? As I gaze upon this vast wilderness, I see countless beings existing in a state of disorder, perpetually engaged in conflict and strife. Such a situation is not what I desire. Therefore, today, I intend to appoint the heads of the male and female immortals to manage the male and female immortals within this wilderness. Upon hearing Hongjun Daozu's proclamation, the attendees could not help but reveal expressions of immense anticipation. To be appointed as the head of the male and female immortals by Hongjun Daozu was an unparalleled honor. Who would not wish to be that fortunate individual? At this moment, nearly all eyes were fixed intently upon Hongjun Daozu, silently praying that this supreme being would bestow that coveted honor upon themselves. Of course, despite the crowd's hearts brimming with hope, they were acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, the position of male immortal head would likely fall to Lin Xiao, while the female immortal head would probably emerge from among Yuhua and Xuanmen, who sat beside him. After all, in terms of strength and prestige, these three were exceedingly renowned in this wilderness realm. However, just as the crowd was lost in their speculations, an unexpected event unfolded. Hongjun Daozu spoke again. Dong Wang Gong, you are the embodiment of innate pure yang energy. Today, I hereby appoint you as the male immortal head of this wilderness world and bestow upon you an innate supreme spiritual treasure. The Dragonhead Cane, I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties and manage the numerous male immortals well. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's face instantly lit up with an ecstatic smile, trembling with excitement as he hurriedly knelt, respectfully bowing his head to Hongjun and proclaiming, Thank you, Daozu, for your grace. I shall spare no effort in managing the male immortals of this wilderness world, and I will not dare to be negligent or let you down. At this moment, Hongjun nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Xuanmen. He spoke slowly. Xuanmen, you are the embodiment of innate pure yin energy, possessing extraordinary talent and aptitude. I have decided to appoint you as the female immortal head of the wilderness and bestow upon you an innate supreme spiritual treasure. The plain cloud realm flag. I hope you will make good use of this treasure, setting an example for the female immortals and guiding them in their cultivation. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, all present exhibited expressions of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion. After all, Xuanmen was Lin Xiao's partner. Now, she was being appointed alongside Dong Gong as the heads of the male and female immortals. What could this possibly mean? Eyes turned to Xuanmen, Dong Gong, and Lin Xiao, a flurry of speculations and imaginings swirling in their minds at that moment. As Xuanmen prepared to decline Hongjun's appointment, she suddenly heard Lin Xiao's voice in her mind. Wanjin. The plain cloud realm flag, one of the 5 directions flags, is a rare treasure. Accept it first. Hearing this, Xuanmen hesitated briefly, but ultimately heeded Lin Xiao's advice. She extended her delicate hand, carefully accepting the radiant plain cloud realm flag. Then, she smiled and bowed in gratitude to Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, Daozu, for the gracious bestowal of this treasure. The young lady is profoundly grateful." However, the Queen Mother of the West has not uttered a single word regarding the management of the primordial female immortals. As if the matter holds no significance in her mind, the resplendent dragon boat, transformed from the supreme dragon throne, glides through the chaos like a sinuous giant dragon, racing through the void. Lin Xiao stands tall, clad in flowing white robes that dance with the wind. Beside him stands the celestial master Tongtian. The two stand side by side at the bow of the vessel, their gazes fixed upon the boundless expanse of the chaotic world ahead. In this moment, they remain silent, as if the universe consists solely of their breaths and heartbeats. After the venerable Hongjun announced the conclusion of the discourse and scheduled the 3rd lecture to take place a millennium hence, Lin Xiao pondered inwardly. Following this 2nd discourse, the fabled moment of the emergence of the primordial Gourd Vine, the key to the legendary chaos spiritual root, is upon us. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to hastily depart from the Purple Cloud's palace and embark on his journey back to the primordial world. While Lin Xiao harbored no intense desire for the 7 primordial spiritual treasures in the form of gourds borne by the Gourd Vine, he vaguely recalled that the venerable Hongjun seemed particularly interested in the 7th gourd, which is a deep purple-black chaos gourd, and a notion flickered through his mind. If he could craft something significant regarding this mysterious chaos gourd, perhaps he could seize an unexpected advantage from Hongjun at this juncture. Tongtian, diverging from his usual practice of acting in concert with Taishang and Yuanshi, unhesitatingly chose to accompany Lin Xiao aboard the luxurious dragon boat. This indicated that, due to Lin Xiao's emergence, the once tightly bonded 3 pure ones were now facing an untimely schism. Just then, Tongtian, who had been silent until now, suddenly broke the stillness, saying, "Brother Lin Xiao, might you be aware of any suitable blessed lands or cave heavens in this vast expanse of heaven and earth that could serve as a place of cultivation? I, in my folly, intend to depart from Kunlun Mountain and establish my own sanctuary." His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a steadfast resolve. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao initially wished to say, "Why seek elsewhere? My Penglai Islands are the largest blessed land in this primordial world." However, as he reconsidered, he realized that it would be somewhat inappropriate for Tongtian to reside long-term on his Penglai Islands, as he was destined to establish a teaching and attain sanctity in the future. After a period of contemplation, he altered his response and gently spoke. "In my past explorations of the Penglai Islands, I inadvertently discovered a mysterious immortal island, which is supported by an enormous, resplendent golden tortoise. At that time, the golden tortoise was still sleeping beneath the sea, and the island was not yet fully formed. Clearly, now is not the opportune moment for its emergence, that if you are unwilling to return to Kunlun Mountain, dear brother, you might consider residing on my Penglai Islands for a while. This way, we can foster closer ties and communication between us." Upon hearing these words, Tongtian felt a stir in his heart. He extended a finger to calculate briefly, and soon he comprehended everything. With a smile, he replied, "In that case, I shall impose upon you, brother. However, I fear that my presence may disturb your tranquil cultivation." Lin Xiao quickly waved his hand, interjecting, "Brother, do not speak in such a manner. Should you choose to come, I would be overjoyed if you do not mind. You are welcome to make your home on the Penglai Islands." Once again, in that space brimming with endless mysterious hues, Hongjun and the ever-elusive figure sat quietly facing each other. Suddenly, a low, slightly hoarse voice emanated from the indistinct figure, directly inquiring Hongjun, "What compels you to lend your assistance to that young man Lin Xiao once more? Do you truly intend to allow him to reassemble those 4 lotus flowers, thus facilitating the resurgence of the chaos green lotus?" Yet, in response to this inquiry, Hongjun appeared entirely unconcerned, merely shaking his head slightly. He then replied in a calm and unhurried tone, "My actions are simply aimed at accelerating his growth. After all, only in this manner will the game we have collaboratively orchestrated become more intriguing and challenging. Would it not? As for the Chaos Green Lotus, you need not worry excessively. I annotate. After birthing Pangu, it sustained considerable injuries to its essence and later divided into numerous spiritual treasures. Even if Lin Xiao were to successfully reunite the 4 lotus flowers, it is unlikely he could restore it to its former pinnacle of power." Upon hearing this, the indistinct figure fell silent for a moment, seemingly acquiescing to Hongjun's perspective. However, it soon seemed to recall something, saying, "Very well, I hope all unfolds as you say. Yet, as far as I know, it appears Lin Xiao is heading towards the location of the Gourd Vine. It seems you may have to make some sacrifices this time." With that, it cast a meaningful glance at Hongjun. Regarding the situation, Hongjun appeared to be well aware, maintaining his composure as he nodded and responded, "I am fully cognizant of this matter. Previously, I'd already arranged for Hao Yin and Yao Qi to set out with the necessary items. I believe they will not disappoint my expectations and will complete this task smoothly." As he spoke, a subtle hint of confidence flickered in Hongjun's eyes in the primordial realm at the once tranquil waste of Mount Buzhou. A dazzling treasure light suddenly erupted forth. This radiant light soared into the heavens, illuminating the surrounding sky as bright as day. Soon after, a resplendent array of colorful clouds began to slowly manifest above the firmament, intertwining like a breathtaking painting, exuding an enchanting aura of auspiciousness. This extraordinary spectacle rapidly spread across the vast expanse of the primordial land. Whether among the reclusive immortals meditating in the deep mountains, or the beasts roaming the desolate deserts in search of sustenance, or even the aquatic beings slumbering in the tumultuous depths of the sea, all living creatures were profoundly astonished by this sudden marvel and paused their actions. Those engaged in fierce battles momentarily forgot their enmity, gazing vacantly at the brilliant light emanating from Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, hurried travelers unhesitatingly altered their course, racing towards Mount Buzhou. In an instant, beings from all directions surged towards the mountain like a tide, their hearts brimming with curiosity and desire to uncover the astonishing secrets or treasures concealed behind this miraculous phenomenon. However, these ordinary beings could only return empty-handed, as the overwhelming Pangu pressure atop Mount Buzhou ensured that only a select few powerful entities could successfully reach the source of the radiant light. Lin Xiao and his entourage of 5 moved like lightning, arriving silently at the source of the treasure light before the myriad beings of the primordial realm could fully recover from their shock. Before them lay an immensely thick vine, coiled like a great dragon. Its verdant leaves layered upon one another obscured its form, revealing glimpses of 7 gourds of various colors and sizes, each hanging steadily from a vine. These gourds emitted a soft and lustrous treasure light, dazzling like the stars in the night sky. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary chaos spiritual root, the 7-colored Gourd Vine. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixated on this mysterious chaos spiritual root, rapidly recalling the tales and records he had heard regarding the 7-colored Gourd Vine. According to his knowledge, the 7-colored Gourd Vine was an unparalleled spiritual root that originated before the chaos unfolded, harboring boundless transformation and mysteries. After Pangu opened the heavens and the earth with supreme might, this spiritual root descended to Mount Buzhou, formed from Pangu's spine, and there it nurtured 7 miraculous gourds of primordial spiritual treasure caliber. Each gourd possessed unique characteristics, endowed with special powers and marvelous uses. The first gourd, with a purple-gold hue, was the purple-gold-red gourd, containing the true fire of the three mysteries and the chilling aura of profound ice. Each opposing yet complementing the other, capable of absorbing all things and devouring heaven and earth. This gourd was acquired by Taishang Laojun, ultimately bestowed upon his virtuous corpse incarnation, to store elixirs, the second gourd. A reddish-purple hue was obtained by the Red Cloud Taoist, who refined it into the 9-9 Scatter-Soul Red Gourd, containing red sand that could both attack and defend. The red sand could taint one's primordial spirit, and the gourd could absorb souls for its own use. However, due to the contention over the primordial purple energy, it met with misfortune and was ultimately slain by Xuanmen, with the primordial purple energy becoming lost. While the 9-9 Scatter-Soul Gourd was seized by the old ancestor of the underworld river. The third gourd, bearing a purple-white hue, belonged to the Eastern Emperor Tai. He refined this gourd into a flying knife that could slay immortals. Named the Slaying Immortal Gourd, which later shone brightly during the Fengshen calamity under the command of the 10th son of Emperor Jun, Luya. The fourth gourd, interlaced with purple and azure, fell into the hands of Nuwa. She utilized it to create the Summoning Demon Banner, named the Summoning Demon Gourd, capable of attracting all demon clans across the world. The fifth gourd, tinged with purple and yellow, was the Water and Fire Gourd, acquired by the Master of Tongtian. This gourd possesses a profound power governed by the principles of water and fire, housing within it two formidable water-fire qilin, exuding immense might. The sixth gourd, a blend of purple and green, has been acquired by the primordial supreme being. It possesses the miraculous ability to nurture treasures of the world, elevating them to greater heights. The seventh gourd, dark purple like chaos, is known as the Chaos Gourd. It can manifest a chaotic realm of its own, ultimately claimed by Hongjun. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Xiao felt an intense yearning rise within him. If he could gather the entire seven-colored Gourd Vine along with its gourds, it would undoubtedly yield an immeasurable enhancement to his own strength. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished, for each of these seven gourds is bound by its own karmic ties, attainable only by those with destiny. Moreover, Lin Xiao already possessed numerous invaluable treasures. Acquiring one or two more gourds would merely serve as embellishments to that very moment. A dazzling array of radiant, shooting stars streaked across the sky, akin to meteors piercing the heavens, descending with boundless might in the blink of an eye. More than 10 formidable beings from the Zixiao Palace had firmly alighted upon the land. Each of these powerful entities exuded an extraordinary presence, including the two supreme beings Taishang and Yuanshi, standing side by side, radiating an overwhelming aura. There were also the brothers Dijuan and Tai, appearing like two resplendent stars gracing the world. In addition, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were inseparable, each emanating an air of transcendence, while the Western brothers Jin and Junti possessed a majestic demeanor and solemn expressions. Furthermore, the eagle-nosed Xuanmen, along with the ominous Inchi from the Mingyi River, and many other powerful figures who commanded respect across the realms. As this assembly of mighty beings touched down, their gazes swept across the area, only to discover that Lin Xiao and his companions had already arrived, causing their expressions to subtly shift. Initially, they had been eager to rush forward and seize the invaluable gourds. However, they now halted their advance. Lin Xiao, unhurried, slowly turned his head, casting a deep, abyss-like gaze upon the newcomers before softly speaking. Brother Tongtian, it is my belief that the fifth purple-yellow gourd bears a significant connection to you. You might consider approaching to claim it. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. He then closed his eyes, engaging in silent introspection. Before long, a look of realization dawned upon his face, indicating he had grasped the underlying opportunity. Thus, without hesitation, Tongtian stepped forward towards the Gourd Vine. As he approached, a remarkable scene unfolded. The purple-yellow gourd appeared to possess its own consciousness, detaching from the vine and soaring gracefully into Tongtian's palm as a beam of purple light. After Tongtian had secured the gourd, Lin Xiao turned to the goddess Inwa beside him and said, "Inwa, the fourth purple-green gourd is entwined with your fate. Please go and retrieve it." Inwa complied, and, similarly, The purple-green gourd detached from the vine, gently landing in her hands. Observing Enhua's success, Lin Xiao addressed the others. This 7-colored gourd vine bears 7 gourds. Our 5 have claimed 2. The remaining 5 shall be contested by you all. With that, Lin Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, quietly watching the actions of the others, as soon as Lin Xiao's words fell. The massive, shadow-casting Kunpeng surged forward like an arrow loose from ABOW. IT unfurled its immense wings and unleashed its unparalleled Kunpeng speed, hurtling towards the enigmatic gourd vine. A resounding clang echoed, akin to the tolling of a great bell. Indeed, as the Kunpeng reached the base of the vine, before it could react further, one of the gourds struck it like a heavy hammer, forcefully toppling the mighty creature and kicking up clouds of dust. Yet this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the other gourds seemed to respond to an unseen summons, transforming into colossal iron hammers, descending upon the Kunpeng with fierce winds and tremendous force, overwhelming it with a deluge of assaults. In an instant, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of gigantic gourds, weaving an impenetrable net that left the Kunpeng with no means of escape. Though the Kunpeng possessed formidable strength within the domain of the 7-colored gourd vine, it appeared to lose all advantages. IT exerted every effort, dodging and weaving, attempting to evade the relentless rain of gourd strikes. After a grueling struggle, it finally summoned all its might and, against overwhelming odds, managed to escape from the terrifying barrage of gourd hammers. At this juncture, the Kunpeng looked far from its former majestic self, now appearing disheveled and defeated, confronted by the bewildered gazes of those around. The Kunpeng felt a swell of grievance and helplessness. Breathing heavily, it slowly explained, "You may not comprehend, but this 7-colored gourd vine is exceedingly strange. Once within its domain, one's magical prowess utterly dissipates, rendering one as frail as an ordinary mortal. We stand helpless against the ferocious onslaught of these gourds. Alas, it seems this miraculous gourd is destined to elude me." With a heavy sigh, the Kunpeng shimmered and transformed into a streak of light. Swiftly departing from this tormenting locale, the Kunpeng's dismal fate sent a shiver through all present, causing them to involuntarily gasp in shock. Much like the previous contention over the creation Green Lotus, the Kunpeng had relied on its unparalleled speed to dart forth. Yet, unexpectedly, it was met not with the dawn of victory, but with a painful setback, though the wounds suffered this time were considerably lighter. This encounter undoubtedly left the once proud Kunpeng humiliated before all. That IT remained uncertain whether such an experience would etch an indelible psychological shadow within its heart for future confrontations over rare treasures. At that moment, everyone hesitated, paralyzed by trepidation, none daring to take a step forward, fearful of repeating the Kunpeng's misfortune. The atmosphere grew tense, thick enough to be palpable. Just then, the previously silent Hongjun summoned his courage. Gritting his teeth and awkwardly stepped out from the crowd. Each of his strides seemed to require immense effort, his face betraying his anxiety. After considerable effort, he finally reached the gourd vine, first gazing up at the 5 vibrantly colored gourds of diverse shapes. Then cautiously raising his right hand, extending his finger to point at the gourd emanating a mysterious purple-red glow, softly declaring, "I perceive a significant connection between this purple-red gourd and myself." Upon his utterance, it was as if a thunderclap had shattered the silence, prompting a flurry of whispers amongst the gathered crowd. Even more astonishingly, the purple-red gourd responded as if it understood Hongyun's words, gracefully detaching itself from the vine and floating elegantly before him, ultimately settling firmly into his outstretched hand. Could such a thing truly occur? The onlookers pondered, their previously subdued thoughts now ignited with excitement. As they prepared to surge forward, suddenly, a figure darted beneath the gourd vine like a flash of lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Junti Taoist, who had seized the opportunity first. Witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, then collectively retracted the steps they had taken. After all, no one could predict what would transpire next. It seemed wiser to observe the situation before making any further plans. At this juncture, the Junti Taoist stood firmly beneath the gourd vine, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Finding no immediate threats from the gourds, A look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. He then extended a finger, pointing at a particularly remarkable gourd, declaring loudly, "This purple gold gourd is deeply entwined with my destiny." As his words echoed, he remained still, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the purple gold gourd, eagerly awaiting it to fly into his palm, as if it possessed its own sentience. Yet, as the Junti Daoists' anticipation swelled and the crowd held their breath, time slipped away. Before long, a full half of an incense stick had passed, but the purple gold gourd remained immobile, as if it were a slumbering infant, showing no signs of awakening at this very moment. The entire scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on one of the many gourds suspended before him, which exhibited a strange interplay of purple and white hues. That a slight smile graced Zhuan Ti's lips as he deliberately mimicked the tone and demeanor of the earlier speaker, Hongyun, proclaiming loudly, "I perceive a deep connection between this purple and white gourd and myself." However, as his words echoed, an oppressive silence fell around him, the purple and white gourd remaining immobile, akin to a slumbering giant. Zhuan Ti, feeling a surge of frustration, was unwilling to concede defeat. His gaze swiftly traversed the other gourds. Ultimately settling on a nearby purple-green gourd, he inhaled deeply and called out once more, "This purple-green gourd is destined for me." This time he did not wait for any reaction from a gourd, eagerly reaching out to forcibly seize it. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the purple-green gourd, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The previously still gourd suddenly sprang to life, deftly avoiding Zhuan Ti's grasp with a swift motion. It then shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, accompanied by a thunderous crash that reverberated through the air with a sound akin to a mighty bell. Poor Zhuan Ti had no time to react before the purple-green gourd collided forcefully with his chest. In an instant, an overwhelming force struck him, sending Zhuan Ti hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the towering Mount Buzhou, creating a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, onlookers beheld Zhuan Ti, his face as pale as parchment, and upon opening his mouth, a stream of crimson blood gushed forth. It was evident that the recent blow had inflicted severe injuries upon him, rendering him nearly unable to stand. His woeful appearance extinguished the flickering flames of hope that had ignited in the hearts of those present. Once eager to seize their opportunities, the crowd now resembled statues under a spell, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, fearful of following in Zhuan Ti's unfortunate footsteps. The glimmering gourd, once so tantalizingly close, now felt distant and unattainable, as none possessed the courage to approach it. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. At that moment, Lin Xiao, who had been observing coolly, could no longer contain himself. His voice, though soft, resonated in everyone's ears like the sound of morning bells and evening drums. Esteemed guests, each gourd bears its own karmic connection, not to be taken lightly. Only those destined for it may receive its acknowledgement. Lin Xiao's words struck the crowd like a revelation, awakening them from their stupor. Their eyes sparkled anew as they began to ponder which gourd might hold a connection for them. A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. Some furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, while others clasped their hands in silent prayer. Amidst their mental turmoil, Tai Yi, like a flash of lightning, surged forward from the crowd. With determined and rapid strides, he approached the Gourd Vine, and all eyes followed his every move. With effortless grace, Tai Yi reached out and successfully retrieved the purple-white gourd. Without pausing, he dashed over to Lin Xiao, bowing respectfully and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin Xiao, for your invaluable guidance. Had it not been for your timely reminder, I might have missed this treasure, should you ever require my assistance. Do not hesitate to call upon me." Following closely were the formidable figures of Taishang and Yuan Shi, who also made their moves. Taishang advanced with poise, calmly plucking the purple gold gourd, while Yuan Shi, in a flash, snatched the purple-green gourd with astonishing speed. Their actions were swift and decisive, embodying the grace of great masters. However, when only the solitary purple-black gourd remained, the atmosphere once again grew tense. Despite the earlier excitement surrounding the gourds, none dared to step forward to claim the last one. The once plentiful 7 gourds, now reduced to 6, left the solitary purple-black gourd hanging forlornly on the vine. The crowd gazed at the final gourd, their eyes brimming with yearning and desire. Yet no matter how they strained their minds to discern its fate, the underlying karmic connection remained elusive. Consequently, the last gourd became an untouchable object, akin to a hot potato. Yet only Lin Xiao understood its true nature. He recognized that the seemingly ordinary purple-black gourd was, in fact, an immature chaos gourd destined for the recluse Hongjun, the primordial Tao ancestor. Lin Xiao had strategically guided the others to claim the other 6 gourds, aiming to ensure they acted swiftly before Hongjun sent a messenger to retrieve the purple-black gourd at that moment. Lin Xiao subtly raised his gaze, his peripheral vision catching sight of Hongjun's attendant, Hao Tian, and the Yao Qi, who had long since arrived, concealed within the dense clouds above, with a flicker of his form. He instantly positioned himself beneath the Gourd Vine, preparing to seize the gourd as he extended his right hand, fingers splayed, towards the last purple-black gourd. A thunderous shout pierced the air. Halt! The crowd looked up in shock, witnessing the clouds above roiling and churning as if stirred by an unseen force. Then, a figure emerged from the tumultuous cloud, revealing Hao Tian. Dressed in splendid purple-gold robes, he emanated a powerful and commanding aura, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. As he gracefully descended, he landed firmly on the ground. Hao Tian, with head held high, addressed Lin Xiao with an imperious tone. Lin Xiao, cease your actions at once. Today, we come under the decree of the Tao Ancestor to retrieve this chaos gourd for the Purple Cloud Palace. I implore you not to obstruct us, lest you provoke the wrath of the Tao Ancestor. As his words fell, Yao Qi, following closely behind Hao Tian, appeared pale as a ghost, trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened in terror, silently lamenting. Alas, this is dire. This Hao Tian, with his arrogance and disregard for others, dares to speak so to Lin Xiao. Point 1 must remember that Lin Xiao is a figure whom even the Tao Ancestor must treat with utmost deference. Hao Tian's audacity not only jeopardizes our task, but may also cost him his life at Lin Xiao's hands. And the Tao Ancestor would have little to say in his defense. The crowd, upon hearing Hao Tian's words, exchanged shocked glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and pity, as though witnessing a wretched creature walking toward its doom. Some even displayed a hint of malicious glee. Particularly, Tong Tian, standing beside Fushi, gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could draw his Qing Ping sword and cleave the insufferable Hao Tian in two. Hao Tian had long relied on the formidable influence of Hongjun, behaving with extreme arrogance and disdain toward the powerful beings before him. Yet, these great figures, mindful of Hongjun's prestige, had largely chosen to endure Hao Tian's insolence. Unwilling to engage in conflict at that moment, upon hearing Hao Tian's words, Lin Xiao's eyes, once tranquil, narrowed slightly, radiating a cold, piercing glare toward Hao Tian. Surprisingly, instead of erupting in anger at Hao Tian's audacity, Lin Xiao merely remarked in a calm tone, "Oh, if that is the case, then come and take it." With that, Lin Xiao slowly retracted his outstretched arm, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing beside Nu Hua and Xuanmen Mu. He then regarded Hao Tian with an expressionless demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle, mocking smile. Hao Tian, witnessing Lin Xiao's reaction, felt a surge of triumph, believing that Lin Xiao was intimidated by his own presence and the might of Hongjun, thus exhibiting such a feeble retreat. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Hao Tian swiftly maneuvered his form, darting towards the vine adorned with the coveted purple-black gourd with a speed that seemed to defy time itself. As he approached, he eagerly extended his right hand, yearning to seize the gourd that had long tantalized his desires. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, as if the very heavens trembled in response. The tragic scene that had befallen the Zhuan Ti Taoist earlier was inexplicably reenacted at this moment. Poor Hao Tian found himself utterly defenseless, his body flung away like a kite severed from its string, struck forcefully by the purple-black gourd. The sheer impact sent him hurtling through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before he collided violently with the mountainside of Buzhou. In an instant, debris scattered and dust ascended. Enveloping the scene in chaos, as the dust began to settle, onlookers were finally able to discern Hao Yian's disheveled appearance. He struggled to rise from the chaotic pile of rubble and thick dust. His once handsome visage now pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Crimson streaks of blood marred the corners of his mouth, a sight both alarming and gruesome. His garments, once pristine, were now drenched in dark red, rendering his plight even more tragic than that of the earlier Zhuan Ti Daoist. Poor Hao Yan resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, still reeling from the harrowing ordeal he had just endured, his demeanor lost and dazed. Yet at that moment, a thunderous reprimand echoed in his ears like a clap of thunder. "Hao Qian, who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? Lin Xiao?" The voice bore an authority and fury that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. Startled by the sudden rebuke, Hao Yan involuntarily trembled, lifting his gaze to behold the iron-faced figure of Lin Xiao before him. Lin Xiao stood with arms crossed, his icy gaze radiating an unsettling malice that sent chills down one's spine. "Senior brother Lin Xiao, please temper your wrath." Hao Yan acted out of momentary folly. He truly understands his mistake now. "I implore you to show mercy." Yao Qi, witnessing the precarious situation, hurriedly stepped forward to shield Hao Tang's. She pleaded with Lin Xiao. Her anxious eyes darted back to Hao Yan, filled with concern and trepidation. She was acutely aware of Lin Xiao's temperament. If his fury was not quelled, it could very well spell doom for Hao Yan today. Show him mercy? Huh. Little Yao Qi, today, not even if Hongjun himself were to appear would it matter. Lin Xiao's expression remained frigid, his words biting like the chill of winter's breath, evoking a visceral fear. With that, he effortlessly sidestepped Yao Qi's intervention, advancing with deliberate, powerful strides, each step resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of those present. As he drew closer to Hao Yan, the oppressive aura emanating from him intensified, suffocating those around him. At that moment, Hao Yan was utterly paralyzed by fear. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the advancing Lin Xiao, his heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing his growing dread. His complexion turned ghostly pale, devoid of color. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to utter a plea for mercy, yet his throat felt constricted, only allowing him to produce muffled sounds. Finally, summoning all his courage, Hao Yan managed to stammer out a few words. "Lin Xiao, please, quell your fury." Hao Yan recognizes his error, truly. However, Lin Xiao remained unmoved by Hao Yan's desperate pleas. His countenance remained as impassive as ice. He coldly retorted, "Oh, you acknowledge your mistake? Then enlighten me. Where exactly did you err?" At this, Hao Yan quivered, hastily lowering his gaze, mumbling, "I should not have been so arrogant, nor should I have dared to act so brazenly before you. I beseech you, senior brother Lin Xiao, to spare me, a fool." "Humph. Is that all?" Lin Xiao scoffed, pressing further. "I demand to know, who granted you such audacity to act so presumptuously before me? Was it perhaps Hongjun's directive?" He continued, "And this chaos gourd is right here. With your meager capabilities and such arrogance, how do you expect to claim it? You are merely deluding yourself. Hao Yan, how could you be so foolish? Quickly, hand over the Qinquan cauldron." Yao Qi exclaimed in a flurry, stepping closer to Hao Yan, her expression rife with urgency and worry, fearing that this incident might provoke Lin Xiao's ire. Lin Xiao stood stoically nearby, his expression grim, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Hao Yan. Meanwhile, Hao Yan appeared most reluctant, filled with regret. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. He had believed that, owing to the illustrious reputation of the Dao Ancestor, Lin Xiao would not obstruct his attempt to seize the Chaos Gourd. However, reality proved otherwise. Although Lin Xiao did not directly intervene, Hao Yan's own strength was insufficient to claim the gourd. As the circumstances grew increasingly dire, Hao Yan, though filled with reluctance, recognized he had no other option. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly retrieved the Qinquan cauldron from his bosom and slowly extended it towards Lin Xiao. It is worth noting that this Qinquan cauldron was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, possessing the remarkable ability to refine postnatal substances back to their innate state. Hao Yan had long coveted it, harboring dreams of acquiring it. His original plan had relied on the Tao Ancestor's name to smoothly procure the Chaos Gourd, and then seek an opportunity to request that the Tao Ancestor bestow the Qinquan Cauldron upon him. Little did he expect that not only would his plans fall through, but he would also be forced to part with his cherished treasure. As Hao Yin wallowed in his grievances, Lin Xiao, with an unflinching demeanor, accepted the Qinquan Cauldron, scrutinizing it closely. Internally, he pondered. This Qinquan Cauldron is indeed as remarkable as its reputation suggests, a prized possession of the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Lin Xiao had anticipated that the exalted Hongjun would not deign to personally appear to claim the Chaos Gourd. Given Hongjun's lofty status, he would undoubtedly send forth his capable disciples, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, armed with a treasure of equal or greater value to exchange for it. Lin Xiao deduced this because he understood that Hongjun was well aware of the gourd produced by the seven-colored Gourd Vine. Apart from those with unique ties and karmic connections, it was likely that only he, Lin Xiao, possessed the ability to successfully claim it. After all, he wielded the power of the Way of Strength and bore the merits of the creation, untroubled by any karmic entanglements, a fact that had become common knowledge across the wilderness. Unless Hongjun himself intervened, it was utterly impossible for Hao Yin and Yao Qi to obtain the Chaos Gourd. However, Lin Xiao did not anticipate Hao Yin's boldness. This unexpected variable became a delightful surprise for him, that he mused. Since this is the case, why not seize this opportunity to devise a plan? Perhaps I could extract even greater benefits from Hongjun. As this thought crossed his mind, a simple scheme began to take shape in Lin Xiao's mind, gradually becoming clearer. Before the eyes of all present, Lin Xiao suddenly vanished, reappearing before the seven-colored Gourd Vine. He stood firm, emanating an intangible pressure. Then, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded as Lin Xiao grasped the vine with both hands, exerting tremendous force to uproot the entire vine, along with its deeply embedded roots. Not only that, but he also ruthlessly stripped away the fertile soil surrounding the vine's base, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless pit, as if the earth had opened its maw wide. I could see that moment. Every gaze in the assembly was riveted upon Lin Xiao, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. Yet, Lin Xiao appeared oblivious, nonchalantly stowing the entire vine away. He then turned slowly to face Hao Yin and Yao Qi, his expression stern as he declared, "You two may return to report." Upon hearing this, Yao Qi's complexion paled in shock. She hurried forward, desperation etched on her face, exclaiming, "Ah, but this Chaos Gourd, senior brother Lin Xiao. The Tao Ancestor instructed us to exchange the Qinquan Cauldron for it before departing. What shall we do about this?" In response to Yao Qi's urgent inquiry, Lin Xiao let out a cold snort, his voice chilling. Consider the Qinquan Cauldron as a token of Hao Yin's transgression against me. To exchange this Qinquan Cauldron for Hao Yin's life is already a generous concession. Having spoken, Lin Xiao cast a piercing glance at Hao Tian, whose very demeanor involuntarily shuddered under the intensity of that gaze. At that moment, within a mysterious realm where Hongjun resided, a vague, elusive figure spoke to him in a tone tinged with mockery and jest. It appears that the two disciples you have meticulously nurtured are utterly incapable of contending with Lin Xiao." Upon hearing these words, Hongjun's previously tranquil visage twitched slightly. Rising slowly, he emanated a formidable aura that sent chills down the spine. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from that enigmatic space. When Hongjun reappeared, he stood amongst Lin Xiao and his companions. Since his ascension to sainthood, this marked Hongjun's first return to the primordial world. I could see the sight of him. The gathered crowd instinctively displayed reverence, bowing respectfully in greeting. Yet, amid the throng, Hao Tian and Yao Qi appeared particularly anxious and unsettled. Their faces were as pale as parchment, bodies trembling uncontrollably as they knelt, daring not to lift their heads. In stark contrast stood Lin Xiao, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze unwavering as he met the eyes of the formidable Hongjun. In response to the crowd's salutations, Hongjun merely nodded slightly. He then turned his attention to Lin Xiao, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he softly spoke. "Young friend Lin Xiao, to speak candidly, the Chaos Gourd holds immense significance for me. Thus, I kindly request you to part with it." He continued, "Of course, if you have any conditions or requirements, Do not hesitate to express them, that I shall not refuse anything within my capability." Lin Xiao, with keen eyes fixed on Hongjun, pondered how he might successfully acquire this treasure. Recalling Aosheng's arduous journey on the mysterious Penglai island to procure 24 sea-settling pearls, he resolved to seize this opportunity to assist Aosheng in gathering the coveted 36 pearls. Today, that splendid opportunity had finally presented itself. With a slight smile, Hongjun inquired, "Is it truly that simple?" Before his words could fade, he waved his expansive robe. Instantly, 12 luminous, azure pearls streaked through the air like meteors, hurtling toward Lin Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao extended his hands, meticulously catching each flying sea-settling pearl. When the last pearl settled in his palm, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Without delay, Lin Xiao plucked the chaos gourd from its vine and tossed it with precision toward Hongjun, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hee, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous gift, Daozu." Hongjun, smiling as he received the chaos gourd, felt a wave of relief that Lin Xiao had not made excessive demands as he had feared. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lin Xiao had discreetly tampered with the gourd using the chaos pearl. With a smile still gracing his features, Hongjun received the gourd, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Xiao's gesture. Then, with a sudden flourish of his robe, a powerful yet gentle force swept forth, enveloping the still kneeling Hao Tian and Yao Qi. In the next instant, Hongjun's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never been there. With their departure, tranquility gradually returned to the realm. Thus concluded the matters concerning the chaos root and its vibrant gourd vine. Undoubtedly, Lin Xiao emerged as the greatest victor from this series of events. He had not only secured the entire vine of the vibrant gourd, but also, through his intellect and cunning, extorted from Hongjun the rare treasures of the Qiankuan and 12 sea-settling pearls. Furthermore, unbeknownst to others, the soil beneath the gourd vine was none other than the precious Jiutian Shirong. With the Qiankuan, the gourd vine, and the Jiutian Shirong now in his possession, along with the inexhaustible Sanguang divine water from Yingzhou Island, all the materials needed for Nuwa to create humanity were now gathered. It was foreseeable that a monumental act of creation would soon unfold in the not-so-distant future. Standing there, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, an audacious thought suddenly surging within him. Should he, during the 3 lectures, incite Nuwa to create humanity and thereby facilitate the resurgence of the human realm? Yet, moments later, he gently shook his head, swiftly dismissing this seemingly tempting notion. The reason being, the crucial saintly artifact, the red embroidery ball, and the map of mountains and rivers were still in Hongjun's possession. Moreover, true revitalization of the human realm could not rely solely on external forces. It must be rooted in the gradual growth and development of the human race itself. This matter required careful deliberation, lest haste lead to folly. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao's musings turned toward the imminent division of treasures following the 3 lectures. He contemplated that if he did not seize the opportunity to partake in the spoils then, it would indeed be a missed chance. Meanwhile, the expressions of the other powerful beings present at this grand event varied greatly. Those fortunate enough to obtain gourd treasures were filled with joy, while those who returned empty-handed appeared dejected, resembling defeated roosters. Among them, the brothers Jean and Zhuanti were particularly wretched, having gained nothing, with Zhuanti even suffering severe injuries during the contest. Consequently, their already troubled faces grew increasingly woeful. As the assembly of figures bowed and turned to depart, Lin Xiao waved to Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West, Fuxi, and Tongtian, signaling them to return to the 3 islands of Penglai. He, however, had important matters to attend to in the ancestral land of the Wu clan, and would, of course, pick up Hutu on his way back. When Lin Xiao arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou, in the ancestral land of the Wu clan, he was greeted by a formidable assembly of great shamans led by Xing Tian, Hua Fu, Jiu Feng, and Xiang Lu, who awaited the arrival of the 13th Ancestor shaman. Upon sighting Lin Xiao, they immediately knelt respectfully on one knee, exclaiming in unison, "We pay homage to the 13th Ancestor shaman." The resonance of their voices echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the ancestral land. Lin Xiao smiled gently as waves of his spiritual power surged forth. This formidable force coalesced into gentle streams of energy, lifting the great shamans and the youthful disciples of the Wu clan from the ground. With a warm smile, he inquired, "Where are your ancestral shamans at this moment?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, Xing Tian stepped forward, cupping his fists and bowing, reporting to the 13th Ancestor Shaman. The other ancestral shamans were originally in seclusion within the Pangu Divine Hall. However, upon seeing your arrival, that lad He hurried off to inform the ancestral shamans. They should be emerging shortly to greet you, as Xing Tian spoke. He lifted his gaze, admiration shining in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiao. Just as his words fell, the 12 ancestral shamans, including Di Jiang, emerged from the magnificent and imposing ancestral shaman hall. In an instant, a figure clad in a hue of mysterious yellow darted past like a flash of lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was the petite form of Hutu, Ancestor Shaman, rushing toward Lin Xiao like a fledgling returning to its nest, akin to an arrow released from its BOW. In the blink of an eye, she leaped into Lin Xiao's embrace, clinging to him tightly, as if fearing his sudden disappearance. That moment, Hutu Ancestor Shaman resembled a lively octopus, clinging fervently to Lin Xiao. Faced with this unexpected display of affection, Lin Xiao found himself somewhat at a loss, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. He gently patted Hutu's back, attempting to soothe her excitement, then cautiously leaned his head toward the other ancestral shamans, apologetically stating, "I sincerely apologize for causing you to witness this amusing display." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Di Jiang let out a hearty laugh that boomed like thunder, resonating through the skies. "Ha! Brother-in-law, it has been over 3,000 years since we last parted. My little sister has missed you dearly, and it is only natural that she would be unable to contain her emotions upon seeing you today. Ha!" Upon concluding his words, the progenitor of the Dijiang clan erupted into hearty laughter, prompting the other ancestral shamans to join in a chorus of mirth. In that moment, the atmosphere was saturated with joyous laughter, radiating a sense of conviviality and harmony. Indeed, the fourth sister is greatly missed. The shaman Xiangliang lowered his voice, murmuring quietly, yet his so-called whisper was unmistakably audible to every ear present. Xuanmen's previously pale visage instantly flushed crimson. In embarrassment and anger, she widened her eyes and retorted in a teasingly furious tone, "Xiangliang, you scoundrel!" No sooner had she finished speaking than she darted forward like a bolt of lightning towards Xiangliang. Her right fist clenched tightly, propelled by a fierce gust of wind as it aimed directly at him. Realizing the gravity of his blunder, Xiangliang mentally cursed his misfortune, recognizing that he had indeed stirred a hornet's nest. However, it was too late to evade. He could only shout in a desperate plea for mercy, declaring, "Fourth sister, spare me. I shall never dare again," as he braced himself to meet Xuanmen's onslaught. With a resounding bang, Xiangliang was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Xuanmen, her face a mask of indignation, pursued him relentlessly. Soon after, a cacophony of wails akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air, drawing curious glances from all around. It was undoubtedly Xiangliang enduring a thorough thrashing from Xuanmen. "All right, come down now, my dear auntie. Cease your clinginess like an octopus. We must hasten to discuss serious matters," Lin Xiao gasped, having finally managed to pry the clingy Hutu from his side. With a solemn demeanor, he addressed the gathered ancestral shamans, saying, "Esteemed brothers, observe this scene. During your 3 millennia of seclusion within the Pangu Temple, you have indeed made remarkable gains. Who would have thought that each of you would successfully transcend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal?" As soon as he finished speaking, the shaman Zhiyong eagerly interjected, "Not merely modest gains. Us brothers have spent 3 millennia in our Father's temple, diligently cultivating. Not only have we successfully advanced to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, but we have also collectively comprehended an unparalleled and extraordinary formation, the 12 capital heavenly gods-killing formation. Once invoked, it can summon the true form of our Father to descend. However, before Zhu Yong could complete his statement, Gong Gong mercilessly chimed in with scorn. Zhu Yong, you simpleton with brawn, but lacking brains. Were it not for our brother-in-law's earlier suggestion that all 12 ancestral shamans enter seclusion together to decipher the profound mysteries of the Tao, how could your muscle-bound, dim-witted head have grasped such an intricate and exquisite formation? Moreover, without the countless elixirs, spiritual fruits, and abundant top-tier cultivation resources generously bestowed by our brother-in-law, could you have advanced to the primordial golden immortal so swiftly? Humph! You, Gong Gong, have the audacity to criticize me. Do you truly believe you are far superior in intellect? If you're not satisfied, let's have a proper contest and see who prevails, Zhu Yong retorted, his fury igniting as he glared at Gong Gong. Ready for a confrontation? Bring it on. This ancestral shaman fears no one. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Gong Gong countered defiantly, standing tall, fists clenched, exuding a formidable presence. Without delay, he surged forward like a tempest towards Zhu Yong, his fist raised, slicing through the air with a fierce wind as it aimed straight for him. The two clashed instantly, engaging in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. As they battled fiercely, they exchanged barbs and insults, each one attempting to undermine the other. Ha! Zhu Yong, have you not eaten? Your punches are so weak they merely tickle. Gong Gong laughed triumphantly. Enraged further by this taunt, Zhu Yong gritted his teeth and retaliated with renewed vigor. Gong Gong, cease your boasting. If you have the guts, stand still and witness as I pummel you into submission. Do not forget, last time you were left dazed and confused by Xuanmen, unable to discern north from south. Gong Gong's face flushed slightly at the reminder, but he quickly regained his composure, retorting defiantly. Humph! And you dare to speak? Were you not also left howling like a banshee by the fourth sister? Unbeknownst to when it began, this peculiar exchange of banter, wherein the brothers would call each other simpleton, had become a tradition among these ancestral shamans, particularly pronounced between Zhu Yong and Gong Gong, perhaps due to the innate opposition of water and fire. They were perpetually eager to undermine one another, often resorting to blows at the slightest provocation. In this moment, Zhu Yong and Gong Gong found themselves embroiled in yet another fierce skirmish, trading blows with great intensity. The other ancestral shamans stood back, watching the spectacle with keen interest, while Dijiang shot an exasperated glance at Lin Xiao, who was engrossed in observing the combat, then bellowed at Zhu Yong and Gong Gong. You two simpletons, cease this at once. His thunderous voice reverberated, causing the very air around them to tremble. Though reluctant, Zhu Yong and Gong Gong halted their altercation upon hearing Dijiang's command. Nevertheless, even in cessation, they remained locked in a fierce glare, neither willing to concede that moment. Lin Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. How about we engage in a contest ourselves? Let me witness the legendary 12-capital heavenly gods killing formation in action. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's proposition, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into stunned silence. The ancestral shamans stared at him in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend his words. After a lengthy pause, Dijiang finally regained his composure, incredulously inquiring, "What did you just say? Brother-in-law, do you intend to challenge the 12-capital heavenly gods-killing formation, which we have collectively formed?" With a serious expression, Lin Xiao nodded emphatically and stated resolutely, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." His gaze was unwavering, as though he had firmly resolved to undertake this endeavor. Just then, a figure materialized before them. It was Xuanmen, having returned from thoroughly thrashing Xiangliang. Her expression was grim, and she coldly declared, "Absolutely not. I will not allow it." Xuanmen's voice, laced with a mixture of anger and determination, brooked no dissent. Hearing her words, Hudu hurriedly stepped forward, her face etched with concern as she implored, "My lord, you must not. We have only just begun to explore the 12-capital heavenly gods-killing formation. Our mastery over it is far from sufficient. Should any unforeseen mishap occur during its execution, how shall we protect you?" As she spoke, she clutched Lin Xiao's sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with worry. However, in the face of their objections, Lin Xiao remained composed and confident. He offered a reassuring smile, saying, Do not worry, your sister Xuanmen and esteemed brothers, that I am fully aware of what I am doing. I would not make this decision without ample confidence. With that, he patted Hudu's hand, signaling her not to fret excessively. Lin Xiao's confidence stemmed from a solid foundation. First and foremost, he had a deep understanding of the 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, as it was part of the legacy imparted by his master, Pangu. In fact, he had initially intended to pass this formation directly to the 12 ancestral shamans. Furthermore, Lin Xiao estimated that given the current cultivation levels of the 12 ancestral shamans, even if they successfully summoned Pangu's true form, its might would only reach the level of the primordial golden immortal's second layer. However, it must be remembered that Lin Xiao had already cultivated his physical body to the fourth layer of the primordial golden immortal realm. Thus, even with the enhancement of the formation, it would be nearly impossible for the 12 ancestral shamans to inflict harm upon Lin Xiao. Observing Lin Xiao's unwavering confidence, Dijiang clenched his teeth tightly, then proclaimed with conviction, "Sisters and brothers, since our brother-in-law is so resolute, let us allow him to witness the bountiful results of our 3 millennia of seclusion." Yet, as he spoke, Dijiang silently resolved that should the formation spiral out of control, he would be prepared for the unforeseen consequences, even at the peril of suffering a violent backlash from the formation. One must never allow the brother-in-law to sustain even the slightest harm. Upon hearing these words, the likes of Honghuang and others became eager, their spirits ignited as they swiftly positioned themselves according to the various aspects of the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Each of their faces betrayed an uncontrollable excitement, as if they could hardly wait to showcase the might of this formation. It must be noted that among the 12 ancestor witches, each of these brothers was a born warrior. Since they had painstakingly studied and successfully comprehended this 12 capital heavenly god killing formation, they had yet to undergo a true test of combat. Now, having finally encountered a formidable opponent like Lin Xiao, they were naturally invigorated and exhilarated. However, amidst this fervent crowd, only Hutu and Xianying wore expressions of concern, anxiously gazing at Lin Xiao. It was only after seeing Lin Xiao nod slightly in acknowledgement that they reluctantly moved their feet, slowly making their way to their designated positions, ultimately coming to a halt. Commenced the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation with the resounding call of Emperor Jiang, which reverberated through heaven and earth. The 12 ancestor witches seemed to share a mystical connection, moving in unison. Each of them swiftly extended their hands like phantoms, continuously performing an array of intricate and enigmatic hand gestures in an instant. The sky above the ancestral land of the witch clan transformed drastically. The originally clear sky was enveloped by dark clouds, and a howling gale swept through, as if it aimed to tear the very earth asunder. The colors of the world suddenly grew dim and somber, and even the sun and moon lost their former brilliance. Hidden behind thick layers of clouds, an unfathomable malevolent aura surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, rushing towards the location of the 12 ancestor witches with an overwhelming force. Before long, this suffocating malevolent aura completely engulfed the figures of the 12 ancestor witches, rendering them nearly invisible. Yet, at that moment, an incomparably terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from the depths of the boundless malevolent aura. This force was as violent and fervent as a volcanic eruption, carrying the might to annihilate heaven and earth. The surrounding malevolent aura seemed to be drawn by some powerful force, swiftly converging towards the center, where that formidable entity was ravenously consuming it. Gradually, amidst the roiling malevolent aura, a towering figure, reaching 10,000 zhang in height, began to manifest, slowly becoming discernible. This figure resembled a colossal deity, exuding a terrifying pressure that descended upon every corner of the primordial world. Faced with such an earth-shattering sight, countless lesser beings were filled with dread, trembling and collapsing to the ground, unable to muster the courage to even gaze upward. Only the highly skilled and powerful beings dared to muster their gaze toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. Contemplating the monumental impact this event would have on the entire primordial realm, as the crowd watched, the figure gradually became clearer and more solid, ultimately revealing a shocking sight, a robust, muscular giant standing amidst heaven and earth. akin to an immovable mountain, whose overwhelming aura made the entire primordial world tremble. Could it be the Great Pangu? Hadn't the Great Pangu already perished in the process of creating the world? Countless beings witnessing the scene were thrown into chaos, their faces painted with disbelief, their hearts brimming with fear and uncertainty. That moment, far away on Kunlun Mountain, the supreme Laozi was equally taken aback, his lips trembling involuntarily as he stammered, "Father God? No, this is a manifestation of Father God's essence. But how could the 12 Ancestor witches possess such divine power to summon the essence of Father God here?" Simultaneously, Dijun and Tai Yi, who had just returned to the Sun Star, wore grave expressions, especially Dijun, who gazed at the towering Pangu essence in the distance, his countenance growing increasingly grim as he remarked, "Damn it, those 12 barbaric beings are actually able to summon the Great Pangu to descend. It seems the Witch Clan has already gained a significant advantage in strength over us, but we must hurry to elevate our own power. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." On the other hand, Lin Xiao was fixated on the Pangu true form summoned by the 12 Ancestor witches. Upon careful observation, he discerned that this true form of Pangu indeed possessed the cultivation of the second heaven of the primordial golden immortal. And under the augmentation of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, its combat prowess soared to the fourth heaven, rendering it virtually invincible. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Lin Xiao felt no trepidation. Rather, a fierce battle intent surged within him. With a slight mental shift, his normally sized body began to expand uncontrollably, transforming into a towering giant, radiating an overwhelming pressure, as if he were ready to compete with the Pangu true form. All along, Lin Xiao had never fully unleashed his entire strength in battle. He was like a hidden master dwelling in the deep mountains, shrouded in mystery and power, within this vast and boundless primordial world. Filled with countless strong beings, there were few who could rival Lin Xiao. When it came to true adversaries, perhaps only the supreme existence of Hongjun Daozu could stand against him. However, the moment to confront Hongjun had not yet arrived. Therefore, upon witnessing the Pangu, true form summoned by the 12 Ancestor witches, the long-suppressed ambition within Lin Xiao was ignited, burning like an uncontrollable flame. Just then, the previously clamorous primordial land suddenly fell into silence. Everyone turned their gaze toward the same direction, where another towering figure emerged, none other than the revered Lin Xiao. "Look, is that not the legendary Lin Xiao? I have heard he is the true disciple of the Great Pangu. Could it be that today he is to engage in a breathtaking battle with the Pangu true form?" Someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment, triggering a cascade of exclamations in an instant. The entire primordial world was steeped in tension due to the impending confrontation. Manifesting his 10,000 zhang giant form, Lin Xiao stood like an unyielding mountain between heaven and earth, his massive figure emanating a heart-stirring aura, pulsating with surging battle intent. With a roar, he initiated a fierce assault. His fist, as colossal as a peak, carried the devastating force of annihilation, roaring through the air like a meteor descending from the heavens, striking forcefully toward the Pangu true form. The power contained within this punch was sufficient to shatter mountains and extinguish stars. That moment, the Pangu true form, summoned by the 12 Ancestor witches, was equally undeterred, letting out a thunderous roar. Ha! Accompanying this cry was an ancient and mysterious power surging forth from within him. Utilizing its innate combat instinct, the Pangu true form raised its own colossal fist, striking fiercely toward Lin Xiao. In an instant, the two colossal fists collided violently in mid-air. The sound of the collision was deafening, reverberating through the world as if the very earth trembled. The immense roar was overwhelming, causing even the towering Mount Buzhou to shake violently, with boulders tumbling down and clouds of dust rising. The powerful shockwave generated by the collision of their fists swept through the surroundings, causing nearby peaks to appear as though they had been cleaved by an invisible giant axe, becoming jagged and uneven. However, at the moment of impact, Lin Xiao suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar, cunning smile on the face of the Pangu true form. This smile jolted him, unlocking the floodgates of memory, as scenes from the past surged forth like a tide. He recalled the long years spent with the will manifestation of his master. Pangu, when he was but a faint consciousness in the first layer of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower. During those tens of thousands of years, they had shared countless moments, and Pangu had imparted to him innumerable cultivation methods and combat techniques, showering him with endless care and encouragement. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in reminiscence, the Pangu true form seized the opportunity, unhesitatingly launching another punch. This punch, imbued with the force of thunder, surged toward Lin Xiao with boundless might. In an instant, an extraordinarily terrifying power erupted, and Lin Xiao had no time to react further before being sent flying by this punch. His body soared through the sky like a meteor, vanishing into the distance. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Lin Xiao's form finally crashed heavily onto a small mountain. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the small mountain, having endured such immense force, shattered and fragmented into countless stones of varying sizes, scattering in all directions. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sky and sun. Yet, Lin Xiao did not succumb to defeat. Moments later, a figure emerged from the ruins of the mountain. It was none other than Lin Xiao himself. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained piercing and resolute. From a great distance, he shouted furiously at the true form of Pangu. "Old Pangu, how dare you launch a sneak attack again?" This phrase was all too familiar to Lin Xiao, for during the countless years spent in close proximity to Pangu's will, he often uttered such words in jest during their sparring sessions. However, he never anticipated that this time he would receive a response from Pangu's true form. A hearty laugh erupted from Pangu's mouth, followed by the distinctive voice of Emperor Jiang. "Haha. Brother-in-law, you mustn't lose focus during battle, or you'll find yourself at a disadvantage." Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's voice, Lin Xiao's heart swelled with joy that he immediately comprehended that the consciousness of the 12 ancestor witches still resided within Pangu's true body. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "The residual force of our battle is too overwhelming. It is impossible to exert our full strength in this primal world. Let us venture into the chaos together to continue this fierce clash. Shall we?" With that, he transformed into a brilliant streak of light, racing toward the depths of chaos. The 12 ancestor witches, determined not to be outdone, roared in unison, controlling Pangu's true form to follow closely behind. Charging into the chaos with astonishing speed, an even more intense and breathtaking battle was about to unfold within the chaotic realm. Countless formidable beings of the primordial world, having heard of the unprecedented battle about to erupt in chaos, could no longer contain their curiosity and excitement. They unleashed their divine powers, pursuing like shooting stars, hastening toward the mysterious and perilous chaos. Despite knowing they could only observe this earth-shattering battle from afar, and must remain constantly vigilant against the terrifying residual forces of combat. These practitioners deemed it an extraordinary opportunity to witness the life-and-death struggle between beings of the Hunyuan Da Luo Jinxian level. Such a spectacle, indeed, was a rarity, occurring only once every millennium or even longer. To glean even the slightest insight from it would be worth more than thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of arduous cultivation. At this moment, within the Zixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjun sat serenely upon a mat. Before him, a mirror of profound light, constructed from supreme magical power, shimmered brilliantly, vividly displaying the shocking scene of Lin Xiao engaging in a fierce battle with Pangu's true form in the chaos. The ever-watchful Hao Yan and Yao Qi, who serve alongside Hongjun, were likewise transfixed by the image in the mirror. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's commanding and formidable presence, both of their faces reflected a shared expression of astonishment. Particularly for Hao Yan, recalling his past audacity in daring to disrespect Lin Xiao, a wave of deep regret washed over him. At this moment, he silently lamented, feeling as if he had been blinded by ignorance, leading him to such foolish recklessness. Amidst the boundless chaos, a breathtaking battle unfolded, with Lin Xiao and Pangu's true form embroiled in a fierce confrontation. This clash was nothing short of earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Neither side resorted to dazzling techniques. Instead, they opted for the most primal and direct form of combat, punching each other with visceral force. Such seemingly crude attacks, however, were imbued with profound truths, as the saying goes. The grand way is the simplest, and great skill appears clumsy. Their fists, swirling with the laws of strength, unleashed cataclysmic power with each collision. With every strike, the chaotic void shattered like fragile glass, and countless stars fell in an instant under the force of their might. Yet, despite the awe-inspiring spectacle, one undeniable truth remained a source of lament. The path of strength employed by Pangu's true form was beyond the grasp of the 12 Ancestor Witches, due to the limitations of his own combat experience. Lin Xiao found himself at a disadvantage in this fierce confrontation, that he constantly endured the weighty blows from Pangu's true form, akin to the crushing force of a mountain, leaving his body battered and bloodied. His garments stained crimson in that moment. Lin Xiao resembled a spent arrow, barely holding on, but teetering on the brink of collapse. He was once again sent hurtling through the air as if severed from a string. Observing this scene, Hutu's heart ached with unbearable pain. Yet, at that moment, her consciousness and that of the other Ancestor Witches began to blur. Despite their frantic urgency, they found themselves powerless to halt the operation of the formation. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The vital force within Lin Xiao surged forth like a volcanic eruption, a powerful energy seemingly poised to break all constraints. The shackles that had long troubled him shattered in that instant. His physical cultivation, previously stagnated at the 4th level of Hunyuan Da Luo, finally broke through to the 5th level, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. His cultivation successfully ascended to the 5th level of Hunyuan Da Luo. The grievous injuries that had marred his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, restoring him to his previous state as if he had never been harmed that moment. An unparalleled aura of strength radiated from him, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to unleash his fury and redeem himself, an unforeseen change occurred. The towering and magnificent form of Pangu began to slowly dissipate. It turned out that the time limit for summoning Pangu's true form had expired. Yet, in that final moment, Lin Xiao distinctly caught a glimmer of cunning amusement in Pangu's fading eyes. This flicker of mirth momentarily startled Lin Xiao, leaving him no time to ponder its deeper significance, as urgency compelled him to act. The situation was dire. He needed to swiftly carry the 12 Ancestor Witches, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, away from the treacherous chaos and back to the primordial world. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao made a decisive move, transforming into a streak of light to swiftly gather the unconscious 12 Ancestor Witches before racing back toward the primordial realm without looking back. In that mysterious and ancient primordial world, Mount Buzhou stood as the ancestral ground of the Witch Clan. This magnificent mountain, towering into the clouds, concealed a grand ancestral hall amidst swirling mists this moment. Within this ancestral hall, the 12 towering and formidable Ancestor Witches gradually opened their eyes, awakening from their stupor. Their gazes were initially clouded, but soon they focused on the smiling figure before them. It was Lin Xiao. Reflecting upon the breathtaking battle they had just witnessed, the 12 Ancestor Witches still struggled to calm their tumultuous emotions. Moments ago, the injured Lin Xiao had faced Pangu's colossal fists without a hint of fear. Yet the force of that punch was so overwhelming it had sent him flying thousands of miles away. As they watched Lin Xiao vanish from sight, the 12 Ancestor Witches had felt helpless, their own strength severely depleted, unable to intervene. Now, seeing Lin Xiao standing before them, unscathed and whole, the heavy weight in their hearts lifted, and each of them exhaled a long sigh of relief. The sensation of having survived a calamity felt surreal, as if the harrowing experiences they had endured were merely a dreadful nightmare. As they awakened from this dream, an overwhelming sense of disconnection washed over them. The first to regain composure was Hutu, the gentle yet resilient female Ancestor Witch, dragging her weary form. She darted toward Lin Xiao like a flash of lightning. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with concern and worry as she reached out with both hands, urgently checking Lin Xiao's well-being, feeling him over from side to side. Lin Xiao, sensing Hutu's care, wore a warm smile. He gently grasped her wandering hands and affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice filled with tenderness. "Fear not. My little you heard that I am not only unharmed, but have also turned misfortune into fortune. This encounter has allowed me to break through the shackles of my physical form, enhancing my strength. He then continued. As for you all, having been nearly drained of your magical powers by the 12 capital heavenly god slaying formation, even your physical vitality has been severely depleted. Therefore, you must take the time to enter seclusion and recover fully. Brother-in-law, one of the ancestor witches interjected. After experiencing this intense battle, we have come to realize that the 12 capital heavenly god slaying formation still possesses many imperfections. Thus, we intend to enter seclusion once more, delving into its intricacies, striving to rectify and perfect the flaws within the formation. Di Jiang, with a serious and solemn demeanor, addressed Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded slightly in agreement, remarking, "This is indeed for the best." After all, while the 12 capital heavenly gods array possesses formidable power, if it operates for too long, you may gradually lose precise control over it. Moreover, as the array continues to function, it will incessantly deplete your internal magical energy. Should the time limit of the array come to an end, you might find yourselves in an extremely perilous situation. In light of this, it would be prudent for you to retreat to the array pavilion within my Honghuang Taoist sanctuary for seclusion. The innate array pattern stones there should undoubtedly provide you with valuable insights and assistance. Additionally, I possess some personal reflections and insights regarding the 12 capital heavenly gods array, which I shall impart to you now. Hoping it serves as a reference to aid you. As words fell, Lin Xiao extended his right hand, 2 fingers poised like a sword, gently pointing forward. In an instant, a brilliant spiritual light shot forth, splitting into 12 streams that swiftly pierced the foreheads of the 12 ancestors. My husband, will you not return with us to the 3 islands of Penglai? Ho-Tu asked softly, her delicate face alight with reluctance and confusion, her beautiful eyes reflecting her emotions, her exquisite features furrowed slightly in concern, evoking a sense of tenderness. Lin Xiao gazed at Ho-Tu, a wave of guilt washing over him. He cast a regretful glance her way before turning to Di Jiang and the other ancestors. Speaking with gravity, during my confrontation with the true body of Pangu, I stumbled upon certain revelations that have left me with many questions. Therefore, I wish to visit the Pangu Temple to verify some crucial matters. I hope my brothers and sisters can understand and support my decision. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang pondered for a moment, his profound gaze fixed on Lin Xiao, seemingly attempting to discern the true thoughts hidden beneath his exterior. After a brief silence, Di Jiang spoke slowly. As the only direct disciple of the Father God and the 13th ancestor of our Wu clan, it is only natural that there should be no objection to your entry into the Pangu Temple. Lin Xiao nodded, and with a thought, a radiant figure appeared beside him. His innate 3 talents merit array avatar, Lin Jun. Lin Xiao gestured toward Lin Jun, introducing him to the assembly. This is one of my avatars. For this journey to the 3 islands of Penglai, let him accompany you. With him by your side, the island's protective array can be activated at any moment, ensuring a smooth arrival. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Jun smiled and, with a respectful bow, addressed the gathered ancestors, exclaiming, "Lin Jun pays respects to the esteemed ancestors." The ancestors reciprocated the gesture with clasped fists, responding in unison, "We greet you, Lin Jun, fellow Taoist." However, deep within their hearts, a sense of discomfort arose. After all, this sudden appearance of Lin Jun, whose power was enigmatic and whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao, was rather disconcerting, especially for Ho-Tu, the gentle and kind-hearted ancestor, who gazed at Lin Jun, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to address him. The other ancestors, having not attended the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, remained unaware of the events that had transpired, particularly that Lin Xiao had cultivated such formidable and mysterious avatars. Upon hearing Lin Jun's greeting, they exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with surprise and confusion as they turned their eyes to Lin Xiao. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and clarified, "During my visit to the Zixiao Palace, I referenced Hongjun's method of severing the 3 corpses to create a divine ability known as Creation Avatar Technique. Utilizing this technique, I crafted 3 avatars with a drop of my essence blood infused into an innate spiritual treasure. Lin Xiao is one of them. His essence is that of the innate 3 talents merit array plate. Although he now possesses independent thought and consciousness, he cannot be considered a completely autonomous entity. Thus, you may regard him as a part of my being or as a manifestation of one of my spiritual treasures. Subsequently, Lin Xiao accompanied the 12 ancestors to the 3 islands of Penglai, while Lin Xiao traversed through the spatial passage behind the Ancestor Hall to reach the Pangu Temple. Behind the Ancestor Hall stood a door shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery. This portal seemed to connect 2 worlds, concealing the passage to the Pangu Temple. Following the special method imparted by Di Jiang, Lin Xiao cautiously activated the spatial door. As a deep rumble echoed, the door slowly opened, revealing a blinding light streaming through the crack. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Lin Xiao resolutely stepped into the passage. Upon entering, he was engulfed in darkness. With only a faint light guiding his way, with determined strides, he pressed forward, each step leaving an imprint in the void. Time appeared to lose its significance in this realm. He could not discern how long he had walked, only feeling his legs grow increasingly heavy. Yet, the yearning for the Pangu Temple propelled him onward. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, invigorating Lin Xiao as he quickened his pace towards it. Upon emerging from the passage, he found himself in an ethereal expanse, vast and boundless, with no discernible direction, save for a solitary palace floating within. This palace emanated a mysterious and ancient aura, though its exterior bore the marks of age. It still exuded a solemn and majestic presence. Above the entrance, the words Pangu Temple were inscribed in swirling, ancient script seemingly imbued with limitless power and wisdom, evoking a sense of a W.T. that moment. A subtle yet resonant thump, echoed through the void, akin to the rhythm of a heartbeat, powerful and stirring. Legend has it that this Pangu Temple was born from the heart of the great god Pangu, thus emanating an overwhelming pressure that could be felt even from a distance. Suppressing his reverence, Lin Xiao slowly ascended the steps before the Pangu Temple. Standing firm, he closed his eyes, striving to regulate his breath and calm the excitement within. After a moment, he opened his eyes, grasped the principles of strength tightly, and gently pressed them against the massive temple doors. Then, summoning all his magical energy, he bellowed, "Open!" With a mighty push, the heavy doors began to creak open. The instant Lin Xiao stepped into the Pangu Temple, he felt as if he had transcended the confines of time and space, entering a boundless, mysterious realm. Awestruck, he looked up to find an endless, profound firmament above, its apex obscured from view. Stars twinkled like dazzling gems embedded in the celestial canvas, casting a mesmerizing glow. The entire space was cloaked in a thin veil of mist, flowing like gossamer. Dreamlike and surreal. Within this mist, the rich essence of the Tao permeated the air, allowing even the act of breathing to convey an enigmatic power. At the center of this mysterious realm lay a striking crimson lake, its waters a vivid blood red, shimmering with an ancient and potent aura. This was the legendary Pangu blood pool, the birthplace of the 12 ancestors. Surrounding the blood pool stood 12 massive stone pillars, each rising like a pillar of heaven, their surfaces adorned with intricate, cryptic symbols that glowed with a peculiar light, hinting at unfathomable mysteries. The tops of these pillars connected with the resplendent starry sky above, forming a breathtaking tableau. Suddenly, the previously tranquil starry sky erupted in a spectacular display. Countless stars simultaneously burst forth in radiant brilliance, their light cascading down like a waterfall towards Lin Xiao, in the blink of an eye. The stellar radiance enveloped him, coalescing into numerous shimmering threads of principle, which danced around him like agile serpents, ultimately forming a colossal cocoon of light around his figure. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous upheaval stirred within the depths of Lin Xiao's primordial spirit. Within him, the seedlings of the 3,000 principles began to fervently absorb the essence of the laws transmitted through the starlight chain. Under the nurturing force of this overwhelming power, these seeds of law grew at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye, Among them, the small tree at the very center, representing the principle of strength, exhibited an extraordinary growth rate, enhanced by the synergistic effects of the other seeds. Before long, it had transformed into a towering tree that obscured the sky. Its crown like clouds, its branches and leaves flourishing, emanating an unparalleled aura of might. That moment, Lin Xiao's primordial spirit cultivation surged forth like a flame ignited, advancing at an astonishing speed that left one awestruck. Originally at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he advanced relentlessly, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. He was now but a thin veil away from the supreme realm of the Hunyuan Da Luo Golden Immortal. For a long time, Lin Xiao had not devoted much effort to cultivation. However, his progress resembled a rocket soaring upward, leaving behind many ancient powers in his wake. The reasons for this were not solely due to the Taichu Hunyuan Ju, which autonomously operated to continuously draw in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. More critically, it stemmed from his extraordinary opportunities and a series of astonishing encounters. Take, for instance, this starlight infusion. Such a miraculous experience allowed him to bypass tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. It is worth noting that for most practitioners, tens of thousands of years might merely represent a brief journey on the path of cultivation. Yet for Lin Xiao, it was a leap forward. As the starlight chain gradually dissipated into the void, having seemingly fulfilled its purpose, Lin Xiao felt a sense of clarity and refreshment throughout his being. He stretched his limbs comfortably, engaging in some light exercise before he began to scrutinize the mysterious space before him with great interest. After the starlight infusion, with his cultivation vastly enhanced, Lin Xiao examined this enigmatic realm with heightened caution. He moved with great care, as if fearful of disturbing the long-sleeping secrets within. From the moment he entered this place, he had keenly sensed an unprecedented limitation on his consciousness, as if trapped behind an invisible barrier. Nevertheless, with his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he could still vividly appreciate the vast and boundless grandeur of this space. Unfortunately, his gaze was confined to the vicinity of the 12 towering stone pillars around him. Beyond these pillars lay layers upon layers of dense mist, impenetrable like an indestructible wall, obscuring everything from the outside world. Just then, without any warning, a sudden stirring in Lin Xiao's heart brought forth an inexplicable sense of familiarity, flooding over him like a tide. Following this, he joyfully sensed a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation. Though this energy wave was exceedingly subtle, to Lin Xiao, it shone like a beacon in the night. Unable to contain his excitement and joy, he could hardly wait to call out towards the direction of the energy's origin. "Old Pan. Is that you?" In response to Lin Xiao's eager call, a resounding, boisterous laughter echoed through the void, reverberating like rolling thunder. A robust figure, a bearded giant with muscles coiled like a dragon, gradually materialized from the ether. This man exuded an unparalleled aura of might that instilled awe and trepidation. His eyes, like bronze bells, sparkled with fierce brilliance, radiating an air of authority and dominance. That moment, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the heavens. "Ha! You little rascal, you've finally arrived." Upon seeing this suddenly appeared bearded giant, Lin Xiao was initially taken aback. However, his face soon reflected an undeniable excitement. He hurried forward, his voice trembling as he asked, "Master, is it truly you? Did you not transform into a legacy of memories left for me? How is it that you appear here?" Faced with Lin Xiao's rapid-fire questions, the bearded giant, Pangu, burst into another hearty laugh that he extended his hand, as large as a fan, and gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Silly boy, I, Pangu, am one of the most powerful primordial beings within the vast universe. How could I merely leave behind a single incarnation of will? Let me tell you, this is another aspect of my will. Surprised, are you?" Hongmeng universe. Upon hearing this term from his master Pangu, a surge of indescribable feelings welled up within Lin Xiao. The term sounded familiar, as if there were faint echoes from a distant memory, yet it was simultaneously so foreign that he could not grasp its meaning. With a heart full of questions, Lin Xiao could not help but inquire, "Old Pan, What exactly is this Hongmeng universe you just mentioned? Why have I never heard of it before? Pangu squinted his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his heart. After a brief silence, Pangu slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a deep voice. Given your current cultivation level and realm, it is indeed time for you to learn some deeper secrets. Well, since you have asked, I shall explain it to you. Pay close attention. Taking a deep breath, Pangu continued. The so-called Hongmeng refers to the world that existed before chaos was born. During that time, the universe was filled with vast expanses of unformed chaos, akin to enormous eggs. Over the long passage of time, through evolution and transformation, one of these chaotic realms gradually birthed life and order. These beings are the 3,000 primordial gods and demons, and order itself is the great deity. This point, Pangu paused for a moment before elaborating further. As you know, I opened up the Hongmeng world within this chaos. The world we inhabit can be likened to an egg. The Hongmeng continent resembles the yolk within this egg, brimming with endless vitality and treasures, while the chaos surrounding the Hongmeng continent corresponds to the egg white, tightly encasing the continent. As for the outer shell of the entire Hongmeng world, that is what we refer to as the world barrier, which serves to protect the inner world from external intrusions. Finally, Pangu lifted his gaze toward the vast, boundless starry sky, his expression filled with nostalgia as he remarked, however, worlds like Hongmeng are numerous within the entire Hongmeng universe. Each world is a unique existence. Yet they are separated by the vast and boundless chaos beyond, independent yet interconnected. Listening intently to his master Pangu's detailed explanation, Lin Xiao felt as though tumultuous waves were surging within him. Deeply shaken, his eyes widened in astonishment, and for a moment he found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Yet amidst his shock, his brow furrowed tightly, plunging him into deep contemplation. The words and phrases spoken by Pangu echoed continuously in his mind. As he sought to unravel their meaning, as time ticked by, it felt as though everything around him had come to a standstill, leaving only his rapidly working mind to last. After a protracted period of reflection, Lin Xiao slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute and brimming with curiosity as he looked at Pangu, eagerly pressing on. Then, does this mean that beyond the Hongmeng universe, there exist other universes or higher realms? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, Pangu nodded slightly, pleased that he could think of such matters. He then replied, you have used the term realm quite aptly. As for whether there are higher entities beyond the Hongmeng universe, to be honest, I cannot say for certain. However, from what I understand and speculate, there should be other existences on par with the Hongmeng universe in the past, before I opened up this Hongmeng world. I encountered a fierce battle that time. Two mysterious beings suddenly intruded into my chaotic realm. They were not one of the 3,000 primordial gods and demons. After a fierce battle, I managed to slay them and, through exploring their memories, discovered that these beings hailed from other universes. From that moment on, I realized that within this vast universe, our Hongmeng universe may not be the only existence within the mysterious space of the Pangu Temple. Lin Xiao sat facing the will incarnation of Pangu. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings, as if time had come to a standstill. Lin Xiao sat quietly, fully engrossed in listening to his master Pangu's continuous narration of the long-buried and little-known events that transpired before the creation of the heavens and the earth. At times, he marveled at the earth-shattering legends, and at others, he found himself utterly captivated by the grand tapestry depicted by Pangu, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Just as Lin Xiao listened, enraptured by these mesmerizing tales, the manifestation of Pangu's will suddenly cease its discourse without warning. The depths of its oceanic eyes grew exceedingly complex, imbued with a profound sense of nostalgia and reflection. Slowly, it lifted its gaze to regard the young disciple before it, sighed gently, and remarked, "Enough, I shall say no more. Why time, as this manifestation of will in the world is regrettably limited. If you harbor any lingering questions, now is the moment to voice them." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, only to soon break into a playful smile, responding in a half-jesting manner. "Oh, what is this? Are you preparing to settle your affairs?" "Old one, But I assure you, I have quite a few questions. Let's start with the first. Old Pangu, is it true that you have truly fallen? In response to this inquiry, the manifestation of Pangu's will feigned anger and bellowed. You insolent whelp! I have been long departed for countless millennia. What affairs could I possibly have left to settle? Immediately, a flicker of light danced within its eyes, like an endless constellation shimmering in a cosmic cycle. Suddenly, its tone shifted, speaking slowly. Indeed, I have perished in body and spirit. In a certain sense, this is true. Yet, my will endures within the world. As long as this primordial realm remains unvanquished, my essence shall persist eternally. Perhaps one day, by a fortuitous twist of fate, you might succeed in bringing me back into existence. Enough of idle chatter. Feel free to ask your questions one by one, and I shall do my utmost to provide answers. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly composed himself, shedding his previous playful demeanor, sitting upright with a serious expression, and posed his first question earnestly. The Pangu true form summoned by the 12 ancestor witches through the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Does it truly represent your essence? Or is it merely a manifestation of your will? The manifestation of Pangu's will began to elucidate. In truth, it is neither. The Pangu true form summoned by the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation is a manifestation extracted from the vast, enigmatic river of time, representing a specific moment in my existence. It was subsequently infused with the potent malevolence of the primordial world, coalescing into its current form. You must already be well aware of this, given the detailed teachings I imparted regarding the formation of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. However, in this instance, I merely attached a faint thread of my consciousness to the true form summoned by those 12 little ones. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in realization. Yet soon his expression shifted to one of dissatisfaction as he muttered, it truly is you. No wonder I caught a glimpse of that sly smile back then. However, you have indeed been rather ruthless, subjecting me to such a heavy hand. In response to Lin Xiao's complaint, the manifestation of Pangu's will could not help but chuckle, playfully rebuking, "You mischievous rascal, do not be so ungrateful. Were it not for the thrashing I bestowed upon you, when would your thick skull ever break free from the shackles of your mortal form?" With that, it gently shook its head, seemingly bemused by Lin Xiao's reaction. After venting his frustrations, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Striving to calm his emotions, he straightened his posture, adopting a serious and solemn demeanor once more, and posed his second question. Given your possession of such formidable manifestations of will, why have you remained passive regarding Hongjun's clandestine collusion with the heavenly Tao, repeatedly instigating calamities? They are steadily advancing the primordial world towards an age of decline. What is the reasoning behind this? Lin Xiao's gaze bore into the manifestation of Pangu as he continued. Hongjun's ambitions are glaringly evident. He seeks to completely dominate the primordial world to aid his own ascension, striving to reach the heights you once attained. Perhaps even transcending the Tao itself. In the face of such a threat, can you truly remain indifferent? Or is there some hidden truth or deeper significance to this? The manifestation of Pangu's will nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing its features as it spoke softly. From a certain perspective, Hongjun's actions are not entirely erroneous. In the aftermath of my demise, this vast, unfathomable primordial world resembled a priceless treasure devoid of a guardian, inevitably destined to be exposed to the powerful beings of the myriad realms. Over time, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition and conflict among various factions. When that day arrives, the entire primordial world would be engulfed in a catastrophic and bloody tempest. However, if Hongjun could indeed master and govern this primordial land, it might not be entirely unwelcome. After all, such a scenario would minimize the likelihood of the primordial world being laid bare. Alas, Hongjun's nature and methods can be summed up in a single word: self-preservation. What he desires is merely a stable and tranquil primordial world. This was evident from the fact that he never intervened during the chaotic battles of the primordial deities. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in curiosity as he pressed further. If that is the case, how did he perish and subsequently reincarnate in the primordial world? There is a prevalent rumor suggesting that he was inadvertently killed by one of your sneezes. Is there any truth to this? Ha ha! The manifestation of Pangus will erupted in hearty, resounding laughter before responding. Since we are on this topic, I must unveil the hidden truths behind that cataclysmic battle of the primordial deities. This conflict was not merely a personal vendetta. Rather, it was an intense struggle concerning the trajectory of the Tao, preordained by the enigmatic laws of the Tao's order. In those days, I was resolute in my quest to create the heavens and the earth to attain supreme enlightenment. However, prior to this, I had to endure the rigorous trials set forth by the Tao. The most crucial of these trials necessitated that I vanquish a multitude of chaotic deities with my unparalleled strength. Furthermore, at the inception of this newly forged realm, I needed to draw upon the primal essence of the 3,000 chaotic deities to solidify and perfect this nascent world. Yet the price for such power was steep, requiring the sacrifice of these chaotic beings' precious lives. Naturally, not every chaotic deity would willingly stand to confront me in mortal combat. Figures such as Yangmei, Qinkun, Yinyang, and Luohu chose to assist me in battling the other chaotic deities. Even the mischievous little Wan Shu joined my ranks without hesitation. It was due to this collective effort that they ultimately earned the fortune of reincarnating into the later primordial world, continuing to pen their legendary tales. However, among these chaotic beings, only Hongjun stood apart. He neither engaged in the fierce battles nor openly opposed me. Adopting a neutral stance, it was only after I overcame immense challenges and successfully created the heavens and the earth that this Hongjun fellow willingly relinquished his chaotic deity form, merging it with the newly birthed heavenly Tao, thus ensuring the stability and tranquility of this new realm. Perhaps it was for this reason that the heavenly Tao chose the reincarnated Hongjun as its earthly representative, tasked with maintaining the balance of the Tao and overseeing the operations of all things. After absorbing the revelations regarding the chaotic deity battle and Hongjuan's past from the manifestation of Pangu's will, Lin Xiao felt a surge of intense curiosity and confusion that he furrowed his brow and casually inquired if you were well aware of Hongjuan's cautious and self-preserving nature. Allowing the primordial world to fall under his dominion would likely hinder its growth and development significantly. Have you never considered appointing someone else to govern this vast primordial land? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, the manifestation of Pangus will turn its deep, commanding gaze towards him, seemingly capable of perceiving the subtlest tremors within his heart. After a moment of silence, it regarded Lin Xiao intently and slowly articulated, "Indeed, such thoughts have crossed my mind, and that person is none other than you. Otherwise, do you believe that my other manifestation of will would go to such lengths? Paying an exorbitant price to pull you back from the river of times and into this tumultuous era, what purpose would that serve?" As the embodiment of Pangus will momentarily paused, it resolutely continued. "As the rightful heir of my Pangu lineage, you should possess the indomitable spirit to forge ahead without fear. Never retreat in the face of any adversity. Once you have determined your course, pursue it with unwavering resolve and tenacity. In this breathtaking contest against Hongjun, will he ultimately achieve complete dominion over the vast primordial world, or will you rise to the occasion, leading the beings of the primordial realm through trials and tribulations, propelling the world to unprecedented heights, allowing it to stand proudly among the myriad realms? The outcome rests solely upon you." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao slowly lowered his head, as if ensnared in contemplation. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, after a considerable pause, he gradually raised his head, yet his expression conveyed reluctance, muttering, "Oh dear old Pangu, you have suddenly placed such a heavy burden upon me. It truly overwhelms me. I fear my heart may be willing, but my strength insufficient." The embodiment of Pangus will regarded Lin Xiao's feigned demeanor with amusement. He was acutely aware that this mischievous lad typically reveled in mischief, and his current pretense was clearly a deliberate act for his amusement. With a slight smile, the embodiment remarked, "Enough of your theatrics, you cheeky rascal. If you have questions, ask them quickly. I lack the patience to indulge your delays." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao decisively ceased discussing the previous topic and swiftly shifted to his third inquiry. "Moreover, the 7 fateful unions you have meticulously arranged for me present an immense challenge. Let's begin with Nuwa. After considerable effort and preparation, I am now adequately equipped to handle her as for the matters concerning the Western Queen Mother. I am aware of the causal intricacies involved and believe I can navigate them without issue. Regarding the Azure Dragon Aosheng, while somewhat tricky, I have conceived a solution, albeit one requiring time for gradual implementation. As for the North Sea Shen turtle, it merely requires patience for the right moment to arrive, at which point resolution will be effortless. However, the situation with Hutu is quite vexing. She is destined to incarnate as reincarnation, and I remain utterly at a loss as to how to address this thorny issue. Even now, I am without a clue and feel utterly powerless. Additionally, concerning Wang Shu, I initially assumed a feud existed between you and the other primordial deities. Thus, I naturally concluded she would reject this union, preventing me from devising a suitable approach to meet her. Now that I know she is not in opposition to you, that concern has vanished. However, from where might I procure the portion of her original essence that she lacks? Lastly, regarding Yuan Feng, the crux of the matter also lies with the original essence. After all, I possess none of the rare essence required for the fire path. The embodiment of Pangu's will looked at Lin Xiao, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied, "Oh, you ungrateful rascal, having gained such fortune yet still pretending to be coy. Know that these women are the pinnacle of goddesses desired by countless men in the primordial world. Yet they have all been bound to you through fateful unions, a stroke of luck you have stumbled upon, and I still must concern myself with your trivial matters. Alas." With that, the embodiment let out a long sigh. He paused momentarily before continuing. "As for Hutu, I'm already aware of her situation, so I shall refrain from elaborating. And regarding the missing portion of Wang Shu's original essence, it is clear you have yet to reach the 5th level of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower." At this juncture, the embodiment of Pangu's will abruptly ceased speaking, seemingly intent on tantalizing Lin Xiao's curiosity. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the embodiment's words, Lin Xiao instinctively rubbed the back of his head, his face displaying a hint of awkwardness as he hurriedly clarified, "Oh dear, master, please do not be angry. It is simply that I have only just emerged from the Zixiao Palace, and shortly thereafter encountered the momentous event of the Gourd Vine's emergence. After resolving that, I rushed to the ancestral land of the Witch Clan, ceaselessly on the move, before finally arriving at our Pangu Temple. There were so many matters to attend to along the way that I completely forgot about accessing the 5th level of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. However, I must inquire, what is the connection between the 5th level of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower and Wang Shu's original essence? Please enlighten me, master." The embodiment of Pangu's will gently shook his head, his gaze revealing a tinge of regret and helplessness, before slowly stating, "That little girl, Wang Shu, after I successfully opened the primordial world, resolutely severed half of her original essence. Her intention was to integrate that essence into the primordial realm to enhance the laws of the Great Een path within it. Alas, I was too exhausted at that moment to prevent her from such a reckless act." The embodiment paused briefly, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After a moment, he resumed his narrative. "Shortly thereafter, I perished from the exhaustion of creating the world. In my final moments, I transformed my right eye into the Great Een star, finally completing the laws of the Great Een that were missing from the primordial world. However, the half of Wang Shu's original essence she relinquished did not simply vanish. It was ultimately absorbed by the 5th level of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. At this point, the embodiment of Pangu's will turn to Lin Xiao, earnestly advising, as for the fire path essence needed by Yuan Feng, you might consider exploring the Sun Star. During that chaotic battle against the primordial deities, I cleaved the fire path demon god in two with a single strike. However, I suspect that remnant soul still lingers, hidden deep within the Sun Star. Given the passage of time, that remnant may have reconstituted half of the fire path essence. Should you manage to procure this essence, it would undoubtedly present an extraordinary opportunity for Yuan Feng." Immediately thereafter, the towering embodiment of Pangu's will fixed Lin Xiao with a profound gaze, one imbued with insight and compassion, seemingly transcending the bounds of time and space. After a brief pause, the embodiment spoke again. "I, this embodiment of will, have traversed eons and am now nearing my limit. Yet before I dissipate, let me lend one final effort for the sake of how you as soon as the words left his lips. The embodiment of Pangu's will erupted in a blinding radiance, akin to a resplendent sun suddenly ascending. Amidst the dazzling light, the embodiment began to dissolve, gradually fading into nothingness. However, just as his form was on the verge of complete disappearance, the light abruptly coalesced, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized obsidian disk. This disk, enveloped in swirling shadows, emanated an aura of mystery and antiquity, slowly drifting towards Lin Xiao. Master! Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xiao was overcome with sorrow. His eyes instantly moistening as he called out in anguish, he hastily extended his hands, cautiously preparing to catch the approaching obsidian disk. The moment his fingertips brushed against the disk, an extraordinary sensation surged through him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had beheld an utterly shocking sight. Suddenly, a name erupted from the depths of his heart. Six Paths Reincarnation Disc. Though Lin Xiao felt a ripple of emotion at the departure of his master Pangu's embodiment, he did not dwell excessively in sorrow, for he understood that as long as Hongjun had not fully seized control of the primordial world, the will of his master Pangu would remain omnipresent. Perhaps, in some hidden corner of this vast primordial land, other embodiments of his master S will lay in wait. The contest against Hongjun had yet to truly commence, and all possibilities remained open, necessitating careful deliberation and planning. However, what weighed heavily upon Lin Xiao was not the confrontation with Hongjun, but rather the myriad challenges posed by the 7 women bound to him through fateful unions. These dilemmas pressed down upon his heart like colossal stones, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, after the embodiment of Pangu offered guidance and assistance, solutions to these formidable challenges began to materialize, allowing Lin Xiao to exhale a sigh of relief and experience an unprecedented sense of ease and liberation. The Pangu Temple stood as an impregnable fortress. Aside from the 12 ancestors of sorcery, none could breach its sanctum, ensuring its security was beyond question. Thus, Lin Xiao, too, found little inclination to expend energy searching for other suitable locations for seclusion and cultivation. With a mere thought, he vanished from sight in an instant, only to find himself within the inner sanctum of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower moments later. Little tower, swiftly grant me access to the 5th layer. Lin Xiao concentrated his mind, establishing a powerful connection with the spirit of the tower, conveying his explicit command, "As you wish, young master." The 5th layer is being accessed now in the blink of an eye. The scenery before Lin Xiao transformed dramatically, and he realized he was now standing within the 5th layer's domain. While this 5th layer might not be described as boundless, it certainly could not be deemed cramped. Upon entering this realm, what first captured his gaze was an astonishingly grand tree. This tree radiated a profound and enchanting azure hue, reminiscent of a mysterious entity within the vast cosmos, towering high into the clouds. Its colossal crown resembled a resplendent tapestry of a starry sky, vibrant and kaleidoscopic. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiao noticed that nestled among the azure leaves were precisely 365 fruits. These fruits emitted a dazzling luminescence, akin to the brilliant stars twinkling in the night sky, each radiating unique brilliance. It was as if each fruit harbored boundless mysteries and powers within. "The primordial star tree," Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment as excitement and exhilaration danced in his eyes. According to legend, the primordial star tree was a divine arboreal entity birthed from the essence of the stars, one of the exceedingly rare primordial spiritual roots. This extraordinary tree possessed unimaginable abilities, capable of attracting immense power from infinite celestial bodies. The star tree consumed the essence of the stars as sustenance, continuously absorbing this cosmic energy over countless ages before bearing fruit. Even more astonishing was that it bore exactly 365 fruits each time, precisely corresponding to the ancient 36 celestial bodies. It was said that anyone fortunate enough to consume one of these starry fruits would instantly transform into the corresponding celestial body and gain mastery over its primordial powers, thereby acquiring unimaginable strength. Beneath the enigmatic and ancient primordial star tree stood a sword exuding a chilling aura, Firmly embedded in the solid ground, it lay dormant, like a specter of the night, awaiting a fated individual to unveil its mysteries. At that moment, a dense, almost palpable wave of Taiyin law resonated like a tide, instantly drawing Lin Xiao's attention from afar. With a surge of determination, he quickened his pace toward the location of the sword. As he approached, Lin Xiao eagerly extended his hands, grasping the hilt of the sword, and with a forceful tug, he heard a crisp sound as the sword was drawn, now firmly cradled in his hands. His gaze became two blazing torches, scrutinizing this mysterious blade intently. The first thing that caught his eye was the 5 elegant characters inscribed upon the blade. Taiyin Yuehua Jian. These letters seemed alive, shimmering with a soft silver glow, resonating with the cold aura emanating from the sword, further emphasizing its extraordinary nature. Upon examining the end of the hilt, he discovered an exquisitely crafted crescent moon, vividly detailed. Surrounding the crescent were glimmers of starlight, reminiscent of a brilliant galaxy in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. After a thorough inspection, Lin Xiao concluded that this Taiyin Yuehua Jian was indeed a supreme spiritual treasure of primordial grade. It was noteworthy that even within the vast realm of Honghuang, treasures of such rank were exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. The blade measured over 3 feet in length, its body as black as ink. Save for the edge which glimmered with a chilling light, its sharpness apparent. Just a glance revealed an overwhelming aura of invincibility emanating from it, clearly indicating an unimaginable level of sharpness. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, resting his right hand upon the hilt, then delicately flicked his finger against the shimmering blade, and a melodious sound rang out, akin to a songbbird's call or pearls falling onto a jade plate. Resonating beautifully, the echoes lingering in the A-I-R-A-T that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Accompanying the enchanting sound of the sword, a voice emanated from the blade, sounding as if it had just awakened, still tinged with confusion and drowsiness. "Who are you? Where exactly is this place?" The voice was ethereal and melodious, akin to celestial music, stirring Lin Xiao's heart. Initially taken aback, Lin Xiao quickly regained his composure and replied softly, "I am Lin Xiao. May I inquire your name?" "Fair maiden, this is the internal space of a spiritual treasure of mine." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon the long sword, pondering the origins of this sudden voice. Upon hearing his words, the voice within the blade seemed to regain some clarity. Speaking with a hint of urgency, "I am called Yuehua, the spirit of this sword. Please, swiftly return me to my master." Lin Xiao was taken aback, a look of astonishment spreading across his face as he hastily inquired, "You are indeed a sword spirit? Who is your master?" Typically, cultivators were not permitted to let their spiritual treasures develop spirits. Even if a treasure managed to attain consciousness, they would go to great lengths to eliminate it. Aside from the unique existence of the tower spirit of the Hongmeng Wuliang Tower, Lin Xiao had never encountered a spiritual treasure possessing a spirit. My master is the ethereal and stunning moon goddess. Wang Shu, within me lies a crucial half of her essence, which is immensely important to her and must be returned to her without delay. The sword spirit Yuehua's voice carried a poignant tremor, pleading with Lin Xiao, "Please, I implore you to help me find my master." Upon hearing Yuehua's words, Lin Xiao's heart jolted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the shimmering Taiyin Yuehua Jian before him. To think that within this sword was indeed sealed a half of Wang Shu's essence. Old Pan had not deceived me. This could indeed resolve Wang Shu's predicament. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across Lin Xiao's face, and he patted his chest, assuring Yuehua, "Fear not. I was already planning to visit the moon goddess on Taiyin stars soon. Rest assured, I shall safely deliver this essence." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's unwavering promise, the sword spirit Yuehua felt a weight lift from her heart. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she repeatedly expressed her thanks. "Thank you. With your word, I can finally find peace." And no sooner had she spoken than, perhaps due to prior exhaustion or the relief of finding someone trustworthy, the sword spirit Yuehua fell into a deep slumber once more. As Lin Xiao stepped into the mysterious and majestic Pangu Temple, the entire Honghuang world seemed to undergo a colossal upheaval. As if stirred by an invisible giant hand, Those fortunate enough to have attended the preaching of the Tao Ancestor at the Zixiao Palace displayed astonishing breakthroughs in their powers at this moment. The most outstanding among them succeeded one after another in severing a corpse, thus stepping into the remarkable realm of quasi-saint. Achieving such a feat undoubtedly hinged on the pivotal role of primordial spiritual treasures. Consequently, the already rare primordial treasures became the most sought-after commodities throughout the Honghuang world, in a brief span. Whether in majestic mountains or secluded valleys, scenes of fierce battles among cultivators vying for primordial treasures unfolded everywhere. With killings and plundering becoming commonplace, bloodshed and brutality saturating this ancient land. Simultaneously, the previously contentious conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes, which had drawn the attention and discussion of all beings in Honghuang, gradually began to subside. The friction between the two sides appeared to diminish with the passage of time, their prominence waning significantly, fading from public view on the Wu side, ever since the 12 ancestors of Wu had ventured to the Penglai Islands. Their kin commenced a gradual retreat, consolidating within the ancestral grounds of Mount Buzhou. There, they fortified an impregnable defense using the powerful prohibitions and formations left behind by their progenitors. Meanwhile, the Yao tribe, under the meticulous orchestration of the brothers Dijuan and Tai, transformed their previously disorganized and fragmented state into a unified front, with numerous clans responding to the call and pledging allegiance to the leadership of Dijuan and Tai. Thus, the influence of the demon clan burgeoned, presenting a scene of prosperity and vigorous development that on a day blessed with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine, the brothers Dijun and Tai convened with notable figures from the demon tribe, such as Bai Zhe and Jiaoying, within the celestial realm of the Sun Star, to deliberate on significant matters concerning the future advancement of their KIN8T this juncture, although a considerable majority of the clans have been successfully integrated. Achieving a harmonious coexistence among such a multitude of factions necessitated a vast and magnificent venue to serve as their sacred ground. While the Sun Star was indeed boundless, its unique environmental constraints barred many of the demon tribe members from entering. Consequently, the most pressing task at hand was to seek a wondrous place akin to the 3 islands of Penglai, possessed by Lin Xiao, to establish as the core stronghold of the burgeoning demon clan. As the fervent discussions unfolded, suddenly, a profound sense of connection surged within Dijun and Tai. Almost simultaneously, they exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts, and nodded in perfect accord. Following this, Dijun raised his voice, calling out, "Fellow Taoists, please follow my brother and me on this journey." With that, he soared from the Sun Star, closely trailed by Tai, the other powerful beings of the demon clan. Witnessing this, promptly took flight, following the brothers towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Along the way, streaks of radiant light sliced through the firmament, dazzling like shooting stars. Perhaps it was due to the passing of the 2 incarnations of the Pangu will. But the overwhelming Pangu pressure that once enveloped Buzhou Mountain had considerably diminished. Thus, Dijun and Tai, along with their companions, successfully arrived at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, standing atop this legendary sacred peak. As they gazed around, a sea of swirling mists and undulating peaks unfolded before them, an extraordinary sight of grandeur. "Brother, look over there!" Tai exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he pointed into the distance. His face alight with uncontainable joy. Such a magnificent place, is it not a divine gift bestowed upon our demon clan by the heavens? Truly, it is a blessing for us. Upon hearing Tai's call, the assembly turned their gaze in the direction he indicated. Beneath layers of ethereal clouds, a colossal complex of buildings, imposing and solemn, emerged, exuding an aura of sanctity. Without hesitation, they hastened towards the magnificent structure. Soon they stood before a towering gate, awe-inspiring in its grandeur. This gate was indeed a colossal edifice, its height astonishing enough to induce vertigo when gazed upon. Above the gate, a massive plaque hung, boldly inscribed with the words Southern Heavenly Gate in powerful, flowing celestial script. Each character seemed to embody an infinite reservoir of mystical energy and ancient charm, instilling an immediate sense of reverence in all who beheld this moment. Dijun, the leader of the demon clan, took a step forward, striding directly towards the gate. His steps were steady and resolute, each footfall resonating like a hammer striking the earth, producing a deep and commanding sound. As he approached the gate, the rhythmic thud of his footsteps echoed in the hearts of all present, quickening their pulses in unison. Just as Dijun was mere paces from the gate, the once-closed heavy doors began to creak open of their own accord. In the stillness of the moment, the sound of the hinges was particularly resonant. The enormous doors swung wide, as if loyal sentinels were welcoming their master home. The assembly followed Dijun's dignified and authoritative stride, gradually passing through the majestic southern heavenly gate, finally stepping into this bountiful and spiritually vibrant city. As they fully entered this mysterious domain, an indescribable sense of awe surged within them, and almost simultaneously, the phrase ancient heavenly court reverberated in each of their minds. Gazing into the distance, they beheld the ancient heavenly court resembling a colossal tiered pagoda, divided into 33 levels. Each tier was adorned with countless exquisite pavilions and magnificent palaces. Some structures soared into the clouds, while others were harmoniously arranged. Some gleamed with golden splendor, their glazed tiles shimmering like precious gems embedded in the sky, while others were intricately embellished with jade, radiating a soft, enchanting glow. Moreover, auspicious energies swirled like colorful ribbons throughout, golden light flickering as myriad rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire court as if it were celestial paradise. Upon closer inspection, the 33 heavenly tiers contained 36 imposing heavenly palaces and 72 solemn treasure halls, perfectly corresponding with the 36 stars of the heavenly troop and the 72 stars of the earthly fiends, as if ordained by fate itself. Additionally, for grand heavenly gates stood at the cardinal points of the court, steadfast and vigilant, safeguarding its tranquility and order. Under Dijun's leadership, the assembly made their way towards the 33rd tier, ultimately arriving at the magnificent Sun Palace. Upon entering this grand hall, a profound sense of solemnity enveloped them. Standing before the hall, Dijun suddenly exuded an air of boundless ambition. With his head held high and a voice resonant as a bell, he proclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, this ancient heavenly court is an unparalleled treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens. My brother Tai Yi and I are determined to establish a heavenly court for our demon clan here, welcoming all exceptional talent from across the world to join us in forging a monumental enterprise in this vast primordial realm." Before his words had faded, Bai Zhe, Jiao and other powerful beings of the demon clan, invigorated by his declaration, stepped forward, bowing in allegiance, their faces alight with fervor. Bai Zhe's voice rang out clearly. "We pay homage to the two heavenly emperors. We are willing to dedicate our very lives to fulfill your commands, ensuring the rise of the demon court within the primordial expanse." The other powerful beings echoed in unison, their enthusiastic shouts resonating throughout the Sun Palace. Dijun, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction, his laughter booming like thunder, as if to shatter the heavens above. Once he had finished laughing, he continued with arrangements. "Excellent. In that case, let us select an auspicious day to hold the grand ceremony for the establishment of our demon court. We shall invite powerful beings from all realms of the primordial expanse to witness this momentous occasion. Bai Zhe, I entrust this task to you today for Dao Ancestor and the esteemed friend Lin Xiao. My brother and I shall personally extend the invitation. With our sincerity, I am confident they will honor us with their presence." Upon concluding, Dijun turned to Tai Yi, and the two exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. Lin Xiao gradually opened his eyes, awakening from his profound meditative state. With a gentle gesture, the moonlight sword, emanating a cool radiance, flew into his hand, only to be stored within his personal space afterward. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's figure flickered and vanished within the 5th layer of the Honghuang Wuliang Tower. The following instant, he appeared within the Pangu Temple. This retreat held significant meaning for Lin Xiao. Through prolonged cultivation and introspection, he had not only solidified his peak cultivation of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but had also completely refined the prohibitions of the Qian Kuan Ding, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Consequently, The bond between the Qian Kuan Ding and himself had deepened, enhancing its formidable powers. Upon finishing his retreat, Lin Xiao wasted no time, departing the Pangu Temple, that he swiftly traversed the spatial passage he had previously taken. With plans already forming in his mind, he intended to return to the 3 islands of Penglai to address some trivial matters before attending to the matters concerning Wang Shu and Yuan Feng. Before long, Lin Xiao emerged from the spatial passage, standing before the imposing ancestor which hauled out at that moment. Formidable figures like Xing Tian stood respectfully on either side, bidding farewell to this esteemed 13th ancestor which. Lin Xiao smiled, nodding slightly to Xing Tian and the others, before gracefully departing from Buzhou Mountain. Not in a hurry. Lin Xiao took his time on the journey, casually waving his hand as a cloud as white as snow materialized at his call. He then employed a wondrous spell to swiftly shape this cloud into an extraordinarily comfortable lounge chair. Subsequently, he reclined languidly upon a chaise long seemingly conjured from clouds, exuding an air of utmost contentment. Thus, Lin Xiao leisurely steered the chaise toward the direction of the 3 islands of Penglai, while curiously observing the myriad transformations that had transpired across the primordial continent during his 2 millennia of seclusion in the Pangu Temple. The journey was serene, devoid of any untoward incidents, and after enduring a protracted voyage, Lin Xiao successfully arrived at the threshold of the grand formation surrounding the 3 islands of Penglai. Just as he was poised to activate the formation gate and enter, he suddenly detected a dark figure racing toward him from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the shadow drew near, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a figure clad in a black Taoist robe. Standing atop a swirling mass of dark clouds, as the figure approached, Lin Xiao was able to clearly identify the visitor's visage, revealing it to be none other than the illustrious Mingi Laozi, renowned throughout the blood sea of the underworld. Noticing Lin Xiao from a distance, Mingi Laozi immediately called out in a booming voice, "Lin Xiao, my fellow Taoist, please pause momentarily." His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing through the skies. Upon hearing the call, Lin Xiao halted his advance, turning to face the source of the voice that a smile graced his features as he recognized the approaching figure to be Mingi Laozi. And he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Ah, it is you, my esteemed Taoist friend Mingi." Mingi Laozi let out a hearty laugh, swiftly navigating the dark clouds to stand before Lin Xiao, then gracefully descended to the ground, returning the gesture of respect. "It has been over 2 millennia since we last parted ways in the Zixiao Palace. Lin Xiao. Oh no, I should refer to you as the holy venerable Lin Xiao now. Your presence remains as striking as ever, and your aura has deepened, suggesting that your cultivation has undoubtedly reached new heights." With that, he adorned his face with a flattering smile, lavishing praise upon Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao responded with a gentle smile, waving his hand dismissively, saying, "Dear Mingi, you are far too kind. I am merely a humble Hunyuan golden immortal, hardly deserving of such exalted titles. In contrast, I must commend you. For in recent years, your progress has been remarkable. You have successfully severed the evil corpse, attaining the status of a quasi-saint, which is truly admirable. You are far too humble, wholly venerable." Mingi Laozi exclaimed, his countenance aglow with adulation. "I recall over 2,000 years ago that earth-shattering battle amidst chaos, where you clashed fiercely with the true form of Pangu. That scene was nothing short of cataclysmic, with the heavens and earth trembling in awe. The manifestation of your Hunyuan Da Luo golden immortal level physical prowess left all beings in the primordial world in utter astonishment, venerating you as a celestial being, such unparalleled grace and invincible might, even after the passage of countless ages, remain indelibly etched in the hearts of all creatures, becoming an eternal legend recounted through the ages." Mingi Laozi continued to extol Lin Xiao's virtues, nodding and bowing in servile admiration. Lin Xiao gently waved his hand, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. With a grave expression, he stated, "All right, let us cease this mutual flattery. I am curious, dear Mingi, what brings you here in such haste?" Upon hearing this, Mingi's smile swiftly faded, and he replied with equal gravity, "To be candid, Lin Xiao, I have come specifically to pay you a visit. I did not anticipate encountering you here. It truly is a matter of fate. May I inquire if you have just returned from your travels? Lin Xiao nodded slightly, waving his right hand gently, revealing a corner of the formation before him. He then smiled and gestured invitingly to Mingi, continuing to speak.